I am clearly a poor devil who lives by picking up garbage. Yet I fed a fish a devil fruit worth billions. Even if the carp is a first-class waste that only splashes water, I don't care at all, because this is a world where everyone awakens. Yet I awakened as a waste even a dog wouldn't look at, a professional beast tamer. Just by breathing the air next to the school beauty, I was almost electrocuted by the school bully using a grade B 100,000-volt lithium battery. And after half dead, the original host burped and farted after going home to recuperate for 2.5 days. That's when I crossed over to the original host. And accompanying me was a newbie gift pack for the competitive beast catching system. I received the rumbling thunder fruit and the slightly fruit. Immediately, I broke off a small piece of the rumbling thunder fruit and threw it into the fish tank. The rumbling thunder fruit is one of the sealing fruits in the world of pirates. It possesses the power to transform into the god of thunder. The koi fish swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the koi fish's body burst into countless rays of light, emitting an extremely powerful aura. I quickly stored it in the beast space, only to see a dragon covered in lightning appearing out of nowhere. And after successfully evolving to the first level manager, it ascended to the 13th level of evolution, with bloodline evolving into a crimson dragon. Reward the host with 1 freezing fruit, and for each breakthrough in a major realm, reward the host with 1 devil fruit. I was stunned by the scene before me. The evolutionary ability of this fruit is simply unbelievable. Who would have thought that the predecessor of the invincible red dragon at the same level was actually a carp that only splashes water? I look at the 2 devil fruits left in my hand, thinking if I could contract 2 more monster beasts, wouldn't that mean I could continue to evolve? Thinking of this, I felt reassured in my heart. With this red dragon, the upcoming Disya college entrance examination in 2.5 days will be secure. Even the 4 major academies of Disya, there is still a great hope of getting in. Then I'll find that guy Wudao later. I'll properly settle the score of the 100,000-volt grudge. When I went out to find new monster beasts, I struggled. I was just a penniless ordinary person, wanting to buy a genuine monster beast. It's like a fool's dream. Just as I was contemplating, I saw a chicken in the yard. Even the sparrow in the distance, seeking a mate, suddenly seemed charming to me. I thought since I couldn't afford a monster beast anyway, why not go for the chicken and sparrow? Seemingly sensing the aura of a monster beast master on me, they even approached me more actively. Oh, it's still too dreamy, chicken and sparrow. At this thought, I then started to coax. Little chickens and sparrows, I see both of you, extraordinary since ancient times, each possessing the aura of an emperor. Do you want to surpass longevity? Do you want to equal the demon emperor? After deceiving the demon emperor, regardless of whether they understood or not, I have already started the contract. Sealed with a blood contract, transforming into a halo, landing at the feet of the 3. The blood contract binds, forming a covenant with the 2. From now on, they are my contract beasts. It just so happened that this scene was coincidentally witnessed by several other peers from the orphanage, causing laughter one after another. This kid must have lost his mind, trying to get close to the school flower, got severely injured by Wu Dao, and returned to the orphanage with a bite wound. Previously contracted with a broken carp, now contracting a sparrow. I guess his brain got messed up from the beating. Several people pitied the scene, shaking their heads, with sympathetic eyes, some even reveling in schadenfreude. The news of the original owner being injured had long spread in the orphanage. He left the orphanage at a young age, thinking he was doing well. Never expected to be injured by the schoolflower's follower, now shamelessly returning to heal. Naturally, they looked down on the director. This time when I leave, the next time I return, I will never appear in such a sorry state. I gaze firmly into the distance. In my mind flashed the figure of a middle-aged woman in a red dress. If it weren't for the dean taking me in, I probably would have been wandering on the streets when I was a child. I would have already been burping and farting on the streets. After returning to the room, I gave the slightly ripe fruit to the chicken and the frozen fruit to the sparrow. The next moment, tears fell from both of them, bursting with dazzling red and blue lights, intertwining with the carp dragon to form a triangular pattern. The chicken successfully evolved into an SSS level 9th rank fire phoenix. The sparrow successfully evolved into an SSS level 9th rank ice crystal blue phoenix. The phoenix bathes in fire, while the wild goose soars in the sky. The blue phoenix bathes in ice, turning frost and snow into water. Seeing this scene, I felt heroic. My mouth couldn't help but curve up. With these 3 SSS level spirit beasts, the top scholar position in South Song province is within reach. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and I returned to Zhengqing City's duty center, preparing for the upcoming Daxia College entrance examination. At this moment in Zhengqing No. 1 middle school, the playground was already crowded with people. All of them were students who came to take the college entrance examination. He didn't die after all. In less than a month he healed from his injuries. Wu Dao looked at me, who had come back from the dead, with some surprise. He wrote with some astonishment. But he had no intention of letting me go. Instead, he was preparing to enter the embassy after the secret realm. When he looked over, I also looked at him, with a plan in my heart to put him to death. The school beauty Su Qingdai seemed to have noticed something, turned around and glanced at me, quickly turned away. For him, whether it's me or Wu Dao, there is no possibility of any intersection with him. With the identity of SGE and a weak swordsman, there is a great hope to enter the top 4 academies of the tower. Have long been in a different league from ordinary students. This kid really has the nerve to come. His manager's eyes are not here to die. Every mock exam he's always at the bottom. Today he's probably out of his mind to come here to die. Even the few girls around Su Qingdai couldn't help feeling a bit disgusted. Stay away from this bottom feeder. Be careful not to tarnish your reputation. Su Qingdai did not respond, but looked at the chief examiner on the high platform, waiting for the next part. After a moment, the chief examiner walked towards the center and looked at the many students, saying, "Today is the day of the college entrance examination in Nansong province. Everyone will be randomly teleported into one of the 3 major secret realms, with a time limit of 2 days. The monsters in the secret realm are all formed by the power of special secret realm elements. Killing them will earn corresponding points. I also ask all candidates to act within their abilities. When encountering high-level monsters, run away." The chief examiner looked around and gave detailed instructions to the candidates. There will be casualties in the secret realm. No one can protect themselves alone. The future of Disya depends on all of you. Protect Disya. Protect our human race. As the crowd of examinees listened to the chief examiner, their hearts surged with enthusiasm, their expressions passionate. We must not disappoint the high expectations set by the examiner. Under the feet of numerous examinees, arrays began to appear one after another, preparing to immediately transport everyone into the 3 major secret realms. At this moment, the students in the playground were all restless. I am no exception. From what I know, these 3 major secret realms seem to include the Thunder Realm, the Blazing Fire Realm and the Frosty Iceland. They happen to match my 3 spirit beasts. While everyone was still worried about how to survive in the secret realms, hunting demons, and earning higher points, I have already set my sights on the 3 secret realms, determined to sweep through all 3. 3 demons are about to undergo a major upgrade. After everyone was transported away, a myriad of light screens suddenly appeared on the playground, displaying the specific situations and points within the 3 secret realms. The students with higher rankings and points will be shown on it. The situation for my human clan is not looking good, especially after the recent attack by the sea monster sect 10 days ago, causing heavy losses to the southern warehouse, and another wave is approaching. Countless islands overseas have been occupied by demons, swallowing the source, and the increasing number of demon waves erupting is becoming more massive. Their strength is already surpassing that of our great Xia. The losses from the previous defense were severe. If we have to withstand another wave, our great Xia will be in trouble. The chief examiner standing on the platform looked worried. Looking at the numerous examinees on the light screens, a deep sigh escaped. A burst of light flashed, and I found myself in the midst of thunder reinforcements, with low-level demon disciples standing still in the distance. Upon seeing the secret realm, with tens of thousands of foreign auras added, they suddenly came alive, their eyes turning crimson, flashing with lightning as they attacked towards everyone. The awakeners who descended here also revealed their professions one after another, engaged in battle with demon beasts. It seems that this is the Wanlei secret realm, one of the 3 major secret realms, possessing extremely rich and concentrated thunder and lightning elemental power. In this secret realm, it is simply the best place for Xiao Lei to upgrade his realm. Hundreds of thunder beasts made of thunder elements charged towards me, including special thunder elements, such as the 7th Order Demon Disciple Thunder Wolf Beast and Thunder Fire Beast. All of these are composed of thunder elements, allowing Xiao Lei to gain tremendous benefits by consuming them. Seeing this, I had a thought and released the attached Thunder Crimson Dragon. A nearly 10-meter Thunder Crimson Dragon appeared in mid-air, with the SSS level Xiao Lei invincible at the same level as the demon soldiers. Looking at a group of ignorant demon beasts, the stunning Xiao Lei immediately charged into the group of beasts, causing heavy casualties among the beasts. In a brief moment, hundreds of thunder beasts had been wiped out, thousands of thunder beasts became Xiao Lei's food, and the Lion Dragon's realm quickly broke through from the original 2nd Order to the 4th Order. I looked up at the thunder and lightning in the sky, knowing that there must be higher-level demon beasts to challenge. Xiao Lei continued to devour and evolve. Dig out the huge demon dragon over there. Could it be the lord of this thunder realm? Looking at the terrifying aura emanating from him, the level seems to be SSS, but why does he have the aura of a contract beast? Could it be the pet of someone else? Not far away, the examinees were all dumbfounded, eyes wide open, mouths agape. It's truly unbelievable. They just entered and hadn't had time to do anything yet, but all the thunder beasts on the first level of the Thunder Plains were killed by that terrifying demon dragon. Then what are they going to kill? This is like the college entrance exam, you need to hunt demons to earn points, but now it seems the thunder beasts are almost gone. Moreover, their level is only the lowest level of ability users, and they joined forces to kill a 9th order demon beast. They are already pushing it to the limit, daring to kill in groups like this dragon in front of them. Do they think this is child's play? Doesn't matter, even if we have to go for the finishing blow to get some points. If we continue like this, we won't get any points. The crowd looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and charged forward. But just as they were about to do something, the Scarlet Dragon Cave turned its massive dragon head, looking at the distant retakers, and once again erupted with powerful lightning all over its body, transforming into lightning spears. Its target turned out to be the people on the field, with thousands of spears floating in the air, lightning flashing. Holy crap, this dragon wants to kill us. At this moment, everyone's hair is standing on end, feeling that terrifying voltage. If the spears pierce their bodies, it's definitely certain death. As they tried to escape, thunder had already broken through the sky ahead and struck. A sense of impending death filled the hearts of the people, their faces pale, devoid of color, with a final thought flashing through their minds. It's over, we're doomed. The people were in despair, some even closing their eyes, ready to die. But in the next moment, the thousands of spears disappeared into thin air. The huge dragon turned around and continued to hunt down the remaining thunder beasts, devouring them and turning them into evolution points. He didn't kill us. When they looked up, they saw a man standing in front of them. Similar to that dragon, he immediately recognized me as the owner of the Nasus-level terrifying dragon. They are not from Jiangji, no. One middle school, but were randomly transported here from other high schools in Nanchang province, so they don't know me. Thank you for sparing them, we are extremely grateful. As the crowd came to their senses, they gratefully clasped their fists towards me. However, in their hearts, they were thinking that with such a fierce person around, what's the point of playing around? Immediately, they decided to inherit their family business. Let's continue going home to screw in bolts. Just now, Little Lei thought these people were going to compete with him for the upgrade points, so he instinctively made a move to kill. However, I stopped him in time, and then this 10,000 Thunder secret realm appeared out of nowhere, adding thousands of corpses for no reason again. I just nodded in response to everyone's gratitude, without paying much attention, watching from afar what the red dragon has done. At the same time, on the external points leaderboard, my name, Duanya, is positioned at the top of the rankings. My points have reached a terrifying 5,218, leaving the second place, Suqing, 500 points behind. Supporting Nemo with over 5,000 points, is this guy cheating? The sudden turn of events made everyone somewhat incredulous. I haven't heard much about the name Yifeng, so unfamiliar. Could it be someone unknown from a high school, the Dark Horse Ranch? Everyone is very unfamiliar with this name, even my classmates from the same school just think he's a contract waste manager of first-level beasts. How is it possible that this is the top genius on the leaderboard? At this moment, on the sports field of Jiangqing City No. 1 middle school, the chief examiner, hundreds of examiners, and other formation masters are staring intently at the central main screen, watching the figure of the person and dragon in the Wanlei secret realm. Excited one after another, faces turning red with excitement. Wow, an SSS class 4th tier monster soldier eating a dragon, turns out to be the wingless dragon among 10,000, a western region beast tamer, and also SSS class. While his peers were still in the first realm, he had already reached the second realm, and this kid is definitely the second beast tamer. The chief examiner was extremely happy to see this scene. With the abilities I have demonstrated, even the top heroes can freely choose from the 4 major academies, and I might just be the shining star among them, a genuine hope for the future of Dixia. Captain, there's a call from the military district regarding Long Shiyu being obstructed. They say they'll do whatever it takes to bring the kid to the rank of captain. The vice principal of Tianbei Academy called, asking for your help to say a few good words. He's rushing over from Longdu. 2 assessors closed in on the platform, looking at the text messages on their phones. They hurriedly spoke up. The matter concerning a dragon tamer is of great importance. Their academy is based on the totem of the dragon. To uphold the legacy of the current academy, the combat abilities of dragon tamers far surpass their peers, with only a few even reaching the SSS level. How could they not be excited? The chief assessor heard what the two said, his lips slightly curled. He has a deep bond with the vice principal of Tianbei Academy, even owing him a favor. It's a bit difficult to refuse. But he dares not disobey the military district. After all, he is one of them. Who should he help this time? In the current mystic realm, in the first level of the Thunder Plains, all the thunder beasts have been wiped out by Xiaolei. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping everyone in the first level of the Thunder Plains mystic realm. It seems to be the guiding passage. Xiaolei is being retracted, allowing the guiding light pillar to lift me up. On the first level of the Thunder Plains, there are only demon disciples and thunder beasts, while on the second level, demon soldiers engage with thunder beasts. Oh no, this is the second level of the Thunder Plains. We might not be able to handle the first level, and now we're being led to the second level. Isn't this just sending me to my death? Naturally, I don't care about this. Our own SSS Lucky Dragon is invincible in the same realm, so there's no need to panic. The examinees look out at the vast thunder plains of the second level, and in the distance, the densely packed thousands of demon soldiers and thunder beasts are trembling in fear. Run discreetly, quickly run. These demon soldier level thunder beasts are not something we can deal with. They scatter and run wildly. Howling like wolves, they run in all directions. At this moment, they only care about their own lives. Without growing an extra pair of legs, many examinees are running towards me. Passing by us, they glanced in surprise. I was initially stunned, then realized. Let this waste go die first. That way, we can escape to the next level. The thunder beasts on the first level are definitely at the level of demon disciples. We can show off our skills there and earn more points. The field is in utter chaos, examinees fleeing in all directions, but I remain calm. I say to Xiaolei, all of these are your food, enough to help you reach the 9th rank of the demon soldier realm. After passing the second level, we'll go to the third level. The thunder there will definitely help you advance further and break through the ranks. After saying that, I walked forward in the incredulous gazes of everyone, with thousands of thunder beasts roaring, tens of thousands of candidates running, and I was the only one walking alone on the field. In an instant, lightning flashed. A dragon's roar echoed from the second floor. After summoning the red dragon, the thousands of monsters in front of me struggled to resist, and actually paused briefly. Does this little guy really want to take on thousands in one go? Is he trying to walk an unbeatable path? Looking at the chief examiner in the light curtain, if he can wipe out all these thousands of thunder beasts, he may well become a great warrior, a future emperor, a protector of the nation. Kill the thunder beasts, swallow the thunder. From now on, you are the master of this secret realm. I patted the little thunder in front of me. After receiving the command, the red dragon soared, its massive body heading towards those high-level experience packs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the negative thunder, devouring low-level monster soldiers with the dragon, gaining 15 evolution points for the thunder wolf, breaking through to 5th rank monster soldier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the negative thunder, devouring mid-level monster soldiers with the dragon, gaining 4 to 5 evolution points for the thunderstorm, breaking through to 7th rank monster soldier. All the thunder beasts, witnessing such a brutal scene, turned around and fled towards the distant thunder plane. If it's useful, what should the protagonist do? I smiled knowingly, briefly turning into knots, and more knots, just to obediently become the upgrade package for the red dragon's evolution. Seeing this scene, all the fleeing people stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the scene on the field, their eyes twitching, hearts pounding. I'm not dreaming, it's an SSS-class monster dragon. He is a dragon-type beast tamer, and he also possesses a special innate beast skill. This monster dragon is extremely brutal, crushing everything, and it even wants to swallow them all. Is it trying to devour these monsters for evolution? Baozi hasn't seen the world, coming with me to the second level, a re-examinee of the Thunder Plains, disdainfully looking at everyone, subtly mocking on the surface. But the shock in his heart is no less than theirs. Crushing the monster disciples is one thing, now you're even crushing the monster soldiers. Could it be that your beast tamer has the backing of an emperor? While the examinees in the secret realm were shocked, the outside world also stirred up a huge wave of shock. My name has always been at the top, from the initial 5,218 points to later 52,018 points. How is this possible? He's been hiding behind Li Tong. His points are actually more than the points of the top 50 combined. He has far surpassed the second place. Su Qingdai with 3,000 points, surpassing the third place with 2,800 points. At this moment, I naturally didn't know that I had already caused a huge stir in the outside world. Still diligently grinding experience points. How could it be him? Isn't he that waste? How could he possess this dragon dance jade hand, just like everyone else from Jiang Qingyi? His face looked extremely ugly, as if he had been slapped. After finishing speaking fiercely, he ran towards the first level, ready to pick up some leftovers, otherwise, his college entrance exam results would be a big fat 0. As the demon beasts on the second level were also devoured by Xiaolei, he unsurprisingly reached the 9th level of the demon soldier realm, just one step away from entering the demon descending realm. Immediately, I turned my gaze to the 3rd level, which is also the final level of the secret realm. Following a beam of light falling, after a moment of weightlessness, I arrived with Xiaolei in a dark thundercloud, which was the sky above the thunder realm. If an ordinary person came here, they would have been charred by the lightning, but due to my contract to bear the thunder and devour the dragon, I am immune to lightning, just feeling a bit tingly from the electric shocks. Moreover, these lightning elements are actively tempering my physique, and at this moment, I feel that my physical strength is already comparable to those berserk warriors. What's going on? Why can't I see everything in the secret realm? Could he have been pulled up to the thunderclouds of the 3rd level? That's a place where not even downgrading guarantees a safe return. On the playground of Zhengji No. 1 middle school, the chief examiners and a group of examiners, upon seeing the images related to me in the secret realm, became anxious as they were cut off by a mysterious force. Yi Feng's safety is absolutely not to be trifled with, otherwise they won't be able to explain themselves. The Dragon SSS opportunity to teach is rare in a century, and one of them will be the future backbone of their clan. Absolutely cannot allow things to go wrong like this. Hurry, get all the law enforcers in the general's area to fix everything quickly, mobilize a few guardians in the secret realm, and have them carefully search for traces of Yi City. He absolutely cannot allow anything to go wrong. The chief examiner immediately issued orders. In his eyes, in this grand high school exam, the value of all candidates participating in the university entrance exam is concentrated in Nansong. Not as good as Yifengyi. At this moment, I look at the surrounding thunderclouds. Under the continuous tempering of thunder and lightning, my physical strength now rivals that of a 9th rank battle team. And Xiaolei also successfully broke through to the 3rd rank demon general, evolved into Qiu Luo, and developed new skills: 60 million volt thunder dragon, 90 million volt horn dragon, and 100 million volt thunderstorm. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 1st rank Imperial General, rewarded with 1 billion Sweet Valley coins. Just then, at the deepest part of the clouds, a heavy and deafening roar erupted. How dare the ants steal the heavenly thunder nurtured by this work? In the deepest part of the thunderclouds, a voice seemed to come from ancient times, carrying immense authority. In the depths of the dark thunderclouds, a dazzling halo of lightning appeared, revealing its original appearance, resembling wings, legs, and a tiger dancing. What is this thing? Could it be a new thunder beast, with tiny horns? Despite the coquettish tone, I was not frightened by the thunder beast manifested by this light source, but kept scrutinizing the monster in front of me. How dare you call me a plaything? I am the Thunder Yuan, the beast god roared, gathering all the thunder elemental power from heaven and earth around him, turning into one demonic soldier after another. Thunder beast odd number 3000. My attention was completely drawn to his identity, the Thunder Beast God. Could it be that this secret realm truly originated from the depths of the sky, and this beast god before me actually possesses divine power? Young one, does this beast god before us really have any hidden cards? Won't they end up killing Xiaolei by then? I asked cautiously, and the system quickly responded. Returning to the host, the Devil Evolution Fruit can be bestowed upon any monster, devouring the power of any same element, rendering any opponent ineffective against the same element power struggle. Even the Thunder God himself cannot kill Xiaolei, unless it's a beast god of a different element. Hearing what the system said, I let go of the big worry in my heart and smiled slightly. I immediately ordered Xiaolei to swallow everything, all of which were great supplements. After receiving my instructions, Xiaolei no longer hesitated, swinging its dragon body and knocking away the demonic soldiers in front. I am the Thunder Beast God, ruling over a myriad of thunder, how can you? A sharp, miserable scream rang out, and the so-called Thunder Beast God was devoured by the negative thunder cage. Ding Fulei consumes the dragon, absorbs 8,000 evolution points from the residual will of the Thunder Beast God, breaks through to the 6th rank, attains the position of Beast God, and exerts absolute deterrence over low-level monster beasts, making them submit unconditionally. At the same time, memories are shared into my mind, this so-called Sky Abyss. It actually originates from the realm of 10,000 beasts and is an artifact that intrudes into its domain. Controlled by the 10 beast gods, the Sky Abyss currently houses a dormant beast god, with the Thunder Beast God being one of them. However, due to the internal war in the Sky Abyss, it fell, leaving behind only a trace of will that escaped and turned into the thunderous secret realm. Similarly, the same goes for the blazing secret realm and the frosty secret realm. At this moment, Xiaolei has gained the power of control and can easily open passages to the other two secret realms. Moreover, I have also learned some unknown secrets. The north and south poles of the blue star have been completely occupied by alien beasts. Deep within the four oceans, a large number of mutated monster beasts lurk, including many emperor-level monster beasts. Moreover, some specific races of monster beasts can transform into humans and have infiltrated every corner of the blue star, mingling with human civilization. Launched the blood annihilation plan. After fully digesting these memories, my expression became solemn. The situation is even more serious than I had imagined. I must accelerate the pace of upgrading and obtain more devil fruits. I looked at the imposing cage beside me, patted his body, and Xiaolei opened a passage to the secret realm, heading to the fire realm first. At the same time, on the first and second layers of the thunder source, blue spatial channels appeared. What kind of passage is this? Could it be leading to other secret realms? In order to avoid getting 0 points, going back, and then going home to 10 cows, work in the factory, after a moment of contemplation, everyone walked into the passage one after another, and were transported to the external world of the fire realm together. Everyone in Langsong province looked at my name, falling into a deathly silence. 99 points, this directly invalidated the point screen. Who can tell them what really happened in the secret realm? Could this kid be up to something in the secret realm? The deputy chief has appeared. Look, it's Yishin, he's here. Look in the fire realm, he's riding an SSS-class monster dragon. This shout drew all the examiner's attention back to the field. His contracted beast has evolved, how is that possible? On the first level plane of the fire realm, hundreds of channels appeared out of thin air. I rode a monster dragon, flying from midair, with terrifying monster power spreading, and bursts of lightning and lake light. Immediately electrocuted dozens of monster followers. Even the little shark tiger swallowed them all. They are all your upgraded leopards. Upon arriving in the fire realm, I immediately released the fire phoenix. Damn, that freak, now even this freak has come to the fire realm to harvest points in this area. We have no hope of getting points. Just now, as everyone was transferred from the Thunder Secret Realm to the Fire Secret Realm and caught a glimpse of that blue demon dragon, they felt that something was terribly wrong. Could it be? Destined to escape the fate of going back home to screw and screws. Under the pressure of the Thunder Dragon, no fire beast dared to resist, allowing the Fire Phoenix to devour them one by one. Congratulations to the host's pet, the Fire Phoenix, for devouring it. 8 evolution points added, reaching the first level of the Demon Soldier realm. The host shares the innate talent of the Fire Phoenix, absolutely immune to flames of the same level. Soon, the second level of the secret realm was almost completely devoured by the Fire Phoenix. Immediately, I turned my gaze to the third level, where there must be the so-called Fire Beast God. Soon I arrived at the Fire Secret Realm, above the sea of fire in the sky, where flames burned incessantly. My physique, like the previous Thunder Secret Realm, quickly was elevated to a level comparable to the physical body of a second-level demon soldier. The lad devoured all of these. When the time comes, if there is any so-called flame beast body, or a ball of light, just swallow it, no need to say more. Without saying a word, the lad nodded, excitement filling his eyes, and he dove directly into the sea of fire in the sky, devouring all of it, wantonly advancing his realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Fire Phoenix, for devouring the heavenly beast. 900 evolution points added. Realm breakthrough, first level demon descent. As the endless sea of fire was devoured by the small flames, at the deepest part of the fire sea, a red light source was exposed. You, a mere ant, dare to make a covenant with the god. Young master, do you know how blasphemous this is to my existence? You insignificant ant, release the covenant. This god may spare your life, otherwise, you will face the consequences. Face the wrath of this god and the beast god's grudge. At the moment he saw this light source, a thought of great supplement flashed through the young man's mind. Excitedly, he let out a phoenix cry, spreading its phoenix tail and flapping its wings. He charged forward, swallowing it in one gulp, without giving it a chance to transform or speak, directly devouring it. You scoundrel, you have no sense of honor, resorting to a sneak attack yourself. Please, big brother, I was wrong, don't swallow me. Ah, a sharp voice healed itself. From the phoenix's beak came a sound, followed by a treasure. Congratulations to the host's pet, the Fire Phoenix, for gaining the power of the Fire Palm Authority. Congratulations to the host's pet, the Fire Phoenix, for gaining the power of the Beast God, against any human, beast, god, or demon using fire abilities. Regardless of the realm, it can weaken them both. The memories transmitted from the Beast God of Fire's power were once again shared in my mind, surpassing the Thunder Beast God. Once again, there were a few more secrets. In the depths of the ocean, there are countless ancient underwater volcanoes. With the intrusion of injustice and the influence of the power of the blood moon mutation, numerous monstrous beasts combining fire and earth elements have been bred. Their numbers far exceed 1 billion, and the lowest realm of each one is monstrous. Even in the military realm, there are 10 forbidden pseudogods, thousands of emperor-level great monsters, tens of thousands of sea monsters, and countless other monsters under the monarch's command. You should know that this is just talking about earth element mutated monsters. There are countless water element sea monsters in the ocean. Especially in the 4 oceans, there are absolute forbidden tail gods. If these forces invade together, Lanshin will perish. The situation is not very optimistic. Little fire can control flames, but among these mutated monsters, there are earth elements, which he cannot control. Unless in the evolution mode of multiple earth element demons, by then the two together might be able to turn these monsters. The mysterious emperors of the north and south poles of the heavenly abyss, the competitive level of the 5 forbidden lands, plus the hidden power, the unknown secret star, can destroy the current blue star countless times. Of course, the blue star is not simple either. In the memory of the god of fire beasts, the elephant's heritage is extremely deep, with the existence of immortals, protecting the elephant from invasion for generations. 500 years ago, when the elephant first appeared in the heavenly abyss, 3 immortals angrily killed all the Shoyuan. The sword immortal met the enemy killer Zhang Xian, the heroic dragon's courage, and the last female immortal was very mysterious. No memories left behind. At that time, the outcome was uncertain. In the end, a certain agreement was reached with Tianyuan, prohibiting large-scale attacks for 500 years. After conquering northern Europe, where gods exist, a similar agreement was made with Tianyuan. There was once a battle between the gods in Fantian and the false gods in Tianyuan. The outcome of that battle is unknown, but Tianyuan's invasion was repelled. Moreover, in the end, a peace agreement was also signed. Indeed, this blue planet is not as simple as imagined. Even Disya is considered a parallel world. Surely, there must be a very magnificent divine system here. The so-called immortals are the gods who protect the civilization of Disya. I wonder if we will encounter them in the future. As the bathing fire phoenix devours the remaining energy, I write on it to open a passage to the hidden ice realm. In these 2 great realms, I have not seen dance. It must be in the hidden ice realm. It's time to settle our grudges. I stand on the back of the bathing fire phoenix, a cold and murderous intent flashing in my eyes. As the teleportation array activates, the examinee hesitates no more, stepping into it with me, heading straight to the location of the hidden ice realm. I have a feeling that my big brother, from the thunderous realm to the ancient realm, and now to the hidden ice realm, his goal is definitely to sweep through the 3 major realms. And following this pattern, Big Brother, he may possess the 3rd SSS level spirit beast, the popular candidate Su Qing Dai. If not in the 2 major realms, then he can only be in this hidden ice realm. When you meet with Big Brother, do you think he will destroy the flowers ruthlessly or keep them for himself? Everyone's gossiping hearts are burning with anticipation for what's to come. Yu Bing has slaughtered all the demons on the 1st floor, both human and beast, have been completely killed. Most of them were killed by Su Qing Dai, while the rest were the geniuses from other schools. Next, we should head to the 2nd floor, according to my investigation. The 2nd floor is filled with many intermediate-level demon soldiers. Even I would find it extremely difficult to deal with them. Su Qing Dai muttered to himself. He raised his head, waiting for the leader who would guide him with the light column. The butcher stood aside, watching from afar, as Su Qing Dai's graceful figure in the green dress caught his eye. His eyes were full of admiration, but he also thought of manager Yifang's top-tier beast. The waste couldn't help but sneer at such a dangerous place. That kid probably died in the mouth of a demon beast long ago. To compete with me for Su Qing Dai, relying on a waste like you. At this moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, revealing a huge jade fire phoenix, soaring with its wings spread, its phoenix eyes majestic. The heavenly fire burns. I don't know if I deserve it or not, but it's a sure death. The bathing fire phoenix flew halfway into the air, and everyone could finally see clearly the figure and appearance of the man on the bathing fire phoenix. How is this possible? It's him, the SSS level phoenix. Still at the level of a demon craftsman. Before, he was just a waste with only a level 1 spirit. How could he now possess such a powerful beast? Could it be that he is from the Immortal or Dragon City's ancient giant tribe? The examinees recognized my identity unintentionally. The one who was surprised naturally was Wudao's Su Qing Dai. Those sisters beside him, who used to look down on me, are now shocked by my transformation. Surprisingly, it shocked them instead. Impossible, impossible. How could this waste have the jade hand of the demon descending? Wudao lifted his head in horror, his pupils dilated, body trembling, voice full of disbelief, hysterically looking in my direction. Xiao Lei, meet your enemy. I faintly smiled, showing no joy or anger on my face. I hadn't seen Wu Dao before. I still harbor endless hatred and enmity. Now seeing Wu Dao in this state, my gaze is filled with pity. The sword is like an ant. The thunder-imprisoned dragon was released from the beast's space. A massive dragon body, flashing endless lightning, over 20 meters long, emitting a trace of lightning from its feet, descending from the heavens, fell straight onto Wu Dao's body. Oh, Wu Dao screamed in misery. That trace of lightning power, weak for the thunder dragon, was unbearable for him. That was top-tier torment. It was lightning from the extreme of demonic thunder, terrifying high-voltage volts, burning his hair to ashes at high temperatures, lightning piercing his flesh like blood needles, a pain akin to ants gnawing at bones, consuming his mind and flesh. You possess first-level lightning abilities. Can your lightning withstand the lightning controlled by my beast? Let's see whose lightning ability is stronger, yours or my beast's. I looked down upon you. There was still no emotional fluctuation in his eyes. Looking at Wu Dao was like looking at a dead person. His lips moved slightly, speaking numbers clearly. Lightning deprivation, instantly stripping Wu Dao of his lightning abilities. Reduced to a useless person without a profession or abilities. If you dare to kill me, remember that I am from the Jiangqing Lei family. Crossing me means you have no place in all of Jiangqing. Without a trace of resentment on his face, he stared at me intently. Naturally, I will kill you. Let's see how long you can hold on. I shrugged at the so-called thunder abilities of the Jiangqing Lei family. In the beast controlling space, I casually brought out the Ice Crystal Green Luan, the SSS-G Demon Diagram's 9th rank Ice Crystal Green Luan. The moment the Ice Crystal Phoenix appeared, Su Qingdai was most shocked, directly exclaiming. Looking across the entire Daxia, the number of green Luans under contract does not exceed 5. Moreover, there are no SSS level ones. From today onwards, geniuses will only see my threshold. The gap between you and me is like a chasm. The Dragon Phoenix Luan exerted a trace of power. Slaughter it. Upon hearing my command, the three of them disdainfully emitted a hint of power, and thousands of thunder foxes gathered densely, yearning for lightning. 3,000 soldiers imbued their swords with energy, cutting towards all directions of Wu Dao. Cross-shaped flames emerged from under Wu Dao's feet, transforming into a judgmental cross. At this moment, he finally came to his senses. Spare me, I beg you. It was Zhu Yoming's idea just now. Chenggu, after I pass, I will listen to whatever you say. Please spare my life. I turned a deaf ear to this, just looking indifferently at all the examinees on the field. Quickly glanced around in all directions, eyes on the nose on the mouth observing the heart, appearing unconcerned about their matters. A scream came from Wu Dao's mouth. 3 energies struck from top to bottom, crushing him to death. Reduced to ashes, nothing left. Is he really nocturnal? Su Jie, doesn't he like you? With his 2 downgraded spirit beasts, definitely able to sweep through the 2nd level courtyard. Moreover, I heard that some top academies, in order to recruit students, can promise special conditions to those top-notch geniuses. They will bring their boyfriends or girlfriends into the academy. Su Jie, you should strive for it. Definitely able to enter the 4 top academies in your dreams. The so-called sisters next to Su Qingdai thought about this relationship. They all spoke up, their faces filled with hope and longing. Upon hearing this, Su Qingdai shook her head, not saying much. What have you been through during this time? This is the real you. I will enter the 4 top academies based on my own strength and not be anyone's foil. At this moment, a golden pillar descended, taking everyone to the 2nd level of the frosty ice plane. 2/3 of the Qingluan split off. I took the lead and gave the order. 2 demons were downgraded, the dragon and phoenix formation was set up, and all the mid to high level demon soldiers were directly immobilized, prostrating in place. Body trembling. The body of the ice crystal Qingluan emitted countless ice and snow spots, turning many demons into a frosty mist, which was then swallowed by the ice crystal Qingluan. Ding, congratulations, the host's pet was devoured by the ice crystal Qingluan. The high-level demon soldier's evolution point increased to break through the 9th realm, becoming an 8th rank demon soldier. Indeed, Big Brother, incredibly brutal. With 3 SSS-level demon insects, following the previous pattern and rules, Big Brother is sure to go alone to the 3rd level of the secret realm. Then this Qingluan will definitely break through as well. After the demons were downgraded on the 2nd level and all demon beasts were killed, I also arrived at the 3rd level of the secret realm. I saw a vast glacier rising from the depths, reaching the sky and ascending to the heavens. It's strange to have such changes. It wasn't like this in the previous 2 secret realms. This place is filled with great mysteries, not as simple as before. My expression grows heavier, I look around vigilantly. A divine beast in its infancy, or an evolved supreme bloodline, humans are no longer simple. Beneath my feet on the glacier, a mysterious blue figure emerges from the frozen demon river, appearing directly in front of me. You are even more mysterious than I imagined. I see this sudden blue figure. I cautiously take a step back, ready to let the ice crystal blue phoenix swallow this blue apparition. I have no ill intentions towards you. If I'm not mistaken, this divine beast in its infancy must have had a very ordinary bloodline before. It must have gone through a transformation and evolution to reach this level. The deal between us. What kind of deal? Let's hear it. I raise an eyebrow. I wonder what this blue apparition in front of me is really up to. The blue apparition suddenly reveals a giant egg in its hand. This is the unborn prince of our royal family. His bloodline has dried up. Without purifying the bloodline, he will surely die. If you have the means to evolve my prince's bloodline, he will hatch and become your great master. Of course, you can make a contract with him, and I can even give you our demon clan's competitive blood contract. Our prince will never betray you. Humans, please take care of our young master. The blue demon's shadow mentioned this. There was a hint of complex emotion in the voice, added a touch of warmth in the reluctant caress. Touching this giant egg turned into countless light spots, actively letting the blue phoenix swallow it. Congratulations to the host's pet, Ice Crystal. The blue phoenix devoured the god of ice, adding 10,000 evolution points, reaching the 9th rank of the demon general. Congratulations to the host for obtaining SSS-Rank, the unknown ice death god's mysterious belt. Looking at the giant egg in front of me, a pink devil fruit appeared in my hand, which was the sweet fruit rewarded by the system, possessing the ability to petrify others. Not knowing how to feed an egg, I had to crush the devil fruit into juice. Spread on the giant egg, the juice seeped in. In an instant, the giant egg burst, shining with a dazzling blue-pink light. A powerful bloodline aura is constantly reviving. Several cracks appeared on the surface of the giant egg. A fluffy white head was the first to emerge. Next is its snow-white body, 4 agile fox claws, and 3 tails behind. Gem-like blue eyes, a pure white snow-like little head, and a chubby body. 3 pairs of agile, constantly swaying tricolored demon tails, 1 white, 1 light blue, and 1 light pink. It was not much bigger than the previous cat raised at home. One could even say it was cute. The picture is for reference only. It can be replaced with a better one. This little thing is the SSS level king beast that ate the sweet fruit? Wait, before, a chicken turned into a phoenix, a sparrow turned into a green phoenix, a goldfish turned into a thunder dragon. Why does a fox remain a fox after eating? Moreover, this egg is 2 meters, and this little guy is less than half a meter tall? Yifeng was dumbfounded, staring at the 3-tailed demon fox in front of him, eye to eye. Never mind, let's sign the pet contract first. Yifeng dripped his own blood, activated the formation on the spot, and the contract was directly formed with the little guy. It is worth mentioning that this is not a blood contract, just a regular pet contract. Because of the system, all signed contracts are actually 100% loyal and do not require a blood contract. After this, it can be used to contract even more powerful hostile demon beasts, such as Lord level, Emperor level. The little guy offered no resistance, the contract was quickly completed, and information about the little guy also appeared on the system panel. Pet, enchanting celestial fox, can enchant even the heavens and earth. 3 forms, young beast form, celestial beast form, transformation form, talent, SSS plus level, beyond definition, absolute enchantment, can control any enemy 1 realm higher, devour desire evolution realm, first stage demon disciple skill, enchanting sweet wind, petrifies enemies, captivating hard arrows special possession, ancient ice abyss, summons deceased beast souls to kill enemies, quantity and realm random. Recovery period 1 month. Damn, this little thing is so abnormal. Her talent actually surpasses SSS level directly, and she has 3 forms? Enchanting celestial, with such a name, coupled with the sweet fruit, I always feel like I'm going to cultivate an extraordinary existence. Yifeng was shocked to see this brief introduction. Having eaten the sweet fruit, and evolving through the desire to devour, it means that this little guy is destined to rise in the future, without even needing to go to any secret realm. In human society, countless desires exist, which means that this little guy can constantly evolve through devouring. This is his unbeatable trump card. Ing. The little guy made a sound. Seeing Yifeng's surprised expression, it proudly raised its snow-white head. Transforming into a stream of light, it leaped into Yifeng's arms, snuggling and wriggling into his embrace, its 3 tails swaying freely. The nearby ice crystal green phoenix looked a bit puzzled. If it could speak, it would definitely mutter silently, scheming fox, a fox seductress. The ice crystal green phoenix's gaze kept shifting back and forth in Yifeng's arms, carefully observing Yifeng's body, then looking at the little fox, dismissing the idea of snuggling into Yifeng's embrace. Its own size is much larger than the little fox. If anyone were to snuggle, it would probably be Yifeng coming towards it. This made the ice crystal green phoenix somewhat annoyed. Why didn't it have some kind of dual form, or 3 forms to transform into a very small size? For a moment, the ice crystal green phoenix felt a bit puzzled. Boom! Boom boom! Countless glaciers around melted and collapsed. Ice mountains turned into ice blocks, shattered, and collapsed in an instant. A golden light descended from above, enveloping Yifeng's body, carrying him away. He single-handedly swept through the 3 major secret realms, obtaining all the opportunities by himself. With this, the grand examination of the Great Xia dynasty came to an end. The victory or defeat of the college entrance examination is definitely my priority. I must have accumulated quite a few points. The 4 major academies, which one should I choose? Tianbei Academy, Tianqing Academy, Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, Longke Academy. The first 2 academies are both located in Longdu, boasting abundant resources, background, economy, and immense strength. The latter 2 are also outstanding. The Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities has collaborations with the beautiful country in various Western European countries, offering the opportunity to witness more overseas talents. Longke Academy has the most ancient history and is jointly operated with the military district. Yifeng was intrigued, struggling to make a decision. In his previous life, he was a poor student, but now, he had transformed into a top student. He was even choosing among the 4 highest academies in the Great Xia country. This feeling was simply amazing. As the light flickered, Yifeng's body was transported out of the secret realm, back to the playground of Jiangqing 1 Middle School. At this moment, Jiangqing 1 Middle School was extremely lively. The people who were transported out of the secret realm were dazed, looking at the huge light curtain above their heads, searching for their rankings. Their eyes were almost blinded, and they could barely find their names beyond the top 100,000. It could be said that this year's Jiangqing 1 Middle School students were both the strongest and the weakest. They were weak because their points were close to 0, but strong because of the emergence of a freak like Yifeng, who single-handedly swept through 3 major secret realms. Now, wasn't his name hanging high on the Southern Sun Province's heavenly light list? He was a cliff-like first place, with 999,999 points. Most of the Jiangqing 1 Middle School examinees had narrowly escaped. A very small number, around 300 people, were lying on the ground like dead dogs, foaming at the mouth, bruised and battered all over. What was more exaggerated was that they were stripped naked, with only a leaf covering their most crucial parts. Outside the school gate, many media personnel who had heard the news were waiting for Yifeng to appear. After all, who didn't know Yifeng's name now? He was the top scorer in this year's Great Xia College entrance examination in Southern Song Province, enough to dominate the headlines on the internet and make it to the trending list numerous times. If it weren't for the hundreds of military personnel blocking the school gate, these reporters would probably have rushed into the campus to find Yifeng themselves. Why hasn't this kid come out yet? What happened in the secret realm? How could all 3 major secret realms collapse at the same time? What opportunities did he encounter in the 3rd level? Could it be the reason why the 2 giant beasts on him were able to break through? The chief examiner and the array masters among the examiners were all waiting quietly in place. Whoosh! A burst of light flashed, and Yifeng's figure appeared on the playground. Blue jeans, a white short-sleeved shirt, very simple attire. Coupled with his handsome face, it was hard not to attract attention. The moment he appeared, everyone's gaze turned sharply towards him, whether the students of Jiangqing 1 Middle School looked at him with enthusiasm, complexity, or regret. After all, in this college entrance examination, everyone had become a foil to Yifeng alone. What's going on? Is everyone waiting for me? Well, the commotion I caused seems to be quite significant. Yifeng awkwardly scratched his nose, but he didn't feel too uncomfortable. He deserved the title of the top scorer, earned by his own abilities, not by cheating. Finally, he's out. The moment Yifeng appeared, the chief examiner took a step forward, and with a flash of light under his feet, he arrived in front of Yifeng. On his extremely serious face, a smile that was more awkward than crying squeezed out, trying to maintain a gentle demeanor. Congratulations, Yifeng, in this Southern Song Province College entrance examination, you scored 999,999 points and have been crowned the top scorer. Outside, there are many reporters waiting for your interview. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for several hours. How about I take you to a quieter place, and give you the corresponding reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination? Many examiners watched Yifeng, their eyes eager, waiting for his response. Alright, thank you, examiners. Yifeng nodded, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Very good. The chief examiner was even more pleased to see this scene. With a wave of his hand, the array under their feet directly transported Yifeng away from the spot to another secure location, far from the paparazzi reporters. Before leaving, the military personnel and the chief examiner all had a hint of excitement in their eyes, wearing sly smiles, as if they had succeeded in something. In the field, the other examinees were left bewildered. Why did the chief examiner and the other officials leave? Who will record their scores and handle the next steps? Can't they pay attention to anyone other than Yifeng? They are human too, can't their rights be respected a bit? This kid is probably being tricked into entering the military area. Wherever they were transported to is not a good place, probably some secret location in the military area. Xingao, this guy, has indeed learned the essence of deceiving and manipulating from those old guys in the military area. These people are not to be trusted. Several formation instructors from the prestigious universities in Nantong province saw this scene and didn't say much, silently cursing in their hearts. Ha, where is he? Where is that kid? Quick, bring this kid out for everyone to see. Such a talented individual must join our Tianbei Academy. A hearty laughter echoed through the air. A white-bearded old man flew in on a sword, landing above Zhengqingi Middle School, exuding an aura of immortality. Your Tianbei Academy is nothing special, just a bunch of old folks practicing swordsmanship. Of course, he should come to our Tianqing Academy, where we have better resources for beast taming. When it comes to beast taming, we rank second in Tianqing. Who dares to claim the first spot? Another deep and powerful voice resounded from above. A man rode on a giant dragon falcon, scanning the area, but not finding the person he was looking for. Ha! Where is he? This doesn't make sense, the secret realm has already collapsed, he should have appeared by now. As the man surveyed the area and didn't find any trace of Yifeng, he looked puzzled. TCH, your Tianqing Academy is nothing special, besides, can you train SSS-level dragon and phoenix tamers? Don't waste our time, let us handle it. Where is Xingao? That kid promised to speak a few good words in front of this kid, why is he nowhere to be found? The white-bearded old man was equally puzzled, not finding any trace of Yifeng, leaking a hint of his aura, exuding a terrifying sword master's pressure. All the examinees were greatly shocked, feeling as if their skin was about to crack and burst under the pressure of that sword intent, leading to their demise. Return, Li Lao, Xingao has already taken Yifeng to the military area's secret location. We probably won't find them at this moment. Li Lao, quickly retract your divine powers, otherwise these examinees won't be able to withstand this sword intent and pressure. Several formation instructors from the prestigious universities in Nantong hurriedly spoke up, forming formations in their hands to resist the sword pressure from the swordmaster. Upon hearing this, the old man retracted the scattered sword intent, coldly snorting in dissatisfaction. This Xingao is truly deceitful. I had already made a deal with him beforehand, so why isn't he helping me now? The next time I see this kid, I must teach him a lesson. The white-bearded old man, displeased, then flew away on his sword, searching for the location of the nearby military area's secret place, determined to bring Yifeng to Tianbei Academy no matter what. Middle-aged men were the same. Seeing the departure of the white-bearded old man, he didn't want to linger either. Riding a dragon falcon, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared on the playground, searching for Yifeng's trail. Both men knew they had to find Yifeng quickly, or they would fall into the hands of those rogues from the military district. Maybe they had already tricked Yifeng into going to the military district directly. They didn't want such a talented individual to end up in that purgatory place. This is the importance of top-notch talent, not only in the competition between major academies but also crucial for our great Xia. The annual competition between the 4 major academies is about to begin. The winner will represent our great Xia in a league with other countries, vying for the top spot on the Blue Star ranking. Many formation masters sighed as they watched the two leave. This prosperous era garnered more attention than the Great Xia College entrance examination. The former had real-time nationwide broadcasting, while the latter was broadcast globally, making all participants famous throughout the Blue Star region. In the province of Tiansong, Yifeng's name still shone brightly, his points incredibly prominent. His name could be seen in major universities across the province. Big Brother is truly remarkable. With 990,000 points, he is unparalleled, with no one able to surpass him, right? Is Big Brother in Jiangqing City now? No, I must take the next available bus to admire Big Brother's demeanor. We are all competing for second and third place. First place is out of the question. This year's college entrance examination has been shaken up by this freak. The entire Great Xia College entrance examination is in awe of him. The top scorers from other provinces are probably no match for Big Brother. What Big Brother has done in the secret realm is truly earth-shattering. All examinees from major universities in Nansung province had returned to reality, looking up at the ranking on the light screen in the sky, filled with admiration and endless emotions. There was no hint of resentment on their faces, only immense pride. The gap was too wide for any jealousy to arise. Yifeng was too strong, to the point that they were proud of him. Such was the strangeness that unfolded in Nansung province, where all examinees held deep admiration for Yifeng, with each of them buying tickets to Zhengqing City. At that moment, the headlines in Nansung province were flooded with news. SSS-level mysterious dragon beast tamer sweeps Nansung college entrance examination, claiming the top spot. Shocking! A top-level examinee joins the college entrance examination, scoring 990,000 points. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? SSS-level Phoenix Beast Tamer dominates Nansung examinees. 150,000 examinees want to address him as Big Brother? With 990,000 points, a record unseen in Great Xiao's history, this year's college entrance examination highlights one individual. The headlines covered a range of topics. If Yifeng hadn't been taken away, more revelations might have emerged under the scrutiny of numerous reporters. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the top spot in Nansung province, conquering 3 major secret realms. The system presents the host with a random devil fruit, opens the system store, 9 upgrade cards, and 2 realm evolution cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the evolution flash fruit. Despite the opening of the system store and obtaining the devil fruit, Yifeng did not check immediately. At that moment, he followed the examiners to a secluded place. For some reason, Yifeng had a strange feeling, as if he had boarded a stolen ship and been deceived into this place. In an underground castle, Yifeng sat alone in the center, surrounded by people. Apart from the chief examiner and dozens of other examiners, there were also hundreds of men dressed in military uniforms. Each of them had their eyes fixed on him, scrutinizing him from all angles. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but hug the 3-tailed emperor fox in his arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast for devouring the desire to lure others. Evolution points plus 3,000. Breaking through the 3rd stage of the demon apprentice. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast for devouring the craving desire of others. Evolution points plus 3,500. Breaking through the 5th stage of the demon apprentice. The system's voice sounded, and the 3-tailed emperor fox autonomously devoured the invisible aura of desire, extremely restrained, quietly advancing. Brother Yi, not sure which academy you plan to apply to next, interested in joining our military district? Let me put it this way, 2 years of training in the military district, then back to the academy, the benefits will be quite significant. Shingao grinned, a hint of lewdness on his face. Yes, I wonder what the future aspirations of Brother Yi are. We are here to offer advice. Over 100 people nodded, all looking at Yifeng, waiting for his answer and decision, with smiles on their faces. But this smile, in Yifeng's eyes, seemed like a fox's smile. There were indeed many reporters outside the playground of Zhengqing No. 1 middle school before. They brought me here, and it was true that they stopped the reporters from interviewing me. However, what's more true is that they want to recruit me into the military district. These people are obviously from the military district. Yifeng felt uneasy. He didn't know how tough the local customs were here, but he was sure he couldn't easily leave the military district alone. It's probably better to enter the academy first and focus on academics. Yifeng tentatively replied, looking at Shingao. Good, of course, academics come first. In university, you can learn more, gain professional knowledge, access abundant resources, but if you join the military district, it will be even better. Brother, consider it, join our military district directly. What the 4 major academies can offer you, our military district can offer just as much, if not more. Moreover, it has been said that as soon as you join the military district, you can be promoted to captain as an exception. How about it, tempted? You can sit on par with me. Shingao continued to persuade, with an expression that seemed to say, if you don't join the military district, you'll be missing out, and on his rough, stubbled face, there was a glint of anticipation. Yifeng was speechless, so they were still trying to get him to join the military district? Weren't they supposed to bring him here to claim rewards? Is this still a trick on me? Yifeng's mind raced, he had his own ideas. Although the rewards were generous, the military district's activities were definitely demanding. What he wanted was to find secret realms, develop discreetly, and allow his major pets to devour various elemental powers for advancement and evolution. The military district controlled very few secret realms, their trial grounds were where major demon waves invaded. Only the 4 major academies controlled numerous secret realms, which would allow his pets to evolve to the fullest. And his realm would also rise, gaining more devil fruits. Here's the deal, if you're still undecided, just say which academy you want to go to, and we brothers will give you some advice. After all, we are very familiar with these 4 major academies. Shingao knew that it was unrealistic to expect Yifeng to make a decision right away, so he planned to dampen the enthusiasm and reputation of the 4 major academies first, boosting the prestige of their military district. As for forcing him to stay, he had considered it, but thinking of Yifeng's performance in the secret realm, this guy was quite cunning and unpredictable. If they pushed too hard and he really didn't want to, leaving a bad impression on the military district, then they would have no choice. So, they could only try to persuade him nicely. After all, with his exceptional talent, all major forces were eager to have him, and the key point was that the higher-ups had instructed that if anyone dared to use force, they would skin them alive and throw them into the forest of 10,000 demons for training. That was the most terrifying place in the military district, filled with endless demon beasts. Just thinking about it was chilling. Tianbei Academy? Yifeng tentatively asked. To be honest, he didn't know much about these 4 prestigious academies. If Shingao could clarify things for himself, he could set a clear goal. Trashy places, full of scoundrels, gun wielders, and a few useless mages, not to mention the sword marshals, gun marshals, and elemental mage marshals from my military district. They are incomparable. This kind of place, it's better not to go. Shingao sneered, speaking at a lightning pace, showing his disdain clearly. After Shingao finished speaking, everyone in the room nodded in agreement, showing great understanding. Bai Hu Jianjun said, "Bastard, you don't even care about saving face, speaking so recklessly? I say a few good words, and you turn around and slander me behind my back? What about Tianqing Academy?" Yifeng asked tentatively once again. A place even dogs wouldn't go, filled with trashy individuals who only play with their little worms and birds, nothing compared to your SSS-level Thunder Dragon, Phoenix, not even a bit. If you go to such a place, they can't teach you anything. After all, they don't have many SSS-level Dragon or Phoenix Beast tamers. This kind of place, even dogs shake their heads at. When it came to Tianqing Academy, Shingao's disdain was even deeper, showing no mercy. Once again, everyone nodded in agreement. And the Magic Metropolis Academy? Yifeng asked again, listening to Shingao's words, his expression growing darker. He had hoped to get some useful information, but who knew this bastard would only speak ill of others? A school built on money, talking about cooperation with foreign countries, those trashy nations, how can they compare to our great Xia? Indians drinking dirty water, cherry blossoms drinking wastewater, Westerners with no cultural heritage resorting to robbery, copycat Koreans, and the beautiful country of thieves, none of them have the deep heritage of our great Xia. What overseas cooperation? Better to focus on our own studies, it's all nonsense, worse than the previous 2. Shingao's words were full of contempt, not a single good word spoken. Comparatively, the comments on Tianbei Academy were the least derogatory. Yifeng listened to Shingao's comments, more and more black lines appearing on his forehead. He understood now, in Shingao's eyes, there was absolutely nothing good to say. Apart from the military district, all other academies were considered trash. But was that really the case? Yifeng wasn't stupid. These were prestigious academies, where all great Xia candidates fought to enter. How could they be so unbearable? Tianbei Academy boasted the presence of the Sword Emperor and Gun Emperor, 10 Sword Emperors, 10 Gun Emperors, and 7 Blade Emperors, a formidable lineage indeed. Tianqing Academy excelled in beast taming, producing 2 SSS-level Dragon Tamers, along with other rare beast tamers, making it the most suitable academy for him. The Magic Metropolis Academy had a larger number of ability users, shrouded in mystery, their strength lying not in their heritage but in their resources. With 3 Emperor-level contract masters from Western Europe as honorary deans, and 2 mysterious ability emperors from the beautiful country as vice principals, it attracted a large number of talented individuals. What about the last one, Longkei Academy? Yifeng persisted. This bastard couldn't possibly criticize all 4 academies. As far as he knew, Longkei Academy was the only one cooperating with the military district. If Shingao could slander even this one, it would be quite a show. This rundown academy, more pathetic than the previous 3, even dogs would weep and pigs would stand on their heads at the sight. Ahem! At this moment, just as Shingao was about to continue his chatter, a light cough interrupted him. Gah! Shingao abruptly stopped. As soon as the voice sounded, everyone became solemn, a hint of fear appearing on their faces, quickly fleeing the underground castle. Shingao looked incredulously at Yifeng, a hint of amusement and curiosity in his eyes. He understood that this kid mentioned the Dragon Quell Academy just to provoke him. After all, it was jointly managed with the military district. If he criticized this academy, wouldn't he be criticizing the military district as well? That would surely earn him a beating. Clever boy, almost fell for his trap. Shingao's face showed a sense of clarity as he glanced deeply at Yifeng. This kid's scheming and cunning were even more profound than he had imagined, darker than expected. Shingao, you may leave. I have something to discuss with this young man. An elder emerged from behind the scenes, aged with gray temples but eyes gleaming with authority, a face marked by a hint of a fierce and resolute aura. An invisible pressure enveloped the room. It wasn't deliberately emitted by the elder but accumulated over years of battles and struggles. Upon seeing the elder, Shingao didn't hesitate and promptly exited, showing remarkable agility. I am Louis Jiao. Young man, don't listen to Shingao's nonsense. Your choice of joining any academy depends on you. Each academy has its own strengths. Whether you join the military district or not is up to you. If you ever wish to train in the military district, our doors are always open to you. The elder approached Yifeng with a kind and gentle expression, devoid of any signs of aging. Greetings, senior. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat and he quickly bowed to the elder, recognizing him as a prominent figure in this military district. Hadn't everyone else fled upon seeing him? May I seek your advice on choosing among the 4 major academies? This time, Yifeng genuinely sought guidance as he favored the Tianqing Academy, considering it the most suitable for him. With your talent as a beast tamer, joining the Tianqing Academy is the most appropriate choice. However, in recent years, with the invasion of the Tianyuan and infiltration of other forces, even the 4 major academies are not as peaceful as they seem. Let's not even mention the Magic City Academy. The deans of several colleges are not from our great Xia, and their intentions may not align with ours. This academy is not suitable for you. The elder eliminated one academy choice for Yifeng. Yifeng listened attentively and nodded in agreement, sharing the same thoughts. As for the Tianqing and Tianbei academies, they face similar situations, but their circumstances are more complex. Although they are of great Xia origin, their loyalty has shifted, no longer serving our nation. There are even traitors among them. If you join them, you must be cautious. With your talent, possessing 3 SSS grade top-tier beast companions, you are bound to attract ill-intentioned individuals. The elder paused, his gaze filled with a deeper sense of determination. Great Xia was not united. Human hearts were complex, prone to disintegration in the face of immense interests. These were secrets known only to the highest echelons and military intelligence. However, for Yifeng's safety, the elder had to disclose them in detail. As for the Dragon Quell Academy, in cooperation with our military district, it is well known and relatively safe. While there may be some underlying risks, most traitors and malicious individuals have been eliminated. There, you can experience the best growth. Although the academy's facilities may be outdated, its foundation is as deep as any of the 3 major academies, if not deeper. There, you may even encounter the ancient true dragons of Great Xia, or even the will of the ancient beast gods. The beast gods exist not only in the Tianyuan but also in Great Xia, though we usually refer to them as divine beasts rather than beast gods. The elder revealed even greater secrets to Yifeng. Divine beasts? If that's the case, it might be worth a look. It poses the least threat to me and could help my sneaky development. May I ask, senior, how many secret realms are there in the Dragon's Crest Academy? My situation is somewhat special. In order for my pet beast to evolve and break through, it must obtain certain resources in the secret realm. Yifeng raised the most crucial point, which would determine whether he would go to the Dragon's Crest Academy or not. That is the number of secret realms. The secret realms that appear in the sky chasm are not good places at all. Although there are many opportunities, it is the most dangerous place, a place that makes people careless. The less you go, the better. Such places are very rare in the Dragon's Crest Academy. The old man did not know that Yifeng already knew the secrets of the secret realms appearing in the sky chasm. He chose not to disclose it, fearing unnecessary panic in Yifeng. Inside, an old man and a young man were chatting, discussing unknown secrets, while the light flickered on and off. Senior, rest assured, my situation is special. Even if I obtain the final inheritance, I will not be transformed into a beast and used by the sky chasm. What I need is the elemental power within the secret realm, not the final inheritance. Yifeng did not hide his situation and chose to inform the old man, as the old man had no ill intentions towards him. Legend has it that dragon beast masters can resist the transformation of demonic beasts. It seems to be true. In that case, it's even better. Although the Dragon's Crest Academy has not mastered many of the secret realms appearing in the sky chasm, it controls nearly 30% of the secret realms that have resurfaced in our Great Xia territory. Although it is equally dangerous there, the opportunities are from the ancient times, left behind by ancient mythical beasts or powerful beings, not fewer than those in the sky chasm. If you want to go to the secret realm of the sky chasm, the Dragon's Crest Academy has a cooperative relationship with the other 3 major academies. It won't be difficult for you to apply for entry. The old man listened to what Yifeng said and looked deeply at Yifeng. He didn't expect Yifeng to know the secrets of the secret realms. And he could remain so calm. Yifeng's temperament was even stronger than he had imagined, a rare talent worth further cultivation. The Dragon's Crest Academy was definitely the best place for him. Publicly, the Dragon's Crest Academy has divine beasts, which are most suitable for Yifeng's current situation. Privately, he knows many people in the military district, and he is familiar with many mentors and deans in the academy, which can ensure that Yifeng receives the best care, and his safety will not be threatened by beast transformation or spies from other countries. I have said what I needed to. The rest is up to you to consider. This is the reward for becoming the top scholar in the southern wilderness this time, a teleportation disc crafted by Shinjun. It can teleport you 10 miles away in case of danger. There are 5 million in this gold card. You can use it to purchase materials you need. After all, being a beast master is quite expensive. Liu Bei took out a gold card and a circular teleportation disc, handing them to Yifeng. Not good. Liu Bei's face changed, and a message came through his earpiece. Sensing something, his expression changed, and he quickly said, "If you have any trouble, you can contact me directly through this phone. Now, I will send you back to Jiangqing City." Liu Bei took a few steps back, leaving a small space behind, not giving Yifeng any chance to react, and pressed the button in his hand. By the time Yifeng realized what was happening, he had already been transported elsewhere. What's the rush? What's going on? And where in Jiangqing City did you send me? Give me an exact location. Yifeng couldn't help but shout anxiously. Damn it! With a final thought, he was already transported to another place. Old Liu, hand over the person. Hiding him is useless. This kid won't join your military district. You will only hinder his future. In a deep mountain valley, a white-bearded old man rode a sword, standing in midair with a celestial aura surrounding him. Beside him was a middle-aged man riding on a dragon falcon, both gazing down into the deep valley, waiting for Liu Bei's appearance. Aren't these two the directors of the Tianqing and Tianbei academies? Hey, you're late. The person has already been sent away. If you're looking for him, you might have to go back to Jiangqing City. Liu Bei smirked, no longer exuding the same dignity as before, his old face now filled with cunning. Old man. Old bastard. The two cursed under their breath, naturally not believing Liu Bei's words, hovering above the deep valley, searching. The surroundings kept changing, becoming blurry, with countless lights flashing by. Yifeng stood in place, as if crossing countless spaces. What's going on? The teleportation was only supposed to last 30 seconds. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Damn, we were supposed to return to Jiangqing City. Where did they send me? They better not have sent me out of the province. Yifeng held the three-tailed emperor fox tightly in his arms, feeling uncertain, his face changing as if he had been tricked. During this time, he opened the system to check the newly updated system store. Devil Fruit Purchase System, Random Devil Fruit, 10,000 mission points, Designated Devil Fruit, 100,000 mission points, Chaos Devil Fruit, Transcending Rank, Extraordinary Abilities, Invincible Evolution Effects 1 million mission points. Friendly reminder, mission points acquisition, complete tasks released by the system, recover devil fruits, equipment, recover monster corpses, devil fruit recovery, 5,000 mission points per fruit with the system activated. The host can upgrade contracted pet beasts with non-elemental monster corpses slain, which can be recovered through the system. Additionally, there is a certain chance for any monster to drop equipment of any profession and rank upon death, with the equipment rank, quantity, and drop rate directly proportional to the monster's realm. So, the more I kill, the more drops I get? It seems that in this life, I am truly a monster slayer. These monsters will only become experience points on my path to leveling up. Yifeng looked at the golden system panel in front of him, contemplating where to continue hunting monsters. In Jiangqing City, there is a monthly monster tide ranging from low-level monsters to monster leaders, numbering at least 100,000. If he could slaughter them all, although the drop rate might not be high, with a large quantity, wouldn't there be plenty of equipment drops? He could then exchange them for mission points or sell them on the black market, both viable options. Apart from these, there is an additional system roulette with a variety of prizes, each spin costing 100,000 mission points. Common rewards include random devil fruits, weapons of various professions, and random S-rank monster eggs. Elite rewards include 3 random devil fruits, weapons of leader professions, and random SS-rank monster eggs. Epic rewards include the selection of 2 devil fruits excluding chaos level from the system store, weapons of monarch and above professions, and random SSS-rank monster eggs. Legendary rewards include random chaos-level devil fruits, weapons of imperial professions, SSS-Rank monsters with the potential to grow to imperial level, 3 devil fruits, and 10 devil fruits. The rewards on this roulette are incredibly rich, costing only 10,000 mission points. If one could bet correctly and have good luck, they might hit a legendary reward. If not, epic and elite rewards are still good. Of course, there is also the possibility of unexpected outcomes, such as obtaining weapons of other professions that are useless to Yifeng. Even if he were to exchange them with the system, the amount of mission points obtained would be meager, and selling them would not yield much money. However, I am a born gambler, I just like to take big risks. Yifeng stared at the golden roulette wheel, his eyes shining brightly. The only regret was that he had no mission points on him right now. Either he had to hunt down monsters or complete system tasks, otherwise he would have spent all his mission points long ago. Speaking of which, don't I still have a shining fruit on me? Yifeng wondered what kind of monster he would find to feed this shining fruit to. Bird plus shining fruit, lightning bird? Pig plus shining fruit, lightning pig? Rat plus shining fruit, electric rat? By then, he estimated that bloodline evolution might be possible, but he didn't know what it would evolve into. Speed must be fast, posture must be cool. The little guy in his arms was an exception. Even after evolving, it still looked like a fox. Forget it, let's put it in the beast space first. Whoosh! A burst of light flashed, the surroundings stabilized, and Yifeng was randomly transported to an unknown location. The dazzling light dissipated, landing safely, not knowing where he had been randomly transported to. Yifeng looked around blankly, blinked, everything around him was unfamiliar. He seemed to be in a strange building, like a school. Ancient Chinese wooden buildings stood in rows. Ancient city towers, tall and solid, were carved with exquisite patterns and designs, surrounding half of the university. At first glance, Yifeng felt like this school couldn't be an ancient palace. In front of the red platform, many young people gathered, each dressed differently and very fashionable. In the distance on the campus, many young people were walking around the various ancient buildings, heading somewhere. Where the heck am I? I don't remember any place in Jiangxing province with buildings like this. Yifeng stood still, ready to ask someone to find out where he was. Sure enough, none of the people in this military area were reliable. That Shingao before was like this, he was fooled into the military area, and now this old man didn't seem reliable either. Did the whole teleportation array mess him up? Yifeng walked towards the red circular platform. Are you also here to apply for the position of teaching assistant? Hurry up, we're about to leave. If you're any slower, we'll leave without you, and then this great opportunity will be gone. The leading male teacher glanced at Yifeng, who was approaching them, and shouted. This caused many men and women to look towards him. The boys didn't have a good impression of this white-faced guy who was almost late. The girls' eyes lit up. When did the school have such a handsome guy? How come they didn't notice him before? It seems like they can get to know him better today. After all, they have all grown up, and are more open than when they were younger. What? What teaching assistant position? What great opportunity! Yifeng was even more confused. Teaching assistant? Aren't you still in the military area? Before Yifeng could react, a woman in shorts, with fair and plump thighs, trembling with each step, wearing a small tank top that exposed her white and delicate chest, walked up to him. She took Yifeng's hand and pulled him over. Is this a senior or a junior? How come I haven't seen you before? Have you all been out on missions, and only returned to school today? The woman was obviously very curious about Yifeng's identity and asked first. Yifeng still hadn't come to his senses. He was stunned. When he came to his senses, feeling the softness next to his arm from time to time, he quietly asked, Senior, where are we going? Senior? Looks like you're a freshman. It shouldn't be. If there were freshmen like this, I should have made a move earlier. How did he slip away back then? Strange. The woman murmured, looking at Yifeng in surprise, and said, Isn't Dragon's Gate about to enroll new students? The new students are supposed to undergo military training themselves. And we all signed up to be assistant instructors. We will lead them to survive in the blood-red desert for 10 days to ensure their safety. So our strength must be outstanding, eliminating 80% of the people, leaving only about 50. The woman explained to Yifeng in detail, and suddenly Yifeng understood. Damn, he was here to work at the Dragon's Gate Academy. Damn, Liu Bei is such a schemer. Wasn't he supposed to be sent back to Jiangxing City? How did he end up in the central China region? Ding, system releases a random task. Host gains the position of assistant instructor, a random devil fruit, can earn 3,000 task points, one spin of the system roulette, and a randomly selected professional weapon of any level. Coincidentally, the system released a task at this moment. No way, he hadn't even entered the Dragon's Gate Academy as a student yet, and now he was starting directly as an instructor? Moreover, it seemed like they wanted to train newcomers like him. If he turned around and became an assistant instructor, would this be too exciting? Although he didn't know the strength of these people, he believed in his beast taming. Alright, everyone is here, let's head to the designated arena. I believe you all know the rules. Each person will compete in 5 matches, and those with the most wins among 100 will advance to the next round. The leading teacher spoke, waving his hand, and beams of light emanated from his palm, landing on the red circular platform, transporting everyone to a practice arena within the school. A huge indoor enclosed sandy space stood with 30 arenas for everyone to compete. You can randomly choose your arena. When you step up and whom you challenge is up to you. Of course, those who fail in 5 matches first will directly lose their qualification. Those who win 5 matches first will be given priority for admission. During this process, no fatal or disabling moves are allowed. Violators will be expelled. The stern-faced male teacher scanned the crowd with an imposing aura, the atmosphere becoming more oppressive. The formation lights flickered, making his presence even more imposing. Although he was the only one in charge, the formation master's array covered the entire sandy arena, controlling every move. We understand. Everyone nodded, and many young men and women who were absolutely confident in their own strength stepped onto the arenas, filling all 30 platforms. The further back, the more disadvantageous it was, naturally facing more challengers. Everyone was not foolish and understood this. How strong is the junior brother? If you encounter a senior sister, she won't go easy on you. The woman stood beside Yifeng, her breath fragrant, occasionally stimulating Yifeng's nostrils with the scent of perfume. Not bad. Compared to senior sisters and senior brothers, I'm definitely not considered strong. Yifeng was somewhat uncertain, indifferent to the woman's teasing. If he could resist temptations from women like Su Qingdai, how could he not resist this kind of seduction? As the saying goes, fists are as wide as the distance between 2 legs, indicating that the story is definitely not simple. Yifeng ignored the woman, his gaze fixed on the arena, observing the 30 battles. He needed to know the level of strength of these people. Being able to enter the Dragon's Gate Academy, their talents were definitely not weak. They were the cream of the crop from various provinces. There must be many top talents, so Yifeng himself was not confident. If their strength was too strong, like everyone being at the elite level, then he would probably have to fight 5 tough battles. S-level profession, Fallen Wood Swordsman, 2nd Order Sword Master. A-level profession, Alchemy of Gold, 3rd Order Alchemy Master. S-class profession, Forming Formations with Thoughts, Realm of 5-tier formations. SS-class profession, Triple Element Mage, Realm of 7-tier elemental formations. Yifeng's gaze swept over everyone one by one, secretly relieved that there were no handsome level opponents. In the same realm, he was invincible, with each level above handsome level being a 1-for-1 exchange. On the field, those with lower realms were at the 1st-tier commander level, while the higher ones were at the 8th-tier commander level. Apart from the more common A-class, nearly half were S-class, and there were over a dozen SS-class talents. Indeed, within the 4 highest academies in the Dragon Kingdom, A-class individuals were everywhere. S-class were as common as dogs. Wind Element Ability, Wind Blade. Metal Transformation Ability, Turning Stone into Gold. Forming Formations with Thoughts, Thorny Entanglement at the 3rd tier. Triple Elements, Fiery Explosions, Thunder Strikes, Icy Cascades. Shouts rang out, various professional skills flew chaotically in the air, erupting into intense roars, raising countless dust clouds. If it weren't for the formations in place, the spectators might have been swept into the chaos. Yifeng nodded in approval from below, acknowledging the formidable power displayed. In the Blue Star, breaking through to the low-tier commander level in high school was considered exceptional, like Su Qingdai, Jia Yu, and others. Ah! Suddenly, a scream echoed, and a man fell off the platform, the victor declared. Yifeng's gaze paused, looking over. He knew that everyone else was focused on the platform, preparing to take over, each wanting to capitalize on the previous victory for an advantage. It's your turn. Yifeng's legs slightly bent, his calf muscles instantly bulging, and with a loud bang, he dashed forward. Just as others were about to rush to take his place, they were directly pushed back by the swift figure. In his place, Yifeng left a small dent, landing steadily on the platform. Junior brother has such a strong physical body, this speed, this strength, is he a berserker? A berserker, with that terrifying explosive power, physical combat prowess, TSK, who would have thought that beneath junior brother's fair face lies such terrifying strength? If something were to happen for real, I might not be able to handle it. The woman, upon thinking of Yifeng's profession, suddenly felt her legs go weak for no reason, dispelling her thoughts. Among all professions, the berserker was the most special, with all-around combat enhancements, including in that aspect. Coupled with his terrifying physical combat prowess, who could withstand it? Therefore, no matter which academy, if your profession is a berserker, you definitely won't have a girlfriend, as very few can handle it. Unless the other person is also a berserker. However, a female berserker is like a mother tyrannosaurus, even more intimidating than a male berserker. There are rumors that a female berserker in the academy went on a trip with her boyfriend and lost 50 pounds in half a month, with sunken eye sockets, almost returning as a skeleton. Berserker? Judging by your weak aura, you should be low tier. Do you choose to fight me? The man in green looked at Yifeng, his expression suddenly playful. Originally irritated by this pretty boy, now being challenged by a low-tier individual, his gaze turned fierce. Crackling, lightning flashed beside him. His profession was an S-class thunder and lightning elemental mage, with a realm reaching the 6th tier elemental formations, making it easy to deal with a berserker, a sure win. I didn't expect you to be a thunder elemental mage, this makes it even easier, no need to summon beasts. Yifeng chuckled, his choice was not bad. What he feared the least were thunder, fire, and ice elemental owners. The 3 major divine beasts had the power to control elements, and with shared talents, he could also strip others of their elemental powers. Oh no, berserkers are most afraid of ability users, like elemental mages, they can't even get close to them. I hope our junior won't be blasted into a coal head by lightning. The girl's beautiful eyes shimmered with a sigh, lamenting the fate of such a handsome young man about to be defeated. Dare to challenge me in daydream, seeking death. Endless thunder, 1,000 feathers of lightning. The man in green shouted loudly as Yifeng remained in a daze. Gathering a large amount of thunder and lightning elements in his hands, he pushed forward violently, transforming them into feather-like lightning that covered the arena, heading towards Yifeng. Crackling! Thunder roared fiercely as it passed through the air. Thunder and the palm, elements, deprived. Faced with the relentless thunder elements, Yifeng remained calm and composed. His lips moved lightly as he spoke softly. His words were like a golden rule, causing the violent thunder and lightning to disappear instantly, as if they had never appeared. Deprive the thunder and lightning elements. Yifeng spoke softly once again. How is this possible? Where is my thunder and lightning power? Why did the 1,000 feathers of lightning disappear, and why can't I feel the thunder and lightning power on my body anymore? The man in green was shocked and panicked. In the next moment, Yifeng moved. His terrifying body shot out like a cannonball from its original position, clenched his fists, and fiercely struck the green-clothed man's abdomen. Boom! With a dull sound, accompanied by a scream, the man in green flew off the arena and crashed heavily to the ground. Ah! The man clutched his abdomen in pain, foaming at the mouth, on the verge of losing consciousness. One punch, one victory. Yifeng had held back 50% of his strength in that punch, fearing he might have killed the man with it. Elemental mages are strong in their control of elements but weak in physical bodies. Classes like elemental mages, formation mages, and beast tamers are the most fragile among all professions because they do not focus on physical training. They are suitable for long-range attacks but not for close combat. Ha! How did those thunder and lightning suddenly disappear? It's really strange. What did this kid just do? I didn't even see anything unusual. The stern-faced teacher glanced at Yifeng, his eyes filled with puzzlement and astonishment. He shifted his attention to the arena where Yifeng stood, focusing on him. What kind of strange technique is this? How can a berserker eliminate the thunder and lightning of an elemental mage? I've never heard of this before. A berserker with special attributes? The girl in shorts was equally surprised. She had thought Yifeng was bound to lose, but he unexpectedly won, albeit in a somewhat inexplicable manner. Everyone was slightly stunned, not expecting this turn of events. At that moment, a man in black took advantage of everyone's confusion and climbed onto the arena. Without any unnecessary words, he gathered his unique ability in his hands, covering his fists with a dark flame that burned brightly, aiming for Yifeng's face. Low-level berserker, I don't believe you can withstand this dark fire punch. The man with fox-like eyes whispered softly, aiming for a sneak attack. The strength of an ability user's physical body varies with the strength of their ability. The man possessed an S-level cold attribute dark fire ability, which temporarily boosted his physical body, allowing him to unleash extremely powerful damage in a short period. Despicable. Shameless. This bastard actually launched a sneak attack. Below the stage, many beautiful women were indignant, finding such behavior extremely disgraceful. On the side, many young men rolled their eyes and collectively commented, "The ugly ones always pick on the handsome ones, and they will surely be condemned." What's wrong with a sneak attack? The first lesson we learned was about practical sneak attacks. Damn, we've been single until now, and this pretty boy has already caught someone's eye as soon as he arrived. I can't accept this. The stern-faced teacher said nothing, as it was within the permissible range of the rules. Fire palm position, elemental deprivation. Control of fire, reverse. Yifeng naturally felt disgusted by the actions of the man with fox eyes. His expression remained unchanged as he spoke softly, his voice as cold as the voice of death, sending a chill down the man's spine for no apparent reason. Why did my ability disappear? Why can't I sense my ability anymore? Where did the dark fire covering my fist go? The man with fox eyes was suddenly at a loss, wanting to retreat, but it was already too late, realizing things were not looking good. He had already reached Yifeng, unable to retreat. Without the enhancement of his ability, his punch was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person's. But facing a berserker, wasn't that like hitting a rock with an egg? With one punch, he reached Yifeng. Yifeng extended his hand, his face cold, eyes mocking, and with a sudden force, he caught the punch. Crack! A crisp sound, like the breaking of bones. The rules don't allow for maiming, but fractures and breaks can heal in a year or so. Sneak attack? Slap in the face? Today, I'll beat you to death. Yifeng's voice was icy, like the cold wind of December, making the man with fox eyes tremble with fear. Ah! Ah! The man with fox eyes screamed, cold sweat instantly pouring down his forehead, his face pale. In the next moment, a strange dark fire rose from the man's body, burning on his face. In an instant, his hair was burnt to a shine, leaving his scalp scorched. Yifeng's eyes turned fierce, grabbing the man's arm and forcefully throwing him over his shoulder. Bang! Ah! A dull thud, mixed with the man's screams, made the arena tremble slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyelids twitched. Indeed, getting close to the berserker, this guy is done for. Bang! 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 Round after round, fierce throws, hitting round after round, making everyone's hearts tremble. This pretty boy, small in stature but with great strength. The man with fox eyes had rolled his eyes, foaming at the mouth, fainting. Boring. Yifeng looked at the man with fox eyes who had fainted, tossing him aside like a dead dog on the side of the arena, then quietly glanced at the middle-aged man. His face had grown darker, but he still hadn't exploded. He had thought about kicking him a couple of times, but seeing the teacher's expression not looking too good, he decided against it. Yifeng sighed inwardly, giving him a light kick, kicking him off the arena. The man's hands had just been tainted with a dark flame. Wasn't this what he had longed for in his previous life, the fire fist of the burning fruit? Who knew if he could achieve that one day? Unfortunately, the devil fruit was meant for his beast to eat, not for himself. Ding! Detecting the host's thoughts, the system is here to answer the host. Starting from the elite realm, the host can share all the power of a pet with each breakthrough in realm. This is also why the system dares to say that there are other powers that can ensure the host's survival. The system's voice fell silent, while Yifeng's face lit up with excitement. Wow, a pillow for a nap has arrived. If he could really do that, wouldn't that mean he was equivalent to consuming countless devil fruits, with no side effects, and even an upgraded plus version? Just think about it, absolute immunity to elemental types. What about the superhero and animal types that follow? What kind of talents and abilities would he share then? Rubber fruit that isn't afraid of water, invisibility fruit with no side effects. Yifeng was getting more and more excited. This kid's strength is very peculiar. Could it be a hidden new profession? Why is he able to dissipate the corresponding elemental power with each word he speaks? Words and actions in harmony? What kind of ability or profession is this? The teacher with a square face on the field looked at Yifeng with a gaze full of astonishment and confusion. Even though he had been a teacher at Longke Academy for several years and had gained a lot of professional knowledge, he had never seen such a strange scene before today. He planned to investigate information about Yifeng after today's events were over, and then report in detail to the dean. The teacher with a square face waved his hand, and a burst of light fell on the man with fox-like eyes, sending him to the medical room for treatment. The strength of the junior is so strong. That's the notorious thunder element, along with the eerie ability of ghostly fire. It was actually resolved like this, and it was all done in one breath. A berserker immune to elements, who can defeat him? The girl in shorts stood below the stage, staring blankly at Yifeng, her red lips slightly parted. Not only her, but also the people watching below the stage. Now that Yifeng's stage was empty, they were somewhat hesitant to go up directly. Although his realm was low level, with such strange tactics, who could guarantee a victory? Ha! No one is coming up? Yifeng scanned the crowd below in surprise. Whenever he made eye contact with them, everyone looked elsewhere. To be honest, from just now until now, he was slightly disappointed. After all, this was Longke Academy, one of the 4 highest academies in Daxia. Shouldn't there be geniuses everywhere? Why are they all of this caliber? Isn't it a bit too weak? Or are the real geniuses not here yet? Only 3 more wins to go before 5 wins are achieved. Just need to win 3 more matches. Yifeng looked around. Since no one dared to come up on his stage, he turned his gaze to the other winners' stages. Those stages had strong contenders, just to see what kind of power his beast could unleash. His profession was a beast tamer, not a berserker. He was able to win just now largely because of sharing the power of the beast's control. So, he could easily defeat the two. Now, it was time to release his beast. Kid, stop looking around. Do you really think there's no one from my sophomore year? Let's fight. I don't believe your strange ability is all talk. I don't believe you can break my necromancy. Just as Yifeng was looking for an opponent on another empty stage, a cold-faced, sickly pale, thin-faced man in a black robe jumped onto the stage, his eagle eyes fixed on Yifeng. Originally, he didn't want to go up, but he didn't want to see Yifeng show off like this. In this year's sophomore final positioning battle, Su Lang, ranked 80th in the sophomore year, SS level profession, necromancer, at the 8th level of the Lawmaster realm. Many people recognized the man in the black robe and spoke up, their gazes towards Yifeng slightly different this time. Necromancers were different from other professions and were considered very special. They summoned the dead to become dark spirits, making them one of the most troublesome and mysterious professions, which no one wanted to encounter. After all, to eliminate these spirits, one needed specific elemental powers, or light or purification attributes. Necromancer? If I could get the shadow fruit, it would be almost the same. I could also summon countless dead people, trim their shadows or souls, and build your own army of undead. When Yifeng saw the man, his expression remained unchanged, thinking about the shadow fruit and when he could obtain it. He summoned 3 tails from his beast space, gently cradling them in his arms, running his big hand over their furry heads, enjoying the soft touch in his arms. Where did this white fox come from? In an instant, how did it appear in his arms? Could it be that this kid has space protection on him? Su Lang didn't dare to act immediately. Faced with the sudden appearance of the 3-tailed white fox, he was somewhat puzzled and more wary of Yifeng. Although he verbally claimed not to fear Yifeng and wanted to teach him a lesson, who knew what other means Yifeng had up his sleeve? Many women, upon seeing the white fox, had their eyes light up, eager to rush forward and snatch the white fox in Yifeng's arms for themselves. This little creature was just too adorable, coupled with its constant emission of an invisible charm that had a deadly effect on women. The women's eyes turned red, almost rushing to grab it on stage. Ding, the 3-tailed Emperor Fox devours the desire for greed, evolution points plus 1,500. Ding, the 3-tailed Emperor Fox devours the desire for folly, evolution points plus 2,000. Breaking through the second stage of the Demon Soldier realm, the 3-tailed Emperor Fox was silently devouring the various desires emitted by the crowd, gradually enhancing its own aura. This was Yifeng's purpose in releasing it. Wow, in this city of desires, under the drive of emotions and desires, this little guy's upgrade speed is probably the fastest. There's no need to use breakthrough cards or upgrade cards on it. In no time, just by walking under this city, her realm will be able to soar rapidly. By then, I will give this upgrade card to the Qiulong or Phoenix, Xinghuan to use, breaking through a major realm, so my realm can also go from the commander level to the handsome level. By then, I can randomly obtain the devil fruit, and even share the talent of a pet beast. Yifeng had already arranged everything methodically. Why aren't you making a move yet? I'm right here, why don't you use your proud necromancy spell? If you don't act, I might. If I make a move, you might not have a chance to act. Yifeng, seeing the black-robed man hesitating to act, couldn't help but remind him. Joke. How could I, a necromancer, be afraid of you? If you dare, make a move. If you dare, just blast me off the stage, I'll frown, and I won't be Su Lang. Su Lang snorted lightly, very dissatisfied with what Yifeng said, seeing it as a kind of provocation. From his observation, Yifeng won the 2 matches by first defending and then attacking, retreating to advance. Now he was actually asking to attack first? Since he wasn't sure of Yifeng's abilities, he let Yifeng make the first move, using necromancy to resist, and then using the necromancy trapping and killing technique to blast him off the stage. In his mind, a perfect plan had already emerged, waiting for Yifeng to make the first move. You asked for it, don't blame me. Yifeng shrugged, looking indifferent, still caressing the body of the 3-tailed Emperor Fox in his arms. The 3 lively tails of the fox playfully patted Yifeng's arms. With a thought, he released the thunderous dragon from the beast taming space. Roar! A thunderous dragon roar echoed above the entire space. Suspended in midair, a huge thunderous dragon measuring over 20 meters floated, almost occupying 1/10 of the land in this area. Its scales shimmered with lightning, its dragon eyes indifferent, exhaling hot air from its dragon nostrils, looking towards Su Lan, who shared the same arena with Yifeng, seemingly disdainful. Little Lei, be gentle, control your strength. Although his realm is 1 level higher than yours, with your body, if you flick your dragon tail, he'll probably be done for. Yifeng looked up at Little Lei, then at Su Lang, hesitated for a moment, and spoke up. This statement was not taken as a provocation by Su Lang, who was completely dumbfounded. Although his realm was higher than Yifeng's and higher than this demon dragon's, just based on the momentum alone, 10 of him were no match for a demon dragon. Comparing a 20-meter demon dragon to a small insect of less than 2 meters was simply child's play. Boundary, no matter how high you are, he can break through all techniques with ease. How can we fight against him? Are you a beast tamer? Damn! Su Cold couldn't help but curse, wishing he could slap himself twice now. Why did he say such nonsense just now? Let Yifeng make the first move? If he faces that attack, he'll be in big trouble. He also really wants to give Yifeng a good beating. Damn, if you were a beast tamer, why didn't you say so earlier? Pretending to be a fierce warrior here, making me underestimate you for so long. If that's the case, he wouldn't have stepped up. He's a beast tamer? This momentum, a dragon tamer? This potential, an SSS-level thunder dragon. Everyone was left speechless by Yifeng's actions, unable to comprehend what was happening. How can Yifeng be both a fierce warrior and an SSS-level beast tamer? Are they dreaming? How can one person have two professions? The others on the battlefield felt the terrifying power of the dragon and stopped in their tracks, looking up in astonishment. When did I say I'm not a beast tamer? You didn't ask me either. Yifeng replied to Su Long with an indifferent expression, looking like he was asking for trouble, making everyone itch to teach him a lesson, including the man with a square face. He couldn't help but clench his fists, wanting to punch Yifeng. How can you, a beast tamer, have such a strong physical body? Su Cold questioned again, clearly skeptical. Can't a beast tamer train their body? Yifeng tilted his head and smiled lightly. This remark made everyone's veins pop on their foreheads, teeth clenched, fists tightened. A goddamn body training beast tamer. If we could beat you, beat this monster, we would make you understand why flowers are red and why your butt hurts so much. A dragon tamer, the potential is definitely SSS level. Was there someone like this in the previous competition? Why don't I know about it? There seemed to be someone in the previous competition with an SSS level dragon tamer, but I remember his beast wasn't a thunder dragon, it was an 8-foot bone dragon. Wasn't King Dragon taken as a direct disciple by the beast taming department dean? It's been a year, did this kid change? The teacher with a square face looked at Yifeng with some confusion. Having only met King Dragon a few times, his impression wasn't deep. He decided to verify this with the dean later, to see if King Dragon would participate in the selection for assistant instructors. Are you ready? Do you want to try to resist? I'll let Little Thunder attack. Yifeng looked at Su Cold discontentedly, becoming impatient. Why is this guy like this? We agreed he would attack first, now he's asking a bunch of useless questions. Su Cold didn't answer, looking at the huge thunder dragon in the sky, feeling a bit uneasy. He glanced back and saw everyone's eyes on him. Everyone on the other battlefield stopped fighting and turned their attention to him. Even the teacher with a square face on the side did the same. Their gazes seemed to contain a hint of encouragement, as if saying, go for it, don't be afraid, kick his ass. Alright, come on. What can you do against my attack? I don't believe your thunder dragon can kill me with one strike. Su Cold gritted his teeth, his expression firm, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then opened them abruptly, his pupils turning gray, his lips moving silently, as if chanting a spell. Undead Soul Tamer. Shadows of gray and black scattered around him, like skeletons, mysterious gray figures holding sides, and ghostly figures floating in midair, covering half of the arena, resisting from all sides. Alright, then it's my turn. Yifeng reminded Lei Feng very thoughtfully, giving the command in his heart to have Xiao Lei unleash a massive amount of thunder. 90 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Roar! The thunderous dragon roared to the sky, surrounded by thunderous light, causing dark clouds to gather above the heavens and earth. Countless thunderbolts descended from the dark clouds, merging with the thunderous light on the thunderous dragon's body. The thick thunderbolt transformed into a thunder dragon, appearing majestic and powerful, its thunderous roar shaking the heavens and earth, echoing through the entire area. Boom! Boom! The 3-yard thick thunder dragon roared as it charged towards Su Ling's necromancy spell, scattering thunder elements everywhere. Before the two could make contact, Su Ling suddenly sensed something was wrong. All the undead spirits around him were filled with fear and started fleeing as soon as the thunder dragon appeared. Their panicked escape resembled mice fleeing from a cat, running faster than ever. Su Ling was stunned by this unprecedented situation. Why were his undead spells not obeying him and running away? What the hell was going on? Undead spirits are most afraid of thunder-based attacks. This thunder magic originates from the heavenly thunder within the dark clouds, capable of destroying these undead spirits. Not to mention the terrifying heat generated by the high voltage, raising the temperature on the battlefield by nearly dozens of degrees. Guazilian, the mentor with a stern face, saw the most critical point and secretly reinforced the formation to stabilize the rising temperature, preventing it from affecting others. Seeing his undead spells fleeing, Su Long knew he couldn't withstand this attack and didn't hesitate. He raised his hands, turned around, jumped off the platform, and shouted, "I surrender." His surrender was straightforward, without any hesitation. "Xiao Lei, swallow it," Yifeng shouted as the thunderous dragon soared with its massive body, retrieving the thunder dragon and swallowing it whole. Controlling thousands of thunderbolts and the thunder elements of heaven and earth, this was the power obtained from the thunder beast god. Is there anyone else willing to come up on stage? If one is not enough, then two. If two are not enough, then five. The more, the merrier. Yifeng looked down at the crowd, blinking innocently. The young men and women who had never been on the platform, as well as the arrogant talents on the stage, looked nervously elsewhere. It wasn't Yifeng being arrogant at this moment, but realizing that being invincible at the same level was not an exaggeration. Especially the summoned beasts of the SSS level potential beast tamer had reached a terrifying level of strength. Under the claw of the monstrous dragon, even a 9th level berserker would be crushed into minced meat, and even crossing another major realm might not save them. Yifeng had a more definite understanding of his strength, or rather, the strength of his favored beast. Is no one else coming up on stage? Yifeng raised an eyebrow, wondering how he would win the 2 remaining victories if no one challenged him. So, he turned his gaze to the others already on the stage. Come up on stage? Go to hell. We'd be doomed if we dared to challenge that monstrous dragon on the stage. Do you want to die by going up there? The crowd was full of complaints, with many male compatriots completely forgetting their resentment towards Yifeng and feeling only jealousy. They couldn't beat him in a fight or argue with him, so they were at a loss. On the other hand, the female compatriots gazed at Yifeng with twinkling eyes. Handsome and powerful, wasn't he the dream Prince Charming? If they could be with him, they would be set for life. If you won't come up, I'll come down to you. Yifeng sighed helplessly and looked towards the adjacent platform. The winner on the adjacent platform saw Yifeng looking over and felt a bad premonition. Without hesitation, he jumped off the platform as soon as he saw Yifeng heading towards their side. Hey, what's going on? Don't be a coward, just spar with me, I'm not that strong. Yifeng shouted angrily as he saw the man jump off the stage. Nonsense! You might not be strong, but that demon dragon above your head is, so if you like getting beaten up, go ahead, I'm not fighting. The man didn't back down from Yifeng either, jumping off the stage and confronting him, even though fighting was not allowed below the stage. Damn! Yifeng clicked his tongue and reluctantly shifted his gaze to the adjacent stage. Coincidentally, as everyone felt Yifeng's gaze and sensed his intentions, they all jumped off the stage, leaving no one standing on any of the stages. This scene made the entire arena incredibly eerie, with no one daring to step onto the stage or accept the challenge. What's going on? I only need 2 more wins. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel anxious. He had to complete the system's task, which was crucial for obtaining a devil fruit and substantial rewards. Fine, if no one wants to fight. For no apparent reason, Yifeng's eyes darted around, looking at everyone, considering taking them all on. At that moment, a sense of unease crept into everyone's hearts. It felt like being stalked by a fierce beast, including many beautiful young girls on the stage. Yifeng, this pervert, didn't care about gender, winning was all that mattered. Alright, since no one is challenging, you will be promoted directly. No need to continue the competition, let them have the next stage. Get ready for the second round. The special training ground for the second round is not as simple as this stage competition. Without proper preparation, even someone as powerful as you, controlling the Thunder Dragon, might not get a chance to compete. The stern-faced mentor glanced deeply at Yifeng, reminding him of something. Relying on the SSS grade Thunder Dragon, Yifeng was invincible and didn't need to compete, so he was promoted directly. What does it mean that a powerful beast like yours might not get a chance to compete? Yifeng was puzzled by what the mentor said, pondering if this was a rule for the next assessment. Is there a ban pick phase? Do we have to ban our own beasts? You city folks sure like to complicate things. But which one of your beasts will you ban? I never said that the Thunder Dragon coming out is the strongest. Yifeng smirked mischievously, not caring at all. Honestly, he was more curious about the top talents of the Dragon Gate Academy's freshman and sophomore classes. He refused to believe that one of the 4 major academies of Dixia only had these mediocre participants. Well, the truth was, he had cheats, his beasts had cheats, so they were stronger, and he followed suit, relying on his beast's strength. While others relied on their connections, he relied on his beasts. With Yifeng no longer participating on the stage, ensuring his direct promotion, the others finally dared to step onto the stage and continue the following battles. Yifeng, however, was not interested. He wanted to witness even stronger talents. Su Lang was considered strong among the participants, but he only ranked 80 in the end-of-term positioning battle for the sophomore year, indicating there were even stronger individuals, possibly at the handsome level. What about the juniors and seniors? Noble level? Or perhaps sovereign level? Daxia's youngest and most talented of the 4 heavenly sovereigns came from the other 3 major academies and were seniors. Yet, he hadn't heard of any senior student from the Dragon Gate Academy being honored as a heavenly sovereign. The Dragon Gate Academy's heritage and student resources were actually inferior to the other 3 major academies. That old man, Liu Bei, had tricked him into coming here, and now he had been teleported here. Could it be another trap? He had already formed a stereotypical impression of these people, all a bunch of unreliable old folks. The battle on the field quickly ended without the participation of Yifeng. Surprisingly, the woman who was previously with Yifeng also advanced. Her strength was equally strong, reaching the 7th rank of the general level, a professional S-class gunmaster. As a female gunmaster, she was extremely rare. Apart from her, there was the SS-class berserker, Zhu Danxiong, ranked 75 in the second-term positioning battle, an 8th-rank berserker, the SS-class rain swordsman, Wu Luoxin, ranked 68 in the positioning battle, a 9th-rank swordmaster with dual wind and fire abilities, Zhong Xing, ranked 60 in the positioning battle. Yifeng paid special attention to these 3 individuals, as they were the strongest on the field. As for the others? Not worth worrying about. Alright, the victorious 100 will follow me to the next location. As for the ones who failed, do not be disheartened, just wait for the next opportunity. Those who participated this time will receive additional credits. The stern-faced mentor oversaw the situation and looked at the disappointed crowd, offering some gentle words of comfort. With a wave of his hand, a bright light enveloped everyone on the field, transporting them to the next assessment location. By eliminating the remaining 50, the other 50 would naturally become assistant instructors, assisting in training the new students for the next term. This was one of the rare pleasures at the Dragon Crest Academy. A flash of light, and the scene before them changed, bringing them to a dense forest spanning several miles. The stern-faced mentor arrived under a tree, where a mysterious female mentor in a green dress appeared behind it. She was tall, wore a green hair accessory, but her mismatched leather boots seemed out of place. The stern-faced mentor whispered something to the female mentor, seemingly passing on some instructions. However, the stern-faced mentor's gaze occasionally flickered towards himself, making Yifeng feel uneasy. The green-dressed female mentor also glanced at him, nodding curiously from time to time. I am the lead mentor for this assessment, which can be considered the final test. In this forest, as long as you 100 can emerge as the last 50, whoever remains will be the final instructor's aide and receive more credits. Of course, to prepare for the unpredictable battles in the demonic tide, you may face situations where your abilities are restricted. It could be due to the special nature of the terrain, where your strength is limited, and your professional abilities are restricted. This simulation will reflect that. As the green-dressed woman spoke, she paused and looked specifically at Yifeng, as if addressing him. Contracting powerful beast companions was not enough. As one's realm improved, the number of beasts one could contract would increase. However, the resources and effort required to nurture a team of beast companions were immense, and few could elevate the strength of their second and third beasts as effectively as their first. The stern-faced man had already informed her of Yifeng's achievements, so he, along with the stern-faced mentor and the others on the field, subconsciously assumed that Yifeng's first beast, the thunderous dragon, was his strongest. In this round, everyone will vote to ban a specific skill from any profession in this forest. For example, forbidding a beast tamer from summoning a certain beast, a elemental mage from using a specific element, a berserker from accessing a particular enhancement, or a swordsman from employing a flying sword to attack. The green-dressed woman continued, then looked at the stern-faced mentor and nodded towards him. A beam of light appeared in the stern-faced mentor's hand, pointing towards the 100 individuals. A simulated voting screen materialized in front of each person, awaiting their direct votes. Hey, you bastard, you're crazy, want to try another one? Want to take us all on? Just now you wanted to claim our arena, relying on this demon dragon, aren't you arrogant? Now we will directly ban your demon dragon and see how you handle it. We don't believe your second beast, third beast, and this dragon are as powerful as the demon dragon. Without this powerful demon dragon, the first group will gang up on you and eliminate you. Everyone exchanged knowing glances with Yifeng, their mouths upturned, almost grinning from ear to ear. The smiles on their faces couldn't be contained, as if they could already anticipate Yifeng stepping on them and advancing to the next round. Damn, just as I thought, this simulation is really unique, banning my pet and targeting my beast. Luckily, young master has many pets, otherwise we would really be ambushed by you bastards. Want to see me embarrassed? Just wait and see how I'll beat you all. Yifeng naturally understood what everyone was thinking, extremely cunning, ready to beat everyone up. The votes quickly came in, and on the screen, Yifeng's thunderous dragon undoubtedly received all the votes for banning, 100 votes. They didn't even vote for other professions, focusing solely on their own pets. Junior, sorry, it's not that senior sister wants to pick on you, but your demon dragon's strength is just too strong. If it wasn't banned, we wouldn't stand a chance. The girl tugging at Yifeng's shorts stuck out her tongue teasingly, apologizing to Yifeng. The other girls who had a slight fondness for Yifeng all looked at him, expressing their apologies, hoping Yifeng wouldn't take it to heart. After this assessment, they planned to take Yifeng out for a chat and explore the music in Moonlight. Of course, this music was not the same as the sinister one. Yifeng remained expressionless, not saying anything. He couldn't tell everyone that he was actually playing them. For so many years, we have never been so united. Even when those few freaks appeared before, they didn't get all the votes for banning. I never expected him to provoke such anger. I just wonder how strong his third beast really is. The female teacher in the green dress and the man with a square face exchanged a glance, unable to help but sigh. They both saw that the three-tailed fox in Yifeng's arms was one of his contracted beasts, but its realm was not high, only at the level of a demon soldier. So they didn't think Yifeng's third pet's realm would be that high. Alright, now that the results are out, this student, you absolutely cannot let your thunder dragon pet appear, otherwise you will be directly eliminated. That's all, there's a 10-minute hidden time halfway through. Whether you win or lose, come to me in the end to register your identity, verify your information, and earn extra credits. After the green-dressed female teacher finished her last words, her body turned into a green light and slowly disappeared, blending into the ancient forest as if becoming one with it. The man with the square face, relying on his array strength, teleported to the top of the tallest ancient tree, overlooking everything on the field. This was the best platform for watching. He wanted to see what would happen next, whether Yifeng would be chased by everyone or even hunted down. After all, he had just provoked such anger. Although the rules stated a 10-minute time for each to hide, ambush, and attack others, the scene on the field seemed very eerie. Yifeng stood alone in one part of the forest, all the other candidates around him unmoving, subtly forming a circle around Yifeng. The other young women were the same, all seemingly targeting Yifeng, ready to strike as soon as the 10-minute safe period was over. Hey, kid, you knocked me off the stage just now, so I'll give you a chance. As long as you admit defeat quickly enough, you can avoid a beating. How about that? Of course, you were eliminated right at the beginning of the match, setting a new record for the fastest elimination in the ancient forest ambush battle. You might become infamous for it. Su Lang's dark gaze turned towards Yifeng, a cold smile on his face. He held grudges deeply, eager to retaliate against Yifeng for what he had just done. Shu Danxion, as a berserker, coupled with his special talent for gluttony, grew stronger with more food consumed, making his size stand out starkly against the others on the field. From a distance, he looked like a huge meatball, 3 times wider than others and standing at 2.5 meters tall. Although the words you said earlier were asking for trouble, claiming to be a body-refining beast tamer, I don't buy it. Originally, I wanted to fight you, but I couldn't beat your monster dragon, so I had to move it away. If you admit defeat, you might suffer less physically. Otherwise, I won't hold back with my fists. Your body-refining skills compared to my special profession would lead to a miserable defeat for you. Shu Danxion looked at Yifeng, a hint of battle intent on his rugged dark face, but it quickly vanished. Among his peers, he was big and strong, relatively resistant to beatings, but only among them. Faced with the massive monster dragon, he would only end up as a plaything in its colossal claws. Yifeng didn't take the rough man's words to heart. He treated what everyone said the same way, as mere background noise, quietly waiting for these 10 minutes to pass. They felt the 10 minutes were long. Wasn't it the same for him? Listening to these people boasting and talking tough was embarrassing. He didn't want to waste words with them. Those without strength who talked tough would only end up as a joke, beaten and defeated in the end. Blame yourself for being too arrogant before. Although you are a dragon-type beast tamer, we are not ones you can easily provoke. There's always a price for youthful arrogance. Respecting your seniors is necessary, so you'll be the first one to be eliminated this round. Wu Luoxin and Zhong Xing, who usually kept quiet, seemed very displeased with Yifeng. They had lost face because Yifeng had to jump off the stage earlier, but now they could regain their dignity. The other young talents naturally followed their lead, as they were the 3 strongest on the field. Yifeng didn't respond to what everyone said. Seeing Yifeng silent, a few of them snorted discontentedly and fell silent too. Thinking that Yifeng had given up since he didn't run away, They knew he had no chance of advancing and would be eliminated for sure, so they waited quietly for time to run out. After all, if Yifeng ran anywhere, they would definitely follow him closely, accusing him of fleeing. Is he really giving up like this? It shouldn't be. Even without a strong beast tamer, for someone as proud and arrogant as him, he must have some hidden cards that give him great confidence, right? The stern-faced mentor sat on a tree, observing everything closely, watching Yifeng's subtle expressions. He noticed that Yifeng's expression remained unchanged throughout, showing no reaction to the mocking words of the others. Ding! A clear bell rang throughout the ancient forest, signaling the end of the 10-minute safety period. Now, they could engage in pursuit, combat, and eliminate each other. Everyone turned to look at Yifeng, eyes blazing, fists clenched, exuding a fierce aura. In an instant, various professional powers converged on them, heading towards Yifeng to attack, their eyes filled with determination. You scoundrel, we won't give you a chance to surrender, we'll eliminate you directly. I'm speechless too. My expression hasn't changed from the beginning till now. Haven't you noticed anything strange? You want to eliminate me like this? And besides, who told you that I only have this one SSS level mythical beast? Yifeng, with his head slightly lowered, suddenly raised it at this moment, his lips curling into a brilliant smile, showing a harmless smile to everyone. With a single thought, a huge phoenix appeared in the sky. Caw! A deafening cry echoed through the ancient forest. The massive fire phoenix emerged from the flames, burning brightly with phoenix flames. Each feather seemed like a flame, its long body covering the sky and earth, enveloping half of the world. As the phoenix descended, the surroundings darkened momentarily, then quickly lit up, the temperature rising rapidly from the fiery flames. Phoenix flame cross fire pillar. Yifeng shouted. Around him, a cross-shaped flame suddenly appeared. The terrifying flame power exploded, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The intense heat, combined with the raging flames, sent everyone flying before they could reach Yifeng. Oh no! Ah! The closest Judanxiong, Wuluoxin, Zhongping, and others were directly affected by the central flames, thrown meters away, landing heavily on the ground, creating small craters, covered in dirt. Damn, how does this bastard have another divine beast? Cries of agony rose as dozens of figures were thrown out, men and women alike, crashing onto the ground. Yifeng did not spare the women on the field out of pity. In his eyes, men and women were equal. Under the scorching heat, many young men and women's clothes had turned to ashes. If not for their quick use of their abilities, elemental powers, supernatural powers, or sword intent to lessen the power of the crossfire pillar, they might have perished there. Some had their clothes burned to nothing by the terrifying heat. Many men had their upper garments completely incinerated, leaving only tattered pants. Sensing something, they hastily grabbed mud to cover their modesty, trying to shield their private parts. However, their exposed buttocks were on full display. Eyebrows, hair, and body hair were all gone. This scene was both ridiculous and comical, as if a comedy was being performed. On the other hand, the girls fared better. Since they didn't rush forward, their clothes were only partially burned, revealing patches of fair skin. Fortunately, their crucial undergarments remained intact, avoiding embarrassment. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to give these bastards a free show. How is this possible? This aura is also at the level of mythical beasts, a 5th rank mythical beast. Judging by the aura it exudes, it's actually SSS level. Not just one contract divine beast, but a second one, and it's a phoenix. This kid is not only a dragon-type beast tamer but also a phoenix-type beast tamer? One person possessing two of the most powerful and unique beast tamer professions. I'm afraid there's no one else like him in Great Xia. The people lying on the ground struggled to lift their heads, gasping in disbelief, their eyes filled with unwillingness. How could there be such a freakish kid? Contracting two major divine beasts, both SSS level, is this guy for real? Even the top hidden families of the Dragon Clan, the top-tier aristocratic families, don't have such a background. You actually have a second powerful beast, why didn't you say so earlier? Who are you exactly? In the Dragon Academy, it's impossible for a beast tamer of the dragon or phoenix lineage to be unknown. Su Long continued to question coldly, having no hope left for this duel. How can we continue like this? If a beast tamer's beast has high enough talent to reach SS level, they are basically invincible at the same level, not to mention the dragon and phoenix lineage at SSS level. You didn't ask me either? If you had asked me, maybe I would have told you earlier. Yifeng shrugged indifferently, showing no concern, just like before, looking like he was asking for trouble. Su Lang, hearing this, was consumed with anger, spitting out a mouthful of blood, eyes rolling back, and passing out directly, purely out of rage. He had never been so humiliated before. This kid can't be unknown in the academy, why have we never heard of him before? A genius beast tamer of the dragon and phoenix lineage is definitely not the king dragon personally trained by the dean. The mentor in the green dress appeared on top of the tallest ancient tree, next to the mentor with a square face, looking up at the huge phoenix in the sky, deep in thought. This is the legendary phoenix, coupled with that thunder-type monster dragon. Is my Dragon Academy really going to rise? Among the 3 major academies, with the presence of the 4 young heavenly lords, there will definitely be the appearance of the 5th heavenly lord. Go, quickly report to the dean, investigate this kid's identity. Even if he's not from our academy, we absolutely cannot let him escape. The mentor with a square face hurriedly spoke, giving a few instructions to the woman in the green dress, then went to inform the dean of the Beast Tamer Academy and the top officials of the Dragon Academy. Damn it, if we can't beat you, can't we at least outrun you? I don't believe that with so many of us, you can wipe us all out in one go. Everyone, scatter in all directions. In such a dense forest, he definitely can't wipe us all out in one go. Brothers, we must save face in the hands of this demon today, otherwise how can we survive in the Dragon Academy in the future? What about our reputation? Zhongping and Wu Luo Xian were the first to howl like wolves, grabbing handfuls of mud to cover their lower bodies tightly, and sprinting towards the distant forest at an extremely fast speed. From afar, only 2 white, continuously twisting buttocks could be seen. Yes, our reputation must not be tarnished here. What will we do once this incident spreads? Beaten up by a freshman without being able to fight back? Run, everyone, hold on. The remaining boys followed suit, imitating the actions of the 2, fleeing in all directions. The remaining girls were a bit absent-minded, looking up at the huge and majestic fire phoenix in the sky, not running away, as it was meaningless. They were not like the boys who cared about their reputation. Besides, although their clothes were burnt in a large area, exposing a lot of skin, wasn't Yifeng the only one here? Let him look. With their own outstanding qualities, what if Yifeng took a liking to them? Moreover, with Yifeng's terrifying potential, if he stayed at the Dragon Academy in the future, he could definitely become a dean. Wouldn't their reputation rise with that? Many girls had such thoughts in their hearts, so they stopped struggling, let go of their cover, stood up voluntarily, and exposed themselves to Yifeng's eyes. So many beautiful girls. Ahem, what was I saying? Adhering to the principle of not missing out on any advantages, Yifeng glanced at everyone without a trace. Glanced once, then glanced again, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. It was precisely because many girls did this that it gave the remaining people time to escape. Yifeng didn't rush to chase after them. Looking at this dense ancient forest, searching one by one was definitely unrealistic. But what if he set fire to the forest here? With the current ability of controlling heavenly fire like a phoenix, burning this ancient forest could definitely be achieved. Sister, if I were to burn down this entire ancient forest, would it be okay? Just to be safe, Yifeng deliberately asked for advice. The girl in shorts was startled by Yifeng's bold idea. Cold sweat dripping down her forehead, she quickly intervened. Junior, absolutely not. If you burn down this entire ancient forest, the school will blame us and we'll have to pay a hefty sum of money. This part of the ancient forest is the main examination ground of Teacher Green. It took a lot of manpower, resources, and money to transplant a piece of ancient forest from the outside into the school's small paradise. If you burn it down, we'll have to pay millions in compensation. After speaking, the girl in shorts discreetly pressed her hands on Yifeng's, making sure he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. And as she got closer, the snowy cleavage in front of the girl became more exposed to Yifeng's eyes. No indecency, no indecency. Not only indecency, but also more looking. Yifeng silently recited in his mind, but as he did, he seemed to have gone off track, not knowing what was happening. Yifeng's voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the entire ancient forest. The people who were still fleeing quickly stopped in their tracks, cold sweat running down their backs, unbelievably turning their heads towards Yifeng's direction and shouting, "You bastard! Do you want to burn down this forest? Why don't you burn us all together? I've seen living fathers, but never seen a living Yama." The crowd's anger surged. If they could beat Yifeng, they would have wanted to say more harsh words and directly gang up on him. Well, let me tell you, if I accidentally kill the seniors, the school won't blame us. I wouldn't dare. Yifeng smirked, indifferent. Although he had such thoughts, he had no intention of acting on them. This was said for Teacher Green, who was hiding in the shadows. Teacher, you wouldn't want the forest you oversee to be destroyed by me. Teacher, you wouldn't want to be disciplined by the school. So, just behave. Everything stops here. You unconditionally win this assessment and rank first. The rest of you, adjust your state. You have an hour to tidy up your appearance, and then continue with the next assessment. As for banning anything, you can choose again. Teacher Green appeared from the top of the ancient tree, looking at Yifeng with annoyance. All this commotion was because of Yifeng. This assistant instructor assessment was a mess. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task assigned by the system, receiving a random devil fruit, 1 spin of the wheel, 3,000 task points, and a random professional weapon. The system's voice announced the completion of Yifeng's task directly, without any delay. Yifeng didn't immediately check, waiting for everything to end. Using the level up card, breakthrough card, and then breaking through a major realm, he could obtain another devil fruit. Upon hearing what Teacher Green said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, finally liberated. If that bastard were here, we wouldn't stand a chance, couldn't play, it would just be his training ground. The men no longer fled, leaving the area voluntarily to change into new clothes and put on hats. Otherwise, their bald appearance was quite comical. How could they face anyone? Just come directly to me, I have something to tell you. Teacher Luo walked directly to Yifeng, grabbed his arm, and led him somewhere without hesitation. A green light flashed under their feet, solidifying into layers of vines for them to step on, leading them to the top of the ancient tree and into a space within it. In the space, besides the previous Guazi-faced teacher, there were a dozen elderly men. Each exuded a restrained aura, with eyes shining brightly. 3 white-robed elders led the group, with the others standing behind them. "Young man, don't be afraid, come, have a seat." One of the white-robed elders spoke gently, his eyes full of kindness as he looked at Yifeng. After a moment of hesitation, Yifeng nodded and sat on the front wooden chair without any fear. He knew he couldn't hide the fact that he wasn't from Longhai Academy. However, he had completed his mission, which was his main goal. This child has a good mind, especially strong. The 3 elders were even more satisfied seeing Yifeng's composure. Normally, people would be extremely nervous and uneasy in their presence, not daring to meet their gaze. Yifeng, on the other hand, was completely calm. Little did they know, Yifeng didn't know any of them, not even having been to Longhai Academy. He mistook them for high-ranking gentlemen. "Young man, we have checked the entire student list of Longhai Academy and didn't find your name. Are you interested in joining our academy? No need for any exams, we can arrange a new student status for you. Next month, you can join as a new student along with others." A white-robed elder adjusted his beard and smiled, extending an invitation to Yifeng. This was just a persuasive tactic, not asking about his background or purpose at Longhai Academy, but directly offering an invitation to leave a good impression. "Young man, how about my Longhai Academy? It's grand, with many secret realms. As long as you come, all the rewards will be yours. Especially if you join our Beast Taming Academy, I will personally mentor you in all things related to beast taming." Another white-robed elder continued, looking at Yifeng with hopeful eyes. His identity was now clear, he was the head of the Beast Taming Academy at Longhai Academy. Yifeng didn't hide anything and explained why he was there. Every time he thought about it, Yifeng felt frustrated and almost burst out cursing. "I should have chosen to sign up for Longhai Academy. I came here today purely by accident, tricked by that old man Liu Bei. He promised to send me back to Jiangqing, but ended up sending me here. I'll just put Longhai Academy as my first choice when signing up later. I can be considered a new student of this year. But this time, I accidentally ended up here and participated in the assessment for instructor assistants." Yifeng scratched his head, secretly observing the expressions of the crowd. When he saw no signs of suspicion, he breathed a sigh of relief. "I heard that by becoming an instructor assistant, you can receive a reward of 500,010 credits. Is that true? Academic credits are highly valued at the Dragon Crest Academy, as they can be exchanged for various resources and even cash. What does Yifeng lack now? Money. Although there is a system for upgrading and evolving spirit beasts, being a spirit beast master is quite costly. Liu Bei? Old man? New student registration?" The crowd on the field was taken aback by Yifeng's words, their eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't Liu Bei the dean of their Taoist academy? How could someone address him directly as an old man? If the hot-tempered Dean Liu Bei found out, wouldn't he give this little guy a good beating? Not only did he call Liu Bei by his name, but even they didn't dare to do so. They never expected this little guy to be so bold. However, considering his powerful talent with dragon and phoenix spirit beasts, it seemed like they had to protect him. Not to mention just calling his name, even if he stood on their heads and defecated, they would have to praise his digestive system. The old folks quickly understood the implications behind Yifeng's words. New student registration? I heard that a terrifying dual dragon and phoenix spirit beast master appeared in the southern Sung province, who is also the top scholar of the province, sweeping through 3 major secret realms and surpassing the top scholars of various provinces in Xia. Even the vice principals of the Tianbei Academy and Tianqing Academy personally went to invite him. including our Dragon Crest Academy's vice principal, who has already arrived in Jiangqing, ready to find this little guy. Unexpectedly, this little guy is right in front of us now, delivered directly to our base? Well, there was no way they could let him go, they had to bind him here. This kind of monster couldn't be described as a genius or prodigy anymore, he was simply abnormal. If you are willing to join our Dragon Crest Academy, that's great. No need for online registration, it's too cumbersome. Little guy, come, let's just press a handprint, which means you are successfully enrolled. At that time, the Academy will provide you with a separate villa residence, a reward of 5 million, and 30 credits. If you have any other needs, feel free to mention them. An old man in a gray robe stepped forward, took out a contract from his chest, detailing all the enrollment matters. Yifeng was surprised at how prepared they were with the enrollment contract. It seemed like they had no intention of letting him go. If he refused, they would probably force him to stay and press his handprint here. Were the Dragon Crest Academy and Liu Bei a bunch of bandits? Was Liu Bei also a bandit? Now, Yifeng couldn't help but wonder if he had entered a den of thieves. Was it too late to leave now? However, the 5 million reward made him tempted. Having an independent villa as a dormitory didn't seem bad either. Yifeng approached and carefully read through the contract, making sure it wasn't a contract of servitude, then cautiously pressed his handprint. Seeing Yifeng press his handprint, the old man quickly took it back, treating it like a treasure, afraid that Yifeng might change his mind. In a flash, he disappeared, probably storing the contract in the archives. Little guy, there's still a month before the official start of classes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us. Here, this is the latest model of Duck Pair 18, which already contains our contact information and address. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us directly. Of course, if you need anything, just call out. The old man handed Yifeng a prepared gift bag. Besides a phone, a new student manual, the unique student identity attire of the Dragon Crest Academy, and various daily necessities, the most eye-catching item was a shiny gold card. I suppose there should be a 5 million scholarship inside. With the rewards given by the military district before, he already has tens of millions in his hands now. Unexpectedly, with a turn of events, he has also become a multimillionaire. However, in this world, the expenditure of money is equally enormous. For an ordinary junior beast tamer like him who wants to break through, the expected beast taming materials needed start at several million at the very least. Although Yifeng is not very concerned about such matters, there are special methods for upgrading pet levels. Nevertheless, with a large sum of money in hand, he can go to the black market to see if he can buy what he wants. Speaking of needs, I do have one. Can you directly send me back to Jiangqing City? I have some unfinished business there. Yifeng looked at the 3 elderly men in front. Of course, it's fine. Anyway, there's still a month before the new student enrollment. You go back to Jiangqing to handle your affairs first, and then President Liu Bei should escort you directly to the academy. The white-robed elder seemed to sense Yifeng's urgency and nodded towards the man with a square face beside him. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light fell on Yifeng, directly transporting him to the teleportation array of Longke Academy, and then sending him back to Jiangqing City. Such a good seedling, actually joining our Longke Academy directly. I wonder how Liu Bei, that old trickster, managed to deceive him into coming here. The white-bearded elder in the middle stroked his beard satisfactorily, a smile in his eyes. With such a good seedling, in the Great Xia 4 Academy's battle a year later, he will be the 5th Tianjun of Great Xia. The various elders glanced at each other, laughing heartily. At this moment, the students who were still vying for the position of assistant instructor in the ancient forest were unaware of Yifeng's true identity. They thought Yifeng was a freshman, and no one expected him to be a freshman of this year. When the military training began, when they met, the expressions of the crowd would be quite spectacular. Of course, that's a story for another time. Because returning from the Huazhang Plain region to Jiangqing City requires crossing 2 provinces, and it's impossible to return without a certain amount of time. So, Yifeng simply opened the system panel, without any hesitation, and directly gave the realm upgrade card to the Thunderclap Dragon, and then gave the breakthrough card to the Thunder Dragon. In an instant, the realm of the Thunderclap Dragon in the beast taming space went from the original 7th rank directly to the 9th rank, reaching the Shui rank. 6 upgrade cards were used in one go, directly reaching the 6th rank. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful breakthrough of the pet Thunderclap Dragon, reaching the Shui rank. The host's realm has also reached the Shui realm, and the host receives a random devil fruit as a system reward. Ding! Thunderclap Dragon's bloodline evolution 10,000 Thunder Dragon. A flash of lightning flickered. Within Yifeng's beast taming space, the aura on the Thunderclap Dragon surged rapidly, endless lightning surrounded him densely. Those thunder and lightning were approaching an indigo black color. Behind the little thunder, a pair of huge dark golden dragon wings grew, his body broke through 30 meters, his dragon scales were neatly arranged, and his aura became even more powerful. A pair of majestic blue-gold dragon eyes seemed indifferent to everything in the world, filled with indifference. On the other side, the bathing fire phoenix and the ice crystal blue one felt the changes in the little thunder's body, and there was a moment of fear, stemming from the suppression of bloodlines. The 10,000 Thunder Dragon, in the Great Xia system, is one of the top dragon clans, approaching the existence of the ancestral dragon. At this moment, their bloodlines have not yet reached such a powerful level, so they are suppressed by the little thunder. Ding! 10,000 Thunder Dragon unlocks its innate dragon skill, 3 billion volts Divine Meteor. The voice of the system sounded in his mind, and Yifeng thought about finding a place to unleash this ultimate move to see how powerful it was. Look at you two, so timid. What's there to be afraid of? Let me promote you first, then we'll find some elemental secret realms to help you break through your boundaries. Yifeng looked at a corner of the beast taming space, a blue phoenix and a red Qilin, both scared by the imposing dragon aura, hiding in the corner. Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. He then used the remaining 3 breakthrough cards on the Blaze Phoenix, raising its level to the perfect 9th rank, just like the Ice Crystal Qilin. They were only one step away from breaking through to the handsome rank. The breakthrough of a beast tamer's level is closely related to their beast companions. With Little A's breakthrough, Yifeng's level reached the handsome rank, becoming a beast marshal. At this moment, his soul power could already manifest slightly. This power was enough for him to easily crush hundreds of demonic beasts at the demonic soldier level with his soul power alone. Dealing with demonic generals wouldn't be a problem either. This soul power appearance is too weak. After all, my soul power has been enhanced by the system and is almost godlike. But I can only use this much for now. I wonder how many more levels I need to ascend to fully utilize it. Yifeng sighed lightly but quickly regained his composure, not bothered by it. The system had mentioned that upon reaching the handsome rank, he could unconditionally share one of his beast companions' innate abilities. Now that he had so many contracted beast companions, which one should he choose to share? The Thunder Dragon's thunderous fruit made him the Thunder King. The Blaze Phoenix's burning fruit made him the Blue Star Flame Emperor. The Ice Crystal Qilin's freezing fruit allowed him to freeze seawater and ride a bicycle on it. Or perhaps the sweet fruit, attracting millions of young girls and wealthy women to follow him? Ahem, the last one seemed like a good choice. Of course, there was also a flash fruit that he hadn't used yet, along with 2 random devil fruits with unknown attributes. He decided to open these 2 random fruits first to see if he could get better ones. He could always apply them to himself later. After all, as long as he broke through another level, he could share another beast companion's innate ability. System, open the 2 random fruit packages and also the random occupational weapon I stored in the system earlier, Yifeng said excitedly. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 sweet fruit. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 door fruit. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Swordmaster occupational weapon, SSS grade Honorable Demon Lord Sword. Weapon grades ranged from D to SSS, with legendary and divine levels. SSS grade Demon Slaying Sword has a 5% chance to directly slay any level of demonic beast. It can suppress the combat power of demon lords and below by 30%. With the 2 fruits and a Swordmaster level longsword in hand, Yifeng exclaimed, "What the heck? Another sweet fruit? I already have one. What's going on? Could it be that the system knows I've always wanted a mermaid and gave me another one?" Yifeng thought to himself, surprised by the system's thoughtfulness. The door fruit might not be considered strong in the anime he watched, but in his hands, it was incredibly powerful. Wasn't this a spatial fruit? With this fruit, one of his beast companions could freely traverse through space. This meant he now possessed the power of spatial elements, similar to a spatial teleportation array. He could go wherever he pleased in the future. This was an essential tool for escaping danger. Coupled with the flash fruit to increase his speed, who could catch him now? With 3 fruits in hand, once he returned to Jiangqing City, he would search for 3 demonic beasts, varying in strength. Since the devil fruits had inherent evolution functions, his beast team would gain 3 powerful new members. As for the mermaid, he thought for a moment and decided to capture one. Of course, he wasn't lecherous, he just simply wanted to see the legendary mermaid. Detected that the soul power the host just exerted on the system carries a hint of slander, the system once again warmly reminds. Mainly because the host's realm is too low to fully unleash the power of these soul forces. When the host's realm breaks through to the supreme level, they can manifest soul power, turning it into divine beasts, also known as martial souls. These martial souls possess equal combat power to the host's pets, even immortal as long as the host's soul power is sufficient, making these martial souls indestructible. The system's voice kept ringing one after another, making Yifeng's head ache. System, oh system, you are truly my god. Yifeng heard what the system said and was overjoyed. Wow, this is incredible, the system is giving him so many power-ups, with fruit evolution, divine level pets, and now even martial souls? This is like a super fusion monster. But he loved it. Just as Yifeng was about to have some fun spinning the wheel in the mall, the surrounding light gradually dimmed, the disappearing light spots around him calmed down, returning to Jiangxing City. Run! Run fast! But soon Yifeng noticed something was wrong. Why were there so many beast roars faintly heard in Jiangxing City? And sounds of people fleeing? Could it be that the monster tide of this month was erupting at this moment? Roar! 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 But that shouldn't be the case. According to the teleportation array's location, it was definitely in the center of Jiangxing City. How could the city center be under monster attack? Unless the intensity of this monster tide had broken through the coastal defenses, even destroying the defensive walls built by the coast. Thinking of this, Yifeng's expression changed drastically. When the teleportation array calmed down completely, he could see the surrounding scene clearly, confirming his suspicions. At this moment, Jiangxing City was already in ruins. Emergency notice, the monster tide at the coast has exceeded 10 million in number, breached the coastal defenses. We urge all citizens to evacuate quickly, evacuate quickly. The military personnel have arrived, please do not panic, orderly step into the teleportation array, the Jiangxing government will ensure everyone's safe evacuation. Over Jiangxing City, helicopter after helicopter flew by, the broadcast echoing through the sky, repeating over and over again. In the distance, less than a kilometer from where Yifeng was, he could already see the dark sea monster horde invading the city. The place where Yifeng teleported to was right above a street in Jiangxing City. At this moment, Yifeng had no strength to complain about the Dragon Vein Academy anymore. Which teleportation array doesn't send you to a fixed location? How did he end up randomly on the street? If it had gone wrong, he might have been teleported directly to the edge of Jiangxing City, right in the middle of the monster tide. Wouldn't that have killed him? Run fast, if we slow down a bit, we'll all die. I don't want to die, why is this monster tide attacking again? Wasn't it just a few 100,000 before, how come there are so many now? And they're all going crazy, this is our homeland, the land we've lived on for decades, I don't want to leave. Countless fleeing figures passed by Yifeng on both sides, each person's face filled with despair, fear, and reluctance. Tears flowed down, shedding, each one filled with immense unwillingness. They shouted, they ran, but in order to save their lives, they had to leave behind this homeland that belonged to them, this land that was once theirs. As his realm and soul power increased, Yifeng's vision extended, allowing him to see ordinary people fleeing in the distance, being devoured by a 7th-rank monster, a bloodthirsty shark. Several young children cried with fear, running like scared ducks, unable to outrun the 3-stage demon soldier rock spine crab chasing them relentlessly from behind. Lifting its sharp crab legs, it pierced through them, impaling them to the ground. Such scenes were not uncommon on the outskirts of Jiangxing City, with more people fleeing in panic. Thousands of members of the Demon Hunting Association, tens of thousands of military personnel, fought tirelessly on the front lines, with countless casualties. In Jiangxing City, the 10 statues, mentors, deans of major institutions, and all mid to high-level strong individuals were floating above the coast, engaging in a fierce battle with the 5 sovereign-level ocean overlords. However, the gap between sovereign and lord levels was too vast, and they struggled desperately, unable to spare a moment to call for help, waiting for support from other provinces, even the nearby Magic City's top officials of supernatural abilities. Yifeng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and quickly regained his resolve, stepping forward in the opposite direction of the fleeing crowd. While thousands fled backward, he chose to walk alone. In his hand, he held a demon-slaying sword. The chaos on the field was clear-cut. A battle of sovereigns above the coast, the main battlefield of marshals and generals at the coastal defense line, and the battlefield of the wilderness and barracks on the outskirts and indoors of Jiangxing City. Ding! Detected unrest in Jiangxing City, issuing a growth mission. Host, help quell this unrest, slay a sovereign-level tyrant beast, and receive a random devil fruit X1, a random professional-level weapon X1, 1 spin of the wheel, and 10,000 mission points. The system announced the mission with incredibly generous rewards, but was slaying a sovereign-level tyrant beast really a serious task? Yifeng felt like laughing at it. It was a battle among high-level beings, what could a small fry like him contribute? Nevertheless, since the mission was issued, he would use all his means when the time came. Even if the system hadn't issued this task, he would have stepped in to help, as his strength could alleviate considerable pressure. Moreover, slaying demon beasts could yield random equipment. The higher the level of the slain beast, the stronger the equipment dropped, which could be exchanged for mission points upon retrieval. This was one of the reasons Yifeng decided to act. For personal and public reasons, he had every reason to act, so he might as well go all out. Young man, run quickly. Don't wield that sword and act heroically, your life is more important. Let them handle it for now, let's retreat as ordered and not cause more trouble. Several burly men who were fleeing saw Yifeng going against the flow and couldn't help but advise him, wondering if they should forcibly pull him away. For half a year, I have not wielded my sword to slay demons. My sword has never failed me. Yifeng smiled in response to the men's good intentions, gazed ahead, his eyes growing colder. Gripping the long sword tightly, he stepped forward, his mind focused, and uttered in a low voice, "Sword, come forth." Ah, a demon approaches. This time, Yifeng didn't hold back. Whether during the southern Sang province's 3 Great Secret Realms entrance exam or the Dragon's Gate Academy's instructor assessment, no one had been worth his full effort. Facing millions of demon beasts now, holding back would be foolish. Roar! Screech! Chant! 3 earth-shattering beasts' cries echoed through the sky. 3 colossal creatures appeared in the heavens. A purple-blue thunder dragon flapped its wings, bathed in endless lightning, dark clouds swirling around it, thunder roaring. A massive fire phoenix occupied a corner of the sky, its scorching flames turning the world red. A slightly smaller ice crystal azure phoenix raised its head high, each feather as cold as ice crystals. As it appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, and snow and frost filled the sky and earth. Damn, this young man is a beast tamer. Such a powerful beast tamer. Luckily we didn't capture him, otherwise this battlefield would have lost a great force. The aura of this monster, along with its massive size, this young man is definitely a prodigy sent by another province or prestigious academy to help. Our city of Jiangqing now has an additional ray of hope. The people who were fleeing stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky and the massive 3 monsters, their faces showing a hint of shock and fear. But it quickly disappeared, turning to Yifeng with excitement, gratitude, and hope. Of course, some brave souls pulled out their phones, started taking pictures of the dragons and phoenixes in the sky, even recording videos to document everything that was happening today. And why not post it on social media? Title: Almost killed by the monster tide, thank goodness for the divine dragon. The monster tide strikes, the phoenix descends. Doyen, recording the destroyed lives. 3 major palm positions, the ice palm position, the fire palm position, the thunder palm position. Monsters, obey my command. Counterattack. Qinghuan, ice prison cage, trap those intruding into the city and wanting to escape, annihilate them. Phoenix, cross-shaped pillar of fire, incinerate these sea monsters. Englong, 100 million volts thunder dragon, charge out from the coast. Yifeng commanded like a king in his court, ordering the thunder dragon to swoop down, jumping onto its back and charging out. A wave of invisible power in the aura of the beast god emanated from the 3 of them, spreading out in layers towards the distance. All the invading monsters and sea creatures at the coast felt this pressure and were instantly frightened, cowering on the ground. Regardless of their ranks, from the lowest to the middle and high-ranking monsters, all the sea creatures invading the city, numbering close to 1 million, were now under the control of the 3 major beast companions. This was absolute intimidation, absolute control. They obeyed Yifeng's 3 major beast companions, no longer attacking humans or destroying everything in Jiangqing. Instead, they turned and fought against the sea monsters and beasts that were advancing towards Jiangqing, fighting among their own kind. Roar! 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 Many sea monsters and beasts that had invaded Jiangqing were puzzled when they saw the scene, roaring in anger. This was a language only the sea creatures could understand. It seemed like they were asking why these traitors were attacking their own kind. But how could they know that this control was absolute, completely obedient to Yifeng's 3 major beast companions? They were not given a chance to think or resist. Even if they were unwilling, what could they do? This was the power of the beast god, controlling their minds directly. At this moment, these million sea creatures were like puppets in Yifeng's hands, doing whatever he commanded. The battlefield became even more chaotic. Countless thunder forces gathered on the thunder dragon, transforming into thunderstorms, thunderbirds, thunderwolves, or giant thunder pythons, indiscriminately striking down all the sea creatures below. With each strike, tens of thousands of sea creatures fell, their numbers increasing continuously. The power of the thunder was terrifying. Wherever it passed, monsters perished, and countless monster flesh and blood were sent flying. Boom! 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 Countless phoenix fires burned on the fire phoenix. Giant cross-shaped pillars of flames mysteriously exploded, precise green flames assassinating those high-ranking sea creatures. Under the bombardment of the green flames, each time, hundreds of high-ranking sea creatures were incinerated into nothingness. Under the indiscriminate burning of the phoenix fire, tens of thousands of sea creatures were burnt to jerky under the high temperature. The ice crystal blue phoenix exuded a terrifying and immense icy breath. Wherever the ice and snow passed, the streets froze into ice houses, turning the whole world into a snowy realm. Ice spikes emerged from the ground, streets, surroundings, piercing out and killing countless high-level sea beasts. With just the 3 divine beasts making their move, showcasing their ultimate skills and the power of their positions, backed by the support of nearly 1 million allies, the situation on the city battlefield suddenly reversed. Many sea beasts invading the city of Jiangqing were killed, 1/5 of their numbers, while the rest retreated beyond the coastal line. Yi Feng's goal was clear: to slay all the millions of monsters that invaded Jiangqing City today, making the rivers flow with monster blood. Ding, slay 1,000 high-level monster generals, and obtain 3 SS-grade magic staffs. Ding, slay 5,000 high-level monster generals, and obtain 100 S-grade fire swords, ice swords, rage knives, and broad axes. Ding, slay 100,000 mid-level monster soldiers, and obtain. Ding, slay a mid-level commander blood shark beast, and acquire an SSS plus grade beast god ring. Yi Feng's speed in slaying monsters was incredibly fast, resulting in a vast number of equipment drops filling the screen. However, he paid no attention to them, planning to sort it out later after everything was over. At this moment, his only thought was to end this battle as quickly as possible. The longer it dragged on, the more casualties there would be on their side, not only in Jiangqing City but also among the members of the Monster Hunting Association defending along the coast. The edge of Jiangqing City was now a spectacular sight, with the Thunder Dragon's thunderous attacks turning it into a sea of lightning. Countless houses were reduced to ruins by the thunder's passage. The indiscriminate burning flames of the Desire Fire Phoenix turned many houses into a sea of fire, burning fiercely. As for the Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, it fared much better, turning into exquisite ice houses resembling works of art. Yi Feng looked down from the Thunder Dragon's back, his old face inexplicably blushing as he muttered to himself, "I've driven away these monsters, slain who knows how many, achieved great feats. They surely won't make me pay for these damaged buildings, right?" Shaking his head, he dismissed these amusing thoughts and charged out of Jiangqing City, heading towards the coastal defense line. At this moment, all defenders in Jiangqing City and the monster hunters who had been attacked by sea monsters were somewhat bewildered. In just a blink of an eye, the monsters they were fighting against suddenly turned on their own kind, for reasons they couldn't fathom. What was even more bizarre was the appearance of 3 colossal creatures, a dragon, a phoenix, and a blue phoenix. Under the bombardment of these 3 divine beasts with different elemental powers, the sea monsters were slaughtered without them having to do anything. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with a sense of surviving a disaster. If it weren't for Yi Feng's assistance just now, they would likely have perished under the massive onslaught of monsters. Their number of monster hunters was only 100,000, with all the monster hunters in Jiangqing City mobilized, along with reinforcements from other cities. The sea monsters numbered in the millions. With a ratio of 10 to 1 and their tough skin, they were bound to suffer heavy losses today. Thank goodness for him. If he hadn't intervened, we would all have died here. Get ready, follow this talented leader, break through the city's defenses together, and resist the sea monster invasion along the coast. The 100 monster hunter leaders issued orders one after another, making on-the-spot decisions. With Yi Feng leading the charge, such a powerful prodigy guiding them, what reason did they have not to follow and defend their homeland? We are saved. All the monsters in Jiangqing City have retreated, even following this young man to fight their way out. Is that the legendary dragon? And the legendary phoenix too? Who is this young man, who single-handedly quelled the monster attacks and sea monster chaos in Jiangqing City? The fleeing citizens of Nanjing stopped in their tracks, looking into the distance where traces of the battle involving Yi Feng and the 3 great mythical beasts could still be seen. Buildings engulfed in flames, structures reduced to rubble by thunder, buildings turned into ice sculptures. 3 different scenes in one place, including their homes. Seeing this, the people of Jiangqing City were at a loss, unable to determine who was the real disruptor of this monster invasion war. I recognize him. I've seen that old brother's face in the news before. Isn't he Yi Feng, the top scholar of our Nanshan province and Jiangqing First High School? He even trended on the internet before. Just a day's absence, and his power has increased again, so terrifying. Among the crowd were some examinees from Nanchang province, with very weak abilities, only at a low level, and would only become food for the sea monsters if they joined the battle, so they fled as well. At this moment, recalling Yi Feng's appearance, they couldn't help but exclaim. In the secret realm, they had some connection with Yi Feng, witnessing his rise. At that time, the aura of Yi Feng's 3 pets was no higher than the elite level. But now, the aura of the Thunder Dragon far surpassed the elite level, seemingly reaching the commander level. In just one day, he has broken through a major realm again. What has this man been eating? His realm is skyrocketing like a rocket, shooting up rapidly. So he's the top scholar of our Nansong. No wonder he's so fierce. He's destined to be the leader and pillar of our Nansong province. Quick, follow him from afar and make sure to record all his heroic deeds today. Many bold individuals followed suit, the same group who had just taken out their phones to take pictures and videos to share on social media. Some of the crowd followed the government's instructions and orderly evacuated through the teleportation array, so as not to cause trouble for the monster hunters. Behind Yifeng, tens of thousands of sea monster beasts followed. To his left and right, the ice crystal blue phoenix, the bathing fire phoenix, and the thunder dragon soared together in the sky, flying out of Jiangqing City to the coastal defense line. The fighting here was even more intense than he had imagined. Monster corpses piled up on the battlefield, the blood of sea monsters had dyed the coastal sands crimson, and the sea was filled with countless monster corpses, even mixed with many human corpses. Brothers, fight! Protect Jiangqing, we must not let these beasts completely invade the city, fight for more survival and escape opportunities for our people, otherwise they will die at the hands of these beasts. The front line of over 1,000 elite warriors went berserk, roaring in anger. Shield raised in the left hand, heavy sword, axe, spear, or blade wielded in the right hand, muscles bursting with strength, all red. Whether it was their own blood flowing or the blood splattered from killing sea monsters, they stood at the forefront, resisting the onslaught of countless sea monsters. Behind them, elements surged, and abilities continued to manifest, dazzling like fireworks. Boom! 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 However, the number of people here compared to the invading sea monsters was simply too vast, beyond what Jiangqing City could withstand. They could only fight and retreat, filled with reluctance but having no choice. How can the battles on the field be described as anything but brutal? The bloody air was condensing into substance, the roars of monsters, the shouts of many humans, the sounds of spells, and the frequent bombardment of abilities, creating utter chaos. In Yifeng's arms, he held a three-tailed emperor fox. In this brief battle, it absorbed countless emotions such as fear, hatred, resentment, sorrow, grief, and various negative emotions. The speed of its realm advancement left Yifeng amazed. It actually broke through to the 5th-ranked demon general. The little snow-white creature, with its blue fox eyes, gazed down at the brutal battle below, showing no emotional fluctuations, as if the deaths of these monsters had nothing to do with it. It lazily stretched in Yifeng's arms and nuzzled against him. The only thing it cared about was Yifeng. If Yifeng was in danger, whether it was sea monsters or esteemed beings, if it had to reveal its emperor's body at a cost, they would all die. With this thought, a hint of fierceness flashed in the three-tailed emperor fox's eyes. Yifeng did not notice this. The commotion caused by Yifeng's arrival was too significant to go unnoticed. However, the battle on the field was too intense to be distracted from. The number of monsters overwhelmed them, and any distraction could lead to a fatal ambush by countless sea monsters. The situation on the field is even more dire than I imagined. Fortunately, I am here today, otherwise, I don't know if Jiangqing could withstand it. Yifeng muttered softly, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes before he shouted loudly. 3 palm positions, beast god's might, enslave 1,000,000 monsters, thousands of thunder spears, phoenix fire, green fireflies, ice cage prison. The invisible forces of the 3 palm positions vibrated in the air, and only the sea monsters and beast tamers could sense the terrifying pressure of the beast god's might. In an instant, many monsters and sea monsters whose realms had not exceeded the esteemed level prostrated on the ground, trembling, ceasing their fighting with the humans. Thunder dragons, phoenixes, and blue phoenixes flew out simultaneously, unleashing their respective powers. Countless thunderbolts turned into spears and rained down from the sky, precisely piercing through one esteemed sea monster after another. Countless green fireflies scattered, turning into ice rain. Flames mixed with ice carrying thunder, the 3 together accurately covering tens of thousands of esteemed sea monsters. Boom! 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 In a few breaths, countless sea monsters perished. While many sea monsters prostrated, giving the defending warriors a moment to catch their breath, their eyes turned fierce as they wielded their weapons, cutting the heads and bodies of the sea monsters in front of them in half. Due to the dense concentration of human and sea monster defenses along the coast, even if Yifeng wanted to unleash a large-scale group attack, it would also engulf the humans. By then, it wouldn't just be the sea monsters falling, all the defending beast tamers would die, and he didn't want to see that. So, he had to settle for a second-best option, reducing elemental damage and achieving more precise single kills. The coastal sands gradually calmed down, with nearly 2,000,000 monsters, 1,000,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of generals, and tens of thousands of esteemed blood sharks, blood crabs, killer octopuses, and cannibal pigs on the beach. However, these were just the monsters landing on the beach, not counting the nearly 6,000,000 monsters floating beneath the sea and above the ocean where the horror truly lay. If these monsters were not eradicated, the attacks would be endless. Moreover, the esteemed beings on the far ocean side were entangled with 5 sovereign-level ocean overlords, so they either had to wait for reinforcements from the human side or assistance from other cities, or they had to swiftly end the battle and kill them all. A blue electric light flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he had made up his mind. Since water conducts electricity, and once the little radar reached the esteemed level, it possessed its own thunderstrike, the 300 million volt divine thunderfall. Then, bombard all the sea monsters in the sea at that time. Even if they can't kill them all, they can kill half of them. Such a big move is no big deal. As for carrying these controlled monsters by his side, he never thought about it. These sea monsters have all eaten people. If he brings them by his side, it would be too risky. Killing them is definitely killing them all. Forcibly controlling them at this moment, counter-killing these monsters, is just a temporary measure to make them kill each other. Boom! Boom boom! The battle on the field is intensifying, with over 1.5 million sea monsters controlled by Yifeng rushing towards the ocean, about to land and engage in battle with the sea creatures that have not yet surfaced. Now, with Yifeng's appearance and absolute control over the monsters, the human defense line has enough breathing room on this side. One by one, they turn their heads to look at Yifeng in the sky and the 3 extremely powerful terrifying divine beasts in front of him, full of respect and gratitude in their eyes. This beast tamer is a king in our great Xia, able to counter-control 1 million invading sea monsters in our Jiangqing city. And he actually possesses 3 such powerful divine beasts, all of them SSS level. The dragon god, the phoenix, and this ice crystal-colored divine beast, which seems to be the legendary blue phoenix recorded in the legends. Each one of them is unique in our great Xia. I never expected to have the privilege of seeing them all gathered in one person today. The first to recognize the 3 divine beasts beside Yifeng were naturally the beast tamers in the Monster Hunting Association. They could keenly feel how terrifying the threat emanating from Yifeng's 3 pets was. Especially the power of the beast gods, and the control over them. The beast tamers who possessed the power of thunder, fire, and ice elements felt the power of the 3 beasts in an instant, almost kneeling down in worship. It seems that as long as Yifeng is willing, with a single thought, he can strip them of their control over the beasts and make his own beasts become Yifeng's pets. Ha! It's him! He's the top scholar of my Nantong province. Among the 3 major secret realms, he swept through them all with these 3 divine beasts. I never expected that after just 1 day of disappearance, he would come to assist our Jiangqing in resisting this invasion of sea monsters. Truly a good lad of our Jiangqing. Many members of the Jiangqing Monster Hunting Association had seen yesterday's news and recognized Yifeng. After all, his appearance had gone viral online, so it was difficult not to recognize him face to face at such a close distance. Among the many teams of monster hunters, there were also people familiar to Yifeng. For example, Xin Gao, who tricked him into the military area, as well as the examiners from that day's main assessment, and over 100 senior formation masters from other key academies in Jiangqing City. Yifeng looked at Xin Gao and the others, and they also looked at Yifeng. They exchanged a glance, and Yifeng nodded to them in greeting. Damn, where did the commander take him? Did he go into the Time's secret realm for training for a day? How did he break through from senior level to commander level so quickly? Damn, not even eating a rocket is that fast. Xin Gao, seeing that the newcomer was Yifeng, was naturally familiar with the 3 divine beasts. After all, he personally witnessed Yifeng's rise that day. But his realm wasn't this high yesterday. How did he suddenly surge up? He had been stuck at the commander level for a whole 10 years without progressing. This kid, on the other hand, rose up in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even with Xin Gao's mentality, he felt a bit resentful and thought that the heavens were unfair. What kind of divine power does this kid possess? To want to counter-control so many low-level monsters, and at the commander level, it means his spiritual power must be at least at the king level. But his realm is only at the commander level. How did he do it? It's really strange, isn't it? Could it be that the leader anticipated today's situation and handed him some supreme artifact? People from the military district and various teachers from key institutions speculated, puzzled. Yifeng naturally had no idea what others were thinking, watching the battle below as hundreds of thousands of sea monsters were ready to invade the ocean. Boss, we're here to help. Boss, we didn't expect you to be so brave after the college entrance exam. You truly live up to being our boss. Just as Yifeng was about to take action, thousands of figures rushed out from Jiangqing City. Although their cultivation levels were not high, mostly at the apprentice realm or even low-ranking soldier realm, they still rushed to Jiangqing without hesitation to help defend against the monster tide. Most of them just wanted to witness Yifeng's heroic demeanor. Ha, boss? Yifeng turned around in surprise, looking towards the edge of Jiangqing City where it met the coastal defense line. When he saw who had arrived, his mouth twitched, his expression darkening. Weren't these people calling him boss the same ones who considered themselves big brothers in the 3 major secret realms? He hadn't expected them to come and help today. The main issue was that their cultivation levels were quite low. While helping in Jiangqing City was fine, once they left the city and arrived at the coastal defense line, they would only end up as food for the monsters. Yet, they still did it, charging out without fear of death. Didn't they fear for their lives? However, Yi Feng didn't say anything about it. He nodded at everyone, turned around, facing away from them, a slight smile playing on his lips. These strangers he had only seen briefly and considered as passing guests in his heart now held a hint of respect. Thousands of people coming, unafraid of death, said it all. No need for many words. It was time to do something meaningful now, exterminate the monsters, and then slay the sovereign-level tyrant. Boss nodded at us. What does that mean? Could it be that he approves of us coming to help today? Indeed, choosing to come and admire the boss's heroic demeanor today was the right decision. We were thinking of supporting Jiangqing City, but the boss had already taken care of everything. The group of followers who considered Yi Feng their boss were very puzzled by his nod just now, their minds filled with confusion. You're clueless. That definitely means the boss approves of our actions. In ancient times, one rode alone for 1,000 miles, and today we are 1,000 miles to acknowledge the boss. The leading students at the low-ranking soldier realm spoke proudly. Would it be embarrassing for the boss to have dragon and phoenix beast tamers as followers? No, they took pride in it. It was obvious that Yi Feng would be a prominent figure in the future of Great Xia. Why wait to build a relationship now? As for traveling by various means to reach Jiangqing City, their main purpose was to admire Yi Feng's demeanor. It just so happened that they encountered this monster tide and wanted to help. Coupled with their youthful vigor and hot blood, they had no fear, originally intending to kill some monsters, only to be taken care of by Yi Feng alone. From the people who had escaped from Jiangqing City, they learned of Yi Feng's recent heroic deeds. They even saw videos of Yi Feng controlling 3 great divine beasts, slaying numerous invading monsters in the city, and commanding millions of sea creatures. Oh, those daring guys were now following them, filming videos on their phones to share on social media. At this moment, Yi Feng had no idea what his followers were thinking or how the monster hunters on the battlefield were faring. Standing alone on the back of the Thunder Dragon, his voice resounded loudly, echoing through the entire coastal area. Ladies and gentlemen, evacuate from the coastal area and quickly retreat to Jiangqing's indoor room. Next, I will use the power of the Thunder Dragon's lightning, the ability of the Qinghuan Ice Peak to cover 1,000 miles, and the Phoenix's Sea of Fire to exterminate the sea monsters invading the ocean. I am unable to display my full power here. Please, in this battle, retrieve the bodies and bones of our fallen human warriors. Do not let them lie exposed in the wilderness, bury them in a graveyard, let them rest in peace after death. Yi Feng's voice was full of vigor, shouting with all his might. Fortunately, his physical strength had been tempered by thunder, fire, and ice elements, allowing his voice to carry farther, louder, and more resonant. This last sentence elevated Yi Feng's stature, earning endless admiration from Shingao and other military leaders. This young man has great talent. If he does not fall in the future, he will definitely be a giant of our Great Xia, even a leader of the entire Blue Star. His stature far surpasses that of ordinary people. The military leaders listened to Yi Feng's words and couldn't help but feel surprised that he added this sentence. They had tried this approach hundreds of years ago, but the casualties were too high to manage. People were dying every day, and if they were all buried in the graveyard, it would have burst long ago. His broad-mindedness is beyond us. Shin Gao sighed sincerely. The younger brothers, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, hesitated no more, decisively retreated 100 meters back, knowing their combat strength was too weak and they would only be a burden here, so they quietly watched from the sidelines. I have a feeling, the boss is going to show off again, and this show-off will be grand. I also have a feeling, after the show-off, the boss will definitely show off even more. Not satisfied with this, with a high probability of venturing into the distant sea, maybe even joining in battles at the supreme level. Several younger brothers shook their heads, touching their smooth chins with no beard, looking mysterious like charlatans. After a few seconds of silence, several captains of the Monster Hunters Association, vice president, elders, and senior members immediately ordered to follow Yi Feng's instructions. The situation on the field was turned around by him alone, so listening to him was the right choice. Crimson Flame Team, return to the city, quickly retrieve the bodies of our fallen comrades. Ice Peak Team, return to the city, assist the injured personnel. 7th Army's 3rd Column, return to the city, bring back the bodies of the fallen personnel. 10th Column of the 7th Army, return to the city, assist in transporting the bodies of the 3rd Squad back. All members of the Monster Hunters, return to the city. All instructors of the Seven Rivers Academy returned to the city. In a very short time, all commanders swiftly issued orders, incredibly fast, without any delay. Like a tide, the people behind them retreated from the coastal beach, leaving only the hundreds of thousands of sea monster corpses controlled by Yifeng, and countless other monster corpses. Seeing that everyone had safely evacuated, Yifeng's eyes showed no emotional fluctuations, a dead silence, as if an endless abyss, softly saying, "I do not know who you are, whose children, whose husbands, whose fathers, but at this moment, you died protecting the Great Xia, and I admire you. My comrades, whether in Huaxia or on this blue star, as part of the human race, it is impossible for me to see my own kind die in vain, their bodies left in the wild. Today, for Jiangqing, you will surely rest in peace after death." Yifeng let out a sigh, closed his eyes. The only regret at this moment was that he had not fed the shadow fruit to any monster yet. Otherwise, he would surely be able to cut out the shadows of these deceased people, allowing them to continue living in another way. Yifeng's eyes suddenly opened wide, a glint in them as he said in a low voice, "Shaolei, annihilate. Slaughter the sea monsters, swords dripping with blood. 300 million volts, divine downfall." Following Yifeng's command, Shaolei vigorously flapped his wings, soaring into the sky with Yifeng, disappearing among the clouds. Suddenly, the entire sky was covered with endless black clouds. Along the Jiangqing coastal defense line, it seemed as if it had plunged into eternal darkness, devoid of light, thunder dragons, or Yifeng. In the sky, only the bathing fire phoenix and the ice crystal blue phoenix, two huge divine birds, gazed upwards, watching the endless black clouds, waiting for something. Their realm was only at the saint level, definitely not as strong as the thunder dragon. Boom! A terrifying thunderous sound erupted from the endless black clouds, like the first thunder of spring night, illuminating the ancient darkness. Boom! 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 Following that, several thunderous sounds rang out simultaneously, each like a drumbeat, resonating through the heavens and earth. With each sound, the entire world trembled, and people's hearts trembled along with it. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, as if brewing the arrival of an unparalleled killing move. Downfall. A word echoed from the thunderclouds, seemingly from the heavens or perhaps from Yifeng, mixed with the thunderous roar, making it indistinguishable to the onlookers. Boom! Boom! The black clouds pressed down like a city on the verge of collapse, as the thunderous light pierced through the world. In the sky, within the black clouds, a dense sea of purple-black thunder tribulation gathered for miles around. Thick bolts of lightning, 10 yards in diameter, descended from the thunder sea like divine punishment. Boom! 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 With each lightning strike, a brief flash of light cut through the dark world, momentarily blinding everyone. As each divine thunder struck down, it created huge splashes in the sea, causing massive whirlpools and annihilating countless monsters hidden beneath the ocean. In the blink of an eye, the ocean surface revealed the remains of numerous sea monsters, staining the water red with blood. Dozens of tribulation thunderbolts fell simultaneously on the coastal ocean, creating a thunderous curtain in the sky, causing countless monsters along the coastline to perish. Nearly a quarter of the millions of sea monsters hidden below the ocean had been wiped out by the divine punishment. Roar! 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 Roars echoed from the depths of the sea, filled with fear and unease. Witnessing their kind being bombed into pieces under the terrifying tribulation, they were filled with panic. Naturally, monsters feared death and began to retreat towards the depths of the ocean, no longer intending to attack the coastal areas. Following the orders of the Monster King was more important than their own lives. At this moment on the coastline, tens of thousands of colossal creatures emerged, revealing their majestic forms before fleeing towards the open sea. This is an A-rank 9th tier handsome blood hornwhale beast. I never expected that there were tens of thousands hidden beneath the ocean. If they were to attack, their nearly 60-meter bodies could crush countless people of our human race. This is a B-rank 9th tier thorny devouring octopus, with tentacles over 10 meters long, covered in thorns. Its body reaches 30 meters and can easily destroy structures on land. If they were to launch another round of attacks, we would definitely not be able to resist. There's also the S-rank furious shark swordfish, the last lantern angler, and the 8-fin toothfish. At the edge of Jiangqing City, people stared blankly at the tens of thousands of top-tier monsters fleeing from the coastal ocean, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Just seeing this scene made them feel a bit fearful in their hearts, let alone facing it directly. Whether they could survive the battle was a question. From a distance, they were already afraid, not to mention up close. The disparity in personnel and combat power in this battle was huge. These are all top-tier marine mutated monsters, and they are all coming out in full force? How could they not be shocked? At this moment, thinking that Yifeng actually had the ability to slaughter so many monsters alone, facing them all alone, calmly commanding everything in the face of danger, their admiration for him deepened. At this moment, Yifeng's figure and the shadow of Wan Long were still nowhere to be seen, only the endless black sea of thunder still existed. Punishment! Another voice came from the Sea of Thunder, but this time, instead of one thunderbolt after another striking down, the entire 10-mile Sea of Thunder fell together. Boom! Boom boom! With each descent of the Sea of Thunder from the heavens, the entire world trembled with the terrifying, violent, and destructive thunderous roar. The earth trembled, the ocean boiled, countless monsters were afraid and fled deep into the ocean without looking back. This scene made everyone's hearts pound with fear and oppression. Just looking at the Sea of Thunder from afar, they felt their skin prickle and their hearts tremble with fear. The speed at which the Sea of Thunder fell was incredibly fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had already descended from the highest point of the earth to mid-air, and quickly descended to the coastal plain. The violent thunder blasted all the monster corpses on the sandy ground. At the moment of contact with the terrifying high-pressure thunder, they were instantly shattered into endless blood mist by the thunder pressure, creating a large pit in the coastal sandy ground. Bang! The loud collision sound resounded, and everyone covered their ears violently, experiencing a moment of deafness. Crackle! At the moment when the seawater touched the thunder, it was instantly turned into high temperature by the high pressure carried by the thunder, evaporating and boiling. The true faces of more monsters in the ocean were completely exposed to everyone's sight, but soon they couldn't see clearly. The dazzling degree of the thunder light was no longer something they could directly look at, so they closed their eyes and covered their ears one after another. Only a few bold and fearless individuals placed their phones there to record everything that happened today. Boom! Wanlei fell into the sea, and countless monsters hidden in the ocean evaporated and perished under this thunderous punishment. Even if their bodies exploded into blood mist, they were quickly evaporated into nothingness by the high temperature. The seawater conducted electricity, and the thunder spread. On the entire sea surface, in the sea, and under the sea, millions of monsters, regardless of their realm or species, as long as they did not exceed the respected level, even if they were half a step below the respected level, were all killed by the power of thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning spread rapidly, and the power of violent destruction quickly crushed over the light of the thunderstorm mixed with the seawater, endlessly steaming. Boom! On the coastal ocean, a visible vacuum area appeared. In the deep pit, there were no monsters, no seawater, only an elliptical stone ground that had collapsed and covered an area of nearly 10 miles, as if it had been flattened by something. But soon, the surrounding gray-blue and blood-red sea water poured in one after another, surging and beginning to fill the seawater in this deep pit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Only the sound of the seawater pouring in could be heard on the scene, and the atmosphere was eerily quiet. In the void, the bathing fire phoenix and the ice crystal azure phoenix were still there. Seeing everything calm down, there was a hint of regret in their beastly eyes. These sea beasts were all of the violent attribute, or mutated rock attribute monsters. Otherwise, if they were all devoured, their realms would have to be raised by several major realms at least. Alright, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. If necessary, I can take you to Mount Fuji in Sakura country, detonate the volcano, devour the magma and fire-type monsters, and you can evolve too. Shao Qing is still here. The extreme poles of the north and south haven't been taken over by any ice emperor, right? When the time comes, with your absolute control over the ice attribute, I'll take you to level up and evolve. Yifeng understood what the two pet beasts were thinking, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, considering the feasibility of these two matters. He remembered that there was an exchange meeting to Sakura country during the Dragon Quell Academy's freshman activities. Should he go stir up some trouble then? Putting aside these thoughts for now, after all, the tasks given by the system were not completely finished yet. Killing sovereign-level demon beasts. Just thinking about it was a headache. The coastal defense line has been resolved, leaving only the sovereign-level demon beast. I wonder if I can defeat it or not. I can only pin my hopes on you. Yifeng, riding on the thunder dragon in the sky, looked down and saw all the sea demons below had been dealt with. He carefully examined the SSS-grade demon-slaying sword in his hand. It had a 5% chance of directly killing demon beasts of any realm, truly a divine weapon. Unfortunately, the probability was a bit low. If he could get a lucky fruit later, change his own luck, hit every time, and directly kill every time, then he would truly be invincible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 30,000 high-ranking bloodhorn whale sharks, dropping a B-grade demon egg, a low-grade B-level broadsword, a mid-grade A-level undead skull, and a C-grade female berserker's arm guard. Dropped an SSS-grade sea god ring, containing a small endless ocean world within. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing numerous sea demons from the novice realm to the elite realm, obtaining a large number of weapons and equipment. Please check them out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the three-tailed emperor fox pet devour envy, jealousy, and admiration from the crowd, gaining 70,000 evolution points, breaking through to the 9th level elite rank. The system's voice didn't stop during his slaughter of the demon beasts, and Yifeng's head was about to explode from the constant notifications. Looking at the mostly B and C grade weapons of various professions on the golden panel in front of him, there were all sorts of strange things, like the underwear of a female berserker, the skull of an undead mage, and the whip of an A-level triangular explosive bull. The only thing that caught Yifeng's attention was the previously mentioned SSS Beast God Ring, along with this SSS Grade C God Ring. Beast God Ring contains a world of land, capable of accommodating over 100 million large demon beasts. Yifeng checked the specific information about the two rings and put on the gold and silver rings, thinking of letting Little Lei and the others move to a different place later. Each beast tamer's beast space was actually limited, and for the large 3 divine beasts, it would inevitably be a bit crowded. It would be better to move them into the small world within these rings, as the contract space and these two spaces were interconnected. One-click retrieval, all the dropped equipment, all the A grades will be retrieved as task points, leaving nothing behind. Yifeng had made up his mind. Now he was going to rob and kill the sovereign-level dominant demon beast. If things went wrong, the battle fluctuations would affect him, and his life would be in danger. So he quickly retrieved all the dropped equipment as task points and went to the store to buy some life-saving items. Retrieving. Ding! Retrieved all 6,973 B-grade weapons, obtained 128,037 task points, rounded up to 130,000. Actually, if the host didn't kill all these demon beasts, leaving their bodies for the system to devour and recycle, you could have gained an additional 100,000 task points. But since the host killed them all in one go, you missed out on that. The system was very considerate and rounded up Yifeng's task points a bit more. But the final words were truly heart-wrenching, making Yifeng's face freeze before he could even feel happy. Damn! Just got carried away by Little Lei's killing spree, forgot about this crucial point. Yifeng's face suddenly turned bitter, looking very unpleasant. But since it was already done, there was no way to regret it. He opened the mall panel to check the life-saving items, wanting to see what could be directly exchanged with the 130,000 mission points. June level Guardian Array can withstand any June level 3 attacks, priced at 100,000 mission points. Emperor level Guardian Array can withstand any Emperor level 2 attacks, priced at 1 million mission points. Pet Supreme Speed Seal greatly increases the speed of pets, barely able to escape under the supreme level attacks, limited to 10 minutes, priced at 100,000 mission points. Yifeng looked at a bunch of defense, speed, and escape life-saving items, either too expensive to afford or too low level to be useful. After searching for a while, his gaze settled on the Speed Seal. The 3 major pets all possessed the power of the Beast God, capable of weakening the combat power of any level of monster by 10%, and when combined, wouldn't that be 30%? With 30% power reduction, coupled with his own speed enhancement, they definitely couldn't touch him. He would escape while creating distance, then strike from afar with a single blow. If he could trigger the 5% chance of an absolute kill, the mission would be completed. If he couldn't kill, he would retreat and look for another opportunity to strike. With a low probability, he would stack the attempts, not believing that out of 100 strikes, none would trigger. Thinking like this, Yifeng painfully spent the hard-earned 100,000 mission points, leaving only 30,000 mission points, to purchase the Speed Seal. With Little Lei, Little Fire, and Little Qing, he disappeared into the sky, flying towards the ocean, to assist 30 supreme-level powerhouses in Jiangqing City. As Yifeng left, the crowd was unaware, each staring blankly at the scene, unable to fathom how terrifying the power was under that thunderous strike. These were millions of monsters, and Yifeng single-handedly dealt with them? The sea was flattened, revealing a vast deep space. Was this the dragon beast tamer, so powerful that it stirred the hearts of the beast tamers watching? Could they one day reach the level of Yifeng? I've made up my mind. Since the boss is such a powerful beast tamer, when I break through to the next level and change jobs, I also want to become a beast tamer, aspiring to be as powerful as the boss. Yes, why didn't I think of that? After entering the academy, I must upgrade well, break through to the next level soon, and change jobs to become a beast tamer. In this way, we will respect the boss as our leader, able to flaunt his name, to uphold the boss's reputation. The thoughts of the group of followers were quite unconventional, immediately thinking of changing jobs, howling like wolves, appearing extremely excited. With this statement, everyone's minds became active. Why hadn't they thought of changing jobs before? Originally, the most respected professions in Dacia and even the Blue Star were formation masters, elementalists, or espers, with few people touching the profession of beast tamer. But now, with Yifeng's appearance, the definition of a beast tamer had been completely refreshed. While others were still contracting ordinary tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves, he had already tamed dragons and phoenixes. Wasn't the gap in strength obvious? Moreover, beast tamers had powerful mental strength. When they reached a certain level, they could manifest their mental strength externally, possessing the abilities of a mentalist and a soul master. Coupled with the fact that beast tamers let their pets fight for them, without having to fight themselves, they could just hide behind their pets and let them handle everything, making their lives easy. You see, the strength of these pets far exceeded that of other professionals of the same level. With the words of Yifeng's followers, it seemed as if a new world had opened up before everyone's eyes, and the entire Jiangqing city was swept up in a wave of changing jobs to become beast tamers. As for the instigator of this matter, Yifeng was naturally completely unaware. Don't be afraid, watch as I single-handedly quell this monster tied with one sword. Do not be alarmed, watch as this old man determines the fate of the world with a demon. Do not fear, watch as I, with a tool, subdue 10,000 demons. In Jiangqing City, 3 figures were about to rise into the air, standing in mid-air, heading towards them. An old man with a white beard wielding a sword, a middle-aged man standing on a dragon falcon, and an elderly man in military attire exuding a strong aura of slaughter, holding 2 huge axes in his hands. Each of the 3 exuded a terrifying aura of a sovereign realm, followed by a dense crowd of tens of thousands of reinforcements from various places. Leader? These are the mentors and deans of the major academies in Nansong. Sovereign aura, we pay our respects to the 3 sovereigns. The people at the border of Jiangqing City felt the overwhelming pressure of the sovereign realm, their gazes suddenly solemn, but there was no sign of panic or respect, only a hint of surprise and curiosity. As for gratitude, it was temporarily absent in their eyes. After all, the timing of their arrival seemed a bit too coincidental. They dared to come only after Yifeng had wiped out all the demons. If it weren't for Yifeng single-handedly exterminating them in time, they would probably all be lying dead in the wilderness. Therefore, what they revered was only the formidable strength of the 3 individuals. On the other hand, if Yifeng were to see the elderly man in military attire holding the 2 axes, he would surely rush forward to pull out his beard. Isn't this person Liu Bei? The old bastard who tricked him into the Dragon's Gate Academy through the teleportation array. The 3 sovereigns nodded indifferently, but soon realized something was amiss. Wasn't the battle around the coastal defense line extremely fierce? Why were there no demon corpses to be seen? Not even the bodies of human warriors? Except for a large pit on the sand and the lingering smell of blood in the air, they began to doubt if there had been a battle in Jiangqing City at all. What's going on? Where are the millions of sea beasts? Didn't our human side suffer heavy losses, with nearly tens of millions of demons invading? Why are the demons nowhere to be found? Have they retreated? Liu Bei lowered his head and looked at Shengao and others, his tone questioning. The white-beard sword sovereign of Tianqing Academy and the middle-aged sovereign of Tianbei Academy looked towards the distant sea level and noticed something amiss. The seawater there was still flowing backwards, falling into a huge pit. There had definitely been a fierce battle here before, but there was an absolute killing blow that seemed to have wiped out all the demons. With their vast experience in battles, they immediately saw the key points. Reply to the leader, Yifeng has just been here, and he has broken through to the martial level, bringing an SSS-level thunder dragon that annihilated all the demons in its path, not a single blade of grass left standing. Moreover, he single-handedly quelled the demon chaos in Jiangqing City. Not only that, he also contributed along the coastal defense line, annihilating them all. Shengao, seeing Liu Bei's inquiry, trembled and without hesitation, revealed everything he knew. Yifeng? Martial level? His thunder dragon wiped out nearly tens of millions of demons? How is that possible? Even with an SSS-level thunder dragon, it's impossible to wipe out such a huge number of demons in one go. What do you take him for? A sovereign? Liu Bei was not surprised by Yifeng's arrival. He had just received a notification from the other deans of the Dragon's Gate Academy that his trap had been successful, sending Yifeng into the academy. Then Yifeng returned using the teleportation array, but wasn't his level just at the martial level when he left? How did he break through to the sovereign level? It's unscientific. And him wiping out millions of demons with one dragon? Do you think this is a movie? Are you kidding me? The other 2 sovereign-level powerhouses also did not believe it, all looking at Shengao with scrutiny. People from all over who came to rescue behind them were the same, including the Imperial Martial Realm, and there was also an SS-level dragon tamer, a pure dragon tamer, who could single-handedly take on tens of thousands, he believed. Single-handedly against millions? He absolutely didn't believe it. I certainly wouldn't dare to deceive the leader. If you don't believe it, please watch the VCR. Shengao, facing the scrutiny of 3 sovereign-level powerhouses, felt a cold sweat on his forehead in an instant, quickly snatched the phones from the people beside him, and took out the video he had just shot. The three men came to Shingao, three old men face to face, squeezed together, staring fixedly at the screen on the phone. In the video, wasn't it the heroic figure of Yi Feng pushing all the way from Jiangqing City to the coastal area? The Fire Phoenix exterminated demons, the Blue Luan froze, and the Thunder Dragon annihilated all the way from the inside to the outside, guiding nearly 2 million demons to kill each other, all the work of Yi Feng alone. Truly impressive. Liu Bei took a sharp breath, not knowing he had deceived such a monster. Just an imperial martial realm, how can he control millions of demons? Won't his mental power, soul power burst and turn him into an idiot? And the power of the 10-mile Thunder Sea, it's like the end of the world. How does this dragon have wings? Why does it look so much like the legendary Yinglong of my great Xia? The three were shocked, racking their brains but couldn't understand why such absurd things were happening. This was no longer a monster, this was a freak to the extreme. How could there be such a freak? I understand, it is said that the beast tamer has a supreme royal body, the demon emperor body, born to control all demons and beasts, making them unconditionally submissive. When he was extremely weak, he actually made a contract with 3 SSS divine beasts. Now he can control many sea demons and sea beasts. It must be because of this reason. Such talent, at all costs, must be brought into our Tianbei Academy. The middle-aged man standing on the dragon falcon thought of this possibility. His eyes suddenly lit up with thousands of lights, extremely excited, couldn't help but shout low. This kind of freak was simply invaluable under the invasion of demons everywhere today. Reversely controlling demon beasts, making them kill each other, isn't that how it's being applied today? Demon emperor body, special physique? Yes, why didn't I think of that before? It's a good thing I'm smart, I've already tricked him into the Dragon Gate Academy, otherwise it would have been a big loss. Liu Bei heard the low shout of the Imperial Marshal, a smile hidden in his eyes, feeling very accomplished. Not good, he's not here now, he must have gone to the far sea. That's a sovereign-level battle, even if he has the Emperor's body, he's not someone who can deal with it now. Don't do stupid things. Not seeing Yi Feng's figure on the field for a long time, the three suddenly thought of something, their eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, they turned into 3 streams of light and flew towards the distance to help Yi Feng. At this moment, if the 30 sovereign-level powerhouses who were battling 5 sovereign sea demon overlords knew, they would definitely curse. They had been entangled with the 5 sovereign sea demon overlords here for a long time, and these 3 old guys actually thought of saving Yi Feng first instead of them? Yi Feng! I have 3 SSS-level divine beasts, and there will be more in the future. When I was in the Imperial Martial Realm, I slaughtered tens of thousands of demons, pacified the chaos of sea demons, and now I'm here to help you. Under the Imperial Martial Realm, I am invincible, above the Sovereign Realm, 1 for 1. Most importantly, I have cheats. You decide whether to save me or not. At this moment, Yi Feng still didn't know that 3 old men had arrived behind him, his mind full of thoughts about specifically killing sovereign-level overlords. Even if he knew, no one could resist him killing sovereign-level overlords. This was something he had specifically purchased for 10,000 mission points, and he was determined to complete the mission, no matter what. Riding on the back of the Yinglong, Yefeng looked towards the distant sea. At this moment, he had already left the coastal defense line and could no longer see the scenery of Jiangqing City, being far out at sea. On the open ocean, a fierce battle was erupting between the tyrannical overlords of the June level. 20 Azure Sky Eagles were positioned in all directions, each carrying a revered expert on their backs, unleashing terrifying elemental magic and mysterious supernatural powers towards 3 huge sea monster overlords below. Boom! Countless elemental spells bombarded the massive dark monster's armor, but caused no visible damage. Standing at 60 meters tall, covered in tough black shells and surrounded by dark poisonous spikes, its flesh concealed beneath the dark armor. A 3rd-level June Realm Oceanic Overlord, the venomous armored Inclam. The other 2 were even more terrifying. One was a giant man-eating fish called the Prison Lantern, 50 meters long with razor-sharp teeth, sporting a glowing lantern on its head that emitted a mesmerizing power. If one was not careful, they could be momentarily entranced by this light and devoured. A 5th-level June Realm Overlord, the Prison Lantern man-eating fish. On the other side, a mass of chaotic seaweed gathered into a huge seaweed cluster with a radius of 25 meters. Countless seaweeds unleashed various magical abilities towards the sky, deflecting the attacks of numerous revered mages and experts. Deep within the seaweed cluster, a dark light flickered its core. As long as the core remained intact, it would be an indestructible existence. Boom! 20 revered experts clashed with 3 June Realm Oceanic Overlords, seemingly dominating the battle, but everyone knew the initiative lay with the monsters. Restricted by their professions, the human side could not unleash their full power, and with 2 hidden June Realm monsters, they hesitated to use their strongest attacks. In sea battles, melee combatants like berserkers had no foothold and could not fly, limiting their effectiveness. Furthermore, except for a few special formation mages, most could not deploy formations at sea. Thus, sea battles were severely restricted, rendering melee professions almost useless. Beast tamers, unless their pets could fly or swim, were also ineffective at sea. 10 swordsmen controlled hundreds of flying swords on their backs, patrolling the sea surface in search of the lurking sea monster overlords. Damn it, the June Realm Stealth Dragon Shark's concealment ability is hard to detect without a June Realm expert. If it suddenly ambushes us, we're as good as dead. And that Marrow chapter June, its tentacles are filled with deadly poison. One misstep, and we'll all perish here. Unfortunately, both of these June Realm monsters are high level. If they ambush us, none of us will survive. The 10 revered experts cursed inwardly, their minds tense, fearing the slightest mistake that could cost them their lives. The situation on both sides was at a stalemate, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The 5 June Realm Oceanic overlords on the monster side remained motionless, and the human side could only wait for reinforcements. In the distant sea, a massive thunder dragon flapped its wings and headed towards the group. Could it be that our human reinforcements have arrived to help us? It seems like dragon breath. Yes, it must be our human June Realm experts coming to our aid. 30 esteemed experts immediately sensed the beastly aura emanating from Yifeng and the dragon-like divine beast aura from the thunder dragon. Their faces lit up with hope. Without losing focus, their powers converged continuously, striking towards the 3 ocean overlords below. Dark seaweed entwined around the flying swords, immobilizing them in mid-air, restricting the sword expert's ability to attack. The poisonous armor clam shielded the front, carrying the long-range attacks launched by the human formation master and the supernatural ability master. Meanwhile, the captive lantern-devouring mermaid remained still on the sea surface, seemingly asleep. Only the huge lantern in front emitted a faint light constantly. Is this the might of a monarch level? Its size is more than half larger than Little Thunder. Something seems amiss here. The lantern fish emits a confusing power, and it appears that our 30 human experts are about to fall into an illusion. Yifeng rode on the thunder dragon, gazing into the distance at the ongoing battle. Suddenly, he noticed something, his gaze sharpening. Damn that lanternfish's confusing power, targeting the 10 sword experts to ambush the 2 hidden monarch realm sea beasts, preparing for a fatal strike. Yifeng cursed inwardly as he saw the 10 sword experts' gazes fixed on a certain direction. Although they were alert, their focus gradually dispersed, causing their flying swords to slow down, aimlessly fluttering over the sea like headless flies. Little Thunder, attack the water below, use the seawater as a medium to conduct the thunder and force the 2 monarch realm sea beasts beneath the seabed to come out. 1 billion volts thunderfall. Yifeng commanded, taking out a speed talisman he had just exchanged from the system and pasting it on Little Thunder. In an instant, his speed increased significantly, much faster than before. Little Thunder and Yifeng turned into a flash of lightning, approaching the crowd, only a kilometer away from the 30 human experts. A thick purplish-black lightning, nearly 10 zhang in size, brewed in the thunder dragon's mouth. Roaring fiercely towards the sea below, it spat out endless purple thunder, carrying a terrifying, violent, and destructive aura, crashing into the sea surface below. Boom! The lightning plunged into the seawater, spreading rapidly in the form of purplish-black lightning. The power of the purplish-black lightning continued to spread, probing beneath the ocean, towards all directions, targeting the 2 hidden behemoth sea beasts. Roar! The 2 beasts were hit by the force of the lightning, roaring in pain as they revealed themselves from the depths of the ocean. Forced to surface, they abandoned their plan to ambush the other beasts. On the sea surface, a huge amethyst octopus and a black shark with jagged teeth lay in wait. Looking closely, weren't they positioned directly below the 10 sword experts in the sky? As long as their focus wavered even slightly, these 2 monarch overlords would leap out of the sea, either swallowing them whole or binding them to death with the poisonous spines on the octopus's tentacles. It was Yifeng's thunderous roar that brought the 30 human experts back to reality. They reacted abruptly, sweat dripping down their foreheads, eyes filled with fear and palpitations, hearts pounding. Their minds had momentarily wandered, their thinking and action slowing down, yet they hadn't even noticed. Indeed, this was the power of the Monarch Realm Ocean Overlords, possessing control skills. The 30 human experts glared angrily at the giant lantern-devouring mermaid. In a moment, Yifeng arrived beside the 30 people on the Thunder Dragon, its wings flapping majestically. The 5 dominant lords above and below were indeed slightly smaller in size compared to the Thunder Dragon. However, the Thunder Dragon was fearless, exuding the pride of the dragon race and spewing a scorching dragon breath from its nostrils, its eyes filled with disdain. It seemed to be saying, "Wait until I reach their level, I'll take care of them in no time." Ha! He's not a strong lord from our human race, just a handsome realm? Nonsense, what is a handsome realm doing here? Hurry back and bring reinforcements. Young man, you have great potential and a bright future ahead. Don't waste it by coming here to die. Initially hopeful and happy, the 30 people were anticipating assistance from a strong lord of the human race, only to be surprised by a mere kid who was just a handsome realm. While they marveled at Leaf Wind's potential as a dragon beast tamer, they couldn't let him sacrifice himself in vain again. They quickly tried to persuade Leaf Wind to leave and not cause trouble here. Leaf Wind understood their good intentions, smirked, and muttered, "If it weren't for me helping out, you would have been dead long ago. I'm here to complete a mission. If you all get swallowed by these 3 monster beasts, I won't be affected." Leaf Wind glanced at the 5 huge dominant monster beasts below, and they, in turn, assessed Leaf Wind, particularly focusing on the Thunder Dragon beneath him. Despite their higher realms compared to the Thunder Dragon, the aura and pressure in their bloodlines made them somewhat uneasy. Their strengths inexplicably suppressed by a fraction, leaving them puzzled and full of doubt. The seaweed is a warrior, the clam is a tank, the shark is an assassin, the octopus with many tentacles is clearly a marksman, so this lanternfish must be a mage. Capture the king first, focus on killing the marksman and mage in team fights. But this one seems to have control skills, we should take him out first. Leaf Wind's gaze quickly settled on the giant lanternfish, his eyes gleaming with determination. He lightly patted Little Thunder's back, drew a demon-slaying sword, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Watch my sword!" Sap. A flash of lightning struck directly towards the giant lanternfish below, catching the 30 eminent experts off guard. They couldn't believe that after all their advice, Leaf Wind not only ignored it but also rebelled to the extent of directly attacking. A sword light flashed across the field, and the demon-slaying sword landed perfectly on the giant lanternfish. However, despite its sharpness, it only left a shallow mark on the fish's scales. Roar! Enraged, the giant lanternfish's massive lantern on its forehead emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful mental force swept towards Leaf Wind. Boom! A terrifying mental onslaught invaded Leaf Wind's mind. Any eminent expert would have been rendered foolish under such close-range explosive mental attacks. However, due to Leaf Wind's special constitution with his soul power enhanced by the system, this mental attack was insignificant to him. At that moment, Leaf Wind rode the Thunder Dragon and swiftly retreated into the distance, leaving a sigh on the surface of the ocean. It's a pity that the sword didn't finish it off. The 5% chance of triggering absolute slay is still too small, isn't it? The lantern monster and its tiny fish eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at the still-alive Leaf Wind, unable to comprehend why he remained unscathed under such a powerful mental assault. What kind of speed is this? Under such close-range bombardment, there was no damage at all, and he managed to retreat unscathed. This kid is not simple. Then we must not let him die here. We must protect him and ensure he escapes. The 30 human strongmen on the field glanced at each other, their determination set. For the future of the Great Xia tribe, it was only natural to protect the younger generation. For the sake of Great Xia's future, Yifeng absolutely cannot die here. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I can't trigger this 5% probability once. I'll try hundreds of times, and still won't trigger it. With Little Lay's beast god power reduced by only 10%, they still have time to react. So, I'll add another 20% of suppression to you. Yifeng's eyes were filled with burning battle intent. With a thought, he released the Fire Phoenix and Ice Crystal Blue Wand from the beast god realm. One blue and one red, the huge divine birds appeared in the sky. A pressure unique to the Fire Beast God and Ice Beast God spread out, once again weakening the strength of the 5 sovereign-level ocean lords on the field. Kill! Phoenix Fire, Cross Judgment. Ice Crystal Purgatory, frozen for miles. Yifeng gave the command, and 2 different powers struck out from the 2 great divine birds. Led by the Ice Crystal Blue Wand, a frigid ice breath spread out under the sea, gradually freezing a small area of the ocean. The aim was to completely freeze this ocean, slowing down the speed of the 5 sovereign lords on the field. In an instant, the ice surface was frozen, and the 5 ocean lords were momentarily stalled. But soon, their massive bodies and terrifying strength shattered the ice that trapped them, raging with anger as they looked towards Yifeng. They were horrified to find their strength suppressed by 30%. There was a strange power on this human that they couldn't resist and feared. This human before them must die. Watch my sword. Yifeng howled again, riding the Thunder Dragon down, turning into a streak of lightning, even faster, pushing his speed to the limit. Little Fire and Little Blue provided cover in the sky, while he continued to wield his sword. A streak of lightning once again flashed in front of the lanternfish, leaving only a shallow mark on its surface. Failing to strike, Yifeng cunningly transformed into a lightning path, striking a clump of seaweed, stabbing it as well, cutting off some of the surface seaweed but not triggering a direct kill. Damn it, why is my luck so bad? Yifeng, after 2 unsuccessful ambushes, cursed a few times, then transformed with the thunder dragon into lightning, leaping back and forth on the field, attacking the giant shark and octopus. He stabbed each of them, but still did not trigger a direct kill. Yifeng's agility and speed were exceptional, engaging in guerrilla warfare. Stabbing one, then another, not giving them a chance to react, seeking an opportunity for a decisive blow. But it was precisely because of this behavior that he completely enraged the 5 sovereign-level monsters. Their eyes turned crimson, filled with terrifying hostility. Their sovereign aura completely emanated, the pressure of the 5 sovereigns descended, brimming with bloodlust and murderous intent. The 30 eminent strongmen witnessing this scene turned pale. Young ancestor, stop provoking them. We can't beat them. Damn it, this is bad. We've completely angered these 5 beasts, and it will be difficult to surprise them with a sneak attack next. Moreover, the time limit of the speed talisman is only 10 minutes, and 2 minutes have already passed. After several unsuccessful strikes, Yifeng saw this scene on the field, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, feeling a bit panicked. Even more exaggerated were the 30 eminent strongmen on the other side. They had just witnessed Yifeng's reckless behavior with their own eyes, holding a small sword and making a move on the sovereign beast in this realm. Although the damage was minimal, the insult was extremely strong. Just think about it, a handsome realm ant dared to attack them actively, leaving traces of blood on their bodies. Shouldn't this ant be exterminated and tortured 100,000 times over? Then repeatedly dragged out for further punishment. Now, these 5 sovereign beasts are even more furious, not only holding a grudge against Yifeng but also including them in it. At this moment, everyone wanted to vent endlessly, cursing in their hearts, is this talented and perverted descendant here to trick them? You young lad, with enough speed to land a few blows on these 5 sovereign beasts, at least leave some damage. Instead of causing harm, you've just maxed out the provocation meter. Now, they were not sure if they could save Yifeng from the complete rage of the 5 sovereign oceanic beasts, let alone save their own lives. Roar! The 5 oceanic beasts roared in unison, the lantern light on the head of the prison lantern devouring mermaid burst even brighter, creating a spiritual world around them. The flow of the ocean slowed down, and the movement of the ice fragments on the sea surface became even slower. Sovereign realm, prison cage world. An invisible domain descended from above the heavens and earth. The head of the agate octopus emitted a gem-like light, and the pus venom on its tentacles shot out like rain, attacking everyone indiscriminately, aiming at Yifeng and the others. In front, tens of thousands of venom covered the area densely, approaching rapidly. The dragon shark lurked underwater, preparing for a sneak attack. Countless thick vines sprouted out of thin air from the seaweed, aiming to entangle and strangle everyone. Numerous black armor needles shot out from the poisonous armorine clam, turning into a dense array of black needles, attacking the people from behind. At this moment, they faced an even greater crisis. Vines entangled them from below, a spiritual domain controlled them from above, venom invaded from the front, and poison needles covered their backs, completely surrounding Yifeng and the others. Even if Yifeng wanted to escape, he couldn't break free from the attacks coming from all directions. Damn it! Sovereign beasts are indeed not easy to kill. I have greatly underestimated their abilities. Yifeng's face turned pale, realizing that his idealized task of killing the sovereign beasts and fleeing was too naive. The consequence was angering 4 sovereign beasts, which could lead to the deaths of 30 esteemed realm experts on their side. Of course, Yifeng would be fine, as he possessed a life-saving divine technique from the ice beast god. Xiao Lei, 300 million volts divine meteor. Yifeng's eyes were resolute as he quickly instructed Xiao Lei to unleash a powerful attack, using all his strength without holding back. He needed to survive the encirclement before anything else. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a terrifying 10-mile thunder sea reappeared. However, this time, Yifeng and Thunder Dragon did not disappear. The Tenjiang Thunder Sea descended straight down, blasting a hole in the spiritual prison world above. Seizing this opportunity, Yifeng turned around and shouted to the crowd, "Run towards that opening." After speaking, Yifeng transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed out, followed closely by the 30 human experts who dared not hesitate and fled with all their might. Except for the spiritual world above, which had no absolute lethality, whether it was the vines below, the poison thorns, or the venom, as long as they touched their bodies, it would be game over for them. This was the killing move of the sovereign oceanic beasts. 20 fierce eagles of the heavens flapped their wings swiftly, sensing the imminent threat of sandthorns from all directions. Even they feared death. The 10 swordmasters, needless to say, unleashed their fastest flying speed, charging out with a group of 30, positioned at a higher point in the world, their eyes filled with lingering fear. However, the group was not overly worried. They managed to evade that strike, but what about the 5 dominant overlords they had to face next? Since they hadn't provoked them before, they hadn't gone all out, so they might still have a chance. At this moment, even resisting a single strike was somewhat difficult, showcasing a vast difference in realms. Even the strongest innate skill of the Thunder Dragon can only create a crack in that spiritual domain. Killing enemies at a higher realm is not a problem, but when these two realms are combined with domain power, it becomes somewhat challenging. The evolution fruit given by Tonzi isn't that great. I've read about protagonists in previous novels killing enemies across a dozen realms, so why can my pet only surpass one realm? Yi Feng couldn't help but complain in his mind, but it was just a complaint. Today's luck was a bit tough. If any of these 5 military demon beasts had ice, fire, or thunder attributes, he wouldn't be able to kill a single one, leaving him helpless. Unfortunately, each of these 5 had different attributes, leaving him no choice. Please stop complaining about the evolution fruit produced by the system. The evolution demon fruit may not show its strength in the early stages, but as your pet's bloodline improves in the mid to later stages, it will greatly enhance the realms it can surpass. The system detected Yi Feng's thoughts and quickly responded. Yi Feng smirked and thought of something, coming up with an idea that made his face show a hint of pain. Tonzi, quickly recycle all the A-grade equipment into mission points. We need to act fast. In order to save his life and possibly help the 30 people, or even let them retreat directly, it was time to sell off the remaining A-grade equipment, buy a large teleportation array, and bring all 30 people back. Ding! Successful recycling for the host, receiving a total of 300,000 mission points. Detecting a crisis situation for the host, the system offers a life-saving package, 1 random teleportation card, 1 last stand card, and 1 50% probability increase card, all for just 50,000 mission points. Seize the opportunity, host, will you make the purchase? The voice of the system rang in his mind, taking care of everything for Yi Feng. The contents of this grand package made Yi Feng's heart race with excitement. But here was the problem, Yi Feng only had 300,000 mission points on him, and with the unused ones, he had a total of 320,000. Where could he get the extra 180,000 mission points from? Sell the evolution demon fruit? But that wouldn't be enough. The host's mission points are insufficient. You can take a loan, the system can lend you 200,000 mission points, and you only need to return 250,000 mission points to the system later. Think about it, host. Not only can you resolve the current situation, but you might also have the chance to instantly kill one of the demon beasts before you. Isn't that a great deal? The system's voice was half coaxing and half tempting, making Yi Feng almost agree without hesitation. But then he realized, he might escape, but what about the 30 people? They would be left to die at the hands of the demon beasts. Despite being a bit of a scoundrel and not always having a good heart, he couldn't betray his teammates like that. At this moment, 3 figures were rushing towards them from 10,000 meters away, their faces filled with anxiety, fearing for Yi Feng's safety. That little guy must not get into trouble. He is the future of our Dragon Gate. Among them, Liu Bei was the most anxious, his feet stepping on a giant axe spewing fire, pushing his speed to the limit. Ha! What are these 3 auras? Yi Feng sensed from afar that there were 3 extremely terrifying auras rushing towards him. Among the owners of these 3 auras, one of them he was extremely familiar with. Wasn't it the old man, Liu Bei, who had tricked him before? However, the 3 individuals were genuine Sovereign Realm experts. With them around, the safety of the 30 Sovereign Realm powerhouses on his side should be guaranteed. If he could slay another Sovereign Realm monster, even if he couldn't win a 4 versus 3 battle, he could always escape. Initially torn, Yi Feng's anxious heart settled completely at this moment, with no hesitation, his gaze firm. Tonzi, lend me 200,000 directly. I'll pay you back 250,000 later. Let's buy that gift package in one go. Ding, congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing the linked gift package. Host owes the system 250,000. Cowards die many times before their deaths, the valiant never taste of death but once. Damn it, let's do this. Yi Feng turned abruptly, looking at the giant lanternfish with a resolute gaze. This monster had control skills and had to be taken out to avoid hindering their team's efforts. In an instant, he activated the death seal without hesitation and charged out directly. Yi Feng understood the system's intention. The counterattack and random teleportation in the gift package would surely trigger after he killed a Sovereign Realm monster, and the other 4 Sovereign Realm monsters would then seek to kill him in retaliation. With their speed, he would have a hard time escaping. Even with a 30% power suppression and little lace speed, the enraged monsters would greatly enhance their combat power. If he could withstand their attack, use the random teleportation to escape to another location, the mission would be completed. Kill! Yi Feng lightly patted Wanlei's dragon back, and in an instant, they turned into a streak of light and rushed out, gripping the demon-slaying sword tightly, aiming directly at the giant lanternfish. This kid dares to come up, damn, is he crazy? Come back quickly, what can you do alone? Don't go to your death. These 5 sovereign realm monsters are in a rage, hurry back. When the 30 people saw Yifeng continue to charge forward as a streak of lightning, their souls almost trembled, their eyes widened. The speed of this streak of lightning was incredibly fast, driven to the extreme by Yifeng. Little Lei also understood Yifeng's determination in this strike, squeezing out the last of his strength to turn into a streak of light, aiming to catch them off guard. In an instant, a purple-black streak of lightning flashed in front of the giant lanternfish. Yifeng tightly gripped the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, his eyes fierce and full of killing intent, as he fiercely slashed downwards. This strike had a 55% chance of a direct kill. If unsuccessful, it would be a life or death situation. Even if he failed, he would have to flee immediately using the counterattack and random teleportation card. Otherwise, unless he immediately followed up with the Ice Beast God's one-hit kill, he would definitely die here. The sword light struck, the blade directly piercing into the body of the giant lanternfish. Death to the sovereign. This strike was different from before. It not only pierced through the surface scales of the giant lanternfish but also erupted with a terrifying divine aura that invaded its body, destroying its vitality. The glowing lantern above its head gradually dimmed, its huge pupils turning into lifeless ashes, devoid of vitality. Ding, absolute kill triggered. Ding, congratulations, host, for killing a sovereign realm monster, completing the system's task, and receiving a random devil fruit, a random professional weapon X1, 1 spin of the wheel, and 10,000 task points. The system directly distributed the tasks completed by Yifeng. As the aura on the giant lanternfish vanished, the 4 sovereign beasts were first stunned, then their blood and killing intent turned into a blood cloud, almost solidifying into substance. One of our great monarchs was killed by these ants in a surprise attack. How dare they? Did he kill the lanternfish giant? That's a sovereign realm monster, and he managed to cross 2 major realms to slay a sovereign realm monster? What kind of power is that? What mysteries does it hold under a single sword strike? Just as the 30 human strongmen were still in endless rage, Hua Yefeng's disobedience left him dumbfounded, his jaw almost dropping, staring blankly at the scene. The shock brought by Yefeng was unparalleled. Soon, they snapped out of it, eyes filled with horror, sweat pouring down their foreheads, backs soaked with sweat, shouting, "This is bad. The 4 great sovereign beasts are furious, we are powerless to stop them." The 30 men moved together, disregarding their own danger, with only one thought in mind, to rush over and save Yefeng. Even if they had to die themselves, they had to save Yefeng. A genius from the great Xia who could slay a sovereign in the handsome realm couldn't just perish in the mouth of a monster. But how could their speed match that of these monsters? Especially the skydiving dragon shark lurking beneath the sea immediately rushed out from the seabed, opening its huge mouth full of fangs, pouncing towards Yefeng. Bang! The vine monster, made up of endless vines, burst open all its vines and lunged towards Yefeng, covering a large circular area within 20 meters around Yefeng, trapping him inside. Endless venom, poisonous thorns, and toxic vines slashed towards Yefeng. Surrounded on all sides, there was simply no space to escape. Below was the mouth of the giant shark, with venom concentrated on all sides, forming a wall of venom. Its speed was so fast that there was no time to react. In the enclosed space, the vines had already entwined around his left ankle. A venomous force emanated from the vines, continuously invading his body, poisoning him to death. Indeed, after slaying some sovereign monsters, I am now facing the wrath of the 4 great sovereign beasts. A desperate move, this strange vine domain, along with the giant mouth of the blood shark, all kinds of desperate moves. If I don't have a trump card, I will die here. Yefeng closed his eyes, feeling the continuous ebbing of vitality in his body, sighed lightly, the sense of impending death lingering in his mind. He crushed a seal in his hand abruptly. Bang! The strange power on Yefeng's body completely disappeared, erased by the power of substitution, and in his hand appeared a teleportation array disc, transporting Yefeng to an unknown location. The Fire Phoenix and the Azure Phoenix in the sky were also summoned into the beast control space by him, their destination unknown. Having completed the system's task, he now had to find some monsters, use the remaining devil fruits, expand his beast control legion, enhance his own abilities, and prepare for enrollment at the Dragon Quell Academy in a month. Having done his duty, he left quietly, hiding his achievements and fame. After slaying a sovereign monster, Yefeng was extremely satisfied, although he had incurred a debt of 250,000 mission points. That's what Yefeng himself thought. But the people outside were in an uproar. Beast, pay with your life. The 30 human strongmen saw Yefeng trapped and killed in that green spherical vine cage, their hearts shattered. With bloodshot eyes, veins bulging on their foreheads, they all went mad, rushing towards the other 4 great sovereign monsters, regardless of whether they could win or not, kill or be killed. All they knew was that their exceptionally talented junior was slaughtered by these 4 beasts. So they absolutely had to avenge him, they absolutely had to make these 4 beasts pay with their lives. Not only did the eyes of the 30 people turn red, but as the 3 people who were rushing over from a distance looked at the scene, 3 extremely terrifying sovereign auras soared into the sky. Their blood essence transformed into a blood cloud, condensing into 3 different domains: the domain of the sword, the domain of the spear, and the domain of control. The auras of these 3 domains were much stronger than the auras of the 4 sovereign demonic beasts. The 3 figures directly, in the most primitive and brutal way, crushed and dominated the 4 sovereign demonic beasts throughout the entire battle. It was said that on that day, the sky above the cloud sea was filled with 100,000 flying swords, 100,000 long spears, and 5 sovereign auras of dragons and falcons. On that day, countless sea beasts in the distant sea were slaughtered by the 3 sovereigns. Regardless of their realm, not a single octopus, shark, seaweed monster, venomous clam, or lanternfish survived. Furthermore, the bodies of the 5 huge sovereign demonic beasts were dragged into the city of Zhongqing, their heads severed and hung in the center of the city. Of course, Yifeng was unaware of these events at that time because he found himself seemingly transported to another country. When he returned, he had already gone to the Dragon Gate Academy. When everyone thought he was dead, and even a statue of Yifeng was erected in Zhongqing City, he suddenly reappeared, creating quite a spectacular scene. Damn, where the hell am I now? Are all the teleportation arrays in Blue Star so unreliable? I crossed several provinces and cities from Zhongqing City before, where am I now? Yifeng looked around at the scene and couldn't help but feel confused. Directly ahead, a huge red teaching building stood tall, with a higher middle and lower sides. At the top of the tall building, an ancient clock hung. Behind this building, there were also many Western-style teaching buildings, with many young men and women bustling in front. The girls were dressed very uniformly, wearing JK uniforms on the upper body, short skirts on the lower body, knee-high socks, waist-high shoes, revealing pairs of slender legs. Of course, beauty and ugliness varied, with uneven appearances, and snippets of conversations could be heard from afar. Daisuke, Kimochi. Most of the boys were dressed in white shirts and black pants, with a middle parting, just missing suspenders. Yifeng looked around, turned around blankly, and looked at the large characters on the school gate. Although he didn't recognize it very well, he could barely see traces of Chinese characters, with the words written above, Tokyo University. Damn, I've been sent to the land of cherry blossoms. Yifeng was shocked, his mouth slightly agape, not expecting this random teleportation array to send him abroad instead of domestically. Wherever he was sent, he ended up in the land of cherry blossoms. What should he do next? He remembered that after the Dragon Gate Academy had been in session for a while, they would go to several top academies in the land of cherry blossoms for exchanges. Now he was directly sent here by the system? Why did he always seem to be several steps ahead in everything he did? Before joining the Dragon Gate Academy, he had already become an assistant military training instructor. Before becoming a freshman at the Dragon Gate Academy, it seemed like he was already inside one of the top academies in the land of cherry blossoms. What if he beat up all these students in advance? He didn't have much fondness for the land of cherry blossoms. Of course, the anime was well made, things like purple sunflowers and sunflowers were good. Ahem, digressed. At this moment, Yifeng had other thoughts in his mind, wanting to send his coordinates back to Daxia. Use me as the target, fire at me. I'm lost in Tokyo and need Daxia to send troops to come. Suppressing these unrealistic thoughts in his mind, the relationship between Daxia and the land of cherry blossoms was still harmonious, at least it seemed so on the surface. Now he had to use all 3 of the fruits on him, and there was also that random fruit, to share the ability of a supreme pet. Standing still was too awkward. Yifeng turned his head and walked towards a bench under a tree, sitting down and opening the golden system panel. Since no one could see except for himself, he carefully sorted through and secretly enhanced his strength. From before until now, he had accumulated 2 chances to spin the wheel. Clicking on the lottery module, a huge golden wheel appeared before his eyes, and with a light tap of his finger, he spun it twice. The pointer spun back and forth among the densely packed nearly 1,000 compartments, finally landing slowly on 2 specific compartments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a common level reward, the Ren fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic level reward, the shock fruit. 2 devil fruits in a row, not bad, luck wasn't too bad. As long as it wasn't weapons from other professions, he was fine, just afraid of getting some useless professional rewards. The Ren fruit was like chicken ribs to him, feeding it to his pet to transform into a human? But his original strength remained unchanged, so it was not very useful, better to keep it temporarily. Wait, no, Tongzi. If you eat this ren fruit, can you transform? Yifeng hadn't forgotten his sudden idea from before. If he got the ren fruit, he would give it to the system to transform into a human. Please put away those lewd thoughts in your heart. This is just a common fruit. For the system, a top-tier existence, transforming into a human is far from enough. Unless the host obtains the Tianren fruit from the chaos-level fruits, it is possible for me to transform into a human. Of course, if the host has the ability to accumulate 1,000,000 task points, and with good luck gets one, the system can also satisfy the host's desires. The system's voice suddenly became alluring, unlike before, not as cold. Upon closer listening, it indeed sounded like a woman's voice. This feeling was like a woman with red lips leaning close to Yifeng's ear, gently exhaling warm breath, carrying a fragrance, tickling Yifeng's heart. Well, that's a pity. I thought the ren fruit would work, didn't expect it to fall short. Since you say so, Tongzi, then I won't be troubled. I must get those 1,000,000 points no matter what. Yifeng chuckled. He wasn't planning anything indecent with the system, just wanted to see how the system would look after transforming. Yeah, definitely not. For now, the ren fruit was temporarily set aside, but those shock fruits were very useful. This superhuman fruit was incredibly strong, capable of causing earthquakes, tsunamis, and storms. Wasn't the Sakura country often affected by earthquakes? How about adding a little spice to it? A wicked idea arose in Yifeng's mind. The earthquakes in Sakura country this year seemed frequent. Can't blame it on me, right? Tongzi, open the rewards just given to me directly. Yifeng muttered to himself, curious about the fruit he had just obtained, hoping for something powerful. His dream fruit was just one, the lucky fruit. With the lucky fruit and the demon-slaying sword, not even a demon king, even a demon god would have to take a couple of slaps before leaving. And with the lucky fruit, increasing his own luck, could the rewards from this will reach legendary level? Wouldn't that be even better? Wait, no, Tongzi mentioned before, the designated devil fruit only costs 100,000 task points. He sold all the A-grade weapons he retrieved, isn't that 200,000? He could directly buy a lucky fruit, damn it. Fell for this swindler's trick, even took a loan of 200,000, now owes 250,000. This treacherous system. Yifeng realized, his eyes widened, never thought that in his wisdom and cunning, he would be outsmarted by Tongzi. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a delay fruit. The host's words are wrong. I only gave the host a choice, not forced the host. Isn't it the host's own decision? The voice of the system sounded somewhat smug, and Yifeng's face immediately darkened, with black lines appearing on his forehead. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with the system. Now let's apply these fruits in practice. Yifeng sighed lightly, looking at the few unused fruits he owned in the warehouse. Flash fruit, door fruit, sweet fruit, shock fruit, everyone fruit, slow fruit. Door fruit, power of space. Slow fruit, power of time. Wow, he already has the power of time and space, now it's time to find a place to apply them. Where can he find some ordinary animals now? With the devil evolution fruit, he doesn't need any particularly powerful monsters, just ordinary animals will do. I see the potential of this cicada to become an emperor of insects. Yifeng raised his head and noticed a cicada on a tree, constantly making a loud noise. After some thought, he took out the door fruit, which could cultivate a spatial insect king. If the bloodline evolves completely later, it might even evolve into a black hole emperor. Do you have dreams? Yifeng muttered to the cicada in a very casual manner. Buzz. The cicada sensed something peculiar about Yifeng and was naturally drawn to him, actually flapping its wings, landing on Yifeng's hand, waiting quietly. Do the animals on this blue star have dreams? This cicada is becoming sentient, can it understand me? First, it was the sparrow and the chicken, now it's the cicada. Yifeng was surprised, picked a small piece of the door fruit, placed it in his palm, and let the little guy eat it. The cicada was extremely obedient, swallowing it directly, its gray body emitting a blue light, becoming even more powerful. Its whole body emitted a dim light, its body changed. Transparent wings with dark golden patterns shimmered, and under the vibration of the cicada's wings, there were a few almost imperceptible spatial ripples around. Its body was covered with dark armor, giving the cicada a more majestic appearance, reaching a meter in size. By Yifeng's side, there was now a very powerful monster with wings flapping continuously. This armor is cool. This is more like it. The AI just created a beast girl for me. How random is that? Countless young men and women passing by glanced over, looking somewhat surprised. In their homeland, there were not many beast tamers. The mainstream professions were ninjas, agile warriors, or mages. Ordinary cicada plus door fruit evolution. Void King Cicada, Pet, Void Cicada King Talent, SSS level, highest level under human definition, realm, first order apprentice realm, upgrade related to all things spatial, abilities, gate of teleportation, random teleportation, spatial banishment, shared talent, power of space loyalty, never betray. Devouring space for evolution? Is there such a special way of evolution? Little cicada, take a bite of space and let me see. Yifeng was somewhat surprised to see the evolution method on the panel and couldn't help but speak. The little cicada received Yifeng's command, nodded, opened its mouth, and fiercely took a bite, swallowing a piece of space, integrating it into its body. It opened its mouth again, tearing off another large piece of space, swallowing it. In front of Yifeng, a dark abyss appeared, the appearance after swallowing the space. The intact space around slowly replenished towards this side. This was the self-recovery of the void, gradually returning to its original state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the Pet Void King Cicada swallowing space, evolution points plus 100, breaking through the second order apprentice realm. Wow, it really can swallow space. This space consumption is great, isn't it? As long as little cicada keeps consuming space, his evolution speed will be almost the same as little white's? Yifeng was pleasantly surprised and didn't bother little cicada, letting it continue to consume. After all, this is the Sakura country, so it doesn't matter if it devours all the space of this country. Thinking of Little White, Yifeng immediately released him from the beast space, holding him in his arms, looking just as chubby as before. Ding! Host's pet, three-tailed emperor fox, consumes surrounding desires, evolution points plus 3000. Where there are people, there are desires, varying in quantity, but as long as they are sensed by Little White, they can be devoured by her. Little White was still a distance away from breaking through the handsome rank, but she wasn't worried at all about not being able to evolve or break through. Little Cicada's consumption speed became faster, and this large area had already plunged into darkness. Behind Yifeng, it was as dark as an abyss, with a huge dark pair of wings flapping, devouring one space after another. Its realm was also rapidly ascending, reaching the 5th rank of the earthly realm. Due to this anomaly, many people around gathered, showing surprise and astonishment, looking at Yifeng and the King Cicada behind him, speaking words that Yifeng couldn't understand. As more and more people gather, let's go to another place first, find a few ordinary animals, and try little cicada's space gate to see where it can teleport me. I hope I don't have to go to other places again. Yifeng felt a hint of worry in his eyes. With a thought, little cicada stopped consuming space and constructed an invisible spatial gate with the power of space. Yifeng took a step forward, his figure mysteriously disappearing, with little cicada following suit. There was another lively discussion, but unfortunately, Yifeng couldn't hear or understand it. Detecting that the host is in a foreign land, the system activates automatic translation for the host, converting all heard languages into ones the host can understand. The system was very considerate in optimizing this for Yifeng. This feeling is great. Yifeng was delighted, not expecting the system to be so thoughtful. The surrounding space was filled with constantly disappearing photons, flashing around him like electric currents. The scene kept changing, and after a moment, he didn't know where he had been transported to. I see the potential of this deer to become a light Kirin. Do you have any dreams? Zoo deer plus shiny fruit dash evolution. SSS plus light Kirin, absorb light to become stronger. In a certain zoo in Sakura country, Yifeng quietly took away a deer. When he left, all the electric lights in a small area of the zoo disappeared, turning a large space into darkness. The realm of the light Kirin broke through to the 5th rank of the demon realm, while little cicada broke through to the 7th rank of the earthly realm. I see the potential of this tortoise to become a turtle emperor. Who says turtles are slow? Do you have any dreams? Ordinary turtle plus slow fruit dash evolution. SSS grade Tianxian tyrant. Evolution, the longer time passes, the higher the realm. From a wishing pool in a certain place, Yifeng took away a wishing turtle. However, when he saw this special evolution method, Yifeng's face darkened. Damn, this turtle truly lives up to its name. The longer its life, the stronger it becomes. This will take forever. Unless I throw it into the time secret realm and let it stay there for decades, otherwise, by the time it evolves into a god, I probably won't be around to see it. At the wishing spot, electric lights and sunlight were once again absorbed by the light Kirin, rapidly breaking through to the 3rd rank of the warrior realm, unlocking the 8-foot Shone Hook Jade skill. A large area turned dark, and little cicada's realm broke through to the 1st rank of the warrior realm. After 2 consecutive random teleports, Yifeng had already found 2 suitable candidates for the fruits. As for the tremor fruit, there were no suitable monsters yet. Before, if the quake fruit hadn't appeared, he would have chosen to share talents with Xiaolei. But now that the quake fruit has appeared, he will definitely choose to share the power of this quake fruit. Another random spatial teleportation. Yifeng also let Xiaochan secretly devour large areas of space in various places, causing several places to have spatial black holes, just breaking through the fifth order realm. After multiple teleportations, Yifeng has already figured out the rules of this teleportation. The spatial gate can achieve accurate teleportation, but the premise is to know the exact coordinates. As for how far it can teleport, it depends on Xiaochan's realm. The higher Xiaochan's realm, the farther it can teleport. At the current realm, to teleport back, at least to reach the high order realm. Sakura country is not far from Daxia, so the teleportation distance is not far either. During this period, he can do a lot of things. After another teleportation, Yifeng found himself in an underground room, seemingly a hidden aquarium. Huge glass separated the seawater and the ocean, faintly revealing a huge creature looming inside the glass. Chains pierced the tail of that huge creature, making it difficult to move, and the glaring blood kept flowing, staining a small area of seawater red. Ha! An aquarium? Yifeng couldn't help but walk closer, seeing the appearance of this sea creature in the water. Whale! Still pierced by chains? In my place, Xiao Sakura is very abnormal, with a tradition of whaling. I didn't expect to find one locked up here. Yifeng looked at this young whale in front of him, roughly estimating that its body was 10 meters long, still in its juvenile form. The blue whale noticed Yifeng's presence and couldn't help but let out a mournful cry, very humane, distinguishing Yifeng's scent from those who locked it up. Quake fruit ownership, I found it. Do you have dreams too? Yifeng couldn't help but think of something. Isn't Whitebird's ship shaped like a whale? At this moment, letting this whale swallow the quake fruit, is this fate? Yifeng looked intensely at the young whale in front of him, waiting for its response. Woo! A deep and distant whale cry echoed in the underground chamber, as it leaned its head against the glass, its eyes filled with a human-like plea. The powerful quake fruit of Whitebeard, don't let me down. Yifeng clenched his fist and fiercely punched the glass in front of him. Crack! 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 Bang! The glass cracked. The crack gradually widened and spread, finally bursting open, and seawater began to pour in. Taking out the quake fruit, he threw it directly into the opening. Swallow it, and you will be able to avenge yourself. Yifeng's words were soft, filled with anticipation. He really wanted to know what changes would occur when this blue whale swallowed the quake fruit. The blue whale didn't hesitate, swallowing it directly. A terrifying aura revived within its body, and the chain locking its tail was directly shattered. Its body became even larger, increasing by 20 meters from the original 10 meters, its blue stripes shining brighter, with faint blue spots flickering. On its forehead, a huge horn grew, shining in a golden blue color, emitting a tearing force. Blue whale plus quake fruit evolution. SSS plus level dimensional dragon whale, wow, just the aura of the transcendent realm, and his body has reached 30 meters. If he advances further, wouldn't he be able to break through the 100-meter mark, much larger than the previous sovereign realm lord? Yifeng saw that the huge blue whale trapped inside the enclosure had completely changed, establishing a connection with himself, feeling delighted, and accessing specific information about the dragon whale. Beast Companion, Dimensional Dragon Whale Level, SSS+, beyond current definition, abilities, Seaquake, Airquake, Earthquake, power and range increase with realm advancement, realm, First Order Apprentice realm, devouring and evolving any form of energy, shared talent, natural disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes, Tonzi, he's the one, directly share the ability of the quake fruit. Seeing the introduction of the dragon whale on the system panel, Yifeng hesitated no further and directly shared this fruit's talent. With a fierce grip of both hands, he lightly hammered towards the void, causing the space to gradually crack like a spider web, resulting in a massive explosion and shattering a large piece of space. Boom! The hole he just smashed was continuously overflowing with water, flooding the underground chamber, already reaching Yifeng's ankles. Now, with Yifeng's strike, an even larger hole was smashed open, and countless seawater surged in. Bang! More seawater rushed in, flooding the entire chamber, almost reaching Yifeng's lower body. Oops, played big, things are getting serious. Yifeng chuckled, unconcerned, and directly summoned Xiaochan, opening a spatial gate for random teleportation once again. A beam of light appeared, swallowing all the light and electricity in the underground chamber, raising the realm of the Light Kirin to the 9th Order Demon Soldier realm, just one step away from the Great Realm. He also stored the dragon whale in the Sea God Ring, providing it with an endless sea to dwell in, a return to the ocean and freedom. Master, may I avenge my deceased brethren? Over these years, they have slaughtered thousands of our kin, and now our generation is on the brink of extinction. At this moment, a very weak consciousness echoed in Yifeng's mind, extremely cautious. Little whale, is this your consciousness? You can actually communicate with my consciousness? Yifeng was puzzled, he hadn't experienced this with Xiaoying, Xiaohua, or Xiaojin before. How could he have this connection with the blue whale? But soon, Yifeng realized. By sharing the Quake Fruit's ability with the blue whale, their thoughts naturally connected through this ability. Hence, he could hear its conscious thoughts. Yes, I will definitely help you seek revenge when the time comes. Before we leave, we will surely cause some trouble, especially since your upgrades are related to energy. Let's create some tsunamis and earthquakes for them, and while we're at it, head to the base of Mount Fuji, where there's a lot of fire elements and underground kinetic energy for you to devour and upgrade. Little Light also needs an upgrade, consuming light, so let's disable Xiaoying's electrical system. Countless ideas flashed through Yifeng's mind. It was rare for him to be here, and he felt obligated to act. Inborn hatred, instinctive resentment. Yifeng's figure completely disappeared in the underground chamber, which was now submerged in seawater. When someone eventually discovered it, they only heard a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Baga! Anyway, this little Sakura has been causing trouble, and this whale here has saved you, so consider it a good deed. Later, I'll take care of you guys too, ensuring you only have this one good deed in your lifetime. Yifeng could already imagine the tragic scene that would be found in the submerged underground chamber after they left and the angry expressions that would follow. But he no longer cared about any of it. The surrounding space stabilized, and Yifeng was randomly transported to an unknown location. Rustling sounds could be heard before he even left the space. In this exchange match with Daxia, you must go all out. Find an opportunity to cripple their students, and if by accident, maiming them is also acceptable. Of course, whether this specific exchange address is to go to Daxia or in My Tokyo, is still unknown. However, in recent years, there are too many talents in Daxia. The younger generation's 4 great heavenly lords are even more powerful than our country's 3 great heavenly ninjas. It is absolutely necessary to suppress the talents of Daxia. By then, even if something happens, we can excuse ourselves as unintentional actions, keep apologizing continuously. After all, we have always managed to get away with it like this. Damn it, I knew these bastards had ill intentions. I've heard before that little Sakura has small gifts but lacks great virtues, and the whole country's people are like this, just as I expected. It seems that this teleportation location should have sent me back to a training ground somewhere in the University of Tokyo. Hearing these words from little Sakura, Yifeng's face remained calm, showing no expression, but a hint of ruthlessness and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Please rest assured, we will do our best. As freshmen, our training started earlier, there's no reason we should lose to them. Once we have the chance, we will definitely disable their students, even accidentally kill them, weakening the fighting power of the young elites of their dragon country. Inside this iron-walled training room, hundreds of indignant freshmen spoke solemnly, both men and women, their faces filled with cunning and ruthlessness. They are the freshmen of this year. Most of them are at the A or S level in terms of professional rank, with a few being at the SS level. Their realms are generally not high, mostly at the middle to low-tier soldier realm, with 3 of the male students having slightly higher realms, at the high-tier soldier realm. Looking at it this way, although little Sakura is small in size, they do have quite a few elites. Of course, it's also possible that they have been training for a period of time before the start of the school year, which led to an increase in their realms. On the other side of the training ground, there seem to be over 1,000 students from the second year of the Tokyo University, with their realms generally leaning towards the higher side, mostly at the middle to high-tier officer realm, with a very few at the low-tier commander realm. All of them are predominantly ninjas and mages, with a few other minor professions. Well done! With such determination, we can rest assured. Not good, the dean's office has been flooded by seawater, the blue whale has disappeared, we need to leave. You continue to practice here, learning the ninja arts and assassination techniques taught in class. These techniques are meant to cripple or kill the enemy in actual combat. Several mentors from the University of Tokyo were about to teach something else when they heard the furious voice of the dean through their earpieces. Their faces changed, and they had to rush over to help. After a few instructions, they turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared mysteriously, leaving behind hundreds of bewildered freshmen who had no idea what had happened. Why did the mentors leave so abruptly? Have these elite ninjas left? It's like a stroke of luck for us. Originally, I might have needed some effort to deal with them, but now, turning these little Sakura into cripples will definitely not be a problem. As for the many surveillance cameras around here, let's just cover our faces, after all, we are in their territory. If we attract Junjie or Huangjie, then I won't be able to go back. Yifeng pulled down the hem of his short sleeve to cover the lower half of his face, revealing only his eyes. After confirming that these elite ninjas had completely left, Yifeng's figure appeared ghostly in the room, looking from a distance at the hundreds of freshmen practicing inside. Empty shock. Clenching his fists tightly, he struck fiercely towards both sides of the space. Instantly, 2 white circular shields manifested on his fists. This strike, like hammering on glass, shattered the space like a spider web, spreading towards where the people were. No, to be precise, it was a strike. Unfortunately, this power realm was almost the same as the dimensional dragon whale's realm, so the eruptible fighting power was limited. Otherwise, if his realm were at the level of respect realm or sovereign realm, he could easily shatter the University of Tokyo with a single empty-handed strike. If he reached even higher to the imperial realm, a single seaquake could potentially submerge the Sakura country of the Little Sun. Boom! The space violently shook, and the killing intent in the space had already reached the side of these hundreds of freshmen. Before the crowd could react, they didn't even notice Yifeng appearing from the other side of the space. By the time they regained their senses and turned around abruptly, wanting to defend themselves, it was already too late. A heart-wrenching pain surged from within their bodies. At that moment, they seemed to feel their internal organs being crushed by a heavy blow. Ah! Ouch! Nearly half of the freshmen suddenly spat out a mouthful of bloody vomit, mixed with fragments of their internal organs, spraying onto the ground. Their eyes rolled back, and weakly, they passed out. The other half, due to the limited range of the empty-handed strike, suffered limited damage from the shock, only experiencing some abdominal pain, like being hit hard by a fist, each emitting a muffled groan of pain. Is the power limited after all? The realm of the dimensional dragon whale is only at the first stage of the earthly realm. To upgrade, it needs to devour a considerable amount of energy. So, the battle power I can unleash now is somewhat weak. The reason the quake fruit itself is powerful is that it allowed me to directly cross a major realm, crippling half of the people, which is not bad. Yifeng, seeing this scene on the field, couldn't help but sigh lightly, knowing that this was not something he could force. It was crucial to quickly resolve the remaining issues and then swiftly retreat. That was the top priority. Just think, if the freshmen of the Tokyo Academy were disabled, and some managed to escape, they would definitely be hunted down by the Tokyo Academy. Perhaps powerful experts of the Imperial Realm would intervene, and then he would be in big trouble. Who is it? Which fool dared to launch a sneak attack? How dare they harm the students of my Tokyo Academy? Are they tired of living? Quick, call the medical room. They vomited a lot of blood, even their internal organs. Rush them for emergency treatment. The remaining students who were only lightly injured quickly turned their gaze towards the distance, only to see a man with the lower half of his face covered standing there fearlessly. He provocatively glanced at himself and the others. It's this bastard. He's the one who launched the sneak attack. Everyone, attack, kill him, and quickly call the medical room for help. Upon seeing Yifeng, the remaining freshmen's eyes turned red in an instant. Many of those who were ninjas by profession had an extra round ball in their hands, which they threw violently towards the ground. With a bang, their figures mysteriously disappeared from the spot, turning into ashes and hiding in the surroundings, rushing towards Yifeng at an extremely fast speed. Each of them exuded a strong killing intent. On the other side of the training ground, the second-year students naturally noticed this scene and hurried over, while a few of them called for the instructors within the academy. Humph, is this the speed? What kind of nonsense ninja technique is this, just throwing some dust for a smokescreen? Compared to speed? Young man, have you ever been kicked by light? Yifeng disdainfully looked at the group of first-year freshmen charging towards him. His mind moved, and he directly released the light Qilin. Its realm had already reached the half-step Imperial realm, more than enough to annihilate them all. In front of Yifeng, a golden divine beast stepped out from the void, with a noble posture and a majestic aura, raising its head high. It had a pair of curved horns on its head, shining with a cold light, exuding a majestic and noble air. Wrapped in golden scales all over its body, emitting a golden light, its powerful tail slapped fiercely in the void, displaying its might and nobility. An aura unique to divine beasts invisibly spread out, causing everyone to be stunned in place by this aura. SSS plus level, Light Kirin. It starts like this, but the later evolution will be different. A golden hoof stomped fiercely towards the ground below. Countless rays of light instantly turned into pairs of Kirin hooves, blasting towards the hundreds of people rushing towards Yifeng, their speed extremely fast, already beyond the naked eye's capture. Before they even got close to Yifeng, they were kicked out one by the light hooves, their internal organs shattered, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, and bones completely shattered. Bang! Bang bang bang! One corpse after another fell heavily to the ground, like rotten mud, raising a lot of dust. It's safe to say that compared to the speed of this nearly transcendent light Kirin, it's simply seeking death. It doesn't fear anyone, invincible at the same level, and can even cross boundaries to fight enemies. Fortunately, he is smart. Every time he passes through a place, he lets the light Kirin devour the electric light and brightness of that place. By the time he leaves, he will have devoured all the electric light in that area, allowing the light Kirin to advance its realm a bit more, striving to reach the transcendent realm before leaving. The bodies of the people were directly blasted out by the light hooves, everything happening in the blink of an eye, incredibly fast. Suddenly, Yifeng turned his gaze to the remaining 1,000 or so sophomores. He didn't have any good feelings for any of these people as long as they were from Xiaoyinghua. The exchanges between the Great Xia Academy and major foreign academies are not only among the freshmen but also involve exchanges and competitions among the upperclassmen. As long as they belong to the sophomore and junior classes, they are eligible to participate in the battle, so he might as well eliminate these sophomores. Then, won't there be no one left to fight for the University of Tokyo? Who are you? You have injured many geniuses of our Tokyo Academy. In Tokyo, there is no place for you. When the mentors arrive, you will undoubtedly die. Retreat now while you still can. On one hand, Yifeng wiped out a group of freshmen, and on the other hand, the sophomores rushed over, led by 3 second-tier transcendent males. They stared at Yifeng intently, fists clenched, the killing intent on their faces undisguised, making threats with words but not immediately attacking. Their realm was higher than the light Kirin displayed by Yifeng. But in the face of this divine beast's aura, they felt like ants, and if they really fought, they might have no power to resist at all. With a realm as high as 6, haven't they seen that divine beast's combat power is no less than theirs? At a glance, one could see that this was an SSS-level beast tamer, probably a genius from somewhere. Is it common for someone to have a beast tamer of this level? Moreover, he couldn't possibly have only this one beast. The pet is at the martial level, while the aura on his body is at the transcendent level, so Yifeng definitely has another divine beast at the martial level. What if it's also SSS level? Thinking of this, they became even more apprehensive. They were not stupid, not naive, and wouldn't rush to avenge the deaths of the freshmen they didn't even know. Anyway, they weren't familiar with themselves, so if they died, as long as they didn't die. Now, what they had to do was threaten Yifeng, see if they could scare him away on their own, or wait until the academy mentors arrived. It seems these people are quite smart, knowing to exchange time for time. Unfortunately, I won't give you this opportunity. You can't change your name or your appearance, Masked Garfield. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you're all going to die. Yifeng grinned at the crowd, revealing a row of snow-white teeth, looking harmless. Well, with their faces covered, they couldn't see that. Little light, don't delay, things might change. 3 feet of Xiongou, take them out directly. Little cicada, devour this space in one gulp, be ready for spatial teleportation at any time, target Mount Fuji. Yifeng gave the order, his killing intent already in motion. The Space King Cicada was summoned and began devouring the space of this area, locking the coordinates to a certain location in Tokyo, opening the portal of teleportation, only needing Yifeng to step in. Xiaoguang received Yifeng's command, emitting a dazzling brilliance all over, like the sun in the sky. In the void, countless light spots converged, densely packed, filling the entire space, each light spot's power comparable to a peak warrior's strike. With so many of them combined, just a touch from anyone would result in either near death or disability. What kind of beast is this, with this aura, and what's with these densely packed light spots of killing intent? Damn it, run! This massive number of attacks is something we can't handle at all. The day we face this, will be the day we fall. Wait for the mentors to arrive, then we run. The group of sophomore students were terrified at the sight. No one's pet could unleash such large-scale area of effect skills, and the power seemed capable of instantly surpassing them by a large margin. This is outrageous. The 3 leaders in charge did not hesitate at all, directly ordering to flee, transforming into 3 streaks of smoke, fleeing in 3 different directions of the training ground. The Tokyo Academy has never suffered such humiliation, but when the teachers arrive, we will make sure he has no place to be buried. Torture him severely, cut off his limbs, throw him into the insect pit, let the bugs bite him to death. The eyes of the 3 were filled with ruthlessness and resentment. If they could defeat him, they would have slaughtered Yifeng long ago. How could they let him be so arrogant for so long? The remaining sophomore students, seeing the strongest 3 on their side flee, had no thoughts of resistance and followed suit in escaping. The resentment in their eyes was also growing, with an increasing desire to kill Yifeng. The students who were ninjas all turned into smoke and disappeared. As for the others, they were much more miserable, running slowly and becoming targets for the 3-foot Xiongou, live targets. You want to destroy us from Great Xia, then I will destroy you, very reasonable. Fall. Yifeng's voice was light, like the words of the Lord of Hell, the words of the Grim Reaper. Swish, swish swish. In the void, countless densely packed light spots shot out like arrows, shooting out, accurately targeting everyone fleeing on the field, attacking indiscriminately. Those who ran slowly were pierced by the light spots first, with over a dozen light holes, flesh and blood blurred, blood flowing, emitting screams as they fell to the ground. Even if you run fast, can you outrun the speed of light? Young man, racing against light? Yi Feng looked faintly at the scene on the field, chuckling involuntarily. Everyone ran, only managing to run a few dozen meters before each one was pierced by these light spots. The killing intent of the light destroyed their internal organs, vitality, leaving no chance of survival. The ninjas hiding in the smoke were all blasted out of hiding, falling to the ground one after another, eyes lifeless, blood flowing everywhere. In just a few breaths, all the sophomore students fell to the ground, dead or maimed. Xiaoguan, devour all the light in this training room, absorb the electric light in this area. Seeing that the mentors from the Tokyo Academy had not yet appeared, Yi Feng immediately ordered the light Kirin to devour all the light, for upgrading. Just one step away from breaking through the realm, the subsequent strength would greatly increase, making killing faster, and the number of 3-foot Xiongouyu would also increase. Didn't you see that Xiaokan beside him had gone crazy? The entire space was not beyond recognition, a large black area, the eastern space all pitch black, while the realm was gradually advancing, already reaching the 5th order warrior realm. Yi Feng waited quietly, as usual, caressing the three-tailed emperor fox in his arms. This little guy had just devoured countless negative emotions like hatred, murderous intent, resentment, and so on. That was why he would resort to direct action. The subconscious emotions of people couldn't lie, they were all ready to kill themselves, so why should he spare them? He wasn't a saint after all. Xiao Bai's realm is stuck at the 9th tier general level, still halfway through the progress bar to break through to the handsome level. The further you go, the more emotions are needed. It's the same for other spirit beasts, the materials needed for evolution, be it elements, energy, or anything else, will increase day by day. Xiao Jing, stop standing there dumbfounded. Even a mosquito is meat. The electric power in this training room should be connected to the entire academy. Just let it devour all of it. Yi Feng's mouth twitched as he saw the devouring speed and appearance of the two beasts in the void, infinite black lines appearing on his forehead. The light Kirin didn't need much explanation. Opening its Kirin mouth, all the light turned into a vortex, swallowing all the surrounding brightness. This caused the entire space to darken, like night. In addition, the Void King Cicada kept devouring space fragments, turning the already lightless space into pitch black, like standing in an abyss. Even Yi Feng felt a chill and fear in this situation. With a thought, he summoned the dimensional dragon whale, a massive creature of over 30 meters, floating in midair, breaking free from its previous restriction to the sea. The dragon whale was very obedient, opening its huge whale mouth, directly swallowing all the electric power in the entire training room. Moreover, it devoured all the electric power, heat energy, and all kinds of energy in the entire academy area. This scene was even more fierce than the two beasts in the sky. The radius of the energy vortex reached a terrifying 10 meters, continuously flowing into the whale's mouth. Its realm ascended at a faster pace, breaking through several major realms in one go. Ding! Congratulations to the host Spirit Beast Dimensional Dragon Whale for devouring a large amount of energy, evolution points plus 10,000, reaching the 9th tier Disciple Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host Spirit Beast Void King Cicada for devouring a large area of space, evolution points plus 3,000, Realm Breakthrough, reaching the 9th tier Warrior Realm, unlocking Space Compression Skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host Spirit Beast Light Kirin for devouring a large amount of light, electric light, evolution points plus 3,000. Breaking through the 1st tier general realm, unlocking the skill Heavenly Light Sword C. The evolution of the devil fruit is truly different. After becoming a dragon whale, it can even fly. I thought little cicada and little light were already quite something, but this little whale is even more terrifying. Whale's giant body plus quake fruit, so terrifying. Yi Feng couldn't help but inhale sharply and sigh at the sight. At this moment, due to the actions of the little whale, the entire power system of the North Campus of Tokyo University collapsed, unable to supply power, all absorbed. If it continued to devour more, the entire Tokyo campus would probably experience a power outage. Who is it? How dare you kill the students of my academy? We will definitely tear you to pieces. Everyone related to you, everyone must die. Suddenly, roars echoed through the North Campus. Each student wore a smart bracelet to monitor their condition. But now, their hearts stopped beating, they stopped breathing, couldn't move, all lying still. If a few people died, it wouldn't matter. But now the problem was, thousands of people. 1,000 freshmen were recruited, the most talented batch had all died, meaning only half of the freshmen remained, all ordinary people. Over 1,000 sophomores, all dead. The mentors monitoring the data saw that there were no vital signs left in the crowd, their eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. The entire northern campus fell into chaos, with many students feeling anxious. The school was locked down, and not a single bird could escape. Hey, did you notice? Indeed, a big school like this has the ability to monitor students' real-time status. It's about time for me to escape. Even inside the training room, Yifeng could hear the earth-shattering roar and threats, but he remained indifferent. If you're so great, come find me at Dasha. By then, I'll already be at the Dragon's Crest Academy. Dasha and Sakura have a feud, yet you dare to cause trouble here, stirring up public anger and trapping everyone. Besides, he kills in disguise, not even summoning Little Lei, Little Ching, or Little Fire. Even if they notice, so what? What does the masked Garfield killer have to do with Yifeng? Don't believe me? Yifeng's spirit beasts are the Flame Phoenix, Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, and Thunder Dragon, while the masked Garfield is the Dimensional Dragon Whale, Void King Cicada, and Light Kirin. Stepping into the spatial teleportation gate, he retrieved the three into the Sea God Ring and Beast God Ring, then fled without hesitation. He sought other places to devour space, energy, light, or elements, looking for ideal creatures to help them pursue their dreams. After Yifeng left, a dozen figures immediately appeared in the training room. When they saw the tragic scene inside, the thunderous roar erupted again, echoing throughout the Tokyo Academy, relentless. Bastard! Kill him! Today was destined to be a nightmare for the Tokyo Academy, as their plan to kill someone was overheard by Watermelon. Karma, the heavenly law, is at work. The high-ranking officials of the Tokyo Academy, upon learning this news, were furious and issued a wanted order for Yifeng, along with the Tokyo Monster Hunting Association, Ninja Association, and government, uniting to capture him. It can be said that Watermelon is now famous in Tokyo. Everyone knows the name of the masked Garfield, who infiltrated the Tokyo University, killing freshmen and sophomore students before leaving unscathed. On a certain street in Tokyo, have you heard? That masked Garfield seems to be an assassin from another country, actually infiltrating one of our country's three top universities, the Tokyo Academy. Why haven't I heard about this? The freshmen of this year are almost all dead, and the sophomores are completely wiped out. The whole country is enraged now, with the military mobilized nationwide, and special eye guards are secretly searching, hoping to capture this bastard soon. Many cherry blossoms on the street discussed this matter. Yifeng listened while looking at the wanted poster on the skyscraper's screen, with a reward of $1 million and a handsome great weapon. His masked photo was there, along with images of Little Whale, Little Light, and Little Cicada. I never expected to become famous in this way here. I guess I'm a celebrity now, huh? There are eyes watching in the dark. I have to be very careful lately, or I might die here. Yifeng put away his smile, turned, and walked into a dead-end alley, where a ripple in space appeared, and he vanished. At a power station in Tokyo, a huge dragon whale appeared in mid-air, with a Light Kirin inside and out, both working together to devour half of the electrical energy and light. The dragon whale broke through to the 5th-tier soldier realm, while the Light Kirin advanced to the 3rd-tier general realm. After that, thousands of Tokyo government troops, hundreds of elite ninja, led by 10 respected ninjas, came to chase Yifeng, but he managed to escape. In a remote area of Tokyo, a giant cicada swallowed a vast amount of space, plunging the surrounding area into endless darkness, where the space could not recover on its own. The realm of the Void King Cicada broke through to the first level. By the time the government troops and mentors from Tokyo's academies arrived, Yifeng had already fled once again. The ability of spatial manipulation made it extremely difficult to capture someone. In the land of cherry blossoms, the lack of spatial magic users was significant, which greatly aided Yifeng. In a Tokyo commercial street, a white fox lurked in the shadows, greedily devouring the desires and various emotions emanating from the surroundings. Her realm broke through to the first level of elite, unlocking the Emperor form and transformation form. The three-tailed Emperor Fox possessed a special charm that could enchant any monster or enemy one level higher, controlling their minds. Xiaoguan, Xiaochan have both reached the 7th level elite. In these days, they have absorbed a considerable amount of electricity and space, which is sufficient now. Xiaochan's realm is now sufficient for me to perform a targeted teleportation back to Dasha. Before leaving, let's create a big disturbance. Now, let's focus on upgrading Xiaojing's energy. I think the nuclear power plant is a good place, with immense energy. Yifeng stroked his chin, lost in thought. For the past 10 days, he had been relentlessly pursued by the Sakura military, moving far away from the central Tokyo area, almost reaching Osaka. Along the way, any power stations or substations were devoured by Yifeng's pets, causing power outages in various areas of Tokyo for several days. Of course, every time he appeared, he would try out the power of the fruit. Occasional small earthquakes would occur, frightening the Sakura troops, destroying some buildings, and incidentally killing some pursuers. It is worth mentioning that in these short 10 days, the pursuers behind Yifeng increased from the original thousands of people and 10 respected ninjas to 10,000 people, 100 respected ninjas, and 3 Tokyo Academy-level leaders, the Ninja Lords. On the outskirts of Tokyo, heavily guarded at a nuclear power plant, Yifeng skillfully used a spatial node to appear unnoticed inside the plant. Without any hesitation, he released the dimensional dragon whale. Xiaojing, quick battle, suck in a big gulp and run. There is a sovereign realm guard here, and we can't beat them for now. Yifeng released the dimensional dragon whale directly, and a spatial portal appeared before him. He knew that no one would notice his appearance at first, but the dragon whale's size was too large to go unnoticed. So, before being discovered, sucking in a large gulp and running was the best strategy. Roar! The dragon whale opened its huge mouth, sucking in a massive amount of energy, causing its realm to rise rapidly. With just one gulp, its realm directly ascended 2 levels, reaching the 7th level elite. How dare you invade the nuclear power plant? You're dead. At this moment, several voices shouted angrily, and about 1,000 figures quickly surrounded Yifeng upon discovering him. Just as I expected. The next moment, Yifeng immediately stepped into the portal of space, leaving with Xiaojing without looking back, leaving behind a cool silhouette for the others. Damn it! It's that masked Garfield cat. What does he want? To steal our country's electricity and nuclear power? What kind of pet is this that can devour such terrifying energy? If our country gets hold of it. The few ninja lords stationed there were furious. Unable to catch up with Yifeng as he escaped, they began to consider targeting Yifeng's pet. In a conference room in Osaka, the atmosphere was eerie. Over 100 people sat around a round table, their faces grim. Each person had a set of documents on their table, detailing the activities of the so-called masked Garfield cat over the past half-month. The electricity of 7 medium-sized power plants had been stolen by half, the nuclear energy of 4 nuclear power plants had disappeared by half, and countless spaces of various sizes had been destroyed. What was most infuriating was that this mysterious figure, known as Beyond, somehow got wind of a temporal secret realm and infiltrated it, killing 2 freshman and sophomore students from 2 prestigious institutions. He even seized the power of time within the realm, rendering it useless. It was known that this realm had nurtured countless geniuses over the years. Damn it, Beyond controls the power of space. Every time we find him, he escapes, and each time he escapes, it's just ahead of us. Moreover, wherever this plague appears, there are minor earthquakes in the area. 1% of the buildings in Tokyo collapsed. Leading figures from Tokyo institutions and the government cursed vehemently, their faces so dark they could drip water. The fact that this scoundrel targeted Tokyo specifically, causing havoc while avoiding other cities, was a major headache for them. Alright, we've dispatched 2 ninja emperors and 3 spatial magistrates, ambushing them in several nuclear and power plants where he might appear. Outside the city, heavy troops are on standby, waiting for him to show up. Our goal is not only to kill him but also to capture the mythical beasts he possesses. We'll spread the word that we've captured his parents and friends. If he shows up voluntarily, they'll be spared, otherwise, he can expect a grim fate. At the head of the round table, several middle-aged generals in khaki military uniforms spoke, their brows furrowed with malice and determination. The others nodded in satisfaction, and the cold atmosphere in the room eased slightly, accompanied by a few chilling chuckles. Well, let's wait for him to fall into our trap. Threatening his family will surely lure him out. The general is truly cunning. This time, they meant business. After all, it was quite embarrassing for a whole nation to be plagued by a single troublemaker, resulting in the deaths of students from prestigious institutions. How would it sound if this news got out? Those cunning devils, using such deceitful tactics? You've caught a big fish by threatening an orphan. Will waiting at several power plants really work? In terms of military strategy, you're all amateurs. These days, Yifeng had intended to visit again but sensed something amiss and fled. The thought crossed his mind, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Threatening him like this? These devils truly needed to be eliminated. And with the relentless pursuit of tens of thousands of ninja soldiers over the past month, they would all end up buried under the eruption of Mount Fuji. At this moment, Yifeng had arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. Xiao Guang and Xiao Chan had reached the 9th tier realm, and Xiao Jing was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. Everywhere he went, he left traces, indicating his journey towards Mount Fuji. He had recorded everything he had done these days on his phone. Unfortunately, there was no signal, otherwise, he would have uploaded it online to humiliate them. Now, all he had to do was wait for their arrival. After finishing the final wave, absorbing the flame and earth energy within Mount Fuji, Xiao Jing will definitely break through to the commander realm, even surpassing it. Moreover, the magma inside can help the phoenix break through to the commander realm. With this plan, along with Xiaolei and Xiaobai, he would have 4 commander-level pets. With their combined strength, taking down a sovereign-level monster would be no problem at all. One caused thunder, one caused fire, and another triggered an earthquake. Xiaochan opened a spatial teleportation gate, and Yefeng stepped directly into it, arriving at the top of Mount Fuji. The high peak of Mount Fuji was covered in white snow, gleaming with icy coldness. What a pleasant surprise! These massive snow and ice elements can help Xiaoqing level up by devouring them. Yefeng was delighted. The cold air here was incredibly rich. It seemed like there was a 5th handsome realm pet. Looking down towards the mountain pass, it was pitch black, with no sight of magma. Beneath the dark rocks, faint flickers of firelight emanated constantly, with thick smoke rising, carrying a hint of warmth. This was the magma beneath the Earth's surface. It was just buried too deep, with only a tiny bit exposed. Without hesitation, he summoned Xiaochan and leaped towards the bottom, entering the spatial teleportation gate. With the shared elemental power of the fire phoenix, he feared no flames, no burning of fire elements. Once he reached the bottom of the volcano, releasing Xiaoqing to absorb the energy contained within Mount Fuji, Xiaohua to absorb the magma, Xiaoqing to absorb the snow outside the mountain, and triggering an earthquake to induce a volcanic eruption, then everything would be splendid. Ding, detecting the host's actions, issuing a growth task. Trigger Mount Fuji, assist the second dimension dragon whale in breaking through the handsome level, slay 100 shinobi handsomes, 10 shinobi honors, and receive a random devil fruit x1, 1 spin in the mall's turntable, and 10,000 task points. Tonzi, oh Tonzi, I didn't expect you to be such a whimsical system. Is this a stroke of luck? Yefeng didn't expect the system to issue such a task. Wasn't it just following his own desires? Since he was going to do it anyway, he didn't expect an additional surprise. In that case, he was going to stir things up. Xiaoqing, swallow all the external ice power. Xiaohua, swallow the underground magma and fire elements. As much as you can swallow, swallow fiercely. Xiaoqing, absorb all the energy underground, swallow some and leave some. If it's not enough, trigger an earthquake inside the volcano to promote seismic activity in the crust, making the volcanic eruption more intense. Xiaoguan, devour the light of the underground magma, as well as the external light. Preferably devour all the light in this area into darkness, making the volcanic eruption more splendid. Xiaochan, set the coordinates, open the teleportation gate, be ready to return to Daxia at any time. Follow my command. When I tell you to devour a large space, just devour it fiercely. Attract those bastards over here. Yefeng issued a multitude of commands in one breath, summoning all the divine beasts inside the Sea God Ring and the Beast God Ring. Of course, there was a certain order to this operation, from the inside out. When the internal work was almost done, then the external work would follow. This way, there would definitely be enough time. All the strategies were within Yefeng's plan. The huge fire phoenix, the light Kirin, and the dragon whale appeared at the bottom of Mount Fuji. The fire phoenix was burning with crimson flames all over, exuding a majestic aura. The light Kirin was extremely noble and elegant, with golden scales reflecting brilliance, appearing like a fine piece of art. The dragon whale had a massive body, its dragon horn tearing through space. Just its appearance was imposing. It was worth mentioning that the dragon whale's size had now reached a terrifying 80 meters, making it the largest among all of Yefeng's pets. Moreover, its combat power and destructive power could rank in the top 3, according to Yefeng's estimation, possibly even stronger than Xiaolei. Following Yefeng's command, Xiaohua transformed directly into a blaze of fire elemental light, rushing into the depths of Mount Fuji, wantonly devouring the overflowing red magma light. Spirals of flames were seen being swallowed by the fire phoenix, its realm continuously ascending, its aura growing stronger, and the color of its fiery feathers deepening. The light Kirin resonated with the firelight under the magma. Countless red dots merged into its body, just a bit slower in advancement compared to the realm of the little fire. This firelight was ultimately no match for the sunlight from the outside world. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the bathing fire phoenix, for devouring the magma flames. Evolution points plus 70,000. Breaking through to the first handsome realm, unlocking the skill, catastrophe, heavenly fire engulfs the land. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the light Kirin, for devouring the firelight. Evolution points plus 10,000. On the other side, Little Whale did not act immediately. He was waiting for Little Fire and Little Light to finish their consumption before making a move. After all, with his devouring array, he could swallow all forms of energy in one breath, leading to a rise in realm. Maybe he would even swallow the fire energy in the magma, which would prevent the little guy from breaking through and leveling up. Look at them, then look at that red beast. Look at how polite and courteous they are. Yifeng saw the elegant absorption of the firelight by the light Kirin and the dragon whale hesitating to act immediately, then glanced at the red bird diving straight into the ground. His face darkened, muttering a few words involuntarily. Of course, there was no sense of reprimand. After all, the character of this fire phoenix was quite similar to his own. Not taking advantage of opportunities was foolish. Self-improvement was the key. In this regard, he quite admired it. In summary, it was shameless just like him. The flame and magma elements hidden under Mount Fuji were extremely vast, and they merged into the underground magma layer through little fire, another scene shared in Yifeng's mind. Underground, in the high-temperature area, the space twisted and melted, the space dark, with slow-flowing streams of magma. Within these rivers, one could faintly see dormant fire elemental beasts of various forms like fire leopards, fire tigers, fire lions, fire rhinos, all huge in size, reaching the realm of soldiers. Roughly estimated, their numbers exceeded 1 million. Furthermore, in the deeper parts of the magma, beneath the crust, was a kingdom of flames. The fire elemental beasts inside were even more terrifying, with sovereign, lordly beings among them. The number of other fire elemental beasts reached tens of millions. Yifeng never expected that beneath Mount Fuji, beneath the crust, there existed such a massive legion of fire elemental beasts. The invasion of the abyss, has species mutation reached this level? Under the ocean, within the city, there are mutated creatures, but I never expected that beneath the ground, there are also mutated beasts. Blue Star, how many more secrets are there unknown to us? Every time he thought about this, Yifeng's scalp tingled. Originally, he had come to detonate Mount Fuji today, but under fortuitous circumstances, he had stumbled upon a potential crisis point. Fortunately, he had the bathing fire phoenix, the power of control, and the might of the beast god, which could protect him from any harm from the realm of fire elemental beasts. These fire elemental beasts posed no threat to the bathing fire phoenix. In fact, as long as his realm was high enough, reaching the sovereign realm, he could command all the beasts in the kingdom of flames beneath Mount Fuji. By then, if he were to return to Sakura, who would have expected that beneath the volcanic crust, he would have his own legion of allies? Would little Sakura send 100,000 troops to hunt him down? At that time, he could retaliate with a legion of millions of fire elemental beasts, causing a fire catastrophe in return. Alright, little fire, since you've broken through your realm, come back now. You don't need to devour this magma, they will be useful later. When we return to Daya, I will find you another volcano. Yifeng called back little fire, signaling him not to act recklessly. These flame beasties are still in a dormant state, their numbers can increase, and their strength can become even more powerful. So, if we can avoid disturbing them, let's do so. After all, they are the future legion of fire elemental beasties that he can control. Xiao Jing, start swallowing, stir up the magma inside Mount Fuji, devour all the kinetic energy and energy inside the volcano. Symbolically swallow some of the energy within the crust, just stop once you break through the handsome realm, trigger an earthquake, give this volcano an extra boost, and make it erupt directly. Xiaohua, you will control some magma with the power of flames later, make the eruption of Mount Fuji's magma more intense than planned, and liven up the small island nation. Yifeng spoke softly, his face filled with excitement, as the real show officially began. Wait, why have we been guarding here for so long, and that kid hasn't shown any signs of appearing? He wouldn't know we're here waiting for him, so he won't show up, right? It's not impossible. This kid is very cunning, and he has spatial abilities. Maybe he has already been here but discovered us. The leaders of the troops ambushed at various nuclear power plants and power stations, along with the mentors of the 3 major academies, suddenly reacted. They seemed to have been tricked by Yifeng, and they were instantly furious. Baga! The shouts of anger echoed through the heavens and earth. Report to the commander, it seems they have found the kid's trail, and his target seems to be Mount Fuji. At this moment, all the ambushers received messages from the messengers, each one filled with astonishment. What is he doing at Mount Fuji? Oh no! His pet can absorb energy. Is he planning to absorb the massive energy inside Mount Fuji and underground? If that's the case, with Mount Fuji's unstable situation, it will definitely accelerate the eruption, causing heavy losses to our country. Hurry, we must go quickly. All the ambushed people were furious, rushing to Mount Fuji at the fastest speed of their lives, using the nearest teleportation array. They also mobilized a large number of troops and powerful figures from the academies, even summoning several deans, each of them possessing king realm strength. What puzzled them was that wherever Yifeng went, there were heavy guards and array surveillance, so how did he manage to bypass the spatial array surveillance and obstacles? After all, these arrays were specifically designed to deal with spatial abilities, but they were ineffective against Yifeng? After receiving Yifeng's orders, Xiao Jing moved her massive whale body, opened her vortex-like mouth, and with a sudden inhale, she sucked in the energy, sweeping away the remnants of the clouds. The terrifying underground energy was completely absorbed into Xiao Jing's huge mouth, swirling like a vortex, enhancing her aura. Countless energies swept through, causing a massive tremor at the base of Mount Fuji, shaking the entire volcano and the earth beneath it. The Light Qilin, Void Emperor Cicada, and Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix had already appeared outside Mount Fuji. As soon as Yi Feng gave the command, they began their actions. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Dimensional Dragon Whale, for devouring a large amount of volcano energy, underground energy, gaining plus 100,000 evolution points, breaking through to the third realm of Handsome Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, Dimensional Dragon Whale, for devouring a large amount of magma energy, elemental energy, gaining plus 130,000 evolution points, breaking through to the first level of the Handsome Realm, unlocking the skill, Dimensional Burst, fusion of space, sea, and earth tremors. That's about it. The magma inside Mount Fuji has absorbed all the energy and will not erupt again for a long time. The little ones should thank me properly. Yi Feng's face was filled with a sense of regret. He lowered his head slightly, as if he had done something wrong, but quickly returned to his usual self. Yi Feng did not expect that, by a twist of fate, he ended up helping them resolve the potential hazard of a volcanic eruption. However, he would still return to the Sakura country, and by then, it wouldn't be as simple as a volcanic eruption. Its terror level, with thousands of demonic beasts invading, included not only the monarch realm and the sovereign realm but also reached the level of a purgatory. Xiao Guang, Xiao Chang, Xiao Chan, take action. We can lure those bastards over now. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yi Feng knew it was time for the three of them to upgrade and evolve. The journey in the Sakura country for this month could be said to be extremely rewarding. Not only did he gain 3 powerful and terrifying helpers in the monarch realm, but he also shared the ability of the shocking fruit. Now, when he unleashed a punch, the power that could erupt was at the monarch realm level, enough to turn the surrounding area of 1,000 kilometers into ruins without any issue. This was the abnormality of the shocking fruit. Receiving Yi Feng's command, the Light Qilin moved. A golden light rose from Mount Fuji, floated in the air, and stood directly above the volcano. It was noon at this time, and countless lights, the brilliance of the sun, gradually merged with the golden beastly shadow, being gradually consumed within. The surroundings gradually turned dark, with only that strand of golden light remaining bright. The Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix sucked in all the ice and snow on the side of Mount Fuji, swallowing the cold breath, and its aura soared rapidly. As for Xiao Chan, the dark golden king cicada flapped its wings. With each flutter, a piece of void mysteriously disappeared, merging into its body. This speed was much faster than using its mouth to gnaw. The sky lost its brightness, becoming even more profound after the space was devoured, resembling an endless place. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Void King Cicada, for devouring a large amount of space, gaining 50,000 evolution points, breaking through to the Monarch realm, and unlocking the skill Space Mirror Image, can record, play any scene, and enhance its quality. In essence, it was space recording and projection, which could also add special effects to recorded scenes, perfect for scaring people. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Light Qilin, for devouring the light of the sun, gaining 60,000 evolution points, breaking through to the third Monarch realm, and unlocking the skill Flame Light of the Sky, group stun skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, for devouring a large amount of ice breath, gaining 40,000 evolution points, breaking through to the first Monarch realm, and unlocking its innate skill, Ice Coffin of the Heavens. A permanently sealed skill, effective within one realm higher than the Pet Zone realm, can seal anything. The huge anomaly on Mount Fuji attracted great attention, even alerting the military forces within the Sakura country. What's going on? Why did Mount Fuji suddenly have a huge movement, and it seems like the entire area is trembling? Could it be that Mount Fuji is about to erupt? I don't know. Let's call the local monitoring agency first and have them check it out. We should evacuate first. Mount Fuji and its surroundings were also a very famous tourist spot. Many locals noticed this scene and directly informed the local monitoring agency, dispersing the sightseeing tourists. Their intuition told them that today's Mount Fuji seemed somewhat unusual. Look at those 3 beastly shadows. Why did the sky darken? There's no light in the sky, as if it's night, but isn't it noon now? What is that golden light ball? And that ice golden giant bird, what is that? Many tourists suddenly looked up, noticing the abnormality on Mount Fuji, and took out their phones to take pictures and record, fleeing while capturing the scene. They felt that something was brewing inside Mount Fuji, like a precursor to an imminent volcanic eruption. They had come for sightseeing, not to die here. In the distance, 100,000 troops from Tokyo and Osaka in the Sakura country were marching in an orderly manner towards the foot of Mount Fuji. Over 100 extremely powerful auras emerged here. Each person was at the revered realm level, with 10 at the sovereign realm. Leading the group were 2 lean old men dressed in yellow imperial robes, their auras stronger than anything Yifeng had ever encountered. They were actually at the royal realm. How did that kid get onto Mount Fuji? Doesn't Mount Fuji have layers of spatial monitoring around it? And there are spatial detection formations, barriers to entry, obstacles to the formation. How could he enter so easily? He entered Mount Fuji. Is he really planning to detonate it? What are you guards even doing? You didn't even notice this, letting him enter so effortlessly? The 2 lean old men angrily reprimanded the group of officers behind them. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't the right time to act, they would have already beaten these people to death. A bunch of useless people, letting a handsome young kid at the sovereign realm cause chaos, and now he even broke into Mount Fuji? Places like these are supposed to have spatial formations, just like the nuclear power plant before. After all, they are all military strongholds. Being scolded by the 2 royal realm individuals, the crowd dared not show any resistance, each one hanging their head in shame. Honestly, they were also puzzled. At first, when they heard that Yifeng was going to cause trouble at Mount Fuji, they only mocked endlessly. Did he think anyone could go to Mount Fuji? Could anyone reach the top of Mount Fuji? The layers of formations there, even if someone at the sovereign realm reached the top, they would be detected. But why did it fail this time? They had no idea. Reality hit them like a hot slap in the face. Of course, Yifeng didn't know the reason either. He also felt that things were going too smoothly. As mentioned earlier, within the Sakura homeland, there were very few formation masters. Even if there were, their realms were not high, so it was difficult to set up anti-spying formations, let alone spatial formations. Therefore, they hired formation masters from Daxia to help set up formations. It should be noted that the existence of formation masters as a profession is most abundant and strongest in Daxia globally. It can be said to be unique to Daxia. So the construction formation teams from Daxia began outsourcing activities, building a large number of teleportation formations around the world. However, regardless of which country in the world, the construction formation teams from Daxia would secretly leave a hand. Any formation they set up could prevent spying on anyone, monitor anyone. This was extremely useful. Only those who used it would know. But they couldn't detect people from Daxia. They couldn't set up a formation to monitor themselves, right? After all, if future countries go to war, they could rely on this to give them a surprise. Yifeng carried the aura of Daxia, flowing with pure Daxia blood, so naturally, they wouldn't monitor Yifeng and just let him enter Mount Fuji. The auras of those 3 spirit beasts are incredibly strong, each one is SSS level. This beast somehow obtained them from somewhere. After killing it, these 3 divine beasts will belong to our country, as compensation for the damage he caused to our country. The 2 lean old men spoke with a sinister tone, their voices hoarse but sharp, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. Finally, they've arrived? The show is about to begin. These bastards have been chasing me for a month, even planning to carry out the extinction plan against my Daxia. Such audacity. Now I will exterminate you, even if I can't wipe you all out. I will cut down all these low-end forces. The 3 spirit beasts in the sky transmitted the scene they saw to Yifeng. When Yifeng saw the familiar faces of those who had been chasing him for the past month outside, his face was filled with a fierce and ruthless killing intent. The royal realm was not something he could deal with. Estimated that their speed was faster than he had imagined. Showing up would likely result in instant defeat. Now was the last chance to escape. But leaving without leaving a mark was not Yifeng's style. Didn't the Void King Cicada unlock the spatial mirror? It could be put to good use now. He. Yifeng's face was filled with a smirk only villains would have. After some manipulation inside Mount Fuji, he retrieved the 3 divine beasts from the sky into his beast space once he felt he was done. He ordered Xiaohua and Xiaojing to trigger Mount Fuji's eruption. Xiaohua, trigger the lava eruption, hide the magma beneath the crust, don't let them discover our future legion. Xiaojing, activate the volcano, use earthquakes, spacequakes, shatter the ground with earthquakes, split the space with quakes, add more chaos to the cherry blossom country. Also, create a time delay, so when they leave for a short while, Mount Fuji will erupt violently. By now, Yifeng had disappeared into the depths of Mount Fuji with Xiaohua and Xiaojing. As for the others, they entered the spatial teleportation gate, accurately locating themselves in Jiangqing City, leaving the cherry blossom territory. Kid, come out, you are surrounded by us. Your parents, friends, are all in our hands. Give up resistance, hand over the 3 divine beasts you contracted, kneel down, cut off your arm, and confess. Come out and confess, or your parents will be beheaded. Your friends are already under our control. Behind the lean old man, 3 military realm deans from the University of Tokyo spoke out, echoing through the air, directed at Yifeng inside Mount Fuji. Threats, mockery, intimidation, all means were used. "Oh, you even kidnapped my family, I'm so scared, please kill me. Kill, go kill, if you don't kill them, you are all bastards. Forget it, having useless bastards like you is pointless. If I knew I would give birth to such bastards, I would rather be a wall, not needing you." Yifeng stepped forward, appearing at the foot of Mount Fuji, just a kilometer away from the crowd. He raised his right hand, provocatively patting and mocking lightly. His demeanor and words seemed to say, "Go ahead and kill us." "Oh my, I'm so angry. This brat, I've never been so insulted, this turtle's grandson must die, he must be torn to pieces. This bastard's mouth is so sharp, he doesn't even know when he's facing death. Wait, I must tear his mouth apart and pour lava down his throat." Seeing Yifeng acting so provocatively, the military and academy personnel clenched their fists, veins bulging on their foreheads, eyes bloodshot, necks swollen, jaws clenched, purely enraged. Enough, what a disgrace to be angered by a little thing. Today, even if you beg for mercy, you won't escape death. Do you know the difference between a handsome realm and an imperial realm? With a single thought, my ninja dart in my hand will appear on any part of your body. It might cut your tongue, gouge your eyes, slit your throat, or sever your Achilles tendon. 2 Imperial Realm elders took turns speaking, looking at Yifeng indifferently, not taking him seriously. Their words were like a superior elephant looking down on an inferior ant. "Oh, you want to sever my Achilles tendon, cut my tongue? Old man, you're so powerful, why don't you ascend to the heavens? When you die, I'll be the first to dig your graves and scatter your ashes in the dung heap. There's a way to kill me, I'm right here. Come on, seek death." Yifeng was even more provoking, tilting his head up high, extending his hand, pointing to his neck, indicating for the 2 old guys to cut off his neck with their ninja darts. "Endurance has its limits. I will first disable your tongue, then break you to silence, and then disable your knees, making you kneel here in apology." Seeing Yifeng still provoking, a vein popped on the foreheads of the 2. With a fierce gaze, a flick of the finger, in the blink of an eye, about 10 ninja darts appeared in front of Yifeng, targeting his knees, groin, and mouth. However, it wasn't the scene of separating Yifeng's tongue and knees as imagined. These dozens of ninja darts pierced through, and Yifeng's figure disappeared. How is this possible? Clone? Illusion? Mirror image? What kind of sorcery is this? The 2 old men at the Imperial Realm were astonished, never expecting Yifeng to evade. The speed and precision of this strike were impeccable. Even at the Sovereign Realm, it would be hard to dodge. But Yifeng disappeared just like that? The next moment, Yifeng's figure mysteriously reappeared on Mount Fuji. This time, his expression no longer mischievous but cold and indifferent. Yifeng looked down from Mount Fuji, his voice echoing on the mountaintop. "Until we meet again, admiring cherry blossoms in Tokyo. This volcanic eruption gift, hope you enjoy it." With a snap of his fingers, a tremor shook Mount Fuji behind him, the earth quaked, and space shattered. Boom! Inside Mount Fuji, a massive explosion occurred. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds of fire, as if the whole world was suffocating. Suddenly, torrents of scorching magma erupted from the volcano, like the gates of hell opening, releasing endless malevolent spirits. The lava snaked down like giant dragons, destroying everything in its path. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, suffocating. Volcanic ash filled the sky, blocking out the sun, as if doomsday had arrived. Boom! 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 Countless streams of lava gushed out from Mount Fuji, fiery meteors raining down. Tens of thousands of high-temperature lava, fire rocks, and molten fire surged, continuously pouring down, indiscriminately attacking everyone, including military officers and scholars from various academies. In this moment, everyone panicked. Those at the Sovereign Realm had the strength to escape, but what about those below? There were 100,000 people here, are they all going to die here? How is this possible? Mount Fuji is really erupting. Why is it like this? Why is the amount of erupting lava so much more than scientifically estimated? Damn it, you little thief, I will definitely tear you apart. 2 lean-faced men with dark expressions, full of hatred, saw Mount Fuji erupt and without hesitation, turned into streaks of light and rushed up. With a wave of their hands, they gathered dust and smoke from the heavens, pressing down below, guiding countless dust, sand, and rocks to block the endless lava flowing downwards. Ninja of the sky, flying sand, rolling stones. Ninja of the sky, myriad flowers, clouds, and mist. Countless clouds of smoke, flying sand, and rocks turned into massive shields, blocking the lava from Mount Fuji, covering the volcano's mouth. The power of the Imperial Realm transformed decay into miracles, harnessing natural forces to resist most of the lava disaster. The remaining torrents, along with the fire rocks erupting from above, were resisted by the sovereign and noble realms, blocking a significant portion. Of course, many fire rocks fell, killing and burning thousands of people. Fortunately, with the intervention of 2 imperial realms, they were saved from certain death. We're saved! Seeing this scene, the 100,000 soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes filled with a sense of surviving a disaster. Boom! Suddenly, within a radius of thousands of kilometers, the earth shook, houses collapsed, cracks appeared one after another, and before the 100,000 soldiers could react, they fell into the endless crevices. Below, boiling underground magma flowed. Ah! Help me! I don't want to die! Endless wails, endless cries for help. Unfortunately, in mid-air, the 10 great sovereign realms and 30 sovereign beings were all busy resisting the meteor shower from the sky, with no time to spare. Even the 2 imperial realm old men witnessing this scene were furious. 100,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of martial realms, thousands of general realms, hundreds of martial realms, all failed to react in time and were sucked into the underground crevices by a strong force, falling into the magma. One by one, they fell like dumplings, powerless to escape. One fell, one died, one fell, one was doomed, melting into the familiar magma. Earthquakes and magma, burying 100,000 cherry blossoms. Boom! The surrounding space shattered like a spider web, densely packed, and the air trembled. Spatial fissures, spatial cuts, and spatial shocks. The 3 combined, and the physical bodies of the 30 sovereign beings in the void were mysteriously cut in half, blood gushing out, beyond death. Wow! An invisible shockwave swept through, tearing the space apart, the sky trembling, impacting the 10 sovereign realms the most, all spitting out large amounts of blood, with fragments of their internal organs, severely injured. The 2 imperial realms turned around to witness this scene, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their pupils crimson, like wild beasts ready to devour, fists clenched tightly, making crackling sounds, roaring out loud. I will kill you! I will definitely kill you! No matter where you flee, to the ends of the earth, I will hunt you down! What they didn't notice was that on Mount Fuji, a strange mirror was recording everything and transmitting the images to someone. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, he could at least watch the recorded video, right? Hatred. Hatred to the extreme, the desire to kill Yifeng had reached its peak. Regret. They didn't know how Yifeng could trigger volcanoes, earthquakes, and shatter space. Shattering space, isn't that the Emperor's method? Today, after the entire Sakura country, no, all countries around the world received this news, they were all in an uproar. Sakura country was even put on an international wanted list, with a reward of billions, various generous rewards, all to get information on Yifeng. 100,000 soldiers dead, 30 academy mentors perished, 10 great sovereign realms severely injured, but most importantly, Yifeng wasn't captured, he escaped. Since that battle, the entire Sakura country went mad. The Sakura Emperor issued a death order, imposing a nationwide blockade. Even for outbound travel, thorough searches were conducted. Furthermore, they began to investigate various cities, deploying troops to guard power plants, nuclear power plants, and potential volcanic eruptions within the country. They were afraid that Yifeng might strike back. But after that, Yifeng disappeared as if evaporated from the earth, never to be seen again, just like he vanished into thin air. It wasn't until several months later, when they went to the Great Xia Dragon country for academic exchanges, that they discovered someone who bore a resemblance to a masked Garfield cat. Just as they were about to take retaliatory action, even to bring someone back, all eyes in Great Xia turned towards them. Those gazes were like looking at dead men. Since then, these people were never seen again. Of course, that's a story for another time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, gaining 10,000 mission points, a random devil fruit ×1, and 1 chance at the mall's roulette. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the mission, killing 10 sovereign beings, 100 martial realms, burying 100,000 soldiers. The system additionally grants 20,000 mission points. So far, deducting all of the host's 30,000 mission points, the host still owes the system 200,000 mission points. At this moment, the instigator of the matter, Yifeng, was still in the midst of spatial transmission, gazing at everything on the screen in front of him with great satisfaction, marveling at it. He paid no attention to what the system said. Still owe 200,000? Why not return to Daxia and participate in the Demon Tide slaughter again when the time comes? Get 200,000 mission points easily. After obtaining enough mission points, the first thing to do is to take out 100,000 mission points and exchange them for the lucky fruit. I just love the look of these 2 old guys who can't stand me and want to kill me but can't. Call? Threaten? Revealed and gone in a second. Yifeng smirked, looking at everything on the light screen, extremely satisfied with his masterpiece. The eruption of Mount Fuji was just a gimmick, a grand spectacle to divert their attention. He knew that with 2 Imperial Realm experts present, the lava after the eruption would be blocked by them, and the mouth of Mount Fuji would be covered. But what about afterwards? They thought it was all over, but the sudden earthquakes and vacuums were meant to catch them off guard. Ambush! It worked wonders. Look, didn't all 100,000 cherry blossoms turn into acquaintances? No wonder the cherry blossoms have such high quality and strong endurance. Decades ago, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, at temperatures of thousands of degrees, they didn't make a sound. Now, the lava river under Mount Fuji is also at thousands of degrees, and look, not a single one of them makes a sound, not even a furrowed brow. True warriors, they've all become so familiar. Yi Feng's gaze remained fixed on those dozen or so cracks in the ground, his mouth almost splitting to his ears. This kind of pleasure was unparalleled, making one feel more refreshed than killing a million demon beasts. If you cover the volcano mouth during a volcanic eruption, you won't be able to investigate the flame demon country under Mount Fuji. This is a conspiracy. If you don't cover the volcano mouth during a volcanic eruption and let the lava flow out, more people will die. This is a plot. No matter what, compared to me in cunning, the cherry blossoms are still a bit lacking. Yi Feng carefully stored this scene away, and when he returned, he immediately made millions of copies of the scene within the spatial realm and sold them directly to various parts of the world. After a month of fleeing, I'm finally going back to Zhangcheng. I wonder if the 4 beast kings died after I left. And, did those little brothers go back? Which high schools did they go to? After all, they recognized me as their big brother, so when the time comes, I'll give them useless low-level equipment for killing demon beasts. Alright, let me calculate the time. The new student military training at Longkei Academy seems to be starting. There are 3 days left. I have to hurry over to report for duty. I still have 10 million on me. I'll buy some good stuff on the black market, or go find some animals with dreams. After all, I still have a few devil fruits that haven't been used. Yi Feng's face showed contemplation, looking forward to returning to Zhangcheng City. After a month of being hunted and fleeing, he had to go back home. Oh, Tansu, what's that random devil fruit? As for that roulette chance, use it directly. Yi Feng thought of something, muttered to himself, opened the system panel, and started the roulette. The huge golden roulette spun, and the pointer slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shattered fruit. This fruit is an absolute nemesis of the artisan profession. Swords, spears, and halberds, under the artisan god, no one can kill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic reward, the Handsome Realm Upgrade Package, 3 Realm Shackle Breakthrough Cards, 23 Upgrade Cards. Only for use below the Handsome Realm. In his mind, the voice of the system sounded. A random fruit. Yi Feng didn't expect it to be the shattered fruit, which, although a bit lackluster in anime, was particularly effective against artisan professions. This was the Achilles heel of all swordsmen on Blue Star. After all, Blue Star couldn't have hockey, right? After the system's explanation, apart from the array masters and the superpowers, when facing a real professional with weapons, the beast pet that swallowed this fruit is invincible, directly used as a meat shield to fiercely withstand in the front. Yi Feng had an idea. When he returned to the Blue Star, he would find a dreamy animal and feed it. The upgrade gift package, without hesitation, was directly used by Basha, unexpectedly bringing a pleasant surprise. Now, there is another Handsome Realm pet beast, and it can also slow down the speed of others. As for the remaining sweet fruit, everyone's fruit, let's just go with the flow. The target of the sweet fruit must be female only. Otherwise, if a male swallows the sweet fruit, the charm is endless, appealing to both men and women. The scene is shuddering just to think about. The surrounding spatial particles tend to stabilize, the scene no longer changes, as if returning to the Great Xiao realm, arriving in Zhangcheng City. This random coordinate, who knows where it will teleport him in Zhangcheng City. A light gate appears ahead, taking a step out, endless brightness dazzling, a ray of sunlight falls on Yi Feng's green face. Finally, he's back. Greedily inhaling the air of Zhangcheng City, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, spread out his hands, and couldn't help but excitedly howl, finally back. The motherland is still the best. At this moment, Yi Feng had not yet noticed his location after being teleported, nor the emotions of the people around him, immersed in his own joy. Woo woo woo! Such a young hero, why did he die like this? Our great Xiao's good lad, the top scholar of Zhangcheng, how could he fall like this? Such a young talent, if only he hadn't died, mainly because he didn't have a girlfriend, no offspring left. If I had known, I would have given him more children. Ah, it's such a pity. Thousands of people stood in front of the 3-meter-tall statue, mourning, weeping, sighing, lamenting, each offering flowers and gifts. Some mourned that he was too young to have enjoyed any blessings, offering countless cakes, snacks, drinks, and beverages. Some young women mourned that he had never been in love, and took off their own clothes, folding them aside. Furthermore, some unknown individuals, hearing that he was still a virgin, offered several different styles of Fiji cups in a corner. So young, dying for Jiangqing like this, they were all grieving. The statue of this man was carved vividly, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, extremely handsome. Holding the demon-slaying sword, his gaze overlooking the coastal defense line, as if guarding the entire Jiangqing city. He was the youngest handsome talent of the human race, the most outstanding dragon phoenix dual system beast tamer of Great Xia. At this moment, as the crowd mourned and lamented the death of such a young hero, beneath the sculpture, there was an inscription about the man's story, name, and a very brief biography. Commanding dragons and phoenixes to exterminate countless demons, controlling sea monsters by the millions. Under the endless thunderstorms, he slaughtered tens of thousands of monsters. One man, one sword, beheading the demon lord, but lamenting the early death of a hero. On that day, all the videos of his battles were posted online, causing a sensation throughout Jiangqing City and the entire Great Xia. Countless netizens spontaneously came from all over Great Xia to Jiangqing City, to the statue, to pay their respects to this young handsome talent. While everyone was in mourning, they were abruptly interrupted by a howl. Under such emotional circumstances, many people were immediately angered. Turning around, before seeing the man's face clearly, they pointed at him and cursed, "Damn it, who's the idiot who's so blind? Swearing in front of our human race's handsome statue? Do you have any manners, you brat?" "Grandma's," which idiot howled, "scared the hell out of me, tears are streaming down my face, you howled like that, scared my tears back in. No, I'm definitely going to beat you up." Several burly men with explosive tempers pointed at Yifeng and started cursing directly, even rolling up their sleeves and raising their fists, preparing to strike Yifeng hard. But the next moment, as they saw Yifeng's face clearly, they were suddenly stunned, their gazes vacant, eyes wide open in disbelief. Hundreds of people rubbed their eyes simultaneously, turned their heads, looked at the face of the man on the statue, then at the handsome man in front of them. Apart from some differences in clothing, they looked exactly the same. Everyone was dumbfounded. Are they twins? Could it be that Jiangqing's talented Yifeng's father made a mistake when he was young, and he has a long-lost brother? Everyone was puzzled, and Yifeng was also stunned, his smile freezing on his face, dumbfounded. How could they erect a statue of him if he's not dead? Erecting a statue is fine, but why is there a biography written on it? Hey, he's not dead yet. Could it be that those old folks in Liu Bei thought I died in the mouth of a monster? Yes, that must be it, otherwise why would they erect a statue for me? This whole thing has turned into a farce, so many people giving me gifts, even food, I would feel embarrassed if I didn't die. Yifeng returned to his usual self, following the gaze of the crowd towards the side of the statue, where flowers were piled up in several rows. Countless snacks, women's clothing neatly arranged, and even some youthful underwear could be seen. There were also some Fiji cups placed by a few unknown people, with the inscription, "Gift from Yifeng's little brother." Seeing this scene, Yifeng's face turned even darker, as black as coal. He used to have some goodwill towards these little brothers, but next time he sees them, he's decided to give them all a good beating. "May I ask, brother, are you Yifeng, brother Yi? Didn't you die in the mouth of a monster? Or are you the twin brother of Jiangqing's talented Yifeng?" A bold young man came forward and asked Yifeng tentatively. "Of course, I didn't die, otherwise, who would be standing in front of you, a ghost?" Yifeng heard the man's question and couldn't help but laugh and scold. With a thought, in the sky above Jiangqing City, 3 majestic beasts appeared. Thunder Dragon, Fire Phoenix, and Azure Phoenix. Each one exuded a majestic aura, covering half the sky. The huge beast eyes looked down, indifferent, except for their master Yifeng, they didn't care about anyone else. When these 3 divine beasts appeared for a moment, Yifeng's identity didn't need any proof at all. Yifeng is not dead. Yifeng is still alive. Everyone was ecstatic, their gazes towards Yifeng filled with excitement, admiration, wishing they could pounce on him at that moment. Some women's cheeks were flushed, looking at Yifeng affectionately. They were almost losing control of their lower bodies. As for the several burly men who had just shouted, they felt embarrassed and lowered their heads in shame. Hit Yifeng? They would probably be done for if his 3 huge divine beasts blew on them. Am I that famous? Just because I killed some monsters? If they knew what I did in Sakura country, they would probably worship me as a god. Seeing everyone's reaction, although somewhat surprised, Yifeng could also understand, feeling a bit self-absorbed. Not every beast tamer is as abnormal as him, not everyone has the same attachment as him. Boom! In the sky above Jiangqing City, hundreds of celestial sky falcons suddenly appeared, each carrying a venerable strongman on its back. 100 venerables moved in unison, all for Yifeng alone. Surveillance cameras were installed all around Yifeng's statue, anyone disrespectful to it would be caught. The Great Xia Empire valued human heroes, especially young talents like Yifeng. Now, when they saw Yi Feng return through the surveillance, they were beyond shocked. People from the military region, the elders of the Monster Hunting Association in Jiangqing City, the presidents of major universities in Jiangqing City, as well as the mayor and high-ranking officials of Jiangqing City, all appeared one after another, only to witness the return of the outstanding individuals of Jiangqing. Among them were 30 extremely familiar faces, the 30 human elders who had fought against the monstrous beasts in the distant sea that day. Apart from the hundreds of sky laceration eagles, an elderly man arrived riding a flying device, dressed in military attire. It seemed like he had been traveling too fast, as his beard was tousled by the wind, and his face was filled with joy. His gaze swept through the crowd continuously, finally landing on Yi Feng. "You're not dead, you're alive. That's great, truly great, the heavens have eyes. Heaven bless our great Xia." The man hurriedly rushed to Yi Feng's side, embracing him tightly, and patting Yi Feng's back heavily with his strong hands. Bang, bang, bang. With each pat, a loud rumble resounded, causing Yi Feng to grimace in pain, almost having his bones dislocated by the old man's hands. He was in the Shui realm, while the old man was in the Jun realm. Moreover, his physical body was not strong. "Old man, if you don't let go, you'll strangle me." Yi Feng couldn't help but mutter, not showing a good expression towards Liu Bei. After all, he had been tricked by this old man before. Liu Bei paid no attention to Yi Feng's address, chuckling and grabbing Yi Feng's hand, leaping into the air, two long spears appearing beneath his feet. With a swift whoosh, they disappeared from the sight of the crowd, taking Yi Feng away towards the military region. This was not the place to talk, especially with so many people watching. This old man is still as hasty as ever. It's good that our outstanding individuals of Jiangqing are alive. With this, Yi Feng will definitely rank in the top 3 in the competition for the strongest scholar of Great Xia. Many elders watched this scene with smiles, then disappeared from the scene, following along. Wait, didn't Yi Feng just call that old man an old geezer? It's rare for this old man's hot temper not to flare up. Of course, with such outstanding individuals, would he dare? After all, even the high-ranking officials in Longdu have spoken. If Yi Feng hadn't died, they would probably have added a public position for him. The remaining elders murmured softly, then burst into laughter. In the military region of Jiangqing City, Liu Bei held a high position. But in Longdu, he was somewhat insignificant. After all, that was where the real terror lay, consolidating power, resources, status, and strength, gathering the best resources of Great Xia. Institutions like Tianqing Academy and Tianbei Academy were located there, and this year, several of the strongest talents of Great Xia had been enrolled. SSS level talent, 5-element mage prodigy, SSS level talent, sword sect of 10,000 swords, a special swordsman with the Sword King's physique, SSS level talent, dual supreme ability in mental control and undead control. These 3 special abilities were almost on par with Yi Feng's Dragon Phoenix dual profession potential, albeit slightly weaker. Of course, in terms of achievements, they couldn't compare to Yi Feng. After all, he could slay a Jun realm being when he was in the Shui realm. Yi Feng joining the Dragon Gate Academy was already a done deal. When the 4 major academies compete, they are eager to see what will happen when so many geniuses meet. The anticipation in their hearts was at its peak. "You didn't die in the mouth of the monster? We saw you being surrounded by that seaweed mass? After cutting down that seaweed mass, we didn't see any trace of you, not even your body. We thought you had been corroded by the poison. How did you escape? Could it be that you have a spatial escape technique?" Familiar place, familiar basement. At this moment Yi Feng was surrounded inside and out, with a hint of interrogation in the air. Liu Bei was sitting in front of Yi Feng, facing him directly, surrounded by hundreds of military personnel. Among them was Xin Gao, as well as the examiners who presided over the Jiangqing First Middle School entrance exam. Each one was very curious. "Old man, did you want me to die in the hands of that monster? I have good luck on my side, managed to escape by a hair's breadth. After all, the fewer people know about the trump card, the better. Otherwise, how can it be called a trump card?" Yi Feng shook his head nonchalantly. The first time he was surrounded by everyone here, he was a bit nervous, but now it felt like home. This old guy had no ill intentions towards him, except for trying to trick him. There was nothing else. Besides, he hadn't even mentioned how he tricked himself into the Dragon's Gate Academy. If there wasn't really an inheritance left by the ancient divine beasts of the Great Xia and the Dragon's Gate Academy, he would definitely stir up even bigger waves there and dismantle the academy. "Old man?" Everyone stared at Yi Feng, listening to this address, looking at him as if he were a ghost. The 3 words "old man," if anyone dared to appear in this military area, their fate would definitely be severe. But considering Yi Feng's identity and abilities, they all turned their heads and looked at Liu Bei, wondering if he dared to punish Yi Feng. If he did, maybe their long-standing grievances against Liu Bei could be avenged. Immediately, they started reporting, directly to the capital, to have the people there punish Liu Bei, preferably throwing him into the monster cave. Feeling the gaze of everyone, Liu Bei raised his eyebrows sharply and scolded loudly, "What are you little brats looking at? Keep looking, and I'll throw all of you into the monster cave." Immediately, Liu Bei changed his tone again, smiling at Yifeng, looking kind and gentle, nodding. Indeed, the fewer people know about the trump card, the better. Those old guys, although they gave you a life-saving talisman seal before, which can help you escape a short distance, it's not very useful. Besides using this seal, there should be another trump card that can help you escape even further. Liu Bei looked at Yifeng, already having a good guess in his heart. The ability to escape from that spatial area must be a spatial array-type life-saving trump card. Such trump cards could fetch a high price of tens of millions in the black market, and they were priceless, requiring a sovereign realm array master to personally craft them. By the way, since you're back, go report to the Dragon's Gate Academy. In 3 days, the new students will start, and there will be a special welcome ceremony at the academy, so be prepared. Liu Bei smiled and smoothly shifted the topic to the enrollment at the academy. After all, he was the dean of the Dragon's Gate Academy, and now that Yifeng had enrolled, there was no escaping for him, and they wouldn't let Yifeng off the ship. Oh damn, you've become a teaching assistant, so the special ceremony is useless for you. It's the older students in the higher age group who will be treated specially. Oh damn, almost forgot about that. Be gentle with them, don't beat them up too badly. Liu Bei was just gloating a moment ago, but suddenly remembered something, realizing it, his face filled with regret. He had wanted to see Yifeng get beaten up, but then remembered that Yifeng possessed a sovereign realm battle power of the Thunder Dragon, so it would be the older students who would get beaten up, not Yifeng. At this moment, Liu Bei had no idea what had happened to Yifeng in this past month. Little thunder, little fire, little green, along with little cicada, little light, little whale, little white. Now there were a total of 7 sovereign realm divine beasts. When the 7 united, below the sovereign realm, he was invincible, and above the sovereign realm, it was a 1-for-1 exchange. Yifeng just smiled at this, carefully pondering the meaning in Liu Bei's words. A special welcome ceremony? Probably just some friendly greetings from the senior students, maybe a beating or two, but when it comes to him, things will be different. If they dare to come, he will give them a beating. From now on, his rules will be the rules. As for the new student military training, he's about to become an instructor, so why bother with training? Let others train while he relaxes, enjoying the sun and sleeping. How delightful. What he's looking forward to even more is seeing those senior students who became assistant instructors after being beaten by him in their freshman and sophomore years. He wonders how they will react when they see him again. It's bound to be quite entertaining. Yifeng couldn't help but think this way, feeling quite sinister. Next time they meet, instead of giving them anything nice, he'll just give them a good beating. He. In the dimly lit secret room, Yifeng's face, already shrouded in darkness, now bore a sinister smile, the light casting an eerie glow on his face, making him look rather wicked. Liu Bei's already unpleasant face contorted into a forced smile, looking equally grotesque under the light. An old man and a young man, truly a pair of oddballs. Shen Yao, seeing this, silently mocked in his heart but dared not speak out. Oh, by the way, where did you disappear to for a month? Near Jiangqing City, we searched everywhere but found no trace of you. How did you just vanish into thin air? Liu Bei recalled the first half of the month when he mobilized all his resources to search for Yifeng's whereabouts, but returned empty-handed, with no leads. Now that Yifeng has mysteriously reappeared, seemingly using spatial magic to return to Jiangqing City, he is very curious about what Yifeng did during his disappearance. Nothing much, just some trivial matters. Director Liu, but I seem to have gotten into a bit of trouble, a very small one. The other party is a dark force, I might not be able to handle them. If something happens, you must help me, or I'll be left alone and might even be assassinated. Yifeng's tone changed, his smile disappearing from his face, his eyes watery and pitiful, on the verge of tears, as if deeply wronged. At some point, a phone appeared in his hand, quietly recording a video. What? You are a talent of Jiangqing, a pillar of the community. If a dark force dares to lay a hand on you, they must be tired of living. I'll take down as many as they send. Even if the god of heaven comes, I, Liu Bei, will slap him twice. With me here, rest assured, no one can touch you. Today, I leave these words here. If you have any trouble, I, Liu Bei, will handle it alone. When Liu Bei heard that Yifeng was being hunted, he became furious, patting Yifeng's shoulder to reassure him, taking full responsibility and showing great confidence on his aging face. Alright, with Director Liu's words, I can rest assured. If anything happens, I'll rely on Director Liu to handle it. Yi Feng's worries disappeared from his face, replaced by a cheerful smile once again, thinking to himself, you tricked me once, I'll trick you back, and we'll be even. When it comes to the exchange between the schools of our countries, little Sakura is sure to see through me. I'll leave everything to Director Liu. At this moment, Liu Bei still had no idea that he had been tricked by Yi Feng. Since Yi Feng's identity was exposed, he had been suffering endlessly, used as a pawn by Yi Feng, protecting his safety at all times. And now, in the military district's secret room, a major piece of news from overseas reached everyone's ears. A foreign assassin appeared in the Sakura country, detonated Mount Fuji, killed 10,000 Sakura nobles, wounded 100 respected ninjas, injured 10 noble ninjas, and escaped in front of 2 emperors. The assassin has killed many students from the University of Tokyo, Osaka University, and Kyoto University, even wiping out the entire sophomore class at the University of Tokyo before successfully escaping. The man's nationality and identity are unknown, but he is accompanied by several SSS-grade pet beasts that can devour energy, traverse space, and are incredibly powerful. Sakura country has issued an international arrest warrant, and the man is being hunted globally, the masked Garfield cat. A broadcast echoed from the secret room, and as everyone listened to this terrifying tale, they were amazed, sighing in admiration, their faces filled with excitement and respect. Incredible! He charged into the enemy's country, killed their students, and even massacred 100,000 enemy soldiers. Exhilarating, truly exhilarating. If only I could meet this extraordinary person and share a drink with him. Today, double happiness has arrived, ha ha ha. Shingao laughed heartily, and the others followed suit, brimming with joy on the outside. Liu Bei nodded silently, admiring deep down, but his focus was on Yi Feng. SSS-grade pet beasts? Are they as awesome as Yi Feng's Dragon Phoenix SSS-grade pet beast? That's a divine beast from their great Xia, incomparable to the two. In Liu Bei's eyes, Yi Feng's strengths were magnified infinitely. Hearing this news, Yi Feng's expression turned slightly unnatural. His eyes fixed on the ceiling, whistling softly, his gaze wandering, seemingly indifferent, lost in thought. Why is he making that expression? Could it be that he's feeling a bit resentful hearing about someone so powerful? Indeed, young people are competitive, so it's understandable. Liu Bei thought Yi Feng was feeling competitive and nodded inwardly. Soon, he realized something was amiss. On the screen, he saw the image of the masked Garfield cat on the wanted poster. Although the lower half of his face was covered, revealing only his eyes, why did those eyes resemble Yi Feng's? The more I look, the more familiar this person seems. These eyes, pupils, even the expression in his gaze is almost identical to Yi Feng's. Could it be him? But it doesn't make sense. How did he get to Sakura country in just 1 month? Liu Bei was very puzzled, discreetly glancing at Yi Feng several times, considering the possibility. But there couldn't be such a coincidence in the world. Yi Feng had only been missing for a month, and on the other side, this news appeared, with a 99% chance of being random. Moreover, the deeds of the masked Garfield cat were even more shocking than what Yi Feng had done. Escaping under the watch of 2 Imperial Realm experts, what kind of concept was that? The abilities of the Imperial Realm far surpassed those of the Sovereign Realm. Facing 100 opponents was no issue. As long as the Imperial Realm wished it, even 1,000 monsters could be annihilated in an instant. Of course, depending on the profession, the speed of killing would vary. Array masters, psychics, swordsmen, and gunners could achieve instant kills, while berserkers and ninja assassins would take a bit longer. The masked Garfield cat, who came up with such a ridiculous name? Liu Bei chuckled at the thought of this nickname being used. Those few pet beasts don't match either. The masked Garfield cat uses 2 pet beasts, a giant king cicada and a light kirin, which have no connection to Yi Feng's 3 divine beasts. By now, Liu Bei had already brainstormed extensively in his mind, dispelling 99% of his doubts, but 1% still lingered. He needed to investigate thoroughly, gather more details about the masked Garfield cat. For some reason, he had a strange feeling that this matter might be related to Yi Feng in some way. After disappearing for a month with no news, how could such a big incident happen in the Sakura country? Moreover, there was no clue about the man's identity, and now he had vanished into thin air. This back and forth seemed too coincidental. Hey, old man, I've slain so many monsters, don't I deserve some recognition? After all, I saved quite a few people in Jiangqing City. Seeing the contemplation in Liu Bei's eyes, Yefeng couldn't help but speak up, interrupting him. Whether Liu Bei noticed or not didn't matter, as he had already recorded the video where Liu Bei offered to help him. The evidence was there. Even if trouble came from Sakura, so what? If they had the guts, they could come to the Dragon Sparrow Academy and try to kill him. Yes, usually, the corpses of dead monsters can fetch a good price. But countless monsters were turned into blood mist by your powerful thunder dragon's lightning, not a trace left. Liu Bei came back to his senses, pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Every time he heard this, Yefeng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He took a deep breath to compose himself, feeling extremely frustrated as he had lost a lot of mission points. In addition, thousands of houses on the outskirts of Jiangqing City were destroyed by lightning, turned into ruins by flames, while some ice sculptures still stand. The government will need to spend a lot of money to rebuild them. So, about your reward. Do you understand? Liu Bei raised an eyebrow at Yefeng, his expression speaking volumes. It was as if to say, although you have achieved great things, all the buildings on the outskirts of Jiangqing City were destroyed by you. Even if you are rewarded handsomely, some deductions will have to be made. Do you have the nerve to ask for a bonus when you know what you've done? Hearing Liu Bei's words, Yefeng's mouth twitched even more deeply, his face completely darkened, black lines appearing on his forehead. Of course, you have made such a huge contribution to Jiangqing for me, it would be unfair not to reward you. The richness of the reward will definitely exceed your expectations. In 2 days, you will be sent to report at the Dragon Sparrow Academy, and naturally, you will receive it, so rest assured. Whose money will be deducted, it won't be yours. Seeing Yefeng acting like a miser, Liu Bei chuckled, patted Yefeng on the shoulder, enjoying seeing him flustered. Damn old man! Yefeng cursed, then chatted casually with Liu Bei as if nothing had happened, and later Liu Bei sent him back to Jiangqing City. He spent the next 2 to 3 days wandering around Jiangqing City before leaving for the Dragon Sparrow Academy. When he would return next, no one knew. After Yefeng left, Liu Bei put away his playful demeanor, reverting to his usual dignified leader persona. Go, bring up all the images of the masked Garfield cats, and have Anzi gather information from Sakura about what happened in the past month, especially about the masked Garfield cats and their spirit beasts. Liu Bei gave the order, watching Yefeng's departing figure with deep eyes. Kid, if it's really you, that would be extraordinary. By then, the undercover agents of my great Xia in other countries will be restless because of you, and you will face endless assassination attempts. The beautiful country, Sakura country, White Elephant country, the Nordic countries, and even the Bear country will not allow a Blue Star unifier to emerge. Upon returning to Jiangqing City, Yefeng was invited to various places as a guest. The 100 respected realm individuals were too enthusiastic. He couldn't refuse their endless kindness, money, so Yefeng made appearances at the Monster Hunting Association, government departments, and major universities, leaving behind group photos with everyone. The purpose was simple, to increase his fame. Yefeng was now a celebrity, and his presence in their area would only benefit the future recruitment of talents. Throughout the day, Yefeng was busy running around, with chauffeured rides and beautiful companions, but unfortunately, too many people were watching, otherwise. Late at night, Yifeng finally finished all his tasks, collecting 20 million in cash, and appeared at the outskirts of the city where an orphanage was located. Looking at the old courtyard, Yifeng felt a sense of nostalgia. This was the place where he had lived for over a decade, adopted here at the age of 5. Despite being bullied by many children, he also had some friends, although now they seemed to be drifting away. In his mind, the graceful figure of a woman in a red dress appeared. She was the director of this orphanage, sheltering all the homeless orphans. At the age of 15, she took over the orphanage. Even though she was still a young girl, in her naive years, she managed to provide a home for all the orphans. His younger self was mischievous, always clinging to the director, sneaking into her bed to sleep together. Thinking about this, Yifeng's old face blushed slightly, murmuring softly, "It's just children being ignorant." Ah, innocence and romance will eventually turn into debauchery, a man's true nature. Shaking off these inexplicable thoughts, Yifeng was undoubtedly grateful to the woman. It's a pity, the director has been gone for 3 years, I wonder where she went. I heard the director is from Long City, I should visit when I have time. Yifeng lingered outside the orphanage for a long time. Looking at the orphanage that had already turned off its lights, he skillfully climbed over the back wall and left a gold card on Aunt Xia's desk, who was now in charge of the orphanage. He trusted Aunt Xia, who treated everyone equally, as if they were her own children. Inside was his labor fee for today, 1/10, 2 million, enough to renovate the orphanage, improve the food, and buy study materials for some children. After everything was done, Yifeng took a deep look at his own independent small room, next to the director's house, and smiled, incredibly bright. He stayed for only half an hour, with no more attachment. Quietly leaving the orphanage, he looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky and whispered to himself, "The most eloquent is the old moon, don't talk too much about the early sunset. It all seems like a dream. I am me, Yifeng of Huaxia, and Yifeng of Daxia." After a long silence, at night, faint animal cries could be heard, along with the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Ha! Tree?" Yifeng thought of something, looking at a small tree ahead, his gaze intense. "Trees also have life, can they also possess the ability to add devil fruits?" Xiaomu, do you have dreams? Tonzi, can this type of tree also use devil evolution fruits? Yifeng asked in his heart. If not, he would have to reluctantly choose something else. Host, theoretically, any species with life can. The system's voice hesitated a bit, but slowly spoke, its words somewhat uncertain. Since it's possible, that's all that matters. Seeing that the system said it was possible, Yifeng immediately dismissed everything else. Devil fruit plus small tree, let's see what it can evolve into. A tree that isn't afraid of being cut, branches flying everywhere. If it could strengthen its surface hardness and even be fireproof, this ancient tree would be unmatched. Rustle. Trees don't speak. The only response to Yifeng was the rustling of leaves in the wind, branches swaying lightly. Alright, since you're not talking, I'll take that as a yes. You're a tree with dreams. I'll find you a mother tree forest in the future. Yifeng chuckled, took out a devil fruit from the system store, squeezed a small piece, and directly applied the juice to the small tree in front of him. Suddenly, an inconspicuous small tree in front of the orphanage was emitting green light in the dark night, the tree's veins on the branches reflecting clearly. Consciousness awakened. This small tree is only 2 to 3 meters tall, but its trunk rises fiercely to 10 meters, with a thicker trunk and strong branches covered in a layer of green light, reinforcing its defense. Ordinary small tree plus split fruit equals evolution. SSS level sky splitting wood ancestor. Subject to change in the later stages. Pet, sky splitting wood ancestor level, SSS level, human defined limit, special talent, immune to any killing impact below the divine realm, regardless of one's own realm. Realm, first order disciple realm, devouring weapon type evolution, skills, split body, vine whiplash. Yifeng directly checked the panel information of this small tree and was quite satisfied with what he saw. His upgrade evolution involves devouring weapons related to the Tao. The specific ability of this split fruit is more about being a meat shield than causing damage, so its offensive capabilities are weaker. Let Little Lay, Little Fire, and Little Whale handle the damage. For control, there's the slowing effect of Little Tyrant and the ice seal of Little Blue. For initiative, there's Little Light's extreme speed and Little Cicada's spatial teleportation. However, this tree doesn't seem to withstand beatings well. It's invincible against any weapon, but it's vulnerable against formation masters and other ability users. Improvements need to be made in the future. Ding, detected special pets can match special demon evolution fruits, opening fruit fusion, and pet re-evolution functions. Sky-splitting wood ancestor can match with the forest fruit, thunder dragon can match with the fish fruit, dimensional dragon whale can match with the devouring fruit, and phoenix can match with the immortal bird fruit. Special limited store opened, selling demon fruits of this kind, each for 80,000, limited to 3 months. Friendly reminder, only pets with relevant attributes and special abilities can be additionally devoured. If there is no connection, like the burn fruit and smoke fruit, they are incompatible, and the pet will explode and die. The system's voice sounded, and the golden panel in front changed, showing corresponding matching images and additional demon evolution fruits for Yifeng's pets. In other words, if they devour a similar fruit, their abilities can be greatly enhanced, possibly breaking through their original level restrictions and becoming even stronger. This is quite user-friendly, breaking the limit of only being able to devour one demon fruit and unlocking one ability. After Little Fire devours the immortal bird fruit, it can definitely further enhance, such as with the magma fruit, the hot fruit, and all fire-related abilities can be stacked. This way, adding the attributes of wind and rock. Just imagine, a phoenix already has the function of rebirth through fire, adding the immortal bird fruit means healing with every injury, and undergoing nirvana when critically wounded, making it practically invincible. How can others compete with that? Yifeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. And when this small tree matches with the forest fruit, he will be completely immune to any flames, able to transform into a special wooden realm. Its body will infinitely expand, devouring the flesh of other monsters and growing barbarically, possibly becoming a world-building tree-like existence. The future potential is truly limitless. Although excited about the prospects, the priority now is to earn more task points. First, repay the 200,000 points owed, then buy all the demon fruits directly available in the limited store. During these 3 months, he must go on a mad hunt for monsters, loot their bodies, and gather equipment. With a thought, he directly stored the small tree in the beast god ring, creating a separate space for its growth, ensuring Little Fire was kept at a distance. He was afraid the phoenix fire on Little Fire would burn this pet to death. The wood ancestor sensed his master's goodwill and conveyed a few thoughts of gratitude. Ding, detected that the host is about to enter Longkei Academy, issuing a growth task. Successfully complete the military training test, pass the special ceremony for new students, and you can receive 3 random devil fruits, 50,000 task points, 1 lottery draw in the store, and a card for breaking through any realm. With the task issued, this time the task points directly reached 50,000, and the number of random devil fruits increased to 3, making the rewards unprecedentedly rich. Tonzi, if you say so, then I'll get ready to go early. Yifeng's eyes lit up at the sight of these rewards. Without any hesitation, he summoned Xiaochan, opened the space teleportation gate, stepped into it, and went straight to find Liu Bei. 2 days passed in a flash. Today, Liu Bei brought Yifeng to Longke Academy using the teleportation array. A huge flying spear flew over the sky of Longke Academy, attracting numerous onlookers. It is not allowed to fly in Longke Academy unless special permission is granted. But who is he? The Dean of the Instrumental Dao Academy. Does he need to manage these things? Without even going through the process of new student registration, he directly took Yifeng to his residence. Longke Academy is one of the 4 highest academies in Daxia, controlling numerous secret realms. Yifeng lived in an independent small villa courtyard with 3 floors and a separate garage for parking vehicles. The courtyard was filled with green bamboo. The first floor of the villa consisted of a living room and kitchen. The second floor was a living room and entertainment area. The third floor was equipped with a special spatial array that could teleport to any teaching building at any time, making it very convenient. Yifeng didn't need to do anything, as all daily necessities were already prepared for him. This treatment for the top scorer is great. You don't need to bring anything, and the academy has even specially tailored dozens of sets of clothing for you, including short sleeves, long pants, and long coats, all in the wardrobe. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow at Yifeng, feeling envious inside. When he was a student, he didn't have such good conditions. There was even a direct teleportation array on the top floor to the teaching building, allowing access to any training ground, making his eyes turn red with envy. Back when he was a student, he lived in a dormitory with 6 people. After a day of intense training, the 5 beasts in the dormitory snored like thunder in the spring night, like the roar of a tractor, or the sound of wild buffalo plowing the fields. Old man, all these are just illusions. Where are my promised rewards? Hurry up and bring them. I can't have killed so many monsters for nothing. Yifeng didn't buy into this, as the place he lived in didn't matter to him. You brat! Liu Bei couldn't help but feel regretful seeing Yifeng completely indifferent to his living arrangements. A full man doesn't know what a hungry man feels like. You can check the wardrobe later. The equipment there is very expensive. In the afternoon is the new student training. Make sure to attend. Detailed enrollment information has been sent to your phone. Make sure to check it carefully. In Anchi City, the Black Market, Monster Hunting Association, Celestial Artifact Mansion, Formation Hall, and Tongtian Sports School, you can visit all these places, but be extremely cautious of the agents of the Holy See. Liu Bei didn't stay long, as he was the dean of the academy and had many things to attend to on the day of new student selection. After a few instructions to Yifeng, he left, leaving Yifeng to check everything on his own. The Holy See, this is an assassin organization from another country lurking in our Daxia. It seems that the situation requires extreme caution. Yifeng muttered to himself softly, then opened his phone to check all the information about the new student assistants. The freshmen of the Dragon Gate Academy must undergo a new student training, entering the extremely dangerous blood-red quicksand to hone their skills for a month, hunting enough blood spirits and even blood beasts to be considered successful. During the training, there are assistant instructors and mentor instructors to ensure their safety, guiding them along the way. The top 40 students will be placed in the elite class. The blood-red quicksand has a danger level of S. Even second-year students would be on edge if they entered. The secret realms and dangerous areas are classified into levels, similar to professional potential rankings, ranging from low to high, from E to SSS, legendary, divine. Those who reach S and above are considered death zones. SSS and above are forbidden areas, where there is no return, a place of certain death. It is worth mentioning that to enter the elite class, regardless of being a top student from any province, one must prove their strength during the new student training. Following this, there is a special welcome ceremony arranged by the school's senior students. Only after passing these challenges can one become a member of the Dragon Gate Academy. In the first semester, students need to earn 10 credits. At the end of the semester, there is a ranking battle to determine the standings and receive corresponding rewards. Mid-semester, there are exchanges with major overseas academies. Just started school, life is so exciting. I became an assistant instructor before. It seems like I've earned enough credits directly. I remember Dragon Gate Academy allows skipping grades. If the first-year students are not impressive enough, should we go challenge those poor second-year students? Yifeng rubbed his chin, his eyes gleaming with mischief. After all, the first-year students at the Dragon Gate Academy were at most mid-high-tier soldiers, while he was already a marshal. Xiao Lei sneezed. They were probably close enough. As for the top students from other provinces, Definitely, it would be interesting to meet them and see what the talents from other provinces are like. Let's see what equipment they have. If it's not good, we can sell it. Yifeng opened his wardrobe, revealing a set of platinum robes. The battle robe was woven from platinum threads, light yet sturdy, adorned with a large golden emblem depicting a soaring 5-clawed golden dragon. The shoulders of the robe were decorated with large golden epaulets, resembling a special rank, the hem flowing elegantly, exuding endless glory. The treasure of the Beast Taming Academy, the White Dragon Battle Robe, SSS level, can weaken the attack power of the Emperor Realm by 30%. Below the Emperor Realm, it can neutralize 70% of the Sovereign Realm's attack power, 80% of the Venerable Realm, 90% of the Martial Realm, invincible defense. The system directly displayed information about the White Dragon Battle Robe. Seeing this majestic robe, Yifeng was immediately captivated. This treasure of the Beast Taming Academy was perfect for him. Since his physical strength was only at the Martial Realm, wearing this robe could neutralize 70% of the Sovereign Realm's power, enough to compensate for his current lack of defense. As a beast tamer, his physical body was weak, and Liu Bei leaving him this beast-taming battle robe showed deep intentions. This old guy does have a conscience. Yifeng felt a warm feeling in his heart, but still jokingly scolded. The value of this battle robe was immeasurable, each golden thread engraved with intricate defensive formations. Originally the treasure of the Beast Taming Academy at the Dragon Gate Academy, now given to him, it must have been discussed by the higher-ups, and Yifeng accepted this gesture of goodwill. As Dragon Gate does not disappoint me, I will not disappoint Dragon Gate. The venue for the new student training was located on the Dragon Gate Academy's main sports field. This year, the Dragon Gate Academy recruited a total of 3,000 freshmen, all with professions starting from A level and above, with most students at the mid-tier soldier level, as Yifeng had estimated, except for a few exceptional geniuses in the high-tier soldier level. There are 30 SSS-level talents, including 5 provincial champions and a few top scholars. These exceptionally talented individuals stood at the forefront of the field, observing each other. Some nodded in acknowledgement, exchanging greetings. The rest, mostly unfamiliar faces, scattered across the field in the student attire provided by the Dragon Gate Academy, all dressed in white robes regardless of gender. On the platform, the military training instructor led the crowd, delivering a speech about the precautions to take during the training process in the blood-red quicksand. Below the platform, assistant instructors in their designated uniforms stood in neat rows, 25 on the left and 24 on the right, comprising both men and women. Among them were familiar faces to Yifeng, such as the girl with long legs and shorts, Su Bing whom he had beaten, Wu Luoxin who cried out in pain, and Zhu Danxiong. What's going on? Is anyone missing? Why do you have only 24 people on your side? Are you not aware that today is the day for new students to start training? How could someone be late on such an important day? Su Lang, noticing the shortage of people on the girl's side, inquired with a cold expression. It's impossible. We've reminded everyone in the group chat multiple times not to be late. How could we be short of people on our side? All the instructors in the group chat have arrived. Strange. The girl with long legs and shorts was equally puzzled. She had called out the names of all the military training assistant instructors in the group chat, and yet, someone was missing. Is that kid a new student? Why isn't he wearing the required robe from the academy? Doesn't he know that the blood-red quicksand is filled with deathly aura, and not wearing the robe could be dangerous? This is being irresponsible towards one's own life. Su Lang noticed a man strolling lazily towards the field from a distance, seemingly searching for something. As the instructor finished speaking, giving them an hour to prepare to head to the blood-red quicksand, Su Lang, displeased, shouted at the man. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? Do you think you've already entered the Dragon Gate Academy safely? Do you think you can slack off after joining the prestigious Academy of Disya? Let me tell you, with your current level, you're far from it. Wasn't it announced to wear the robe? It's for your own safety. Don't you know how to be punctual? You're so careless, come over here now. Su Lang showed no kindness towards the man, not even able to see his face clearly from a distance. All the new students on the field turned to look at the man. Why does this person seem familiar to me? Wu Luoxin gazed at Yifeng's figure, feeling like she had seen him somewhere before. Are you calling me? I didn't receive any notification on my phone about wearing a robe? Yifeng, puzzled by Su Lang's shouting, didn't understand. He hadn't received any message, he only knew that the new student training was starting in the afternoon, as Liu Bei had told him to take it easy. Isn't this little Lunzi? Haven't seen you in a month. You're not an instructor, but you have such authority. Yifeng approached, and upon seeing Su Lang, his expression turned playful. The familiar voice and face brought back hellish memories, and upon hearing Yifeng's voice, Su Lang, seeing him, couldn't help but tremble. "Why is it you? Weren't you gone for a month? And now you're back?" Upon seeing Yifeng, Su Lang's eyes were filled with fear, avoidance, and even dread, like a mouse encountering a cat. For the past month, he had been living in fear under Yifeng's dominance, haunted by nightmares of being struck by Thunder Dragon, almost developing a psychological shadow. "Do you know today is the day of the new student training? As an assistant instructor, why aren't you wearing the instructor's uniform? Moreover, this is the place for new student training, and fighting is not allowed here. I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious." Su remained calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. His voice in reprimand made all the new students turn their gaze towards Yifeng, puzzled by Su's sudden outburst. Although Su's tone was very firm, the last sentence seemed more like fear, didn't it? What does not mess around mean? Does it mean Yifeng caused trouble before? The new students were very puzzled, looking at each other in confusion, some curious, all eyes on Yifeng. Some had heard of Yifeng's deeds online, seen videos of him, while others had not. When they saw that it was Yifeng, those who knew him stared in awe and admiration. Those who had heard of Yifeng's deeds praised him endlessly. How could a good person from a family reach the Shui realm and defeat the Jun realm? Also, we are all freshmen in our first year, we are at the Bing realm, and you, kid, are already at the Shui realm? Even the 30 or so top talents with SSS level abilities at the front looked at Yifeng with respect and admiration, no hint of hostility, only awe and reverence. Their talents were extremely strong, so were their realms. In the younger generation, no one dared to challenge them. But Yifeng was different. With his Thunder Dragon, he could take on 10 of them alone, so there was nothing to challenge about. Now, the prodigies only saw him as a threshold. So it's him, no wonder someone is missing. Where has he been for the past month? There's been no news of him at our school. It's like he disappeared out of thin air. It's really strange. The woman with shorts and long legs from that day looked at Yifeng with surprise and curiosity. Now, meeting him again, she could get closer to Yifeng. The group of women in the assistant instructor team felt the same way. Of course, they had heard of the name Yifeng online, but had not seen him in person. After all, they had been undergoing special training as assistant instructors for the past month, so they did not think Yifeng and the Yifeng from the rumors were the same person. Even the images circulating online, from inside Jiangqing City to outside, did not show Yifeng directly, only a figure from behind. So, they thought it might just be a coincidence of names. The information they received was that this Yifeng from Jiangqing was going to join the Dragon Gate Academy, which was definitely a new student. But this Yifeng had become an assistant instructor a month ago. The two were just namesakes, with no connection. This led to a very awkward situation on the field, where the freshmen who had already enrolled knew that the Yifeng in front of them was the Yifeng from Jiangqing. All the assistant instructors and the senior students in their second year had no idea that the Yifeng in front of them was the Yifeng who had reached the Shui realm and defeated the Jun realm. "Oh, but I am a new student this year, I don't need to wear this instructor's uniform, right? Guess what, if I cause trouble, can you stop me?" Yifeng looked at Su with a smile, his expression as innocent as ever, shrugged his shoulders, his face full of mischief, teasing. He looked at Su like that, almost summoning his 3 divine beasts to scare him. "Don't mess around." Su took a step back, his face full of vigilance. But listening carefully to what Yifeng said, he felt something was off, and said in surprise, "How could you be a new student? How could a new student be selected as an assistant instructor? And how could a new student be so strong? This joke is not funny at all." Su stared straight at Yifeng, with surprise, anger, jealousy, and fear, a mix of emotions. A new student? He must be joking. Not only Su Lang didn't believe it, but the 49 assistant instructors on the field were also incredulous. They had witnessed Yifeng's abnormal strength that day. "Really, want me to show you my new student ID?" Yifeng, seeing that no one believed him, directly took out his phone and showed his enrollment certificate and student ID. As soon as he took them out, all the assistant instructors widened their eyes in disbelief, dumbfounded. How is this possible? You, a new student, have the power to overpower all of them? You, a new student, are already vying for the position of assistant instructor before even starting school? How ridiculous is this world to allow such absurd plot twists to happen? Truly eye-opening. Silence. A deathly silence. Over 40 assistant instructors looked at each other, speechless. The shock among the new students was no less as they listened to Yifeng's conversation with the others. It seemed like Yifeng, despite being a new student, was going to instruct them as an assistant instructor? How is that fair? But upon second thought, considering Yifeng's terrifying combat power and strength, it all made sense. Yifeng had the qualifications, so they had to acknowledge it. Alright, follow the procedures as they are. Yifeng, since you are both a new student and an assistant instructor, you can switch between these two roles as you wish. But I think it's better for you to act as an assistant instructor. Given your strength, you are fully qualified for that role, and even for the position of an instructor. On the platform, 30 instructors leading the new student training appeared, dressed neatly in white and green long robes, both men and women. Among them were two familiar figures to Yifeng, the square-faced formation mage and the wood element mage, Green Ivy. The one who had just spoken was one of the members of the old man group he had seen that day, at the high-level respected realm. Yifeng looked up at the old man who spoke, realizing it was the same person. But he didn't want to deal with these new students, he just wanted to be carefree. Once he entered the secret area, he would do his own thing. Who cared about the lives of these new students? Let the assistant instructors and the academy mentors handle it. He wasn't interested. No, I'd rather be a student, hee. As for being an assistant instructor, I might help out occasionally. Yifeng declined directly, not willing to take on the role. What Su Lang said earlier is not entirely meaningless. The Blood Sands land contains a unique force of deathly aura that can erode one's mind. Without the robes made by our Dragon Crest Academy, it might be difficult to resist it. In the new student package we provide, there are school-issued robes, or you can wear the instructor's robe for the same effect. The square-faced formation mage reminded Yifeng. Hearing this, Yifeng's expression turned slightly awkward. He had long lost track of the so-called new student package they had given him. It seemed to have been lost during his escape in the Sakura country. Can I wear a different outfit? Yifeng thought for a moment and took out the white dragon battle robe he had just obtained from the Beast God ring and put it on. The Beast God ring could be used as a storage ring. Damn, is this kid trying to show off on purpose? Seeing Yifeng take out the white dragon battle robe, all 30 instructors smirked simultaneously, cursing inwardly. Everyone knew that old man Liu Bei had directly awarded Yifeng the academy's treasure, the town's guardian, as a reward. This treasure made them envious as it was also very useful to them. They never expected him to be so generous. And now, Yifeng was flaunting it in public. On weekdays, whenever they wanted to touch it, they would be scolded by that old man Liu Bei and it would be put away like a treasure. Now, seeing Yifeng casually draped in it, there was a feeling as if the white moonlight had been desecrated by the yellow fur. What kind of look is this? Why are all these looks so strange? It's just a set of clothes, hee. Yifeng noticed the gaze of the 30 instructors fixed on the white dragon battle robe he was wearing, so he deliberately picked it up and waved it around. Everyone on the field was impeccably dressed, the freshmen in white robes, the instructors in light green school uniforms, and the instructor assistants all in white and green teaching attire. This kid was something else, the only one on the field in a set of platinum clothes, extremely precious. With this display, it made them all look like Yifeng's servants or subordinates. This set will do, anyway, they're all yours. The stern-faced mentor gritted his teeth word by word. Looking at the white platinum battle robe draped behind Yifeng, his eyes turned red, even showing signs of wanting to snatch it directly, but he knew he seemed unable to beat Yifeng. This was very awkward. Many instructors on the field found themselves having the same concerns as the stern-faced formation master. Yifeng could slay sovereign realm demonic beasts. If he used such a trump card again, could he kill them all together? They had seen the footage online, killing sovereign realm like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Among them, 10 were at the sovereign realm, the rest at the lord realm. But the remaining people might be able to beat Yifeng, but they definitely couldn't kill a sovereign realm. He really is a freshman, and what's the deal with that platinum battle robe? Isn't it the treasure of the Beast Taming Academy, the white dragon battle robe? How did it end up in his hands? Did Director Liu really give it to him? Su Lang, Wu Luoxin, and others were all dumbfounded and very puzzled. And the woman who wore shorts that day focused her attention on the other side. According to the instructors, Yifeng was really a freshman? And this freshman's strength was even stronger than theirs, the seniors. Later, there would be a special welcome ceremony, and thinking back to Yifeng's words about setting fire to the ancient forest and burning all the participants to death, every time they thought about this, the women couldn't help but shudder. In their view, this special new student welcome ceremony should be cancelled. It seemed like a bad custom, wasn't it? When Yifeng went crazy, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Ahem. Since that's the case, it's about time, let's enter the blood-red quicksand secret realm. All freshmen will be divided into groups of 100, choose your teams, follow us, and the instructors of each team will lead you to hunt and kill blood beasts and death beasts in the blood-red quicksand. The old man with a white beard saw that the atmosphere on the field was a bit off, so he coughed lightly a few times, indicating that they should come to their senses and focus on the trial of the blood-red quicksand, rather than on The 29 instructors reluctantly glanced at the battle robe on Yifeng, withdrew their gaze, walked down from the platform, and stood in front of the 30 teams that had already been arranged. Su Lang and the others also came to their senses. The shock and complexity on their faces had not yet dissipated, so they chose not to look at Yifeng anymore, paired up with their respective instructors, and prepared to lead their teams into the secret realm. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Lang silently prayed in his heart, hoping that Yifeng wouldn't be assigned to their side. He was annoyed by Yifeng. Moreover, he was annoying to fight and scold. He could only coax him like an ancestor and be afraid of being beaten back by him. 30 teams, 3,000 people, 30 instructors and instructor assistants took their positions. Depending on the strength of the instructor's realms, the number of instructor assistants assigned to each team varied. In order to reach the respected realm, one only needed to be paired with an assistant instructor, while for those at the commanding realm, 2 assistant instructors were required. Coincidentally, Su Lang's assigned instructor was only at the commanding realm, leaving him the only one with a vacancy as all other teams had been matched up. Although Yifeng claimed to participate as a freshman, no one would consider this eccentric as a newcomer. Not being treated as an instructor was already a relief. Yifeng, join my team. We're short of one person. Lu Tianhuan, the instructor of the 13th squad, spoke up, turning to Yifeng and extending the invitation. Given Yifeng's identity and uniqueness, he could have joined any team. However, unaware of this, he decided to take the initiative and accept the invitation to Lu Tianhuan's team. Oh. Upon hearing Lu Tianhuan's invitation, Su Lang's expression stiffened, feeling despondent, thinking he would be defenseless if Yifeng were to attack him in the secret realm. It would be humiliating to face his new students afterward. Oh, Team 13? Xia Lengzi? Yifeng looked at Lu Tianhuan, then at Su Lang. With a playful expression, without hesitation, he agreed to join their team. This expedition to the secret realm is going to be interesting. Yifeng joined the 13th squad, paying no attention to the other freshmen behind him. Strong or weak, possessing SSS or A-level talents, it didn't matter to him. I'm stronger than all of them. All 30 squads assembled, and under the guidance of the stern-faced mentor, they were transported to the perilous Bloods End wasteland for a month-long training session. Within that month, each freshman had to hunt down 10 beasts of the same level to successfully complete the training. The more they hunted, the higher they could climb on the blood ranking, which listed the top 100 prodigies and their corresponding points. In this realm, there were no beasts below the soldier realm. From the 1st to 9th soldier realm, points ranged from 10 to 90. From the 1st to 9th commander realm, points ranged from 100 to 900. From the 1st to 9th commanding realm, points ranged from 1,000 to 9,000, and so on. However, very few managed to hunt beasts above the commanding realm. Extraordinary individuals like Yifeng, who reached the commander or commanding realm upon entering as freshmen, were rare. Thus, entering the historical blood ranking was extremely challenging, but for someone like Yifeng, well, that was a different story. A burst of light enveloped them as they safely arrived in the green forest within the Bloods End wasteland, stretching 30 miles. Amidst the blood-colored desert, the world seemed to be painted in shades of crimson, with even the sand taking on a dark red hue as if soaked in blood. The air carried a chilling aura, making one shudder. The plants in the desert had turned eerie, their leaves a sickly red, seemingly feeding on the desert's blood. Beneath the swirling sand, red sandworms wriggled, numerous and crimson. Further away, only the vague outline of blood-colored ridges could be seen, nothing else in sight. The danger lay in the sand beasts hidden beneath the flowing sands, their numbers unknown, akin to mythical beasts lurking in the depths of the sea. This is the Bloods End wasteland, and this green forest we're in is the only safe place. No need to worry about sand beasts attacking us. Within this month, if you feel exhausted, you can return here and refrain from further exploration. Of course, if you have the ability to pass through the endless blood-colored desert and reach the foot of the Blood Mountain, remember not to climb to the summit of that mountain, nor to look directly at any skeletons on the Blood Mountain. Otherwise, your souls will mysteriously disappear, and even if the Dean comes here, he won't be able to save you. By who? The old man glanced at everyone, his old face filled with seriousness, devoid of any hint of jest, specifically looking at Yifeng, as if speaking to him alone. They knew Yifeng's strength, and there would be no problem getting out of this blood-colored desert. But if he reached the top of that Blood Mountain, some things might be beyond their control, so they had to inform Yifeng in advance. That continuous Blood Mountain is not just dangerous, it also holds great opportunities. For example, in this blood-colored desert, there are several special strange fruits growing, a secret realm flowing from the depths of the sky, related to the Blood Beast God. I won't say more. Your instructors will instruct you, and your instructor will explain the requirements of this training session. Bai Hu waved his hand, and suddenly, a terrifying spiritual force appeared, creating a thin spiritual membrane above each ancient tree. If anything unusual happened, he would sense it immediately. Its presence ensured everyone's safety, allowing this new training session to proceed smoothly. An SSS-level spiritualist? This profession is extremely powerful and extremely rare, few possess it. Seeing Bai Hu's move, Yifeng became somewhat interested. His soul power was also very strong, and he estimated that he could use the methods of a spiritualist as well. He planned to seek advice from the old man another day. Lu Tianhuan led the 13th squad to their exclusive base and looked at the 100 new recruits before speaking slowly. This new recruit training team also has its requirements. The more demonic beasts the squad hunts and kills, the higher the squad's ranking will be, and the richer the rewards they will receive later on. In this new recruit training, it is not just an individual assessment but also a team assessment. Do you all have the confidence to make our 13th squad the overall number 1 among these 30 teams? Lu Tianhuan's words were full of strong motivation, his voice loud and his gaze sharp. Yes. The new recruits shouted in unison, their voices loud and confident. After shouting, their gazes and movements were very consistent, all looking towards Yifeng. Even Su Lang, after listening to Lu Tianhuan's motivational speech, also looked at Yifeng. With Yifeng in their new recruit team, it was actually quite unfair to the other 29 teams. The confidence of the 13th squad members also stemmed from Yifeng. Yifeng blinked innocently, then looked at Lu Tianhuan as if saying, "Instructor, I think I can handle it alone." Lu Tian smiled. Wasn't the purpose of inviting Yifeng to make the team rank first? The team that ranks first, whether it's the instructor, assistant instructor, or all the students, is honorable and comes with rewards. Damn it, that old fox took Yifeng away first. With this bastard around, we can only compete for second or third place. Damn, it's so frustrating. The other instructors of the remaining 29 squads were all speechless. The fact was there, who let Yifeng sneak into the new recruit team? And this bastard really had strength surpassing that of a new recruit. Isn't this power leveling? Isn't this cheating? Above the Green Forest camp, the blood list stood, displaying the real-time rankings and points of the 30 squads on the front and individual points and historical rankings on the back. Instructor, are there any particularly dangerous things in this dense area? Apart from not staring directly at the skeletons on the Blood Mountain, what if we pass through the Blood Mountain? Yifeng was very curious, asking about all the dangerous places first so he could go out and have fun alone. As for bringing along these burdens, he probably hadn't thought about it. He would have to save them himself later. Let Su Lang and Lu Tian handle the dirty and tiring work. He was responsible for hunting and killing demon beasts to earn points. The main goal was to earn mission points. Yes, but we don't recommend you go to that mysterious blood sea. Because the death aura there is denser than the Blood Mountain, even this white dragon battle robe can't withstand all the dangers. And the greatest danger there has never been detected by our academy people. After all, this secret realm has age restrictions for students. That's why it has always been a training ground for freshmen, not for juniors and seniors. When Bai Hu and the other instructors heard what Yifeng said, they walked over with solemn expressions. Looking at Yifeng, they advised him earnestly not to go to the Blood Sea. Yifeng had extremely strong talent, close to that of a demon, and his combat power was abnormal. They didn't want such a good seedling to get lost or perish in this blood-red desert secret realm. Blood Sea? Endless death aura? What exactly is hidden in this secret realm? Blood God? It's so dangerous, we'll see about it later. Seeing the serious expressions of Bai Hu and the instructors, Yifeng knew that the danger was extremely high, and he wouldn't risk his life. He nodded in agreement. The instructors seemed afraid that Yifeng wouldn't listen to advice, so they earnestly explained a lot before leaving. When Yifeng became completely bored, Ding, release the growth task, explore the secrets of the secret realm, reach the desert Blood Sea, and receive a random devil fruit X1. Just when Yifeng was about to listen to some advice and give up, the system's task was unexpectedly released. Today is the first day of entering this secret realm. I will teach you the formation and tactics, based on battle formations, which can greatly enhance your combat spirit, combat power, and cooperative organizational skills. The first 7 days will focus on basic theory, and the following 23 days will be your practical combat training. Assistant Instructor Su Lang will help on the side, and for the next 23 days, Su Lang will also be by your side to protect and assist you when necessary. At this point, the official training for new students began, with Lu Tian starting the theoretical teaching. Yifeng on the side was extremely bored, occasionally looking into the distance, already thinking about going out to have fun. Lu Tian naturally knew that Yifeng was restless, so he sighed, "You don't have to learn these, because you won't need them. As long as you don't go to the Blood Sea, don't stare directly at the skeletons on the Blood Mountain, and be careful not to sink into the blood-red desert, there shouldn't be much else to worry about. I know with your personality, you definitely won't stay here obediently to study, so go wherever you want, but remember to stay safe." Hearing what Lu Tian said, Yifeng became alert. He, Instructor Lu knows me well. Since the instructor said so, then I'll go. Yifeng was inherently restless. He had already made up his mind to try to eliminate all the demon beasts in this secret realm within these 7 days. With a thought, a nearly 15-meter-sized king cicada appeared in the air, flapping its dark golden wings. A door of invisible space appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Yifeng stepped into it, disappearing from the spot along with the spatial king cicada. When he reappeared, he had left the ancient forest 30 miles behind, now standing outside the blood-red desert. Roar! Screech! Howl! The next moment, 3 earth-shattering roars sounded simultaneously. Enduring the calamities, bathing in flames like a phoenix, and possessing the ice crystal blue phoenix, these 3 majestic SSS-grade divine beasts. Indeed, this kid is going straight for the kill. 30 instructors, upon seeing the 3 colossal creatures outside the ancient forest, couldn't help but show expressions of resignation. Yet, mixed with a hint of anticipation, they all turned their gaze to the back of the blood ranking. They wanted to see if Yifeng's strength was enough to break into the top 5 in the history of Dragon's Crest Academy. The top 5 in the history of Dragon's Crest Academy, those 5 lunatics' potential might not necessarily be lower than Yifeng's, and like Yifeng, they had shown remarkable prowess at a very young age during their freshman year. These 5 individuals were now absolute powerhouses in Dixia. Meanwhile, inside Dragon's Crest Academy, Liu Bei also noticed something amiss. There were over a dozen formation light screens on the workbench, each displaying different images, half of which were of the pets used by the masked Garfield. On the left side of the screens were the Light Qilin, Dimensional Dragon Whale, and Void King Cicada, all of which were quite normal. However, there were 2 more pictures, one of the masked Garfield holding a 3-tailed Emperor Fox, and the other of the Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix appearing on Mount Fuji. On the right side of the screens were the pets owned by Yifeng. The Thunderous Dragon, Flame Bathing Phoenix, Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, and the white 3-tailed Emperor Fox he held in his arms while killing monsters in Jiangqing. Weren't they the same? In an instant, Liu Bei was so shocked that words couldn't express his feelings. From initially maintaining a 1% doubt to now direct confirmation, it felt like a stampede of 10,000 grass mud horses in his heart. He was both surprised and shocked, yet also worried. Was everything just a dream? Could there really be such abnormalities in the world? And he had been fooled into Dragon's Crest Academy by him? Little guy, oh little guy, if those Bonash-level old guys from Tianchang and Tianbei knew about this news, they would probably come rushing to snatch you at all costs. But as I told you before, these 2 academies are not safe. Liu Bei's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Thinking about the strong and overbearing forces in Longdu, it was uncertain whether a conflict would erupt. Did any of you feel that the giant king cicada next to Yifeng just now seemed familiar? It seems like we've seen it recently somewhere, not in the news of Dixia, but in international news. The instructors recalled the giant king cicada next to Yifeng just now, feeling that something was amiss. They all took out their phones and checked a piece of news from a certain country. 30 miles outside the ancient forest, a phoenix bathed in fireworks soared with its wings, stirring terrifying feathers, bringing down a red skyfire, annihilating a group of sand beasts hidden under the blood-red quicksand. Boom! A huge thunder dragon shrouded in endless lightning soared in the sky, its majestic dragon wings stirring up endless hurricanes. Behind it, there was a pitch-black calamity cloud. Rumbling! Within the endless calamity cloud, thousands of purple thunderbolts descended in one breath, bombing the surface of the blood-red desert, killing off sandworms and other types of sand beasts hidden beneath the desert. Like the 3-tailed sand scorpion, enchanting sand snake, sand sea giant worm, blood shark of the sand sea. Compared to these 2 extremely powerful beasts, the ice crystal blue phoenix appeared much more elegant. With a flap of its wings, the deep blue ice breath turned into countless snowstorms, spreading from one desert to another, covering the surface with white snow, transforming the appearance of this small piece of blood-red desert. Killing monsters, killing people is also an art. Xiaohua and Xiaolei emphasize wiping out everything in one go, ruthlessly. Look at Xiao Qing's elegance, just like me. Yifeng stood in a corner of the blood-red desert, shamelessly boasting about himself. Boom! With a deafening roar, thick ice pillars crashed down onto the snowy white ground, violently driving into the sandy soil. In an instant, the once pristine white snow was dyed red with copious amounts of blood, with the bodies of numerous demonic beasts frozen in place. Yifeng was dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he was praising Xiao Qing's elegant demon-slaying skills, but who would have thought that a slap in the face would come so swiftly? You can kill however you want, just head towards that blood mountain over there and slaughter your way through. Let's try to earn more mission points. First help me repay my debts, then I'll buy you some devil fruits to level up. Isn't that great? Yifeng was completely indifferent, releasing all restraints, even finding the killing pace too slow. making no effort to conceal anything, and summoning the light Qilin directly. 3 feet of Cheong Hook Jade, slaughter them all. As for the dimensional dragon whale, it was the trump card beast. Tian Xian Bahu excelled in control, whether in terms of output or not, there was not much difference. Below the sovereign realm were all ants. If the enemy did not bring out a monarch, our side would not bring out the 3-tailed emperor fox, as it could charm enemies to serve oneself by advancing a realm. The majestic and elegant light Qilin trod with light hooves, stepping through the void one step at a time, radiating a dazzling golden light. Swoosh! 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 Countless points of light converged in the void, indiscriminately and in all directions, rushing down towards the blood-red sandy ground below. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Thunder Dragon, for annihilating 78,000 sand beasts, dropping 3,020 pieces of equipment, including 32 A-grade items. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Fire Phoenix, for exterminating 52,000 sand beasts, dropping 1,800 pieces of equipment, including 62 A-grade items. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the Ice Crystal Blue Phoenix, for slaying 39,000 sand beasts, dropping 1,000 pieces of equipment, including 94 A-grade items. The brutality of these divine beasts left the instructors and new students dumbfounded, mouths agape in disbelief. Is this guy even human? Can a human possess such pets? 4 handsome divine beasts in total, with dragons and phoenixes, and even a Qilin? Do you call this a beast tamer or a divine beast master? On the blood ranking, Yifeng's points skyrocketed, even his team's points increased slightly, with changes occurring in real time, updated by the second. I give up, truly give up. Next time I encounter that bastard, I'll take the initiative to go around him. Su Long shivered as he watched the brutal scene outside the oasis. The new students were dumbfounded. They thought entering the Dragon's Gate Academy was already a great achievement, but now, what was Yifeng to them? A monster? A freak? A young emperor of beasts? The gap was too vast, and they had no intention of catching up. The instructors were deeply shocked, but their gazes were more focused on the light Qilin, exchanging glances that revealed their astonishment. It wasn't just because of Yifeng's combat power, but also because of Yifeng's other identity. In their minds, the system's voice kept ringing, bursting with numerous pieces of equipment. However, it was very strange. Although Xiaolei killed the most, he had the fewest A-grade equipment. Could it be that this thing also favored rare items? Damn it, no, damn it. Xiaolei, Xiaohua, Xiaoguang, Xiaoqiang, don't kill too fiercely, don't blow them up so much that not even their bodies remain. You heartless bunch, killing demons is one thing, at least leave them intact. Yifeng suddenly realized something, couldn't help but shout, his face full of urgency, jumping up and down in place, his voice echoing through the sky. Do you think this kid is so kind-hearted? No, it's because he discovered that a few pets had blasted all these sand beasts to death, leaving not even a trace of bones behind. Either blasted into bits by lightning, reduced to ashes by flames, or frozen into ice blocks and smashed into countless pieces by terrifying ice pillars. How could he still let the system recycle the bodies of the monsters? How could he gain more mission points? This has at least caused him to lose half of the mission points. Is this the talent of my great Xia, the hero of the human race? Having compassion for everything, although humans and monsters are hostile, after death, there is still a respect for their bodies. The deceased are great. What a broad-minded heart, this kind of tolerance. Indeed, we are far inferior. In the Jiangqing coastal battle, he was able to have his compatriots collect the bones of their own kind, not letting them lie exposed in the wild, and now he treats the bodies of monsters the same way. Many newcomers, hearing what Yifeng said, felt even more admiration. If this is not the behavior of a saint, then what is it? This is something they can never achieve, their eyes twinkling with little stars. Many newcomers are still quite naive, easily deceived, but the instructors with familiar faces in green robes do not think so. There must be something fishy going on. You say Yifeng is kind-hearted and respects the dead sand beast? Come on, don't joke around. Haven't you seen what he did at Mount Fuji in Tokyo, causing the earth to split open, killing 100,000 cherry blossom soldiers in one fell swoop? Their bodies are probably still warm. Several pet beasts, upon hearing what Yifeng said, couldn't help but feel wronged. Wasn't it Yifeng who gave the order to let them kill wantonly, ruthlessly, to the death, not leaving a single one alive? Then why blame them for killing too fiercely? If they could speak, they would really want to say in a grievous tone, Master, wasn't this your command? Waves of grievances came from the various pet beasts, sharing this feeling with Yifeng, who awkwardly smiled, knowing he had been a bit hasty. Quickly, he went back. Sorry, my bad. What I meant was for you to kill ruthlessly, to the death, but remember to control your strength, leave their bodies, after all, I need their bodies for something. Don't you want to evolve further, enhance your abilities? By collecting their bodies, you can exchange for the magical fruits I fed you before. Don't you want another one? Yefeng knew he was in the wrong, so he immediately apologized, first drawing a big picture with a gentle and coaxing attitude. By then, they would forget what had happened before, and continue to throw themselves into killing monsters with all their heart and soul, and there would be no complaints, but rather even more excitement than before. Awoo! Awoo awoo! Indeed, just as Yefeng had expected. Represented by the bathing fire phoenix and the thunderous dragon, these two beasts, upon hearing that they could once again obtain evolutionary fruits and enhance their abilities, had no hesitation at all, howling loudly. The power surged from their bodies once again, stirring their huge wings to soar above the heavens. A huge thunder dragon surrounded the edge of the oasis, roaring with thunderous lightning columns. The power of lightning on its body turned into arrow feathers, indiscriminately striking the sand beasts lying in ambush under the blood-red quicksand, piercing through their bodies, destroying their vitality with a lower thunder pressure, without blasting their bodies to death. 30 million volts thunder arrow feathers. Similarly, a huge phoenix flew around the edge of the oasis, spewing out flames from its beak, and green fireflies flew out of its body. Precise positioning, precise aiming. Phoenix fire fire dharma. Following that, the light Qilin and the ice crystal blue phoenix also joined the hunting party. One gold, one blue, following behind the blue and red, the four spread out from the edge of the oasis. In the golden light, countless jade drops fell. In the blue light, the sky was frozen with ice. At this moment, it was indeed as Yifeng had thought, meaning to completely exterminate all the sand beasts under the blood-colored desert. It truly achieved full coverage, a comprehensive strike, leaving none behind. The information about the equipment bursting out in Yifeng's mind kept increasing, while beneath the sand, on the sand, the number of sand beast corpses also continued to rise. Soon, blood flowed like a river, and the air was filled with a foul stench. The originally deep red surface of the desert now flowed with countless blood, making the surroundings even more terrifying. Yifeng stood alone outside the oasis, looking at the four powerful clusters of light in the sky, as well as the killing moves caused by the four pet beasts, stirring up countless violent winds, making his white dragon robe rustle loudly. But he remained expressionless. This world was originally a confrontation between humans and these invading monsters. Either they kill humans or humans kill them. Compassion? Only fools would have such a thing. Tonzi, retrieve the corpses of these monsters with one click. Yifeng muttered to himself. In this short period of time, he had hunted down countless monsters, probably close to 500,000, not sure how many mission points he could retrieve. Ding, retrieve 50,000 sand beast corpses, including 10 transcendent realm, countless other levels of sand beasts, gaining 5,000 mission points. Damn, Tonzi, aren't you being a bit too stingy? For 50,000 monster corpses, you only get 5,000 mission points. Are you sure this system wasn't invented by Jews? Upon hearing the system's words, Yifeng's face darkened, and black lines appeared on his forehead. Host, what you said is not correct. This system's existence is not something those inferior species can create. Moreover, the monsters you have slain are only at the transcendent realm, without any transcendent leaders. Getting 5,000 mission points is already a lot. It's the result of rounding up. The system's voice remained as cold as ever, except for the period when it had a girlish voice. Now it was all mechanical and cold. Alright, fine. Yifeng sighed softly. Although the mission points were a bit less, he didn't mind. There was still a long way to go. What's the rush? It was just a circle outside the oasis. He would need to expand his range and hunt fiercely in the future. There must be at least 20 million hidden sand beasts, so he could probably get mission points for days. If he encounters some transcendent leaders, that would be perfect. Roar! At this moment, as Yifeng was making decisions, preparing to continue his slaughter further into the distant blood-colored desert, 10 huge pits suddenly appeared all around him. From the blood-colored desert, 10 enormous creatures emerged, with no faces, only giant mouths full of fangs and long blood-red bodies. They roared and opened their bloody fangs, filled with foul sticky saliva, attacking Yifeng, aiming to devour him. Each of these violent sandworms had reached the first transcendent realm. They were the 10 overlords of this area. Seeing all their subordinates killed by Yifeng, how could they not be angry? Now they just wanted to tear this ant to pieces. Although the 4 powerful divine beasts above were only transcendent leaders, their aura was extremely strong. They might not be able to fight them. But could they not defeat this ant? Capture the ringleader first, shoot the horse first, scold the mother first, kill the weak one first, then they would escape underground. Although these sand beasts look a bit ugly, at least they have some brains. Yifeng didn't turn around, already knowing he was surrounded by 10 sand beasts. Unless he summoned the Void King Cicada or opened a teleportation gate to escape. But it wasn't necessary. He extended his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and with a fierce blow towards the space behind him, a white circular shield appeared on his hand. An invisible force of shock, the power to shatter space came. Crack! 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 The sound of glass shattering echoed in the air, white spider webs spreading continuously. That was the look of shattered space. Boom! A terrifying shockwave centered around Yifeng, violently erupted, shattering the space into nothingness, pieces of spatial fragments falling completely. Bang! 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 Looking again, 10 sandworms were blasted into 10 blood mists by the shock, endless blood splattering and gushing. Sizzle! The concentration of the sandworm's blood mist condensed into blood, dripping like blood rain onto the blood-red desert, corroding small pits one after another. Not only were they extremely powerful in combat, but even their blood was highly toxic. What's even more bizarre is that when this blood fell on the surface of the blood-red quicksand, although it corroded small pits, the blood seemed to disappear, as if it was being sucked underground by a force and devoured. Yifeng still wore a platinum dragon robe, untouched by any blood, as pure as snow, untainted by dust. With a casual punch, he easily surpassed the sovereign realm. Since there is a sovereign realm existence here, then there must be higher-level sovereign realms further away, and even the possibility of emperor realms. When the time comes, I will send you to your death again. Yifeng, after killing 10 sandworms expressionlessly, summoned a small cicada, stepped into the spatial teleportation gate ahead, and set off towards a distant place with 4 pet beasts. Isn't he a beast tamer? Are there any other professions? What was that white light shield on his fist just now? To actually unleash an extremely powerful shock-killing force in space, under that close-range shock-killing punch, the sovereign realm had no resistance at all. Under that punch, death was certain. The gaze of the white-bearded old man was so sharp that with just one glance, he saw through the key point. With narrowed eyes, he recalled the horror of Yifeng's punch just now, still greatly puzzled. In the Blue Star, a person can only have one profession, unless there are extremely special circumstances. Like in Western Europe and the beautiful country, there have been dual profession holders. These people are called divine censors, capable of awakening twice, and they have a specific organization, the Divine Temple, which can be said to be extremely mysterious. This special existence, possessing the abilities of 2 professions, is so strong and abnormal. Could it be that Yifeng is also one of these people? If that's the case, how much shock will Yifeng bring to them? So many divine-level beast tamers, and such terrifying combat power. Yifeng, dual profession holders? Looking down on who? That's just bullshit. With a high enough realm, the more devil fruit abilities shared, what profession ability can I possess? As for these dual profession holders, they're only fit to suck my dick, following behind me to eat shit. At this moment, Yifeng was unaware that the white-bearded old man had imagined him as a dual profession holder again. Previously, he was the demon emperor, and now he had added such an identity. It seemed like his identity was getting a bit too much. Vice Dean, should we adjust the plan and let the new students go out to hunt monsters earlier? According to Yifeng's way of killing, if he really sweeps through all the way, it seems like the monsters under this blood-red quicksand won't be enough for him alone. So what should our new students kill and train? Hasn't this training session failed? Are we just letting them come in for nothing? The group of instructors noticed the problem. Yifeng was strong, but the new students were not. They still needed training. After Yifeng finished killing, what would the new students do? Several instructors, led by Master Guai and Master Luoluo, spontaneously approached the white-bearded old man and expressed their concerns. Makes sense, judging by this kid's character. I reckon if he really pushes through all the way, he'll kill all these monsters. Spread the word, advance the progress by half, teach the basics for only 3 days, and then let them all go out for training. You will follow them in secret. I don't believe this kid can kill all the sand beasts in the blood-red desert within these 3 days. The old man Baihu nodded, made his own arrangements, and instructed the group of instructors to proceed. This was the official training session for the new students, and the devilish training began ahead of schedule. Su Lang, standing aside, listened to the deputy dean's words, a faint familiarity creeping into his expression. He vaguely remembered, didn't he also shout similar words back then? On that day, during the selection of assistant instructors, as long as they ran fast enough, he didn't believe Leaf Wind could take them all out in one go. Now, why was the deputy dean also saying similar things? There was always a sense of foreboding in his heart, as if the law of being slapped in the face was about to come. On the first day, Leaf Wind left the central oasis area, to the point where no one could see him anymore, only able to watch the faint four-colored light moving in the distance. Flame soared, thunder shook the world, frost spread, and golden light shimmered like the sea. There was also a sense of earthquake coming from afar, making the entire oasis tremble. They didn't know what Leaf Wind was doing at this moment, but looking at Leaf Wind's ranking on the blood list, the terrifying points, and the distant lead over the 13th squad, they knew Leaf Wind must have gone on a killing spree that day. The other squads hadn't moved yet, so their points were all at 0. And Leaf Wind? He had already reached nearly 10 million points. This number decisively topped the individual ranking in the squad's first place for this session. With almost 10 million points, how could they surpass him? And this was only the first day? What about after that? If Leaf Wind continued to kill, wouldn't he reach 1 billion? Then they would have no chance. At this moment, Leaf Wind's ranking had already reached the 7th position in the history of the Blood List, only 3 million points away from the 6th. They had all been in the secret realm for nearly a month to accumulate such a huge score, while Leaf Wind had only been there for a day. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing all the sand beasts within 100 miles, ranging from the noble realm to the warrior realm, dropping 536,970 pieces of equipment, including 50,000 A-grade equipment and 7 SS-grade equipment. Please check for details. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recovering all the demon beast corpses, earning a total of 100,000 mission points. The voice of the system in his mind kept ringing, and Leaf Wind directly blocked the system until all the statistics were done. Tonesy, convert all equipment below A-grade into mission points. I'll give you back these 100,000 mission points. Leaf Wind threw out a large sum of points, now only 10,000 points away from the system. When he accumulated enough mission points later, the first thing was not to buy those demon fruits on discount from the system, but to buy the lucky fruit. That was the top priority. Regardless of realm, absolute kill? 1/ for 999,999,999,999. Whether you have a health bar or not, just slash first. Ding, successful recovery, presenting 200,000 mission points to the host. In an instant, 200,000 mission points were credited. Without any hesitation, Leaf Wind returned the owed 100,000 mission points to the system, leaving 100,000 to go straight for the lucky fruit. Without any hesitation, opening the store panel, with a swipe of his hand, he found the lucky fruit, clicked to buy, confirmed the purchase, 10,000 mission points disappeared, and he held a pink fruit in his hand. Darling, my darling, I've finally found you. Now, find a dreamy pet to swallow you down. With the lucky fruit in hand and the demon-slaying sword by his side, in this secret realm, no matter if the blood beast god revives, even if he is in his complete form, coming here will only result in a slap and a chop from me. Yi Feng's face was filled with endless excitement. He finally understood why so many protagonists in novels enjoy treasure hunting in secret realms. Wasn't it just a sneaky way to develop and gain experience? Now that his experience points were maxed out, it was time to start the slaughter. Blood beast god? You better not show your face. Show it and you're dead. Hee hee, actually, I'm kidding you. Even if you don't show up, you're still dead. The beast god's palm position, the might of the beast god, this is good stuff. The next day, Yi Feng made some minor adjustments, allowing Little Light and Little Cicada to absorb all the light and space within this secret realm for upgrading. He let Little Whale absorb the energy of the sun, the heat hidden beneath the desert, the earth energy, and the wind energy swept up by storms for breakthrough and evolution. The realms of the three of them rose together to the 5th tier, and Yi Feng's realm also rose accordingly. As for Little Thunder, Little Green, and Little Fire, they lagged behind a bit since there weren't these three elements for them to absorb. The first half of the quicksand area was fine, quite normal, but the middle and later parts, pitch black, no light in sight, space shattered, dangers lurking everywhere. As for the sand beasts, they had all been killed. Little Fire, Little Thunder, and Little Green flew ahead, while the Void King Cicada, the Dimensional Dragon Whale, and the Light Kirin were positioned behind. After we leave the secret realm, I'll find an elemental secret realm for you to absorb and evolve. Rest assured I won't treat you unfairly. Yi Feng comforted the three of them softly, afraid they wouldn't work hard. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Yi Feng seemed to have the air of a farm owner exploiting his laborers. But he was even more cunning, throwing in some sweet talk, making big promises. At this point, Yi Feng had already covered more than half of his journey. After collecting the bodies of demon beasts and selling equipment below A-grade, the number of task points on him reached 300,000. As for equipment above A-grade, Yi Feng gave them all to the skycracking wood ancestor to devour, including the 14 SS-grade equipment that had been dropped in the past 2 days. Mainly because these equipment were of no use to Yi Feng, they didn't suit him. An SS-grade shirt with a permanent indestructible property? But it was a chestplate for a female berserker profession. An SS-grade pants with a 10% extra chance of restoring all health? But it was a sanitary pad for women, either in the profession or in daily life. None of these SS-grade equipment were normal, they were all top-notch. Many times, Yifeng doubted whether the system was playing tricks on him, dropping equipment like this. The realm of the sky-cracking wood ancestor had reached the point of upgrading rapidly, already reaching the 9th tier handsome realm, just one step away from the esteemed level. By then, Yifeng would also become esteemed, able to use his vast mental power, soul power, unlock his martial soul, and dominate the four corners. So wealthy, truly wealthy. For a moment, facing 300,000 task points, Yifeng felt a bit uncomfortable. Letting his pets kill fiercely, he didn't exert much effort along the way, just lying down. I'm a beast tamer. How can a beast tamer fight personally? Just like an ancient emperor, even if they can, it's only under special circumstances. Yifeng self-hypnotized in his mind, lying on the shell of the overlord, holding the three-tailed emperor fox in his arms, feeling extremely content. Up to now, it seemed like Little White hadn't even made a move. He should let him try later. Also, it seemed like Little White could transform. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and found the forest fruit, phoenix fruit, and devouring fruit in the discounted demon fruit store, then directly purchased them, and then applied them directly. The forest fruit was given directly to the sky-cracking wood ancestor, the phoenix fruit to the bathing fire phoenix, and the devouring fruit to the dimensional dragon whale. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful use of the devil fruit. Heaven-splitting ancestral wood plus forest fruit evolution. Divine level plus heaven-splitting world tree. Fire-bathing phoenix plus phoenix fruit evolution. Divine level plus undying phoenix. Dimensional dragon whale plus devouring fruit evolution. Divine level plus myriad devouring dragon whale. Boom! The three of them erupted with even more powerful auras in the void, stirring up countless blood sands, and their forms changed once again. Three dazzling lights, green, red, light blue. The original small tree was only a few meters in size. Even after breaking through to the handsome realm, it was only 50 meters. Now, its form had grown to 100 meters, with massive and sturdy branches, lush green leaves, as if holding up a piece of the sky. The roots of the tree grew underground, continuously expanding horizontally and vertically, emitting a green fluorescent glow on the surface, with boundless vitality. Ding! Heaven-splitting world tree unlocks its innate skill, devouring growth, can devour infinite flesh and blood, unlimited growth in size, unlimited increase in vitality, unlimited recovery power. Little Fire's originally crimson body, after devouring the undying phoenix fruit, had a hint of bluish-purple on its feathers. At the position of the phoenix crown, there was an additional touch of purple and gold. The purple-gold phoenix eyes shimmered with majesty, dignity, uniqueness, nobility, and a dangerous aura. Its body was wrapped in the crimson flames of the phoenix and the purple-blue flames of the undying phoenix, the two flames intertwining. Ding! Undying phoenix unlocks its innate skill, Phoenix Fire Nirvana. Undying azure flames, for each breakthrough in realm, can retain one undying nirvana, entering a state of rebirth at the moment of death. Undying azure flames, as long as it's not a fatal injury, can instantly recover. In short, except for being instantly killed, overwhelmed at high realms, it ignores all injuries. Compared to the two, the dimensional dragon whale had not changed much, still maintaining its previous appearance, with a hint of mysterious dark gold patterns added to its surface, and its size increased by 100 meters. Now the dragon whale's size had reached a terrifying 200 meters. So huge, what's the point of fighting against it? Sovereign realm? It seems like it can't be crushed by size alone. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, myriad devouring dragon whale, for unlocking its innate skill, devouring heaven and earth, can devour all things, turning them into nutrients for its own evolution. Nothing is exempt. Three giant beasts, three great divine skills. Although their realms had not improved, Yifeng could keenly sense how much their strength had changed. Their ranks had directly broken through from SSS level to divine level plus. This was awesome. It seems like they can now fight against the sovereign realm. If he encounters those two cherry blossom old ghosts again, he will definitely make them pay. Is this the combination of two evolution fruits? Truly abnormal. Yifeng's eyes stared intently at the three huge creatures in front of him, eager to go and fight against the sovereign sand beast. And most importantly, Littlewood could devour all life, grow infinitely, and ultimately become immortal. Little Whale could devour all evolutions, so could this secret realm be devoured as well? After all, it has such a big mouth. A very dangerous idea suddenly arose in Yifeng's mind. When this new trial ends, he will quietly let Little Whale devour it. Maybe it can make a sudden breakthrough in realm. Wait, who said the secret realm couldn't be devoured? That blood mountain in the distance looks good. Tomsy, confirm again, can really everything be devoured? Can everything become nutrients for Little Whale's evolution? Don't cheat Little Whale when the time comes. Yifeng asked hesitantly. A product of the system must be top-notch. The devouring fruit is a low version of the chaos fruit, devouring heaven and earth. If the host couldn't afford the chaos fruit, The system scorned Yifeng. Hey, this system. You'd better not let me accidentally get hold of the heavenly fruit. When it transforms, I'll be unstoppable, or else I'll go poochie poochie poochie. Yifeng thought to himself but didn't dare say it out loud. Compared to the joy of Xiao Jing, Xiao Mu, and Xiao Hua, on the other side, Xiao Lei, Xiao Guang, Xiao Chan, and Xiao Xin were all looking red-eyed. They also wanted to swallow a few more fruits to evolve once again, as the aura on these three beasts was higher than that of themselves and others. Indeed, among Yifeng's group of pets, they all had their own grievances towards each other. Even Xiao Lei, who had been with Yifeng the longest, saw Xiao Hui as a mere chicken and Xiao Qing as a scruffy bird in his eyes. As for Xiao Guang, wasn't it obvious that he was just a silly deer? And Xiao Chan, a bug that could be crushed at any moment. The whale-headed cloud seemed quite massive, and he seemed a bit overwhelmed now, so it wasn't appropriate to comment. In the eyes of the other major pets, they all seemed quite similar to each other, with Xiao Lei appearing as a slightly elongated bug in their eyes. Whenever they fought in the Beast God Ring and the Sea God Ring, they would immediately act innocent when called upon by Yifeng, pretending as if nothing had happened. As for Xiao Bai, she didn't get involved. She obediently nestled in Yifeng's arms, not even looking up. To her, although the evolution from these fruits was powerful, what use did it have? They were just a bunch of unenlightened beasts, how could she be the same as them? In Xiao Bai's mind, she was undoubtedly extremely proud. Apart from Yifeng, no one else could command her respect. Moreover, she had never revealed her true abilities, as mystery represented strength, and the strongest ones often made a grand entrance. Haven't you noticed that Yifeng rarely asked her to take action? Xiao Bai raised her fluffy head, her sapphire-like blue eyes filled with pride. In fact, it wasn't that Yifeng didn't let her act, but he himself was unsure of Xiao Bai's abilities. If she used group attacks, without Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua, who were stronger, they would be wiped out in an instant. If she used control, Xiao Bai's greatest strength was individual control, being able to charm any enemy one level higher than her. But currently, Xiao Bai's level was only at the handsome level, and her charm could only reach the respected level. However, they had already killed respected level enemies like slaughtering chickens and dogs in their team. The only mysterious thing was Xiao Bai's unique summoning ability, being able to summon dead abyssal monsters to serve her. But the uncertainty was also significant. You never know, what if she summoned a bunch of soldiers or disciples, what use would that be? So, Yifeng always kept Xiao Bai as a lucky charm, occasionally bringing her out to cuddle in his arms, stroking her fur, and nurturing his desires for advancement. Xiao Bai herself was unaware of this, otherwise, she would have shown off her emperor's body. Alright, look at yourselves, the more monsters you hunt, the closer you'll be to your dream of evolution, right? Yifeng comforted Xiao Lei, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Xian, who looked pitiful. Especially Xiao Lei, his first true pet, who seemed to have an inexplicable sense of crisis about his position as the eldest. Seeing this comical scene, Yifeng couldn't help but find it amusing. While others were dealing with palace intrigues, why were his pets causing chaos even before he established his harem? By the way, we haven't found a suitable pet for the lucky fruit yet, but the qilin seems to be a symbol of auspiciousness and luck, so there must be a connection between the two. It shouldn't be a problem for Xiao Guang to swallow this lucky fruit. Yifeng took out the recently acquired lucky fruit and tossed it to Xiao Guang, who understood and swallowed it in one gulp. The aura on its body gained a touch of sacred power, enveloped in pure white holy light from head to toe, emitting a misty white glow. As for its size, there wasn't much change. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the pet Kirin of Light successfully devouring the lucky fruit, initiating evolution. Kirin of Light plus lucky fruit evolution. Divine Kirin, God level. Ding! Unlock the enveloping halo. From now on, with each breakthrough, you can add a special effect halo that can be attached to anyone or anything. First halo absolute hit. Within 1 minute, trigger a 100% critical hit and 100% accuracy on anything probabilistic, with a cooldown of 10 days. Exclusive ability of the lucky fruit, deprive others of luck, one-time use, ends after depletion, use luck for oneself, permanently stackable, can divine and predict the fortune of future events. Little Light's aura changed, successfully evolving. Yifeng realized that even a slight connection could be utilized. Although it was difficult to find abilities similar to the Thunderous Fruit, Kaido's fruit could be applied to help Little Thunder's dragon bloodline breakthrough. Unlike other pets, Little Thunder was constantly evolving. Perhaps, this was a special treatment for the first pet to consume the first fruit. With this lucky fruit in hand, applied to the hand, now, I have a sword that can slay gods in the mortal realm. Yifeng's heart surged with heroic spirit, gripping the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, his gaze fixed on the introduction on the panel in front of him. This halo would definitely be bestowed upon himself. After slaying the gods, he would go to the store for a draw. If he received legendary rewards every time, he would soar high. Although the cooldown period was a bit long, it was not a problem. Babies, let's start the slaughter. Hunt down the sand beasts in this secret realm to exchange for evolution task points. Yifeng landed on the back of Tian Xianba, stood up abruptly, and howled. Hearing Yifeng's voice, the pets didn't hesitate at all, rushing out as if injected with chicken blood. Yifeng on Tian Xianba's back watched the lively pets, then lowered his head to look at the big turtle under his feet, feeling somewhat embarrassed. These pets evolved quickly, but this big turtle needed time to evolve. Would he have to wait forever? He would have to figure out a solution another day. In the blood-colored quicksand desert, countless lights rose, space collapsed, and numerous sand beasts fled. On the third day, the people in the oasis were somewhat worried. Whether they were newcomers, instructors, or assistant instructors, all looked up at the rankings on the blood list. Yifeng, who was leading by a landslide, had accumulated a terrifying 60 million points, only a slight 1.5 million points away from the first and second places. He has directly entered the top 3 in history, surpassing the dean of the contemporary Dragon Gate Academy. If he continues to fight like this, will there be any sand beasts left for us to train in the blood-colored quicksand desert? I'm not sure, probably not. With 60 million points, how many sand beasts did he have to slaughter? Why did we come here? I don't know. Many newcomers stared blankly at the list above their heads, absent-mindedly muttering to themselves. The instructors and the old man with white beard were also uncertain. Could Yifeng have really exterminated all the sand beasts outside the blood-colored quicksand desert? After all, 60 million points were so substantial. What were they doing in this secret realm? Sunbathing? At this moment, Yifeng had already slaughtered his way through the blood-colored quicksand desert outside. All the sand beasts had been slaughtered by him alone, and all the magical fruits naturally belonged to him. Some were given to Little White as dessert, and some were eaten by himself. As for the tiny portion, it was given to a group of pet beasts to taste. With such a large physique, what taste could they get from a fruit the size of a fist? Better to keep it for himself. He also discovered that these fruits had miraculous uses. After eating a lot of them, his physical strength actually broke through to the 9th level of the handsome realm. At this moment, he was at the border of the desert, under the towering blood mountain that stretched endlessly into the sky. Upon arriving here, Yifeng was pleasantly surprised to find tens of thousands of powerful auras on this blood mountain. Their realms were all uniformly at the respected realm, with many even at the sovereign realm. On the mountaintop, it seemed to have an even more powerful aura. Old Whitebeard warned me not to look directly at these skeletons or climb to the top of this blood mountain. I don't know what's on the top of this blood mountain, but it's definitely dangerous. Yifeng stared straight ahead at this massive blood-red giant mountain, not pausing his gaze on the skeletons for a moment. However, he could perfectly capture all the images on this massive blood mountain, the eerie aspects, and even the full appearance of these skeletons. Wasn't he told not to look? Then let his group of pet beasts look. That shouldn't be a problem. After they looked, they transmitted what they saw to him. That shouldn't be a problem, right? He didn't look, his eyes were straight, so it shouldn't petrify him or anything, right? Here, Yifeng perfectly exploited a bug. Beneath him was Tian Xianba, in his arms was Xiaobai. Following him were Xiaolei, Xiaohua, Xiaoqing, Xiaoguang, Xiaochan, Xiaojing, Xiaomu, and a group of divine-level beast army. Just their momentum and huge size alone could scare many people to death. The aura emanating from each pet beast was extremely terrifying. Even their forms were extremely large, except for Xiaoguang, whose size was only 30 meters, which giant beast didn't almost reach 100 meters in size? The whale was even more terrifying, 200 meters, almost blocking out the sky. These skeletons seem to be a type of sand beast, but why do they look like they're dead? Although their auras are all respected, even sovereign, compared to ordinary respected and sovereign beings, they are somewhat weaker, truly strange. Yifeng muttered to himself. The scenes on the endless blood mountain were all captured through the eyes of the various pet beasts. Only at the halfway point of this endless blood mountain did the blood-colored skeletons begin to appear, some missing hands, some missing feet, some even without heads. Their forms and appearances were all bizarre. They resembled wolves, jackals, tigers, leopards, desert giant insects, snakes, scorpions, and even several skeletons with plant-like structures, bizarre shapes, and everything in between. This massive blood mountain, towering into the clouds, continuous and unending, emitted a bloody aura that turned into a red blood cloud, extremely eerie. Playing God, but they're just a bunch of dead skeletons, can they still turn the tables? There were too few sand beasts killed in the outer blood-red desert. After selling some equipment, I only got 30,000 mission points, which isn't enough, right? I need to earn more mission points, even aiming for 1,000,000 mission points. Yifeng keenly noticed that these skeletons on the Blood Mountain seemed to be lifeless. Although he didn't know why he couldn't look directly at these skeletons, White Tiger Elder wouldn't harm him, so he decided to retrieve them all. "Ant, why do you have the aura of a beast god on you? Did you happen to obtain the inheritance of our clan's beast god by chance? Hand over the position of the beast god, and I'll spare your life." At the summit of the Blood Mountain, a dazzling red light burst forth. The vast and unending giant Blood Mountain trembled, and a loud noise rang out from the void. On the mountaintop, the red light became even more dazzling and powerful. Sensing the aura of the beast god's position on Yifeng, it awakened on its own. Suddenly, from the top of the mountain thousands of kilometers away, it swooped down at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it appeared at the foot of the mountain. Within that red light, it seemed as if a pair of blood-colored giant pupils were overlooking Yifeng, eyes filled with indifference. Damn, it's the position of the three beast gods. Where did this ant get the position of the three beast gods? And there's even a heritage of a high-level beast god. Is that a descendant of the ancestral god? The red blood pupils suddenly contracted. Just landing at the foot of the mountain, very close to Yifeng, it clearly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the three-tailed fox in his arms. The aura of a high-level beast god emanated from the giant ice crystal blue phoenix behind him, suddenly rushing back halfway up the mountain, as if wanting to run back to the mountaintop, truly scared. But soon, it thought of something, forcibly stopped halfway up the mountain, the blood pupils extremely eerie, reverting back to the previous indifference, even a hint of greed flashed through. The aura of those three beast god positions was too powerful, scaring him into thinking they were semi-divine mythical beasts. Now looking closely, mythical beasts were mythical beasts, but that was just potential. Its realm was only at the mere Shui realm. Killing him would be like playing around. The only thing that made him somewhat wary was the three-tailed fox in Yifeng's arms. Although her realm was very low, she gave him a very dangerous feeling. Ant? Blood-colored eyes? Could this be the original owner of this secret realm, the Blood Beast God? After his death, did he turn into this particular secret realm? Hearing these familiar words, sensing the indifferent attitude of the blood pupil within the bloodlight, Yifeng couldn't help but recall the two ridiculous beast gods he had encountered in the 10,000 Fire Secret Realm and the 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm before. "Kid, hand over the positions of the three great beast gods, and have all your pet beasts submit to me, becoming the lackeys of our beast clan. I can help you break through this weak human flesh, transform into the supreme beast body of our beast clan, and enjoy endless longevity." The red giant eyes stared at Yifeng, the voice emanating from the eyes, filled with great arrogance, as if speaking these words bestowed great honor upon Yifeng. Yifeng, however, didn't even look at the blood-colored eyes, as he couldn't be sure what consequences would arise from locking eyes with them. In his hand, a demon-slaying sword quietly appeared, just unlocking the aura of hitting targets. Now he could use it immediately. Previously able to slay gods, it was because his three pet beasts had just happened to counter three different elements in those three great secret realms, so he could directly devour and be immune to the elemental power of the beast gods. But his pet beasts didn't have abilities similar to blood, so this time, this beast god, he would personally slay. "Kid, are you deaf? Haven't you heard what I said? I'll give you one more chance, submit to me, or you'll die under the endless skeletons behind me." Seeing that Yifeng didn't even look at him, didn't even care about him, the blood-colored eye felt extremely strange and even more infuriated by being ignored. Because he had been waiting for Yifeng to meet his gaze, so that Yifeng would be lured into the soul-stealing Dead Sea behind the Blood Mountain and fall into the underworld. But who knew, Yifeng didn't even spare him a glance, treating his words as if they were nothing, which made him extremely angry. Seeing the fox in Yifeng's arms, he felt a bit fearful again, and could only bring out his subordinates on Blood Mountain. "Oh, if I were to kill all your subordinates behind you, where would you get your so-called lackeys?" Yifeng sneered, still looking straight ahead, making faces at the air. These gazes falling on the blood-colored giant eyes made him so angry that his eyes were itching. If his strength had not yet recovered, and he was just a fragment of consciousness, he would have killed Yifeng 10,000 times over. Ant, small and insignificant, with an arrogant attitude. In the words of your human race, it's like a tortoise attending a school, can't hold back the laughter. Can't hold back the laughter, the way you boast, even the cows are almost bowing down. Bloodshot Giant Eye sneered, chuckling, his gaze full of mockery. It's as if he's telling Leaf Wind with words, can you easily defeat the 30,000 skeletal soldiers behind me? 1,000 sovereign skeletal soldiers? Easily annihilated. Leaf Wind never expected that one day, he would actually fall behind in a battle of words, so he decided to stay silent and come up with a plan. Tonesy, these skeletons are all dead creatures, which means they are corpses, right? You should be able to directly retrieve these corpses, right? Leaf Wind focused on the system. The system won't actively help him kill enemies, only retrieve the corpses of monsters. Well, aren't these skeletons all corpses of dead sand beasts? 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The system, rarely silent, didn't answer immediately. After a while, there was a faint voice. Host, oh host, you're really something. Although technically these skeletons are indeed corpses of dead monsters, they possess a strange power within them that can control them. But what you said is not entirely wrong. Ah. A very faint light flew out of Leaf Wind's body and slowly descended to the foot of Blood Mountain. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Blood Mountain. The next moment, all the skeletons on this Blood Mountain disappeared completely. Ding, retrieval successful, converted to 300,000 mission points. The system's voice rang out, then fell silent again, seemingly with a hint of resentment, like a bullied young wife. Leaf Wind paid no attention to this, his gaze more mocking as he looked ahead, his expression more provocative, chin raised high, chuckling. Where are those skeletal soldiers behind you? Where are they? You said annihilate? I'll just annihilate them. And, I'll even annihilate you too. Leaf Wind knew that his expression, the red giant eye behind him could see clearly, and it was filled with murderous intent. I have a sword that never misses. I have a sword that can slay gods in the mortal realm. How is this possible? The 30,000 skeletal soldiers behind me, my former subordinates, how could even their bones disappear without a trace? Kid, how did you do it? What kind of magic do you possess? Damn it, it must be that old woman ice god passed her desperate blow to you, so you used up that desperate blow, right? The blood-eyed giant eye thought of something, madness and frenzy filled his red eyes, even causing the entire Blood Mountain behind him to tremble, as if something was about to rise from the ground. The surrounding sandy ground shot up countless red blood sands, converging in the air, as if forming a giant made of blood sands reaching 100 meters in height. His pupils were the red light clusters suspended in mid-air. With the Halo's blessing, I have a sword that can slay monsters, fallen gods, destroy demons, and slaughter saints. 1 sword, 1 death for you. Leaf Wind had no intention of giving this blood beast god any chance to assemble a body. Gripping the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, using the spatial teleportation power of the little silkworm, he opened a portal and stepped through. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the bloodshot giant eye, seizing the moment, closing his eyes tightly, and slashing forward. Clang! Ding! Triggering absolute kill. A crisp sound of the sword rang out in the air. Where the sword light passed, it pierced through the red light cluster, instantly tearing through its surface. Buzz! Immediately, a force of absolute killing came, directly erasing the source power of this red giant eye, wiping out the last trace of consciousness, leaving him no chance of survival. Humans are like ants, lacking in martial virtue. To think they resorted to sneak attacks, not even waiting for me to assemble the blood god's body. I, the mighty blood god of my generation, first fell, then had my consciousness imprisoned to become a watchdog, and finally was sneak attacked to death by these human ants. I hate it. The red giant pupil was extremely unwilling, let out a sob, the voice gradually faded, the figure disappeared, leaving only red dots that lingered for a long time. Boom! The red giant sands gathered in midair lost their guided power and fell to the ground. The endless blood mountains behind completely lost the invasion of blood power, the crimson surface gradually faded, leaving only a pitch-black ancient mountain exuding a primitive deathly aura and a chilling gloom. After slaying the red blood pupil, Yifeng's figure fell from midair. The ice crystal blue phoenix rose to catch Yifeng steadily and carried him back to the original spot. Yifeng still held the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the consciousness of the blood beast god, obtaining a random devil fruit X1. Yifeng didn't expect to casually slay and directly obtain a devil fruit. It seems this halo is indeed useful, with 100% accuracy and added luck points, simply perfect. With this lucky devil fruit, I am invincible. Well, I can be invincible for a short minute every 10 days. I wonder if there are any other nonsense beast gods in this secret realm. Bring them on, show up and get slain, just as I said before. Yifeng smirked, a hint of regret on his face. After all, it was too quick to directly slay the remnant consciousness of the beast god with just 1 sword. He had no idea how strong the beast god was. He only knew that anyone who faced his sword would die. Are all the beast gods following the same routine, first threatening, then getting slain? The previous 2 were like this, and this blood beast god is the same. Can't there be some originality? Yifeng couldn't help but comment, looking at the lingering red dots in the sky and then at the group of pet beasts behind him, finally fixing his gaze on the little whale. Little whale, swallow all those red dots, most of them contain the position and power of the beast god. Upon hearing Yifeng's command, the little whale opened its huge whale mouth, gently sucked, and swallowed all the red blood dots into its body. Because only it possessed the power to devour everything, match any beast god's position, and even utilize it. Ding, congratulations to the host's pet beast. The dragon whale of 10,000 devourings successfully devoured the blood dominion, can control blood, transform into a blood demon beast, use it for oneself, even causing enemies to burst into blood and die, less than or equal to pet beast current realm plus 1 realm. Ding, congratulations to the host's pet beast for obtaining the power of the beast god, having absolute suppression over the blood clan, and even over lower level demon beasts, possessing absolute control. The integration of the new dominion power allowed the little whale to control others' blood. This was different from elemental power, with a wider range of applications. As long as the opponent had blood, they could make it boil and burst, which was even more terrifying to think about. Facing thousands or millions of demon beasts, making their blood boil and explode one by one, turning into blood mist, would speed up the task completion. Yi Feng was very satisfied with this. At this moment, due to Yi Feng slaying the beast god's will, his points on the blood ranking in the Oasis soared from the original 60 million to 90 million, 100 million, 1 billion, 9 billion. In the end, it directly turned into, the sheer quantity exceeded the limit that the blood ranking could measure. Quick, look, the blood ranking has changed again. Yi Feng's ranking points have changed. Damn, is the blood ranking broken? What's with those 5 question marks? Did you just see the change in points on the blood ranking, from 60 million straight to 900 million and then directly to 1 billion? What did Yi Feng do in this secret realm? How many sand beasts did he slaughter? Could it be that he's slaying gods in this secret realm? His points just skyrocketed. Inside the oasis, where everyone was resting, they had just prepared to set off for the blood-red quicksand area for this new training mission. In the next moment, one by one, they suddenly looked up at the 5 question marks behind Yi Feng's points on the blood ranking and couldn't help but shout out loud. With this loud shout, everyone also looked up at Yi Feng's points, their eyes almost popping out, frozen in place, not moving at all. What exactly did he do in this secret realm? How many demon beasts did he have to kill to earn so many points? Is he really human? How can there be such a freakish freak? No, even the term freak is not enough to describe him, he's simply a beast. The old man with a white beard was also in a daze for a long time. When he finally came to, he realized that he had grown a handful of white beard without knowing it. Just hesitating for a while, too shocked, he suddenly grabbed and tore off his own beard, which was now dripping with blood. Admiring Yi Feng's monstrous strength, and marveling at his mystery. The monstrous prodigy will be sought after by others, and the freakish prodigy will be cultivated by all directions. But if this freak, invincible, surpasses a certain limit, becomes so mysterious as to break all boundaries, it will make people fearful. The current Yi Feng gives them all this kind of feeling. I can survive in this kid's hands, thanks to the school rules, thanks to the mentor, otherwise I might really die at the hands of this freak. Su Leng couldn't help but shiver, recalling with fear. The group of teaching assistants, including the long-legged woman in shorts from before, felt only endless fear, completely devoid of their previous in-depth understanding. The signs from Yi Feng indicate that he is not just an ordinary person. Fear from the depths of the heart, fear of the unknown, fear of Yi Feng's mystery, even fear of Yi Feng's immense power. This is the human heart, extremely complex. Today, everything must be kept confidential. If anyone leaks this out, their student status will be revoked, and they will bear the consequences. The old man with the white beard scanned the crowd with authority, an invisible spiritual force quietly emanating, highly oppressive, including all the mentors. The freshman knew how serious this matter was, nodded in silence, still not fully recovered from the shock. They are not from the same world, not of the same level. The mentors had no words, just nodded. The position of mentor was directly handed over to Yi Feng. His strength surpassed all of them. With such strength, what use is there in being a mere student? Even the juniors in their 3rd year are not as strong as him. How should their Dragon Crest Academy teach this monstrous prodigy? Should he be in the same year as the seniors? After all, only those seniors in their final year, those prodigies about to graduate, could be on par with Yi Feng. The Dragon Crest Academy, known as the Cradle of the Revered, produces more revered individuals every year than the other 3 top academies combined. Unfortunately, while the quantity is high, the top-tier prodigies are somewhat lacking. They have mid to high-tier revered realms, but no sovereign realms. Unlike the younger generation of the other 3 academies, who have 4 great sovereigns to surpass the Dragon Crest Academy. Now, seeing Yi Feng's monstrous nature, they have no idea where his limits and strength lie. The revered realm is definitely not his limit. Being able to kill so many demon beasts in this blood-red quicksand, he must have slain many revered beings, and even possibly encountered higher realms. Sovereign realm? Still above the respected realm, how else could he have burst out so many points at once? They were already hesitant to think about the higher realms, even hesitant to believe, as that level was beyond their reach. Perhaps, Yifeng had some unexpected appearance, the blood list malfunctioned, or he simply lucked into a large wave of points. But this secret realm had appeared in the Dragon Gate Academy, serving as a trial ground for newcomers for 100 years without any mistakes. How could this generation have an anomaly? The probability was so small that they simply didn't believe it. Yet, every time they thought of the first possibility, fear crept into their hearts, deepening their dread of Yifeng. Yifeng was still unaware that after doing just a small thing, he had instilled such fear and dread in everyone. At this moment, he was staring fixedly at the endless black giant mountain in front of him. His intuition told him that the biggest danger in this secret realm seemed not to be the blood beast god, not the sand beasts hidden in the bloody sand, but the Dead Sea connected behind this black giant mountain. The old man by who had warned him before, and now it seemed very necessary to heed their advice. I clearly killed the blood beast god, but did not receive the reward just announced by the system, which means I have not yet unraveled the final secret of this secret realm. The blood beast god said before his death that after he fell, he became a guard dog for someone else, and then I killed him again. What does this guard dog mean? Who is he guarding for? The red giant eye stands at the top of the blood mountain, and whoever meets its gaze will have their soul taken away. By whom? Yifeng's mind was suddenly filled with numerous questions, causing him to hesitate. As a precaution, he decided to consult the oracle, no, to divine. Is there any danger in moving forward again this time? Good or bad? Yifeng murmured, plucking 2 leaves from Xiaomu's body, sharing the lucky fruit ability of the sacred Qilin. A holy light fell on the 2 leaves, emitting a mysterious and profound power. He casually threw the 2 leaves onto the turtle shell under Tian Xianba, one face up and one face down, a successful attempt, very auspicious. It seems there's no problem. This mountain looks absolutely extraordinary. What if I let Xiaojing swallow this black mountain? Yifeng picked up the 2 leaves and gently tossed them again. Both leaves were face up, not auspicious. Unwilling to accept this result, Yifeng muttered, let Xiaojing swallow half of it, and then I'll run? After saying that, he tossed them again. This time, both were face down, ominous. This shouldn't be. If letting me proceed, why not let Xiaojing swallow the mountain? If Xiaojing swallows this mountain, I think it would be more beneficial than swallowing this secret realm. It would definitely lead to a breakthrough in realm, and I would surely reach the respected realm without any problem. Yifeng was still not satisfied. After Xiaojing swallows half of the mountain, shall we continue forward without running? Yifeng tried the auspicious condition he had just thrown and the inauspicious condition after swallowing the mountain, tossing them again. Indeed, this time it showed one face up and one face down. Let Xiaojing swallow it all, and then we won't run, but continue forward? Yifeng asked again, for some reason, very persistent about Xiaojing devouring the entire black mountain. A gust of wind blew, one face up and one face down. Seeing this, it meant there was no problem. Since it's feasible, let's do it. Xiaojing, swallow it all. Let's go meet the Dead Sea. If the mountain blocks my sight, then move this mountain. Yifeng whispered, knowing that after this black mountain was the legendary Dead Sea. Xiaojing heard what Yifeng said, looked at the massive giant mountain, opened his mouth, and found it difficult to speak for a moment. How could he swallow something so huge? Devouring vortex, swallow. A huge vortex spewed out from Xiaojing's mouth, rushing straight towards the giant mountain ahead. The 100-meter pitch-black vortex kept spinning like a meat grinder, turning everything in its path into nothingness. Directly through the massive black mountain, at the foot of the mountain, a 100-meter-high tunnel was forcibly carved out, leading straight to the scenery behind the mountain. The vortex continued to spin forward, devouring everything in its path, feeding pure energy back into the body of the little whale, helping its breath rise, breaking through the handsome realm directly, and reaching the esteemed realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the dragon whale, for breaking through to the first level of the esteemed realm. Pop! The sound of shattering foam rang out, as if shackles were breaking on Yifeng's body, and a powerful soul force surged out like a tide. From the bodies of all the pets, a light of their own destiny emerged, floating behind Yifeng, combining with his soul power. The vast spiritual soul force, merging with these points of light, radiated different dazzling lights, finally transforming into 8 different soul beasts. The undying phoenix, the dragon of 1,000 thunders, the ice crystal blue phoenix, the divine Qilin, the dragon whale, the world tree of heaven's rift, the overlord of the heavenly abyss, and the void king cicada, even transforming into a completely white body, becoming the complete form of the 3-tailed emperor fox. At this moment, the 3-tailed emperor fox was vastly different from the little creature in Yifeng's arms, with only a hint of color at the tips of its 3 tails. The 3 large fox tails swayed freely behind it. Its tall fox body, slender limbs, lofty fox head, and ice crystal blue eyes all exuded the dignity and majesty of the 3-tailed emperor fox. Its gaze was indifferent, flashing a hint of dangerous light, and its aura was unexpectedly the strongest among all the pets. First level esteemed rank. Activating spiritual power manifestation, transforming pet aura into demonic souls. The martial soul bodies manifested by the 8 great pets were much smaller than their original bodies. All demonic souls were uniform in size, only 10 meters tall. However, the aura and combat power manifested by them were not weaker than their original bodies, but perfectly inherited all their abilities and strengths. And they added a little something extra, that is, immortality. As long as Yifeng's spiritual power was sufficient, even if these martial souls were wiped out by enemies of higher realms, they could manifest again through soul power, which had no effect on Yifeng and all the pets. No, it was equivalent to Yifeng not only having the real 8 great pets as vanguards, but also having these 8 great martial souls as real-time usable backup. With the 8-fold demonic souls, as the number of contracted pets increases, the strength can increase again, equivalent to having twice the combat power. Is this what it means to cheat in life? Yifeng sighed deeply. At this moment, his mind was exceptionally clear, like a cultivator, with spiritual power in his sea of consciousness that could manifest and keenly sense everything around him. Even without using his eyes, this spiritual power was his eyes. Mental power, soul power could be transformed into invisible soul pressure. With just this, it could scare lower-level enemies into a daze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the realm, and gaining a random devil fruit, sharing the fruit abilities possessed by a pet. The system's voice arrived as expected, with the martial soul being the greatest gain. The random devil fruit was just the icing on the cake. But the ability to share the fruit was not bad. After the secret realm ended, when he opened the 2 devil fruits he had obtained, he would then choose specifically. What if he got the rubber fruit? He, not afraid of water, can stretch freely, and become huge. Poochie 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 poochie. Of course, he wasn't talking about that ability, but the transformation into the form of the sun god Nika, so don't get any strange ideas, fellow beasts. The pets behind Yifeng were still a bit puzzled, their eyes filled with confusion and incomprehension. Big eyes, little doubts, looking at the martial souls behind Yifeng. How did their master come up with this kind of trick again? Aren't they just miniatures of themselves? Their aura, combat power, and abilities are exactly the same as his, except for the lack of consciousness and being completely controlled by Yifeng. It seems like there isn't much difference between them. You are you, martial souls are martial souls. There is a difference between living beings and inanimate objects. Unless there is one thing, they can also come alive. This is just one of my life-saving and combat methods. No need to worry, everything will be fine as usual. Yifeng sensed the worries in the hearts of the major spirit pets. They were afraid that after Yifeng obtained this martial soul, he would use it in battle and not let them out. Regarding this, Yifeng wanted to say that they were overthinking it. His profession is a beast tamer, not a soul master, so taming beasts comes first. This martial soul is another means when all the spirit pets are busy, and then it is the shared fruit ability of oneself. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if one day all the spirit pets are fighting against an extremely powerful existence? With no one by his side, wouldn't the martial soul have to take the lead? What if the martial soul is also restrained and taken away? Then one can only rely on one's own fruit ability. At this point, Yifeng seemed to understand what the system said, that the means to ensure one's life is not threatened is actually through sharing fruit abilities and opening up martial souls. There won't really be such a possibility in the future, right? My pessimism has always been very accurate. If that's the case, I need to level up quickly. This speed is still a bit slow. In Yifeng's heart, an inexplicable sense of urgency arose. But if his thoughts were known to others, they would definitely curse him out. Your progress is slow as hell. Going from the lowest realm to directly stepping into 3 major realms in a few months, reaching the respected realm is still considered slow? Like Shingao, trapped in the same realm for 10 years without any improvement. What is this aura and power? Death. Yifeng sensed something and suddenly looked towards the black mountain area where the devouring vortex passed through. There, outside the 100-meter-high cave entrance, was a sea of dense death chi, full of murky air constantly floating like mist. Some strands of death chi even followed the opening of the black hole and floated out, slowly drifting towards where Yifeng was suspended. For some reason, when he saw these strands of murky air, every hair on Yifeng's body stood on end. He shivered inexplicably, feeling an extremely dangerous sensation. Little Fire and other spirit pets felt the same way, their fearless personalities showing a hint of instinctual fear in their pupils. It was fear of death. Little Fire felt it the most deeply because its innate attribute is fire. These death chi contained a chilling attribute that made it extremely uncomfortable. Little Fire soared into the sky, gathering a huge phoenix flame in its mouth. and fiercely attacked the strands of murky air without any hesitation, using a killer move. Disaster of heaven, heavenly fire engulfing the land. Boom! Strangely, the sea of red flames did not directly burn out the strands of death chi. Instead, these strands of death chi actually transformed along the sea of flames, turning the fiery sea into a dead sea full of murky air, counterattacking the undying phoenix. Screech! A deafening phoenix cry, little fire cried out in pain. Its feathers, tainted by the massive death chi, dimmed in an instant, turning into dead ashes, all vitality disappearing, turning into a large red egg, suspended in the air, beginning its rebirth. Just this counterattack of a strand of death chi directly killed one of its lives. If it didn't have the ability to be reborn, it would probably have fallen on the spot. What kind of strange chi is that? Can't touch it, even any object will become a medium for its transformation? Yi Feng secretly thought it was not good. He felt that things were getting out of hand. He didn't have time to blame Xiaohu for not listening to advice. With a thought, he withdrew all his spirit beasts behind him into the Sea God Ring and Beast God Ring. The other spirit beasts did not have the ability to be reborn like Xiaohu. As for the devouring ability of the Void Dragon Whale, he didn't dare to gamble, didn't dare to try. What if he fell? He would lose a beloved companion. The dense death aura ahead was approaching him, and Yi Feng was unsure, but when he thought of the power of the martial soul he had just obtained, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. The power of the martial soul was equivalent to the power of the spirit beasts. Perhaps the devouring ability of the little whale could swallow all this death aura. Moreover, even if he died, it would have no effect on the spirit beasts or him, as he could be recreated from his soul power. Another crucial point was that he had just divined, and the system said that moving forward would definitely not be harmful. The system had not deceived him so far, although it was sometimes cunning, he chose to trust the system. This is the death aura from the dead domain. In my beast god domain, information about the other major planes is recorded. The dead domain is located in an endless abyss of death, where all species are dead. A strand of death aura can transform countless worlds into deadlands. Young master, do not take risks, do not touch this death aura. Otherwise, you will surely perish. My three-tailed Emperor Fox clan has special means to help the young master eliminate this death aura. At this moment, the little white fox that he had stored in the beast god ring unexpectedly returned to Yi Feng's arms uncontrollably. Its three foxtails were still lively, but this time, its cute and simple sapphire-like eyes appeared particularly serious and solemn. To be able to ignore the restrictions of the beast god ring, ignore my commands, and come directly out of the beast god realm, this ability even ignores space. When Yi Feng saw the white shadow in his arms, his eyebrows raised slightly, feeling puzzled. Hearing what the little white fox said, it actually recognized this death aura, which surprised Yi Feng even more. He had always thought that from birth to now, the little white fox had no inherited memories, but he subconsciously ignored the fact that the little white fox was a descendant of the gods and the beasts. As a descendant of a divine race, and awakening the blood of the ancestors, how could it just be a fox that he pampered every day? In other fantasy novels, isn't it recorded that descendants of divine beasts will awaken the memories in their bloodline? It seemed that the little white fox was no exception. It seems that I have underestimated you, little white, from beginning to end. Yi Feng was slightly surprised and asked softly, Little white, can you really eliminate this death aura without any harm to yourself? After witnessing the power of the murky death aura, he didn't want the little white fox to take any risks. He had promised the ice beast god to take good care of the little white fox, which was probably why he hadn't summoned her to transform into her imperial form and go out to battle. There will be some impact, but it won't be harmful. My three-tailed Emperor Fox clan itself is a mysterious clan that can use the blood and energy of our clan's monsters to dispel various ominous and death auras. The little white fox couldn't speak, so it communicated with Yi Feng through thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately refused without any hesitation. Since that's the case, let's forget about it. It's not to that extent yet. I have a way to dissolve this death aura and eliminate it. But, before the little white fox could say anything else, Yi Feng took a few steps forward and sheathed his demon-slaying sword. The dragon whale martial soul behind him soared into the air and plunged into the murky death sea. Clusters of murky death aura emerged around the devouring dragon whale, and suddenly, a powerful devouring force appeared. All the dead air, mysteriously sucked into the mouth of the dragon whale. Nothing happened, even the strand of martial soul of the 10,000 devouring dragon whale became even stronger. Its entire body surface became more solid, with some different colors added, as if a trace of flesh and blood had emerged out of thin air. Indeed feasible, these dead airs, for living creatures, as long as they have the breath of life, the breath of vitality, can all be used as a medium to kill living beings. But these martial souls are lifeless objects without life, so according to the devouring ability of the dragon whale, a perfect bug was caught, solving this point. Yi Feng's eyes were sharp, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, muttering to himself in a low voice, seeing through everything. He had an element of gambling just now, but he bet right. What power is this? The little whale can actually resolve this dead air, even if it requires the blood of my royal clan, it will still come at a certain cost. A hint of doubt and surprise flashed across Little White's simple and cute fox face, and the continuously rising aura all over its body slowly subsided at this moment. Tonzi said there is no danger, and after divining the lucky fruit, there is also no danger, the system does not deceive me. But if this dead air flows out, this secret realm will be finished. Although those newly born dead souls have nothing to do with me, it seems like I caused this trouble, so let's resolve it. Yi Feng looked at the vast, murky Dead Sea, which was constantly surging towards the entrance he had just devoured under this black mountain. Without any hesitation, he directly let the martial soul of the little whale rush out, continue to devour, and let all the martial souls behind him also rush out, using various killing moves to eliminate these dead airs. Sea of Fire Engulfment, Thunder God's Descent, Myriad Radiant Brilliance, Sky-Splitting Wood Devourer, Spatial Banishment. All kinds of abilities were displayed, surprisingly effective. Under the various soul power elements transformed by these martial souls, a large area of the dead air was directly wiped out, extremely efficient, much faster than the little whale's devouring. The feeling was like ice meeting flame and instantly melting away. Dead air fears soul power? The gray dead air that surged out of the Black Mountain tunnel just disappeared without a trace, and the 8 great martial souls rushed in directly, continuing to eradicate these dead airs. Indeed, soul power and martial souls are lifeless objects, fundamentally different from spirit beasts. Life and death, no matter what environment one is in, even if a group of spirit beasts cannot come out, I still have a martial soul body. I am already standing in an invincible position, the advantage is mine. Yi Feng looked at the scene in the distance with a calm expression, no longer in a panic, calmly observing everything. What he was more curious about was what was hidden in this Dead Sea, or what lay beyond this Dead Sea. Could it be that there is another beast god's existence? A god of death? Otherwise, why would it be a Dead Sea? In just a short moment, an endless corner of the Dead Sea had already been wiped out. Little White quietly stayed in Yi Feng's arms, unable to speak out of astonishment, wondering if its master was truly human. How could these abilities be so divine, incredibly unbelievable? Could it be that its master was a reincarnation of a god? Little White could only think of this result, no longer speaking, quietly watching. Human, stop here. You have violated the contract first, do not erase the dead air of the dead domain anymore, otherwise my dead domain will have a reason to invade the human domain like the beast domain. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the endless Dead Sea, emotionless, without killing intent, as indifferent as ancient frost. In the center of the endless Dead Sea, a dark path was opened up. A blurry figure emerged from it, gradually becoming clearer from afar, from vague to specific, eventually taking on the appearance of a woman. 100,000 green silk strands cascaded over her shoulders, her body as flawless and snow-white as sheep fat, radiating a captivating luster amidst the endless aura of death. Her chest was proud, her waist slender, her long legs gracefully moving, toes hovering in the air, never touching the ground. What made it even more lethal was the fact that the woman was completely naked. Yi Feng first heard the voice, and in an instant, the demon-slaying sword appeared in his hand, alert and cautious. He knew his halo of destiny had been used up, with a cooldown period of 10 days, but he still brought it out to save his life. If all else failed, he still had the trump card of the ice god strike on him, not necessarily fearing the source of that voice. But the next moment, when he saw the woman's face and body clearly, he was dumbfounded. He came here to slay gods, not to flirt with women, so why was there a naked woman in front of him? Although the woman's figure was perfect from head to toe, except for her face being obscured by a dead aura. Mere beauty, how can it tempt me? Red powder skeleton, white bone flesh, all are illusions. Yi Feng's gaze was firm and clear. Very determined, he marveled at the mystery of the woman's body, glancing back and forth between certain parts of her upper and lower body. If there's an advantage to be had, why not take it? After all, he was looking without losing anything, right? Besides, he was looking openly and honestly, with a clear conscience. A gentleman judges the heart, not appearances. With this in mind, Yi Feng looked even more composed. Of course, if this woman wanted to harm him, she would have to die. The trump card of the ice god strike was ready. For 1,000 years, since I was suppressed, you are the first to come here. Originally, there was a beast god, but this fool only left behind a thought after death, directly imprisoned by the death aura, turning into the watchdog of my death domain. No need to be so vigilant, I have no ill will towards you, and I can't kill you either. By the time I want to do something, you will already be dead. This silent land is the hidden death gate of my death domain. This black mountain is the boundary that separates my death domain from your human domain. By opening this boundary, you have violated the covenant between your human race and my death domain royal family. By absorbing these death auras, do you want to bring back the death gate and let my death domain descend upon your human domain? The woman's voice was as cold and indifferent as ever, paying no attention to Yifeng's highly aggressive gaze. It was just flesh in appearance. She could transform her body as much as she wanted. Moreover, after 1,000 years of imprisonment, she was not a young girl, so there was no need to be coy. 1,000 years? Dead in the death prison? Boundary? Death gate? A bunch of terms appeared in Yifeng's mind, leaving him a bit bewildered by the amount of information. 1,000 years, she was an old witch. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then with a thought, he withdrew the 8 great martial souls, causing them to appear around him. Unexpectedly, you still have a member of the royal family with that ominous bloodline on you. The concentration of this bloodline seems to have undergone a change, reaching the level of ancestral blood. Quite a clever move. That final strike of the ice beast god should be on you. The woman's gaze shifted to the little white creature in Yifeng's arms, even more surprised. Yifeng's strength was not considered strong, but to reach the sovereign realm at his age was definitely extraordinary. In her death domain, those who could match Yifeng were few and far between. However, Yifeng possessed these 8 extremely powerful martial souls, a talent that no one in the death domain had, and his mysterious ability to erase death aura was what surprised her the most, and the reason why she had appeared voluntarily. Even his trump card was seen through? Yifeng's vigilance and wariness in his heart grew stronger as he gazed at the chaotic woman from a distance, loudly asking a question. How can I believe what you say, and how can I confirm that you mean me no harm? Yifeng dared not act recklessly. If what the woman said was true, then these dark mountains and this desolate sea must not be disturbed. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for Desya. Desya can endure disasters, but if his friends die, how can he survive alone in this vast world? If disaster strikes, the tall ones will bear the brunt, leaving the short ones behind. Of course, if he grows up to be invincible, it wouldn't matter, he would face it head-on. But the key is that he hasn't grown up yet. So, many times when he helps Desya eliminate these monsters, it's not just to assist his fellow humans, but also to complete the system's tasks and consume to level up. Both publicly and privately, it makes sense. Let the little one in your arms talk to me, and you will see that she has awakened her bloodline, knowing much more than you do. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming her. The ice beast god and I have a bond. After you confirm, I have a request. My hatred has been brewing for 1,000 years of my imprisonment. The woman's words were as calm as ever, but the last sentence was filled with endless, chilling intent. Behind her, the vast gray sea of death turned into a sea of blood in an instant. The hostility solidified, terrifying. Xiaobai, do you trust her? Yifeng still didn't believe, keeping his guard up, looking down at Xiaobai in his arms, silently asking with his thoughts. Master, rest assured, I have some guesses about her identity. She seems to be a remnant of the old clan, as she said. If she is indeed a remnant of the old clan, Master is likely to benefit from her investment and gain an unexpected opportunity. Xiaobai turned into a stream of light, flying out of Yifeng's arms, passing through the black hole under the dark mountains, appearing above the endless sea of death. The gray deathly aura autonomously made way, not approaching Xiaobai's body. In the gaze of the woman in Yifeng, Xiaobai's pure white fox body underwent a transformation. The white light flickered, returning to its complete form, then transformed again. Long, slender legs shimmered with gloss. The hazy peach petals were elastic, forming a perfect semicircle, plump. The jade back was flawless and exquisite. 10,000 green silk strands scattered gently. Graceful and elegant posture, light steps moving, revealing a hint of pink and white. Damn, Xiaobai transformed directly into a human? Xiaobai, what are you doing? Testing your master like this? Why is it always like this when chatting? What's going on? Testing the old cadre? Yifeng watched the scene, feeling a warmth in his nose, as if something was dripping. He touched it and found it was blood. He had seen that extremely seductive scene just now. What was once a front view was now a back view. Yifeng's heart raced, feeling a sense of pride and power. The golden scales were not just for show, they could transform in times of need. On this point, Yifeng had misunderstood. In that aura of death, the most pure innate essence was the deathly aura, the prototype of life force. Therefore, their forms were forced to transform in a certain way. The woman took on a human form, and the death sea was dominated by the woman, so even if Xiaobai wanted to appear in its complete form, it could only take on a human form. The two gazed calmly at each other, unaffected by their states, communicating continuously in words Yifeng couldn't understand or hear. Yifeng, on the side, was tormented, only able to watch the two women talk, admiring their figures. Round enough, big enough, firm enough, perky enough, pink enough. Yifeng muttered a few words softly in his heart, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitating whether to retract his gaze. But upon second thought, he felt at ease. He hadn't forced them to show him, so what was wrong with them revealing themselves like this? Whether it was elegant or vulgar, he couldn't tell anymore. He only knew that the moon was bright, the flowers were in full bloom, and the butterflies were fluttering. Not appreciating this beauty made him feel out of touch with the charm. After a while, Yifeng felt a bit tired from watching, his eyes were red and sore, so he briefly closed them. Just as he was about to rest, Xiaobai immediately turned into a stream of light, reverting to its original form, and leaped into Yifeng's arms, sharing thoughts. Damn! How did you change back? Yifeng was stunned and cursed under his breath. In just a blink of an eye, it returned by timing his own blink. Master, what she said, you can fully trust. She truly has no ill intentions towards us. What she said is true. This is the border area between two realms. A millennium ago, the dead domain tried to invade the human domain, but a powerful figure from the human race intervened, signing a treaty of non-aggression for 1,000 years. The Dead Mountain is the border, and the Death Chi is the key to the hidden gate of the Deadland. If the Death Chi disappears, the gate to the Deadland will appear here, and the dead domain is highly likely to break the treaty and come directly to kill. But for certain reasons, she was suppressed and exiled here. By chance, she found the border area and guards it. She doesn't want the dead domain to appear in the human domain too soon, nor does she want the dead domain to thrive. Therefore, her choice is to invest in the master. Xiaobai's thoughts came through, and as it went on, Xiaobai's words were filled with excitement, as if she was excited about the conditions set by the woman. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the mystery of the secret realm. This is a connecting place between the dead domain and the human domain, obtaining a random devil fruit X1. With Xiaobai's words, the final secret of the secret realm was unlocked. Oh, investment? If it's as you say, then it's naturally the best outcome. Yifeng nodded silently, suppressing the slight regret in his heart. It was time to focus on the task at hand, not on frivolous matters. Listening to Xiaobai, the woman held a grudge against the dead domain and had a request for him, so the initiative was in his hands. Haha, masked lady, you wouldn't want to leave your revenge unfulfilled, would you? How does she want me to proceed, and what are the conditions? Yifeng spoke, looking at Xiaobai in his arms, constantly examining her, curious. His gaze kept shifting towards the position under Xiaobai's three tails, as if searching for something. Wait, when she transformed into a human, there were two places, holes. How come there's only one now? It's simple. I can help you restore the death chi you erased, turn this black mountain back to its original state, and grant you the power to enter this deadland at any time. I can also protect your physical body from the influence of death chi and provide you with the ultimate weapon against the dead domain. But the condition is, you must help me deal with the three emperors of the dead domain. The woman stared at Yifeng, her words carrying a hint of emotional fluctuation, a towering hatred. Ah, just this? Not enough. Yifeng, who was somewhat hopeful at first, thought it was something else based on what Xiaobai said, but now hearing it was just this, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face, followed by a sigh of regret. What? Just this? Kid, do you know what trouble you've caused? Without me covering for you, my dead domain might break in within a very short time. Your human domain has already suffered the invasion of the abyss of beasts and the influence of the false heavens of the divine race. Adding my dead domain to the mix, your human race will undoubtedly perish. And the ability to enter the deadland it will, immune to death chi, in the entire blue star, not even the powerful figures of the human race have this ability. The woman heard what Yifeng said and couldn't help but question back, her words carrying an extra layer of emotion. Even if I destroy this dead air in this black mountain, you will help me repair it because you don't want the dead domain to be discovered too early and gain too many benefits, right? As for the permission to enter this dead land at any time, what use does it have for him? I can enter this secret realm anytime I want. Isn't it simple to find it when the time comes? Not affected by the dead air? The 8 great martial souls behind me can eliminate your dead air. Why should I fear your dead air? Yifeng shook his head, indicating that the investment was not enough. Of course, is this really not enough? There was a deep gleam in Yifeng's eyes. As long as he could obtain the power unaffected by the dead air, he could directly pass it to his group of beloved beasts. At that time, not only would he be unaffected, but his beloved beasts would also be unaffected. Being unaffected by the dead air means that Xiao Jing can devour all of it, even swallowing the dead domain. This is something the woman is definitely unaware of. The woman was at a loss for words for a moment. What Yifeng said seemed to be right. If that were the case, she would have to increase her investment again, which also concerned her current freedom. Under the face covered by chaotic dead air, there was a struggle and complexity, pondering whether to pay this price. While the woman was contemplating, Yifeng was not in a hurry. Little White, because her thoughts were in sync with Yifeng's, could understand some of Yifeng's ideas and knew that Yifeng was now trying to extort more benefits. She couldn't help but sigh. The master not only has deep scheming but is also extremely sinister, completely not at a disadvantage. Fortunately, I am in the same camp as the master. Little White couldn't help but feel fortunate at this moment. If she were an enemy of Yifeng, it would be a disaster. Not only would she have to face Yifeng's terrifying and abnormal combat power, but also his endless means. Alright, as long as you promise to help me kill these 3 emperors, help me break free, I can give you the secret of becoming a god, with a 70% chance of directly becoming a god. Moreover, I can tell you the secret of cultivating a dead body. You will only be qualified to know and cultivate it after becoming a god. Otherwise, it will be of no benefit to you. This secret is useless to your current realm. When you break through the emperor realm, come back here, and I have a great chance of helping you directly become a god. By then, you can also help me break free. Remember, you'd better come back soon. By erasing some of the dead air in this dead land, it may affect the hidden location of this dead land, speeding up the discovery of the passage from the dead domain to the human domain. By then, I won't be able to delay it for long. The woman's voice returned to its original indifference, extending her slender fingers, emitting a deathlight that fell on Yifeng. In Yifeng's palm, there was an additional pitch-black lotus flower, the key to entering this dead land. With a single thought, he could return here. Even if he encountered pursuit or a deadly crisis, as long as he activated the black lotus flower in his palm, he could escape in an instant. With this black lotus flower, he had no fear of the dead air, and could even control it like the woman. The woman had already given him benefits directly, promised the secret of becoming a god, and introduced the concept of the dead body. Although he didn't know what the dead body was, it sounded impressive. As for eliminating the 3 emperors, with a bit more time for development, it was just a matter of waving his hand. With these benefits, why wouldn't he do it? Deal. Yifeng agreed without hesitation. After he said these words, it seemed like a contract was formed between him and this mysterious woman. You have received the benefits. I hope you reach the Emperor realm soon. The sand beasts in this secret realm have been killed by you, and there are no more opportunities. There is no need to waste time here. You can leave as soon as possible. The woman's words showed impatience. She was already starting to drive people away. For some reason, she was annoyed when she saw Yifeng. How could there be such a gifted and abnormal beast? Yet she couldn't do anything about him and had to rely on him to save her. Yifeng didn't care about this, just smiled, holding the 3-tailed emperor fox in his arms, walking towards the distance, retracting the 8 great demon souls. After leaving the secret realm, he needed to tidy up properly, open the devil fruit that should be opened, buy what should be bought, and spin the wheel that should be spun. Oh, and the new welcome ceremony hasn't been completed yet. After completing this, he would gain 3 more random devil fruits. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. In the palm of his hand, the black lotus emitted a trace of icy air, which was the control of various deathly powers. Yifeng felt that there seemed to be a connection between refining this corpse and the imprint of the black lotus. The woman could resist the influence of deathly powers and even control them, which must be attributed to this black lotus. Today's journey in the secret realm has added a secret to becoming a god. Although it doesn't matter to me, it's definitely something extraordinary regarding this corpse. Yifeng muttered softly, his eyes full of satisfaction. This time's harvest was extremely rich. This corpse is extremely extraordinary. It is rumored that the perfected form that can be cultivated into a corpse can reverse life and death, using the deathly aura of the heavens and the dead spirits of the myriad realms to reach the state of immortality. It is an extreme opposite to the living body. Xiaobai sensed Yifeng's joy and couldn't help but transmit her thoughts, telling him everything she knew. Xiaobai, what else do you know? What is this living body? Yifeng listened to Xiaobai's words, curious to ask. The living body is said to be a being similar to a long body in the myriad realms, with endless vitality, also immortal. A drop of blood is like an elixir of immortality, able to help regenerate bones and flesh, prolong life, but the specific cultivation method is unknown, it's just a legend. Many beast gods in the beast domain are also pursuing the secret of cultivating into a living body, but in the end, none have succeeded. Xiaobai only told Yifeng everything she knew based on the memories awakened in her bloodline, and the concepts of the living body and the corpse were actually very vague to her. I see, forget it, no need to force it. Anyway, what I have on me may not necessarily be worse than these 2 whatever physiques. Besides, I'm already close to the secret of one of them, right? Yifeng laughed freely, completely indifferent to it. If you can't get it, just let it go. There's nothing difficult in the world as long as you're willing to give up. Yifeng returned to the original route, preparing to return to the oasis, leaving this secret realm behind. Starting from the oasis, the newcomers aimed to kill a group of sand beasts, but from the oasis to the central area of the blood sands, they didn't see a single demon beast. They couldn't even find a single hair of a beast. Their faces were all dark. When they reached the middle of the blood sands, they were shocked by the scene before them. Had there been a nuclear explosion here? Had there been spatial turbulence? How did all the light disappear, leaving the space shattered like this? From the endless dark space, gusts of spatial winds blew, the edges of the spatial fragments as sharp as blades. Just by getting close to them, the sharp air they emitted tore through the clothes they were wearing. At this moment, the endless spatial winds suddenly went wild, full of riotous momentum. The winds swept out from the black hole in space. Their power was something they couldn't resist at their level. Endless darkness, endless sharpness, spatial blades from all directions. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the newcomers was, we're doomed. Could it be that we're really going to die here? We haven't even killed a sand beast yet. We haven't even passed the assessment. What about the new recruit training we agreed on? Why is it such a hellish difficulty as soon as we arrive? Can't we have a transition before facing this? Many new students wailed, even the strongest prodigies with SSS-level talents. What can they do in the face of the space storm that even transcendent realm experts are helpless against? Moreover, the sharpness of the space's broken edge is capable of slaying transcendent realm beings. This situation left the assistant instructors following the team feeling somewhat hopeless, pinning their hopes on the instructors hidden in the rear. If they don't intervene, they are all doomed. What's going on here? I remember the Blood Sands area. There was no space storm when we entered a month ago. Why did it suddenly appear this time? This space storm is not something even we can handle, let alone a group of new students. This is far beyond the difficulty level for newcomers. Dozens of assistant instructors activated their abilities, be it supernatural powers, spells, or archery, trying to fend off the onslaught of the space storm. However, all their efforts were in vain, as they were torn apart and devoured by the sharp space fragments. Amidst the chaos, only Su Lang remained relatively calm, his gaze filled with contemplation. Why do I feel this is related to Yifeng? This kind of commotion seems like something only that kid could cause. Su Lang made no resistance because he knew there were instructors behind him, ensuring their safety. If even the instructors couldn't handle the situation, there was no point in resisting. They were doomed anyway. The endless storm raged on, the danger drawing closer. Boom! 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 In the distance, Yifeng sat on the huge turtle shell under the Tianqian overlord, still holding Little White in his arms. With a step, the blood-colored sands trembled, sending countless sand particles flying. His gaze fell on the group trapped in the dark middle section of the sands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed like he had caused this trouble. With a thought, he released the Void King Cicada from the Beast God Ring, using spatial power to rearrange the surrounding space fragments. Summoning Little Whale, its massive 2-meter body floated in the sky, shielding the area. With a gentle suction, it swallowed countless space storms, restoring everything to normal and eliminating the danger. Riding under the Tianqian overlord, Yifeng approached the group at a leisurely pace. The people didn't feel relieved after surviving the ordeal. Instead, they became more fearful, trembling all over, staring fixedly at the huge creature in the sky. A whale with long horns that could fly. Where did this transcendent level 200-meter giant whale come from? It felt like a massive, horizontally suspended skyscraper was above them. Moreover, the terrifying aura of the transcendent-level creature and the strong pressure of its realm constantly stimulated their minds. Many timid newcomers even fainted at the sight of this colossal beast, their eyes rolling back in fear. Compared to facing the space storm, where death would be swift, now they had to confront the fear of the massive creature above them, and if that huge whale tail came down, they would all turn into pulp. Size crushes all, brute force surpasses all methods, much more effective than any spell. The instructors could handle the previous situation, but they were definitely unable to deal with the current one. It's over, we're doomed, the instructors are doomed too. The assistant instructors gazed at the massive creature above, not noticing Yifeng in the distance, their minds filled with the grim thought, their faces as pale as death. Alright, Xiaojing, come back. Look at how scared they are. They might have psychological shadows from what you were doing. Yifeng chuckled lightly and directly retrieved Xiaojing into the Beast God Ring. He glanced at the dozen or so new students who had fainted on the ground and muttered to himself, "The mental resilience of this batch of new students is not that great. I'll have to strengthen it another day." Yifeng's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. The new students dared not speak up upon hearing this, filled with complaints in their hearts. Would you dare to suddenly face a massive 200-meter beast? We're only at the soldier realm. Even if we encounter a beast realm giant beast, we have to run, let alone us. If that's the case, I might as well start my life over. The assistant instructors heard Yifeng's voice and noticed the disappearance of the huge whale in the sky. They all turned their gaze towards Yifeng in the distance, showing surprise and shock on their faces. So, that huge whale was Yifeng's pet beast? Wow, how long has it been? In just 3 days, Yifeng's pet beast reached the beast realm and became a beast king? Does that mean Yifeng's realm has also reached the beast realm? Is he on steroids? How did he break through so quickly? Also, where did he get so many divine beasts from? Is he running a divine beast wholesale business? Already fearful of Yifeng, now everyone's gaze towards him was filled with evasion, unable to look directly at him. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast, the three-tailed emperor fox, for devouring various emotions such as fear, envy, dread, awe, jealousy, admiration, and reverence, gaining 70,000 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast, the three-tailed emperor fox, for breaking through to the first level of the beast realm, unlocking its innate skill, Heavenly Temptation, which can unconditionally control enemies 2 realms higher for 10 minutes, with a cooldown period of 10 days. Due to the fear of the crowd, Xiaobai and Yifeng's arms devoured a large amount of emotional feelings and unexpectedly broke through. And with this unlocked innate skill, Yifeng could forcibly control a beast king for 10 minutes. Within these 10 minutes, the beast king would be his servant, doing whatever he wanted. This skill was incredibly useful. The next time he goes to the Sakura country, he'll make the beast kings of Sakura country fight each other and record it on video to post online. Strange, am I that scary? Why are they all looking at me like that? I'm not some monster. Yifeng took note of everyone's expressions, touched his extremely handsome face, feeling very puzzled. Could it be because I killed all the sand beasts in the blood sand, depriving them of the opportunity to train? Right, that must be it. It's not a big deal. If they want to train so badly, I have several pet beasts. Yifeng suddenly clapped his hands, suddenly enlightened, thinking that this was what everyone was thinking. Don't look at me like that. Although there are no sand beasts to train with, I can lend you my pet beasts for training. Xiao Jing may be a bit large in size, but its temperament is actually very gentle. If you're afraid, you can choose from the others as well. Yifeng's face showed a fleeting look of embarrassment, then he called Xiao Jing out again, along with Xiao Chan and Xiao Chang. This time, they shouldn't blame me like that. If they wanted to train and improve, they should have said so earlier. I can help them. Let Xiao Chan and the others be the sparring partners for these new students. That should work, right? Yifeng thought to himself, very satisfied with his decision. The 200-meter giant whale, the 100-meter blue phoenix, and a nearly transparent winged king cicada appeared in mid-air, exuding a monstrous aura. Thud! Suddenly, all the new students' legs went weak, and they all knelt down, wailing in unison. Big brother, please take back your divine powers. How could we possibly win? The group of freshmen knelt directly, speechless to the extreme. Just when they and others had just appeared at the sight of the dragon whale, they were scared half to death. Now they were releasing it again. Wasn't this asking for their lives? And saying to let their own pets train them? Did they have the luck to be trained? 10,000 lives wouldn't be enough to die. And it's big in size, but actually gentle? Didn't you see the dangerous glint in the eyes of that huge dragon whale? It seemed to be saying, as long as they dared to make a move, it would swallow all of us in one gulp. You are the master of that dragon whale, of course, it's gentle. We are different, we always suspect it will swallow us. Brother, please don't scare us anymore, we are timid and can't handle this kind of scare. The freshmen were in pain, crying out loud. Gah! Yifeng was dumbfounded, not expecting it to be such a situation, not quite matching what he had in mind. But upon careful thought, he quickly understood and blushed. He forgot that his realm had already reached the noble realm, while the pets he released were only in the handsome realm. Even if they tried to resist, wouldn't the huge tens of meters in size still be overwhelming? With a breath, these freshmen would have been blown away long ago. Yifeng scratched his head, retracted all the pets back into the beast taming space. Feeling embarrassed to stay here, he directly summoned the space transmission gate, took a step and left this secret realm. Before leaving, hesitating for a moment, Yifeng's head peeked out from the space gate, whispering, "There's probably no need to explore the latter part of the journey. There are no sand beasts to kill, so let's go back early." After speaking, Yifeng glanced at a certain location behind the group of freshmen, where a hidden spatial concealment formation was located. Sorry to the instructors. With that, Yifeng ran away directly, disappearing in an instant. In just these 3 short days, his realm not only broke through from handsome realm to noble realm, but he could also see through the hidden formation of the sovereign realm at a glance. The secrets on him are too deep and too many, it's beyond our participation. With his involvement, this freshman trial has become a farce, wasting 3 days. After returning, find another secret realm and continue to guide them. I need to go back and meditate quietly, think about whether I've wasted all these years without making a breakthrough in my realm. The old man with white beard sighed deeply, shocked by Yifeng to the point of doubting life. This feeling of being like a cheat, he also wanted to experience it. Turning around, his back hunched. A flash of white light disappeared into the secret realm, leaving behind a group of instructors looking at each other, their faces full of sighs and emotions. With his own strength, Vice Dean was shocked to doubt life, only Yifeng could achieve that. Actually, I'll tell you, just now when that huge dragon whale appeared, I was so scared that I didn't dare to go out. The aura, the energy, and the demonic power were just too terrifying. With such a huge size, in the noble realm, no one is its match. I even think crossing realms wouldn't be a problem. The stern-faced mentor muttered to himself, his face full of distraction. This statement directly resonated with the other mentors, nodding one after another. They had been secretly protecting many students, and they actually had a way to deal with the spatial gusts, wanting to see if the students would give up directly. But later, when that huge dragon whale appeared, they had no way at all, and they and others gave up directly. Right, quickly make those little ones give up the special welcome ceremony, otherwise they will be beaten so badly that even their mothers won't recognize them. Go quickly, tell them to stop preparing, don't go to the training ground, otherwise they will definitely be struck with doubts about life. Just as everyone was bewildered and amazed, Green Luo thought of something, suddenly spoke up, looking at the dispirited face of the mentor. That's right. After Green Luo's shout, everyone suddenly came to their senses, contacting the relevant teachers through the teleportation array, asking them not to proceed with this special welcoming ceremony. Otherwise, in the sophomore year, those little guys with only the boundary and low-rank handsome boundary wouldn't be enough for Yifeng alone to handle. Well, the handsome boundary guys in the junior year probably wouldn't be enough either. It seems like I need to end this new student training early for them. What special welcoming ceremony should follow next? Coming out so early, I wonder if they are ready or not, hee. Yifeng smiled at the corner of his mouth, completely unconcerned. After stepping out of the spatial teleportation gate, he returned alone to the large playground of Longkei Academy. According to the freshman manual, the special welcoming ceremony should take place in the training ground of the North Campus. Finding a good spot, setting the coordinates, summoning the spatial teleportation gate, taking a step in, he directly arrived at the training ground. Looking around, the training ground was incredibly vast, simulating various scenes. Stone ground, sandy ground, abandoned city outskirts, icy plains, fiery plateaus, and so on, covering thousands of square meters, it could be said to be extremely vast. This was the training ground specially created by Longkei Academy, usually available for students from several year levels to train together. On the sandy ground in the distance, decorated with red lanterns, there were more than a dozen figures setting up colored lights, hanging banners, and setting up canopies. The banner hanging there read, "Welcome Ceremony" in large letters. However, the smiles on the faces of these dozen students were quite eerie, full of playful colors. As they set up, they would occasionally burst into laughter. From afar, one could hear snippets of their conversation. I'm really looking forward to this year's freshman welcome ceremony, to give these freshmen some unforgettable experiences. Hee, who wouldn't? The seniors from the previous year beat us so badly, with bruises and swelling, it took a whole 2 months to recover. This time, it's finally our turn, to give them a good beating too. Several students setting up the canopy and stage had smiles on their faces, full of excitement and anticipation, as if they could imagine the satisfaction and sense of revenge when they beat the freshmen. But this year, there are top scholars from several provinces, and that Jiang Qing Yifeng is also here. The ones before are fine, but that last one can kill a sovereign boundary. It seems like we can't beat him. A female student moving equipment below the stage couldn't help but worry, mentioning Yifeng. They had seen the videos online, and Yifeng was indeed fierce. Facing so many huge monsters alone, and even 3 SSS-level divine beasts, she didn't think they could handle it. After all, their realms were generally not high, only in the mid-rank handsome boundary. Of course, if the top 10 in the annual ranking battle were to come, there would be low-rank handsome boundary present. But it's not certain they could beat Yifeng. According to the online rumors, Yifeng's realm is also handsome mirror. Wouldn't it be like pinching small chicks to fight him hand-to-hand? Top scholars and explorers, aren't we all among the best in the major provinces? Do you believe everything you read online? The scenes are so exaggerated, do you believe them when they are said? A younger student, facing a million monster army alone, without any panic, and even mysteriously controlling them, making them kill each other, and finally killing a sovereign boundary? Come on, do you think this is the return of a hero, the Avengers? It's just that kid's marketing tactic. Over the years, many descendants from wealthy families have been using Photoshop techniques online to enhance images. But in the end, when they go out on missions outside the battlefield, aren't they all showing signs of weakness? Several boys on the stage, carrying an air of disdain, spoke up, sharing their observations and speculations over the past few years. Today, if the Jifeng dares to show up, I will make him understand what real strength is. Photoshop techniques online won't work. If those 3 mythical beasts were real, would he still come to our Dragon Crest Academy? He would have been recruited by the Tiancheng and Tianbei academies long ago. Think about the dominance of those in Longdu. Would they allow such a sky-defying genius to join our Dragon Crest? Over the years, our 4 major academies have been at odds, almost on the brink of internal conflict. Other men in the audience also chimed in with their own speculations, showing little concern for Yifeng. And according to their thoughts, there was a great deal of truth in what they said. The Tiancheng and Tianbei academies had deeper waters, with complex internal forces and powerful family influences, even involving the upper echelons of Daxia. Who doesn't know that the beast-taming academy of the Tianbei Academy is one of the most elite in the Blue Star? Yifeng, as a beast-tamer, wouldn't go to the Tianbei Academy but come to our Dragon Crest Academy? Is he out of his mind? I don't think Yifeng is that bad. The things circulating online may not necessarily be false, right? What if they are true? Besides, if he doesn't want to go to the Tianbei Academy, maybe he has his reasons? Yifeng mysteriously approached the crowd, his voice ethereal, expressing his views innocently. Are you his fans, speaking up for him? Or did he pay you to speak on his behalf through his water army? Online marketing, attracting traffic, and seeking popularity, that's all it is. Look at online live streams. After those female streamers turn off their beauty filters, who can watch them? Under that powerful technology, even a 70 or 80-year-old lady can be transformed into a 17 or 18-year-old beauty. The men were caught up in their righteous arguments when suddenly Yifeng interjected. Their brows furrowed as they looked at him with displeasure and disapproval. Hearing what the men on stage said, Yifeng's lips curled slightly. He didn't comment on the first part, but he couldn't refute the latter. Ha! You look so familiar, have we met somewhere? A woman in trousers, who was moving things, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yifeng, her face filled with confusion and puzzlement. Is it possible that I am the Yifeng you mentioned, who came to Dragon Crest Academy through marketing and Photoshop techniques? Yifeng grinned and shrugged. On his smiling face, that handsome face exuded innocence, simplicity, and sunshine. But those who knew him understood that when Yifeng smiled, anything could happen. After saying so many bad things just now. Hey, kid, watch me make you unrecognizable to your own mother. Are you Yifeng? Aren't you supposed to be undergoing the new student trial in the Blood Sands at this time? Are you so bold that you didn't even go for the trial, thinking that with the title of top scorer and a marketing identity, you could just float around like this? Several students who were setting up the canopy stopped their activities and stared at Yifeng, maintaining the same tone as before. Glancing roughly at Yifeng from head to toe, he indeed looked like a typical pretty boy, making them itch to punch him in the face. And dressed in such a flashy platinum robe, who was he trying to impress? Does having a few bucks make you so great? Wait, a platinum dragon robe? Why does it look so familiar? This is one of the Academy's treasures, the white dragon battle robe. How come you're wearing it? Is it given by the dean? Several people stared at the white robe on Yifeng's body, their eyes widened, and they secretly took a step back. Although they looked down on Yifeng for using means to market and enter the Dragon's Crest Academy through the back door, they had to examine Yifeng's strength. Even if those photoshopped images were fake, as long as Yifeng was in a handsome state, they wouldn't be able to deal with him easily. Several students hidden behind the scenes were very observant and had already taken out their phones to start recording. Of course, it's not given by the dean. Could it be that it was given by you guys? Alright, stop asking so many questions. Let's just start the new student welcome ceremony directly. I'm familiar with the process. Welcoming me alone is enough. I've already welcomed the other new students for you. Are you all going to attack together, or should I beat you up? Yifeng waved his hand, no longer wanting to listen to the others' nonsense. He just wanted to beat them up quickly, complete a mission, and obtain the devil fruit. He still had arrangements to make, such as hunting monsters to earn mission points. Damn, this bastard is so arrogant. He actually said he would beat us up alone? Isn't that something we should be saying? How did it come out of his mouth? Damn it, enough is enough. We can't tolerate this anymore. Let's teach him a lesson. There were only about a dozen people on the scene, and upon hearing what Yifeng said, they were instantly enraged, throwing down their materials and setting up a place for a fight. They planned to beat up Yifeng first and then talk. As for the realm suppression, they had long forgotten about it. Either they would kill Yifeng, or Yifeng would kill them. Fireball 8 kills. Wooden stone pillar transformation. Psychic ability, face of fear. Mental strength technique, joyful spell. Suddenly, various S-level professional skills were displayed. Around them, thick wooden pillars emerged from the ground out of nowhere. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs burned fiercely, emitting black smoke. Mental fluctuations vibrated in the void, transforming into a giant ghostly face or a seductive naked woman, trying to lure Yifeng and make him completely relax his mind. What's the difference between these wooden stakes and wrapping them with Isatis root? What's the difference between these small fireballs and a lighter's flame? This rubbish psychic spell is less exciting than the illusions I create with 18 shots. Seeing everyone's attacks, Yifeng shook his head with a look of helplessness. Could they bring something new to the table? In his eyes, these were no different from circus acts. Your power isn't strong, at least cause some damage. But looking at these fireballs, they're ridiculously weak. Yifeng just snapped his fingers lightly, snap, and a small crack appeared mysteriously in the void. Boom! Immediately, it spread violently in all directions, like a spider web, densely packed. The white space crack, like white spider silk, spread far away. Bang! With a muffled explosion, everyone's attacks dissipated under this empty shock. In an instant, the shockwave reached the people. Regardless of gender, if you had just made a move, you had to be prepared to be knocked down. Puff! 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 A terrifying force of empty violence burst in their chests. The dozen or so people felt as if they had been punched hard in the chest. They violently spat out large amounts of blood, their faces turning pale in an instant, flying back tens of meters, heavily falling to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, looking extremely miserable. It should be noted that this was the result of Yifeng holding back. If he had used his full power, these people would have died hundreds of times over. How is it, weak or strong, marketing or not, do you know now? Yifeng looked at the dozen or so people he had punched away with a smirk, his eyes full of playful meaning. The dozen or so people stared at Yifeng in horror. What kind of ability did Yifeng possess? Snapping his fingers, was he like Thanos? Wasn't he just a beast tamer? How come with just a snap of his fingers, they were sent flying? What kind of sorcery was this? No need to secretly call for help from behind, just call out openly. All sophomores, one by one, call out as many as you can. Consider this a special welcome ceremony, ahead of time. If the sophomores can't handle it, then call the juniors, call for your backup. I'll be waiting here, let's end this boring farce early. Yifeng looked down from a high vantage point, turned his head to look at the people hiding behind the screen, not immediately taking action, giving them enough time to call for help. With a thought, he summoned the world-cracking tree from the beast god ring. A huge tree suddenly appeared out of nowhere, rising from the ground, its massive canopy covering a small area of sky and sunlight. A branch descended from above, lifting Yifeng into the air, transforming into a wooden chair, with a few small branches around gently fanning him. And these few, don't just stand there, since it's a special welcome ceremony, we must make sure they remember it vividly. Yifeng pointed to the dozen or so people looking like dead dogs in the distance. The small tree immediately understood, growing dozens of thick vines from above, wrapping around the people, suspending them in midair. In a very awkward position, facing the others. Head down, feet up, but in the air. Soon, those dozen or so thick vines began to rotate rapidly in midair, spinning at a very fast speed. The dozen or so people's eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, fainting, feeling extremely embarrassed. Before losing consciousness, a thought flashed through their minds. Is this a welcome ceremony for new students? Instead of new students welcoming them? Weren't they already bullied by the seniors last year? How come they are being bullied by this year's freshmen again? This is outrageous. Shameful. Gurgle. The people behind the stage continued to act, calling all the people they could reach, even hinting at calling the entire sophomore year. Seeing the horrifying scene in the distance, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, feeling anxious. Were these really new students? Whose new student had a 100-meter demon tree as a beast? What kind of demon tree grew so large? Yifeng was very satisfied, nodded, and waited quietly for the arrival of the sophomore year, giving them a free play. If they were arrogant, he would use the vines to spank their butts, sending them flying up and down. If they had a good attitude, he would tie them to the tree. Then they would take a group photo later, hee hee. Yifeng's mind was full of mischievous ideas. Nonsense! Why don't you release your seniors? Do you want to cause trouble? They are all your seniors, they are preparing to welcome you, and you treat them like this? Do you know your crime? Today, let us teach you about respecting your elders, hierarchy, and order. Soon, dozens more people arrived from afar. They had hurried over upon receiving information from their friends. Learning that the new student welcome ceremony had been advanced, they were eager to bully the new students. When they arrived here, they were dumbfounded. The 100-meter-thick demon tree was swinging their friends around with vines. Even though their friends were already foaming at the mouth and their eyes rolled back, the demon tree refused to let them go, still swinging them around wildly. Seeing Yifeng sitting on the tree, looking very relaxed, they were suddenly filled with rage. Most of them were at the high-level commander realm, with only 2 or 3 at the low-level handsome realm. However, even facing the 100-meter giant tree like Yifeng, they didn't feel that their people would be much weaker. In their team, there were many fire elemental mages, or dual-system mages of gold attributes, or artisans of other professions, wielding giant axes, long swords, and long knives. Isn't this supposed to counter trees? What a broken tree, it will be chopped down later. Ha, only a few dozen people have come. I remember there were quite a few people in a certain year group, right? There should be around 1,000 people. Those who came through the assistant instructor's selection process were not elites, the strongest existences. Even the strongest few are only ranked 60 in the freshman ranking battle. Why didn't the top 10 come? I wanted to see how amazing the top 10 are. Yifeng saw that the newcomers were just a bunch of lackeys, even more disinterested, yawned, and handed them over to his friend Xiaomu to take care of. It would give these people a tough time. Kill. Furious axe slaying demons. Dragon sword roar. Golden fire dual magic, earth fire flowing gold. Suddenly leaping from the ground, gripping their weapons tightly, they attacked the dozen or so vines floating in the air. They wanted to use the sharpness of their weapons to cut off the vines that were entangling their companions. The sharpness of the swords, the roaring of the axes, the interweaving of sword shadows, as they reached the vines, everything seemed to be going as planned. Clang! Bang! The moment when many weapons touched the vines, it sounded like metal colliding, very crisp. The vines did not break, but their weapons shattered. Everyone was shaken by the powerful recoil, their hands split open, blood gushing out, and they were sent flying backwards one by one. How is this possible? Why is the bark of this tree so hard? Not afraid of metallic elements? What kind of attribute is this? Iron attribute, stone attribute. The artisans were dumbfounded. On the other side, the gathered fire elemental power and gold elemental power in the void attacked Xiaomu. However, there was no damage left on Xiaomu's surface, not even a trace, as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? A tree that's not afraid of being burned by fire. Is this really a tree? The mages and psychics were also dumbfounded. Before the people who were blasted into the air could land, the thick vines extended out of nowhere again, restraining the bodies of dozens of people. A terrifying devouring force emanated from the vines, devouring all their strength. If Yifeng hadn't instructed not to cause fatal or disabling injuries to them, Xiaomu would have pierced their bodies with these thick vines and turned them into kebabs long ago. The array masters on the ground were also caught in the same way, bound tightly by the thick vines, with smaller vines extending from the thick ones, locking their limbs, trussing them up, not giving them any chance to break free. Xiaomu, give them a thrilling ride too, preferably flying and diving, 360 degrees, no dead angles. Yifeng spoke softly, feeling somewhat speechless about these people. When you came, didn't you take a look, compare the gap between us? You, a mere low-level handsome realm, what are you fighting for? Xiaomu received Yifeng's command, and the massive tree body of Xiaomu trembled, immediately swinging the bound vine wrists of the crowd. 360 degrees, all around, from left to right, turning in a large circle. From top to bottom, at a height of tens of meters, constantly tossing back and forth, it was truly thrilling and extremely stimulating. Damn it, just wait for the top 10 of the ranking battle to come, then you'll be in for it. Ugh. Dozens of captured individuals were still defiant. Even in this situation, they continued to make threats. However, soon they fell silent. The spinning speed was simply too fast, causing everyone to feel dizzy, seeing stars, feeling nauseous, and foaming at the mouth. Oh, still talking tough? Xiaomu, give them a good smash on the ground, let's see if their bodies are as tough as their mouths. Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. He enjoyed dealing with these tough talkers. With a mighty swing, the massive tree roots smashed into the ground, creating numerous small craters. The dozens who had just threatened were instantly awakened by this blow, experiencing intense pain as if their bones were shattered, letting out ear-piercing screams. Yifeng seemed unfazed by this, his gaze fixed on the spot where the dozens had been transported from. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be the location of the teleportation array. To save time, he decided to deal with them one by one, making them all spin in the air. Whoosh! The array at the spot flickered, and another 100 people were teleported from the dormitory to there. Just as they were about to teach the newbies a lesson, they suddenly felt the world spinning around them, as if they were being lifted by something. As they tried to exert their powers, they found them ineffective, as if some mysterious force was restraining and draining their abilities. The next moment, the world began to spin. No, it was them spinning, gradually feeling dizzy and disoriented. What followed were screams of agony. Subsequently, batch after batch, hundreds after hundreds, within a short span of 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 thick vines sprouted from Xiaomu's massive tree body, ensnaring men and women. Each person was spinning in the sky, in all directions, swinging back and forth, up and down, left and right, causing countless foams to fall from the sky. That's the 11th ranked SS level berserker, Shuai, directly suspended. That's the 7th ranked SSS level 4 element mage, Jibo Chang, captured as soon as he appeared. Look, that's the exchange student from Japan, ranked 5th, known as the water element mage with the title of Tsunami, Sakurajima Ryujui. This guy really shows no mercy, just grabbed and tossed him. The few people hiding behind the scenes had long stopped calling for help, realizing they were no match for Yifeng, merely sending others to be tortured. The phones in their hands were like the book of life and death, selecting who to call, who to be captured, and then tortured. They stared blankly at the sophomores captured by Yifeng, screaming in shock. Each recognition made their bodies tremble. These individuals had impressive backgrounds and strengths, but they were still no match for Yifeng's giant tree. Weren't they all captured? The few looked at Yifeng's face, filled with fear, dread, regret, and even a hint of worry. You claim to be a freshman? Which freshman has such strength to massacre all the sophomores? If it weren't for a few who were out on missions, Yifeng would probably have slaughtered the entire sophomore class of Longke Academy today. What are you waiting for? Keep calling for help. If you don't call, the next ones to be tied up will be you. The sophomores are done, then call the juniors, just keep going up. Yifeng noticed that several people were looking at him, their eyes squinted slightly, flashing a hint of danger. He still held the three-tailed emperor fox in his arms, listening to the continuous voices appearing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring the sense of fear, evolution points plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring the sense of pain, evolution points plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring the sense of regret, evolution points plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's three-tailed emperor fox for devouring the sense of resentment, evolution points plus 5,000. Over a dozen system prompts continued to sound, and the little white in his arms devoured a huge amount of evolution points. Her realm, her aura silently rising. From the initial first rank to the third rank sovereign realm, Yifeng's realm also improved, reaching the third rank royal sovereign. With the breakthrough in realm, his vast soul power and mental power could be more fully utilized. With such immense mental power and soul power, his abilities included the profession of a mentalist. Call more people, let them taste some bloodshed. No matter what emotions, Little White could absorb them and level up. Many times, Yifeng thought, why not release Little Whale and let the Dragon Court Academy devour it? Maybe it could ascend to the Imperial Realm. Big brother, why don't you just tie us up? We really can't call anyone. We're afraid that if we call more people, you'll tie us up again. When they come looking for us, it won't be as simple as being tied up and spinning in the sky, it'll be much worse. The group knew they couldn't escape this disaster, so they gritted their teeth, stood up, and forced out a smile uglier than crying, tears almost falling. They looked at Yifeng, almost begging him to tie them up directly. This state was like warriors going to battle or facing execution. Oh, you dare not call, does that mean you can still call? Then keep calling until you can't anymore. Yifeng smiled at the group, not intending to tie them up directly. An invisible soul pressure spread out, resonating like a tide from the void. Boom! It suddenly enveloped the group. Their faces turned pale for a moment, their minds blank, as if struck by lightning, their consciousness momentarily hazy, heads throbbing. Each of them let out a low cry. Big brother, my dear big brother, we didn't slander you, we really can't call anymore, please let us go. The group knew this was Yifeng's method and deeply felt the danger emanating from him. As long as Yifeng let them off the hook, being tied up was nothing, as long as they didn't call anyone again. At the same time, they wanted to slap themselves a few times. Why did they listen to Yifeng's nonsense and secretly call people behind his back? Now they were getting there just deserts, it was all their own fault. Oh, unfortunately, we can't do much in the academy. If the soul pressure is too strong, these people will become idiots directly, which goes against the school's humanitarian spirit. They didn't intend to harm me or anything, so I can't do much. But to end it like this seems insufficient. A hint of depth flashed in Yifeng's eyes as he looked down at the three-tailed emperor fox in his arms, his mouth curling up with an idea. If you won't call anyone, I have ways to make you continue calling people. The enchanting power of the three-tailed emperor fox easily controlled these little troublemakers. Yi Feng, that's enough. The tradition of the welcome ceremony for new students is outdated, and the school will no longer hold it. Please release these students now. I knew it, I was just about to come over, but now it's too late, sigh. Just as Yi Feng was about to do something, Liu Bei's voice suddenly rang out. In the teleportation array, several old men appeared at the same time. Isn't the leader Liu Bei? Behind him were several white-bearded old men, members of the Elder Council in the Academy. In the instant Liu Bei and the others appeared, Xiaomu subconsciously transformed into a dozen thick vines, seemingly intending to bind them together. He even sensed that these people were quite powerful, realizing that it might be difficult to take them down in one go, so he transformed hundreds of thick vines. The aura and power emanating from these vines had surpassed the profound realm level, reaching the noble realm and even approaching the sovereign realm. Damn! Xiaomu, stop, don't bind these old men. These old men are on our side. Seeing Xiaomu attempting to bind the elders, Yi Feng jumped up from his wooden chair and shouted hastily. Upon hearing Yi Feng's command, Xiaomu halted the hundreds of vines in midair, which then receded like a tide, returning underground. The light in Liu Bei's hand flickered for a moment and then dimmed, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Feng, his face darkening. If they were also bound, things would truly escalate. This kid is bold, trying to bind even him. At his current level of cultivation, the noble realm, once he reaches the sovereign realm, there's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Oh no, I reckon he might dare to do it now, especially considering what he did in the Sakura country. It's terrifying. Old man, why are you here? If the freshman welcome ceremony isn't over yet, let him continue. Aren't the seniors from the third year still not making a move? Yi Feng rolled his eyes, disappointed that Liu Bei didn't let it continue. Continue? Do you have any idea of his strength? Where are these students your match? Liu Bei inwardly criticized but maintained a calm and kind demeanor, speaking politely. Yi Feng, this is a bad habit that our academy has decided to change. Moreover, with your strength, these sophomores are more like freshmen, and you are more like a senior. Let's end it here today. Haven't you taught them enough? Then the rewards from the freshman welcome ceremony will be given to you as well. How about that? Liu Bei cajoled and persuaded, afraid that this little troublemaker would continue causing trouble. Others might not know, but he knew that Yi Feng had more than just one divine-level pet. Those 3 SSS-grade divine dragons, phoenixes, and Chilans, as well as the appearance of the Kirin and the Whale King Cicada in the Sakura country. He didn't know where Yi Feng got such a huge tree monster from, but judging by its aura and level, it was probably also SSS grade. Wow, this kid is not only rich but also incredibly strong, with his whole body filled with divine-level pets, making it pointless for others to challenge him. Alright then, let's end it here and let them go. Yi Feng sighed regretfully, realizing that there was no point in continuing, and decided to go hunt monsters to earn mission points. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the task assigned by the system, receiving 3 random devil fruits, 1 spin reward, 50,000 mission points, and 1 card for breaking through any realm. The system awarded the task completion rewards to the warehouse. Dean, we refuse to accept this. Our strength may not be weaker than his. He just took advantage of a sneak attack and seized the initiative before we could even stabilize ourselves after the teleportation. If we were to engage in a fair fight, we might not necessarily lose to him. Yes, Dean, since I came from the Sakura country as an exchange student, I have never seen such shameless person. If I were to confront him face to face, my water pillar would definitely overturn him. Represented by handsome Zhang and others, Sakura Island's flowing water and others had just regained some consciousness. Upon hearing what the dean said, their faces were filled with even more shame and indignation, staring fiercely at Yi Feng, full of anger. Alright, I said you all can't beat him, you really can't. There's no shame in being defeated by someone, the shame is in not admitting it. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is excellent? You can't even last a round against him, he could easily kill you all. It's not like he's bound by school rules here, you would have died 1,000 times over by now. Do you think the videos online are fake? Do you think he really can't slay millions of demons? Upon hearing the second-year students still clamoring, Liu Bei didn't give them any face, his expression turning stern and serious, shouting angrily. The other white-beard elders also shook their heads one after another, feeling somewhat disappointed. Could it be that the Dragon's Gate Academy has been too comfortable these years, leading them to develop such a fear of losing? They naturally knew that Liu Bei's words were for the good of these second-year students. If a real fight broke out, if Yi Feng went all out, they might not be able to stop him. Oh, Sakura sister, what you said is wrong. Your water pillar is so powerful, come to my dormitory another day and show me. As for whether I'm strong or not, you'll find out then. I'll spare you for today, but it will be repaid in the future, an eye for an eye. Yi Feng listened to what they said, raising an eyebrow. He had originally intended to end it like this, but now everyone wanted to stir up trouble? Especially this Sakura sister, not convinced? What do you have to be unconvinced about? I'll make you convinced when the time comes. With the three-tailed Emperor Fox, controlling one person is not that simple. By then, she wouldn't even know how she was controlled, similar to hypnosis in their island country. Should I start a side business, Mr. Yen? For those who talk tough, a little scare is enough. In an instant, 3 huge creatures emerged from the sea god ring, each 100 meters in size, appearing in the sky. A 200-meter whale, a 100-meter Chingluan, and a thunder dragon bathed in lightning with wings like the sky. The 3 huge creatures appeared ferociously in the sky. In their massive beastly eyes, there was fierceness and majesty, as well as a sense of indifference and condescension towards those below them. Roar! Screech! Howl! The 3 of them let out a loud roar together, the distant and prolonged roar of the dragon whale echoing like a god's low chant from the depths of the sea, sending shivers down everyone's spines. The thunder dragon's roaring dragon chant shook the heavens and the earth, the sky filled with raging thunder and supreme dragon might. Some second-year students tied to small trees heard the violent dragon chants and felt as if something was exploding in their chests. Their ears were filled with the sound of the raging dragon chants, causing blood to flow from their ears. Compared to the other 2, Xiao Cheng appeared much more elegant. He only let out a symbolic roar because compared to the others, he couldn't compete with the ferocity of Little Lei and the massive whale. However, within that soft roar, he cleverly added a hint of icy breath, and as his voice passed, the space seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Under that roar, the blood of the crowd momentarily stagnated. They could clearly feel their bodily functions being frozen in that extremely short time. A figure of endless demonic power scattered, its might covering the sun and the sky, standing above everyone's heads. In fact, when I say you're weak, you really are weak. Practice more if you can't take it. If I want to kill you, it really won't be that simple. Not only them, even Littlewood can easily kill. Are you guys brainless or stupid? Dare to approach this 100-meter giant tree? Yi Feng stood high above, overlooking everyone, his voice containing mockery, pity, and indifference without any concealment. The bound second-year students stared blankly at the 3 huge creatures above their heads, each with a noble existence, and each one's talent level, in their eyes, was SSS class. Yi Feng's words felt like a slap in the face, sharp and piercing, stabbing into everyone's hearts. Opening their mouths to say something, they found everything to be feeble and pale. Zhang Deshui and Ingdao Lushui were the most shocked, their faces full of disbelief and despair, never feeling so powerless as today. Unable to beat, unable to argue, unable to curse. The truth hit them like a slap, fiercely striking their whole bodies. Just as Yi Feng said, it was too easy for him to kill them. Now, everyone finally calmed down. They were completely carried away by emotions just now, neglecting Yi Feng's strength and the power of the giant tree behind him. Subconsciously thinking it was just an ordinary tree that could be easily manipulated. Boring. You without a professional awakening, see me as a frog at the bottom of a well glimpsing the moon in the sky. You with a professional awakening, see me as a mayfly seeing the blue sky. You don't cultivate, only know how awesome I am. You start cultivating, then you'll know how awesome I am. Yi Feng shook his head, instructing Littlewood to casually drop everyone and retrieve the 3 giant beasts behind him, preparing to go back and count the spoils of war. The farce ended there. Wait, Yi Feng, I have something to tell you. Seeing Yi Feng about to leave, Liu Bei hurriedly called out, appearing next to Yi Feng in an instant, grabbing Yi Feng's hand, and disappearing on the training ground. The outcome of this farce didn't matter, but what concerned Yi Feng in the future was significant. Before leaving, Liu Bei signaled to the white-bearded elders and looked towards Ingdao Lushui. This was an exchange student from the Sakura Blossom, and what Yi Feng did today with his pet would inevitably reveal something. For Yi Feng's safety, some special measures had to be taken to erase all memories related to Yi Feng's pet from everyone on the field. This was agreed upon by the mayor and several other deans. Hey old man, what are you doing? Where are you trying to take me now? Yi Feng was puzzled, feeling the changes in the surrounding space, as if they had entered a teleportation array, unsure of their destination. Of course, due to having little cicada, Yi Feng could actually summon a teleportation gate and forcibly leave the teleportation location during the process. But since Liu Bei brought him here, there must be a reason, so it was better to listen to what this old man had to say. You are the masked Garfield who caused a commotion in the Sakura Blossom country. Kid, you made it hard for me to keep it a secret. Disappeared for a month in the distant sea, unexpectedly ended up in the Sakura Blossom country, and did such a big thing. Do you know if your identity is exposed, how many killers the Sakura Blossom country will send, how many assassins and infiltrators they will hire internationally to deal with you? But, well done. Liu Bei stared at Yi Feng intently, looking at Yi Feng's expression, trying to see if there was any change on his face. However, he was ultimately disappointed, as Yifeng remained calm and innocent throughout, nodding blankly and blinking innocently. Yeah, you didn't ask me. If you had asked me, I would have told you directly, right? Yifeng chuckled, completely indifferent to it, knowing that this old man would eventually help him deal with this nonsense of being hunted down. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the veins on Liu Bei's forehead bulged suddenly, itching with anger. If it weren't for this little rascal being hoodwinked and brought here by himself, he would really want to give Leaf Wind a beating. We've arrived. Your matter is of great importance. The national strength of Sakura country cannot be underestimated. They have been brewing something these years, and there are rumors of allegiance to the Beast Abyss. And then there's the heretical court from the west, brainwashing the people of Dixia. There are spies everywhere, so be extremely cautious. Liu Bei looked at Leaf Wind's appearance, worrying endlessly. In his eyes, Leaf Wind was just a newly grown child, ignorant of the dangers of society. They needed to be guided by adults, or they might not even know how they died. The surrounding space cleared up, and the two stepped onto a teleportation array and arrived in a completely sealed office at Dragon Crest Academy. The curtains were drawn, and the fluorescent lights above shone brightly. In the middle, there was only a conference table. Sitting at the front of the table were 4 people. Apart from the 3 white-robed elders he had met before, there was an old woman sitting at the top. I believe you have already met these 3, the heads of the Swordmaster Academy, Berserker Academy, and Esper Academy. And this one is the vice prefect of my Dragon Crest Academy, the 7th generation. Liu Bei introduced Leaf Wind, emphasizing the importance and high status of the old woman, who was at the Emperor realm. Child, come and sit. When the old woman saw Leaf Wind arrive, she stood up, smiling warmly and amicably, with no signs of aging on her face. The 3 elders also stood up when the old woman did, smiling and nodding kindly at Leaf Wind, their eyes full of benevolence towards the younger generation. Leaf Wind quickly bowed to the 4 of them, showing the proper respect. Greetings to the 3 heads and the vice prefect. Seeing Leaf Wind's manners, the smiles on their faces deepened. A sensible child. Liu Bei, seeing this scene, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his beard twitching in annoyance. They call them heads, but every time they call me, it's old man about to die. Kid, I'm also a head of an academy. Old Liu, don't worry about those details. The 3 white-robed elders spoke simultaneously, looking very similar. They were triplets, united in mind and body, tripling their strength. Leaf Wind couldn't tell which one was the head of which academy anyway. Youngster, can you tell us how many beast companions you have and if they are all SSS grade? Rest assured, we have no ill intentions towards you. Even if something happens, we 5 old folks will bear the brunt, and you will be safe. The situation in Dixia is getting more complicated. Besides this matter, there will be an internal storm at the upcoming meeting, so we urgently need an answer from you. The vice prefect got straight to the point, showing sincerity without any hidden agenda, waiting for Leaf Wind's response. The other 3 also shared the same sentiment, all looking at Leaf Wind. Also, please briefly summarize what you did in Sakura country so we can understand better. Liu Bei quickly added. What happened in Sakura country was purely accidental. They provoked me first, and I could only retaliate passively. Who knew those Sakura people were so foolish, falling for my tricks? Leaf Wind shrugged, his words filled with ease. As they listened, the 5 of them couldn't help but smile. Only you, with such a freakish pet, could toy with others like that. Whose pet could traverse space and devour the energy of a nuclear power plant? Is that still considered a pet? Moreover, by devouring the energy of the nuclear plant, isn't that a carbon-based life form? Now, due to this, Sakura country couldn't even meet its power demands in that brief half-month period. As for the pets, there should be 8 or 9, all indeed SSS grade, each with different abilities. The way they level up, I believe Senior Liu has already explained to a few seniors, is to match their attributes. They can devour energy of the same attribute to level up, which is why they level up so quickly. Just like Little Thunder, it can devour thunder elements to evolve, Little Fire devours fire elements to evolve, and that Light Qilin devours light elements to upgrade. Yifeng did not hide this fact. He also needed to rely on the vast resources of the Dragon Quell Academy to level up one by one. Well, he didn't actually need to go in himself. He could just put his several pets in there to level up on their own, saving himself from following them one by one. Then he would only need to bring a few idle pets to hunt demons, earn mission points, and that would be it. Speaking of which, Yifeng deliberately looked at the 5 people, observing their expressions closely. Each person's face was filled with immense shock. They never expected there to be such a method for leveling up familiars. Typically, familiars are fed familiar food, special upgrading elixirs and materials, and then they slowly level up. This is also why familiar masters spend a lot of money. But Yifeng cleverly bypassed this drawback, leveling up rapidly and gaining points swiftly. As for why there are so many huge divine beasts, it seems to be related to my constitution, with 10 of the strongest divine beasts trapped inside. I have already unsealed 9 of them, only 1 left, which will appear when I break through to the next realm. Of course, Yifeng was not foolish enough to reveal the system's affairs. The secret was best kept to himself alone. So, he made up a fake identity. Isn't that how it's written in novels? A mysterious youth with 10 divine beasts sealed inside him, gradually unsealing them to rise to power. So, he decided to borrow this idea. Originally, he wanted to say it was the old man in the ring, but after much thought, the plot seemed a bit off. The old man in the ring wouldn't teach him about familiars, only alchemy. When the old woman heard what Yifeng said, she didn't doubt it at all, nodded heavily, and whispered, "This is the Emperor's body of the Demon Lord." Legend has it that within the Emperor's body are sealed half-life divine beasts, the exact number of which we do not know, each one at least above SS rank. If what you say is true, then the Northern Sky Academy may fall into endless madness. Your identity, your constitution, a rarity in 1,000 years for the Great Xia. What matters in the end is the struggle for luck. The old woman sighed softly, her eyes filled with concern, as if she could already foresee an invisible storm brewing, danger quietly taking shape. Just confirm this point, we won't ask too much about the rest, these are all your trump cards. What comes next is crucial, it concerns the foundation of our Dragon Quell Academy and the future pattern of the Great Xia. Listen carefully, young man. The old woman looked serious, glancing at the 4 people. Liu Bei and the 3 white-robed elders understood, and with a wave of their hands, an invisible force enveloped the entire meeting room, preventing any sound from escaping, isolating all visuals, even the possibility of spatial backtracking. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Yifeng was puzzled, listening to the old woman talk about the struggle for luck. What did she mean? Wasn't he in the Blue Star Martial High? Isn't this struggle for luck something that only appears in fantasy novels? In a year, it will be the annual ranking battle of our Dragon Quell Academy. No matter where you are, you must hurry back to participate. The Dean has opened the ancient divine realm, where several divine beast predecessors are waiting for you, involving the 4 ancient beasts that have existed in the Great Xia since ancient times. This is of utmost importance, as the foundation of our Dragon Quell Academy, which has existed for hundreds of years, relies on this. This final inheritance should rightfully be passed on to you. The deputy prefect's words implied that the ultimate inheritance of the Dragon Gate Academy would be directly handed over to Yifeng. But why did it sound like there was always a sense of entrusting wishes, arranging posthumous matters? Yifeng secretly kept a close watch. If he wasn't mistaken, Blue Star was about to be in chaos. Half a year later, it will be the Dragon Mansion Grand Competition of the 4 major academies of Xia. The 2 sides that win through comprehensive assessment will represent Xia and participate in the Battle of the Blue Star Heavenly Sovereign. This Heavenly Sovereign battle is the best opportunity for the top talents of several countries to show themselves, gathering the hearts of all the people of Blue Star and also the competition among the major schools of Blue Star. Represented by the traditional professions of Xia, elemental mages, swordsmen, blade masters, spear masters, and beast tamers. The god contract holders of Western Europe, contracted with divine beasts or deities, healers, dark elemental mages, cherry blossom ninjas, the sky Brahmins of Western India, Buddhist practitioners, as well as the supernaturals, assassins, and soul masters of North America. The victor is crucial to the ultimate secret of becoming a god, which is the leader of the 7th generation of Blue Star. The leader represents the unification of the entire Blue Star, and this covert competition is about the national strength among countries. So, no one is willing to see other parties stronger than themselves. Do you understand this? The old woman spoke solemnly, her eyes filled with great concern, as the depth of this matter had already exceeded its original significance. Yifeng listened carefully, not missing any detail, nodding heavily. It seemed that there would be a lot to do in the future. No wonder Xia was so restless, with the heretical sects spreading throughout the countries of Blue Star, hunting down the top talents of each country. Throughout Blue Star, many powerful nations were probably laying out plans in secret, planting numerous pieces on the board for the future leader and unification. Everyone wanted their country to unify Blue Star, to have a god emerge in their land to resist the invasion of the abyss and the false heavens, to resist the power of the blood moon. But in reality, beneath the oceans, beneath the earth, under the bright lights of the cities, there were countless hidden dangers. Instead of uniting to face external threats, humanity was thinking about unifying Blue Star? In the end, only destruction awaited. Yifeng saw this very clearly and didn't care. Let whoever wants to be destroyed, as long as it's not himself. But that's what makes it interesting. The realms of various countries? Are their spirit beasts as strong as mine? The so-called god contract holders of Western Europe, do they have contracted with the divine beasts I have? Cherry blossom ninjas? In his eyes, they were nothing. How strong can the supernaturals of North America really be? The only mysterious ones are the sky Brahmins from the other side. After all, he hasn't had any dealings with them and doesn't know what they're about. The heavenly sovereign battle is participated by the young strong leaders of various countries. Originally, if Yifeng didn't show up, the Dragon Gate Academy would have no chance, and candidates would definitely be selected from the Tiancheng and Tianbei academies. Now that he has appeared, everything has become unknown, and he has become the biggest variable. Ding, trigger mandatory task, host to participate in the Blue Star Heavenly Sovereign Battle, obtain first place, gather all the incense of Blue Star, can receive 50,000 task points, and a random Chaos Demon Evolution Fruit. The system's voice rang out at this moment. This time, the task announced was no longer a growth task but a mandatory one. All the scattered growth task lines were just paving the way for the mandatory task, finally revealing the main storyline. In the meeting room, the 5 people once again entrusted Yifeng with countless matters and advised him to be careful before doing anything. They also presented Yifeng with the rewards for this upcoming new student grand competition. These were the only several secrets from the abyss that the Dragon Gate Academy held. The Earthblaze Secret Realm, the Heavenly Light Secret Realm, the Ice Sea Secret Realm, the Thunder Burial Secret Realm, and the Only Time Secret Realm. These 5 great mysteries happen to allow Yifeng to enter the 5 great mysteries and upgrade his 5 pet beasts, corresponding to Little Fire, Little Light, Little Green, Little Thunder, and Little Profound. When Yifeng saw the time mystery at this moment, he was moved like never before, finally able to upgrade this King 8. He didn't want to wait until all his pet beasts became gods, while this King 8 was still in the handsome realm. Some of the local mysteries controlled by the Dragon Gate Academy will not be opened until half a year later. So only these 5 vacant mysteries can be given to Yifeng first. By then, in the exchange competition between the overseas academies of the Magic City Supernatural Academy, they will exchange mystery quotas with the Tiancheng and Tianbei academies to let Yifeng in. He is definitely one of the chosen ones of my great Xia era, possessing the Demon Emperor's body. Just like the 4 heavenly emperors of the 3 major academies, all of them have great luck and special physique. This battle of luck is mysterious and unfathomable, even we cannot touch that level. That is the key to becoming a god. Is it too early to tell him now? The 5 people in the secret room watched Yifeng leave, each with their own opinions. Not too early, this kid can already slaughter kings, although we don't know what means he used. But you have seen his growth rate. In just a month, he has reached the respected realm. I feel that in half a year he will probably become a king, and a king among kings. 3 white-robed old men spoke softly, their faces full of emotion and satisfaction. The old woman was the same. With such a successor, they could die without regrets. During this period, Liu Bei was busier than anyone else because he had to take care of some minor matters for Yifeng, such as the bounty from the Sakura Kingdom. Yawn, why do I feel like my title has been stolen? Could it be that someone knows about the Demon Emperor's body I'm hiding? Isn't that a key secret of the Academy? In a certain mystery, a man was studying at the Magic City Supernatural Academy, yawning, feeling as if he had been mentioned by someone. Behind him were 7 SS-level pet beasts, 2 SSS-level fierce beasts, each of them in the respected realm, all possessing dragon blood. The 7 elemental dragons correspond to the 5 elements and wind and ice elements. The other 2 are not pets of Great Xia, one is a 4-winged blazing angel, and the other is a fallen demon with broken wings. Yawn, why do I feel like someone is criticizing me? Soul Elder, do you think I can really have the triple life martial soul? Am I really the chosen one of Great Xia? In this world, only one person has a single life martial soul, or perhaps a mutant with 2 life martial souls. Can I have 3 life martial souls? A young man was studying and practicing at the Western European Paternon Academy, often talking to himself, occasionally touching the gold ring on his ring finger. Of course, I have survived since ancient times. A wisp of remnant soul can survive for 1,000 years, because I am the first person in ancient times to have 3 life martial souls. Otherwise, why do you think my soul power is so strong? I can guarantee you that with my cultivation method, secretly absorbing the power of faith offered by the believers in the Paternon Temple every day, you will definitely be able to cultivate a 3rd martial soul. A faint old voice sounded from the ring. The young man nodded as he listened, still curious, unable to help but ask. Soul Elder, if one can have twin martial souls and triple martial souls, will there be quadruple martial souls and quintuple martial souls? On this point, I can assure you, in 1,000 years, I have not seen it. 1,000 years ago, only I had 3 life martial souls, so you can enjoy yourself, young man. This generation of chosen ones, although they all possess strong physiques, your luck is thicker than others. When you meet this old man, you can cultivate your soul power. The young man listened to the old man in the ring and nodded excitedly, not thinking much more. This is an ancient monster of 1,000 years, a great being of ancient times. Listening to him should be right. The new student enrollment ceremony, for Yifeng, temporarily came to an end, returning to his accommodation to tally the gains from this mission. By the way, he directly threw his 5 great pets into the 5 great secret realms, letting them devour the power of elements, level up by grinding, so he wouldn't have to go in with them. Little Fire's condition wasn't too good, being in a state of nirvana after being killed. Just throwing him into the secret realm to absorb the power of fire elements would help him recover in the shortest time possible. Roughly estimating, within half a month, Yifeng believed that the 5 of them should be able to devour all the power in the 5 great secret realms and break through the respected realm without any problem. Just don't know if there are any gods inside, hee. Now, except for the little wooden and little cicada by his side, they should all be able to break through to the respected realm. Little wooden can break through by devouring weapons, and luckily he still has some A-grade weapons on him. As for little cicada, just let him devour space, no need to enter the secret realm. Little wooden, go ahead and devour them. Yifeng waved his hand grandly, directly giving all the weapons to little wooden to devour. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, the sky-cracking world tree, for devouring a large number of weapons, breaking through to the first order respected realm, unlocking the innate skill, Forbidden Forest, capable of summoning a large forest for personal use. With little wooden's breakthrough, only little cicada was left. 5 demons, 2 chances for them all draw, and a task line of 300,000. I'm really looking forward to this. Damn, if I had known, I would have taken some luck from Old Man Lu, without extracting luck from others. The luck on me wouldn't be much. This lucky fruit is about taking and giving. Yifeng thought of this, feeling somewhat regretful. But with so many huge task points, of course, he would go straight to the draw. Who has a child crying every day? Who has a gambling dog always losing? Tonzi, why wait any longer? 300,000 task points, all for the draw. Yifeng was extremely excited, counting the 2 previous chances. 5 large turntables appeared before his eyes, the pointers spinning simultaneously, slowly stopping on the densely packed commercial grids. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining elite level rewards, 3 random demon fruits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a common reward, S-level 9th rank beast realm monster, Fire Sparrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a common level reward, S-level 9th rank beast realm monster, Blade-bearing tiger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining elite level rewards, 2 random demon fruits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic level reward, an upgrade card grand package, 2 evolution king cards, regardless of realm, directly to the first order respected realm. 5 consecutive rewards, a total of 5 demon fruits, much better than what Yifeng had received before. And 2 S-level pets, much higher starting points than Little Lei and the others before. With 2 pets, the next step is 10 demon fruits. These 2 evolution king cards directly given to these 2 pets, can elevate their realm to the first order respected realm. The realm breakthrough card was directly given to little cicada for use, also allowing his realm to break through, so that everyone was at the respected realm. Ding! Successful use of the realm breakthrough card, Void King Cicada breaks through to the first order respected realm, unlocking spatial collapse, range of 10 meters, those involved will die. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the top 10 random demon fruits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 hurricane fruit, 1 gold fruit, 3 sweet fruits, 1 shadow fruit, everyone's fruit X1, acceleration fruit X1, hot fruit X1, diamond fruit X1. Oh my goodness, why is it this commoner's fruit again? What's the use of this commoner-shaped fruit? Feed it to pigs and turn them into pig ladies? Yifeng couldn't help but complain endlessly when he saw the commoner's fruit reappear, almost spitting out blood, feeling like he wanted to reclaim it in one breath. But he resisted the urge and thought, maybe these 2 commoners' fruits will be useful in the future? Better keep them, not like he lacks those 10,000 mission points. Tonzi, are you doing this on purpose? What's with these 3 sweet fruits? Are you trying to make me build a harem army? Why are they all sweet fruits? Host, the acquisition of these fruits is random, and it may also be related to the host. The host itself is a mango of lust, yellow on the outside, even more yellow on the inside, hence the 4 sweet fruits. It's just that the host hasn't found suitable pets at the moment, so he just let them swallow these sweet fruits. Otherwise, he would have already built a huge harem army. The system didn't spare Yifeng, directly confronting him. Yifeng was itching with anger, reaffirming his determination to buy the heavenly human fruit next. No more wasting mission points. Anyway, he had enough pets now, almost a dozen. Better upgrade them one by one to the divine rank first. Once he gets the heavenly human fruit, he will fiercely unleash its power. Every day, unleash its power. Unleash in front, unleash behind. Make the system talk to him like this. This is outrageous, can't distinguish priorities. Fortunately, the other devil fruits he obtained were good, like the hurricane fruit, a dragon fruit with strong killing power. When Xiaolei returns, he will give him the hurricane fruit. It has been eyeing an evolution for a long time, can't let it down. Weren't the ancient dragons of the Great Xia able to control the winds and rains? So giving it to him should be right. Then, he will share this fruit's power. The acceleration fruit goes to Tianxian Bawang. This way, it can evolve and reach the divine rank too. Not only does it have the ability to slow down others, but it can also speed up its own or others' speed. Isn't this like a time fruit? The diamond fruit goes to the ice crystal blue phoenix, enhancing its hardness with diamond attributes, breaking through to the divine plus level. The shadow fruit's ability can give me a huge army of skeletons or shadow soldiers. Maybe I should find a skeleton later. As for the gold and hot fruits, it's up to you. Do you have dreams? Yifeng looked at the half-meter-sized fire sparrow and blade tiger in front of him, his eyes shining brightly. Both nodded instinctively. After all, Yifeng summoned them. Good. Yifeng threw the hot and gold fruits, both swallowed them, emitting different lights, and were taken into the beast god ring by Yifeng. 2 evolution breakthrough king cards were directly applied to them. Their realm broke through fiercely, reaching the first level of the honored realm in one go. Fire sparrow plus hot fruit evolution. SSS plus level burning heaven vermilion bird. Blade tiger plus gold fruit evolution. SSS plus level Ruijin white tiger. Bathed in flames, the huge divine birds carrying endless hot winds appeared in the beast god ring. Its appearance resembled a phoenix to some extent, but with a hint of difference. Its whole body was of one color, the red of blazing flames. Soaring in the sky, its dazzling wings seemed to reflect the brilliant morning glow in the azure sky. Its bright eyes exuded endless mystery and majesty, its body reaching 100 meters, just like Shaoqing. The image is for reference only, and will evolve later. First order respect, unlock innate skill Heatwave Vermilion Phoenix Skyfire. Devouring fire attribute or wind attribute upgrades become stronger. Muscles burst all over, carrying the aura of countless golden rays. The majestic white tiger steps on the earth, its tail swaying wildly, causing explosions in the void. The surrounding space is tinged with a hint of golden light, the sharp power of the golden attribute tearing everything apart. The image is for reference only. First order respect, unlock innate skill Ruijin Golden Abyssal Descender. Devouring gold attribute or other equipment upgrades. Because of the host's various pet fruit devouring abilities, the original skills carried by the fruit will all be unlocked when breaking through the respect realm. Subsequently, the ability to awaken fruit will be gradually opened, and each fruit awakening, regardless of the series, will require 600,000 mission points. The stronger the devil fruit ability, the higher the mission points required, with a maximum limit of 1 million. Fruit awakening ability activated? 600,000 mission points, why doesn't the system go rob them? Yifeng was instantly furious at the cost of 600,000 mission points. A chaotic fruit only requires 1 million mission points, but this fruit awakening requires 600,000 mission points? And a maximum of 1 million, the price of a chaotic fruit. Yifeng felt that later on, this chaotic devil fruit might also awaken, and the mission points required at that time would be exorbitant. This is wrong. Some fruit awakening abilities are extremely abnormal, second only to chaotic devil fruits, and the cost effectiveness is still very high. The system's cunning voice sounded, making Yifeng itch with anger, but he had no choice. I always feel like the system doesn't want me to earn enough mission points too quickly, exchange for the heavenly fruit, and then squander them. Forget it, I'll see later. Yifeng adjusted his mood a bit, as he had no more mission points now. So, during this time, he should go earn some mission points and take on some tasks. Each academy has opportunities to collaborate with the Monster Hunting Association, issuing specific tasks, and after exterminating monsters, corresponding rewards can be obtained. However, as for these rewards, Yifeng seems to be no longer in need of money. The ability of the golden fruit can turn any item into gold, even feces can become valuable golden feces. Opening the character panel, with more pets, he also shares many innate abilities. Host, Yifeng Realm, Third Order Royal Respect Soul Power, Infinity, partially available, Pets, Calamity Dragon, Immortal Phoenix, Ice Crystal Azure Phoenix, Three-Tailed Emperor Fox, Void King Cicada, Celestial Qilin, Devouring Dragon Whale, World Tree of Celestial Rupture, Supreme Underworld, Vermilion Phoenix, Golden White Tiger. Shared talents, immune to thunder, fire, ice, mental charm, wood, light, gold, space, time, and other powers. Physical body sharing. Physical strength is the same as the pet's realm. Mission points, 0 devil fruits, sweet fruit x4, shadow fruit x1, human fruit x2. Huh? Physical body sharing? No wonder I feel like my physical strength has increased a lot. I didn't expect this extra column. With so many shared elemental powers, elemental mages, and ability users, I fear none. Yi Feng's gaze swept from top to bottom, roughly understanding the abilities he possessed. Now, he just needs little thunder, little light, little fire, little azure, and little shen to return, and when they reach the respect realm, his team will all become respected. Half a month passed quickly, and the new student trial also ended. The name of Yifeng stirred up a great commotion at the Dragon Gate Academy. Who didn't know about the new student who was a freak, sweeping through the entire second-year segment alone? He single-handedly slaughtered all the sand beasts in the Blood Sand's secret realm, forcing the new students to switch to military training in another realm. Moreover, he reached the first place in points on the blood ranking historical position. The most exaggerated thing is that his points turned out to be the name of Yifeng, making a big splash. In the past half-month, Yifeng used the power of the golden fruit to buy a lot of good things in the black market. Basically, all the weapons sold in the black market, whether E-grade or D-grade, were swept clean by him alone. In the black market, he found an extremely rare A-grade white snow dolphin and spent a whole 10 million on it. But it was worth it, because he could apply the sweet fruit to it, fulfilling Yifeng's dream of meeting the mermaid. There was also a captive undead skeleton, although only D-grade. It also cost a lot of money, but it didn't matter, as he could apply the shadow fruit to it. Every time Yifeng spent money, it was exchanged for gold, and during this time, many people wanted to take advantage of Yifeng, but they were all taken care of by Yifeng. In the past half-month, Yifeng occasionally took on a few tasks. Aside from killing some monsters and earning nearly 200,000 task points, he spent his time in the library of the Dragon Quell Academy, learning more knowledge, understanding more about the history of this blue star, the origin of the false sky, the appearance of the beast abyss, and the origin of the blood moon. Not afraid of hooligans fighting, just afraid of hooligans with culture. Reading more books, that's the way to go. Go take a look. The people from the Tianbei Academy are here to provoke. The top scholar from the Snow Province, an SSS-level beast tamer at the 3rd rank, Chen Longxing, with 3 beasts, is setting up a platform in the training ground. And the top scholar from the Guizhou Province, an SSS-level triple element mage, using gold, fire, and thunder, has also set up a platform in the playground. The top scholar from the Minnan Province, an SSS-level psychic master, Situ Junwen, is fighting with several top scholars of our generation. It's chaos. The library was in a commotion, and many students rushed out directly. The freshmen's battles were not something the sophomores and juniors should interfere with, but it wouldn't hurt to go and watch the excitement. The Tianbei Academy is here? Battles among freshmen? Wasn't the exchange between the 4 major academies supposed to be at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities? Why is it happening early? Yifeng raised his eyebrows, closed the book in his hand, stood up, and decided to go out and take a look. Ding! Triggering a growth mission. As a freshman of the Dragon Quell Academy, stand up for the freshmen and get a chance to draw from the roulette wheel 50,000 task points and a random devil fruit x1. The system mission was then released. Today, the training ground of the Dragon Quell Academy was extremely lively, with a sea of people. The students of the Dragon Quell Academy who did not go out on missions, whether in their 2nd or 3rd year, were all standing by the training ground. Thousands of people gathered together, including hundreds of new students from the Tianbei Academy and people from outside the school. However, the faces of the spectators from the Dragon Quell Academy side were not very good. Even the freshmen of the Dragon Quell Academy were pale. Many of them had been defeated. A freshman from the Dragon Quell Academy stepped onto the stage, but before he could make 10 moves, he was blasted out by 3 huge beast tamers. An SSS-talented freshman from the Dragon Quell Academy stepped onto the stage and was cut down by a sword aura, blood spraying from his chest as he fell off the platform. A first-rank novice just stepped onto the platform, and a strong mental force enveloped him, sending him flying like a sandbag. What's more, he was knocked unconscious by the berserker from the Tianbei side and kicked off the platform. It's not that the strength of the freshman from the Tianbei Academy is much stronger than that of the freshman from the Dragon Quell Academy. In fact, the overall level is about the same. Although the top scholars may be a bit stronger, the only thing that sets them apart is their level. After the freshmen of the Dragon Quell Academy finished their training, their current level had only broken through 2 or 3 small levels since they entered the school. The highest level was only the first-rank novice. On the other hand, there were many people at the Tianbei Academy who were at the novice level, and there were several at the 3rd-rank novice level, all of them top scholars. By rights, the breakthrough in freshman military training should generally reach the level of 2nd or 3rd-tier commanders. However, due to the unexpected variable of Yifeng in this year's batch, the quality of the training camp fell short of expectations. The mentality of the freshmen also suffered a heavy blow, still haunted by the shadow of the massive dragon whale they encountered that day. So, in comparison, there are differences in lineup, levels, talents, and affected mindsets. The freshmen from the Dragon's Crest Academy are definitely no match for those from the Northern Sky Academy. The Dragon's Crest Academy truly lives up to being the highest academy in Daxia. The overall level of the freshmen is strong and has room for improvement. Although their teaching level and ranking are not as good as our Northern Sky Academy, with the strongest being only at the first-tier commander level, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Let's hope everyone works harder to elevate their levels soon. After all, in half a month, we have to attend the exchange event at the Magic City Academy, right? On different training grounds, 3 mentors from the Northern Sky Academy are overseeing the situation. Seeing the Dragon's Crest Academy side facing defeat from the beginning until now, each of them expressed their opinions with emphasis. The people on the field are not fools. When the Northern Sky Academy mentioned that there is a lot of room for improvement, isn't that saying their freshmen are trash? Room for improvement overall? Doesn't that mean all their freshmen are incompetent? This is the sarcastic banter of these highly educated talents, slightly different from direct mockery but essentially the same. What's there to boast about for these bastards? Just because they recruited a few top scorers from the provinces? Who doesn't know how to deceive and manipulate? If it weren't for the freshmen's affected mindset, they wouldn't have lost so quickly this time. I really itch to go and give these bastards a beating. Their high and mighty attitude and appearance are still as punchable as ever. On the edge of the arena, the mentors from the Dragon's Crest Academy are also present, fearing that if the freshmen start fighting in earnest, it might escalate into a brawl. Although they are quite eager for it, spreading a bad reputation for the Dragon's Crest Academy wouldn't be good. The arena matches are fair, one-on-one. 7 training grounds, 7 arenas, the Northern Sky Academy's 7 top scorers, all at the 3rd-tier commander level. The 7 top scorers include both males and females, and initially, they were looking forward to this exchange match. But now, it seems that all the freshmen from the Dragon's Crest Academy are nothing but amateurs. Even the 2 or 3 top scorers from other provinces are only at the 1st-tier commander level, 2 major levels below them. With everything almost equal, affected mindsets and suppressed levels, what do they have to compete with against us and the others? Indeed, choosing the Northern Sky Academy was the right decision. The educational resources here are much better than those at the Dragon's Crest Academy. Only the Northern Sky can compete with the Tianqing Academy for the title of the top academy in Daxia, the highest place. The young top scorers from the Northern Sky Academy looked at the defeated freshmen from the Dragon's Crest below and shook their heads, glad that their decision was absolutely correct. Their demeanor shifted from being humble and modest to gradually becoming arrogant. When you know you're better than your peers, it's only natural to start showing off. This is an unchanging rule throughout the ages. Are the freshmen from the Dragon's Crest Academy not even worth a fight? In that case, maybe we shouldn't attend the exchange event at the Magic City Academy. It won't just be us, even the overseas freshmen will be there, and we'll only end up embarrassing Daxia. If the heavens do not give birth to me, Chen Yaowen, the warrior will stand eternal like the long night. I, from the Northern Sky, can carry the glory for you, Dragon's Crest, and shine overseas. On the stage, represented by Situ Junwen, Chen Lanxing, and the SSS-level dual-wielding warrior Chen Yaowen with bulging muscles, the loudest voices were heard. As soon as these words were spoken, the new students of the Dragon's Gate Academy exploded. Who could replace their Dragon's Gate? Did they really think the Dragon's Gate had no one? The freshmen of the first year, although defeated, knew it was due to their lack of skill, so there was nothing to say. The students of the second and third years just watched. Even though they wanted to join, they wouldn't break the rules. Freshman battles were for freshmen, unless they reached the second or third year. But to rise to become a student of the entire Dragon's Gate Academy? Sorry, you're finished. At this moment, in everyone's minds, especially the first and second year students, the figure of a man appeared. This invincible lunatic recently went to the library for some reason, and even the second-year students who saw Yifeng in the library looked as if they had seen a ghost, avoiding him. They didn't want to be thrown up and down in mid-air again. You're pretending to be something you're not. Were you not born under the same sky as us, you chicken, barking like it's the end of the world? When we call for help, you try calling someone. You dare to boast about our Dragon's Gate glory, using you to boast? When that lunatic comes, he'll scatter your ashes. Go quickly and invite the invincible lunatic Yifeng. Represented by Su Lang, Zhu Danxion, and others, the second-year students, along with the SSS talented freshmen and runners-up, roared. When the second-year students heard this nightmare-inducing name, their bodies trembled in unison, recalling the fear of being dominated by Yifeng alone that day. The freshmen of the first year were also frightened, their bodies trembling, but more excited. Immediately, many students ran to the library to find Yifeng, preparing to invite him out. You, who made us fear that day, you bastards will experience it too. Do you, Chen Launching, have a beast to command? What a joke, just a small toy a few meters in size. Are you, Chen Yaowen, a berserker? Just a ping-pong ball in the palm of that terrifying giant beast. Am I this popular? Why didn't I know? As soon as Yifeng stepped onto the training ground, he heard a group of students calling his name, their faces strange and puzzled. He could understand the freshmen calling out to him, after all, they had witnessed his power that day. But these second-year students who he had beaten also calling out to him? Did the day he took them up to the sky and shook their brains out make them lose their minds? Yifeng? The provincial champion of South Zon who disappeared for a month? He probably died in the distant sea a long time ago. How could he be at your Dragon's Gate? Even if he is here, so what? I don't believe the videos online are real. If he had the bloodline of a demon emperor, he would have shown signs of it from birth. How could he be ordinary for 18 years? Do you think this is a novel, the silent war god returning after 18 years of silence? In the freshman exchange competition, I, Tianbei Invincible, stand undefeated. Chen Yaowen sneered, disdainful of this kind of marketing. By now, his mentality was somewhat lofty, feeling like he was the greatest in the world, enjoying the admiration of the other freshmen from Tianbei. On different grounds, half of the other 6 champions also thought the same. Only a few mentors from the Tianbei Academy did not think so. Their faces changed, subconsciously looking around the sidelines, searching for Yifeng's trace. Some things young people may not believe, but they believed it. They knew how monstrous Yifeng was, how terrifying his strength was, something they couldn't handle. Otherwise, why would their own dean personally invite him, personally come to recruit him? If Yifeng hadn't disappeared for a month, they would have rushed over to recruit him long ago. Moreover, the intensity of the competition for talents, to put it bluntly, for the so-called Demon Emperor's physique, the Tianbei Academy would even go to war with the Dragon Gate Academy to snatch people. As for why, those of lower rank are not qualified to know. In the end, their gaze settled on a corner in the distance. Yifeng is here. This ancestor is making a move. These little lambs are doomed. They still dare to dream of glory for our Dragon Gate, dreaming big dreams. The crowd stirred, and all the freshmen of the Dragon Gate Academy voluntarily made way, looking at Yifeng with complex eyes. Hope, expectation, fanaticism, apprehension, fear, and a hint of dread. Yifeng remained expressionless, just glanced at the people training in various arenas from afar, his gaze calm, without any ripples. To him, these little lambs didn't even need his own pet to come out. He could handle them himself. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they cannot be defeated? No nonsense, no mocking remarks. Shall I take you all on alone, or will you challenge me as a group? Let's make it quick, don't waste my time for reading. Yifeng's words were indifferent and disdainful, waving his hand as if shooing away flies, not giving the others a chance to say anything. Just as expected. This lunatic, as domineering as ever, just like before, overwhelmingly strong. Only this time, it's not us getting beaten up, but these idiots, hee. Daring to come and challenge our Dragon Gate Academy, truly like a young girl sneaking into an old man's bed, makes me laugh. The freshmen and sophomores of the Dragon Gate Academy, seeing this scene on the field, gloated, their faces full of mockery, as if they could see these people being bloodied by Yifeng. They vaguely recalled the day when they were bloodied by Yifeng, gasping for air under the terrifying aura of that beast. Many students took out their phones to record the scene. It's understandable that we couldn't beat him, you useless lot definitely can't either. With this comparison, feeling balanced. This bastard is so arrogant, I don't believe he's as strong as rumored. We all topped the province's exams, can his achievements and strength really surpass ours? After Yifeng's words, the young top scorers, proud and arrogant, were like a powder keg ready to explode. Suddenly, their eyes turned fierce, challenging Yifeng one by one, gesturing and issuing challenges. You still don't understand what I mean. I'm saying you all should come at me together, not just the 7 of you. In my eyes, you are no different from the tiny ants. Frogs at the bottom of a well, how can you know the vastness of the sky? Yifeng shook his head, clenched his fist, lightly hammered the empty space to his right. A white light shield appeared in his hand, striking the space as if hitting an invisible glass. Crack, 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 crack. Boom! The sound was like shattering glass. A strong sense of air pressure surged towards the freshmen of the Tianbei Academy. With this punch, Yifeng held back 99% of his strength, not unleashing his full power. He was afraid that if he went all out, he would end up slaughtering everyone, including the freshmen from his own Dragon Gate Academy. It would be a mess without precise control. The hidden killing intent in the air was unstoppable, something they couldn't defend against. Before the crowd could react, the pupils of the freshmen from the Tianbei Academy gradually dilated, just realizing what was happening, but it was too late. Their chests shook violently, as if struck heavily by a giant hammer, extremely painful. Although it didn't cause any serious injuries, their internal organs all suffered a certain degree of shock. Hua spat out a mouthful of blood, regardless of gender, all in a low state, eyes turned white, and fainted. Before losing consciousness, the new students of Tianbei Academy all wanted to curse. They were just there to cheer and watch the excitement, not bothering anyone, so why target them too? They didn't provoke anyone, yet they were knocked unconscious directly. How is this possible? The 7 top scholars on stage shrank their pupils sharply, like needles. They never expected Yifeng's move to knock out all their new students. Dozens of instructors from Tianbei Academy quickly appeared to check on the new students. Fortunately, they only suffered minor internal injuries and were knocked out by a huge shock, nothing serious. As for these, Yifeng wouldn't care. Different factions, coming to challenge the Dragon Quell Academy, in a sense, was a slap in the face. Knocking everyone out was already giving face, not injuring or killing them. With a thought, he summoned 2 new divine pets, 2 SSS plus level ones. Roar! Chirp! A nearly 100-meter-long Ruijin white tiger stepped out in the void, raising its fierce tiger head high, its eyes full of ferocity. With snow-white fur, powerful limbs standing on the ground, causing the entire training ground to tremble. A thunderous roar resounded, endless and sharp golden Ruijin energy filled the area continuously. The aura of that realm lingered on the field. Just its appearance scared the 7 top scholars on the stage back more than 10 steps, barely stabilizing their figures. At the same time, a huge fire cloud appeared in the sky. A huge vermilion bird spread its wings in the fire cloud, soaring in the sky. The scorching temperature filled the area, turning the air red, burning fiercely, painting the sky red. Its size, also nearly 100 meters, exuded a powerful aura of the first realm. Together, they formed a siege in the sky and on the ground. The 7 top scholars had never seen such a scene before, their faces turning pale, retreating more than 10 steps once again in fear. Little tiger, teach them a lesson. Let them know that this academy is not a place for anyone to step on, nor is it a place for provocation. Since you've made a move, then pay the corresponding price. Disable his stage. Yifeng's voice remained indifferent as the appearance of the vermilion bird brought extremely high temperatures. But under this icy tone, it felt like winter. The little tiger understood, looking at the 7 ants on the 7 stages from afar, its eyes full of disdain. A realm against a lower realm? What's the difference between this and a cannon blasting ants? Boom! The Ruijin white tiger moved its huge paw and lightly stepped on the ground. Sharp Ruijin energy slashed out like a blade from the ground, cutting from underground to the sky, directly aiming at the 7 training stages. The earth cracked, opening 7 rifts. Its speed kept increasing, the cracks widening, until it targeted the 7 people. The Ruijin energy arrived, the rift concealed the tiger's kill. This aura, this power, and this spreading speed were simply unstoppable for them. Damn it! It's over! Not on the same level. Under this terrifying move, the 7 people turned pale, feeling powerless all over. What SSS-level talent? What top scholars from various provinces? These empty titles seemed futile and powerless in the face of absolute strength. The arrogant geniuses who had not grown up were no different from ordinary people. The 7 people were completely powerless to resist, and had no intention to resist, standing dumbfounded in place, seemingly accepting their fate. Boom! Various killing moves erupted from the instructors of Tianbei Academy, with the elemental magic of the realm, supernatural powers, and even the mental power of 3 sovereign realm instructors enveloping the 7 cracks in the ground. At the moment when various killing moves collided with the cracks in the ground, a terrifying and huge roar erupted, barely blocking the 7 ground-splitting killing moves. Bang! But the 7 sides of the arena behind them shattered. In the next moment, the mentors of the Tianbei Academy stood in front of the 7 top scholars, vigilantly looking at Yifeng, secretly mobilizing their realm powers, afraid that Yifeng would make a move again. Dozens of mentors from the Tianbei Academy were shocked to find that the terrifying combat power of Yifeng's pet beast was truly extraordinary. Even with so many people joining forces, they only managed to withstand one of the opponent's ordinary killing moves. It's good to know that this is the hand of a monarch realm expert. If this pet beast grows up, what will happen then? Oh, I was too busy dealing with them, forgot about dealing with you. I just said to all of you to make a move. Did you think I was referring to the new students of Tianbei? Now that all the mentors have also taken the field, let's fight. Yifeng's words were light. He glanced lightly at the dozen or so people who made a move, tilted his head up, and looked in a certain direction. At this moment, in the 5 great mysteries of the Dragon Gate Academy, There were 5 extremely powerful auras rising into the sky. Each divine beast was at the respected realm, rushing towards this direction. Let's make a big fuss today. On the training ground, the tiger tail of the Ruijin white tiger swayed freely, its tiger eyes staring firmly at the dozens of mentors from the Tianbei Academy on the 7-sided arena. Opening its tiger mouth, revealing its fangs, a hint of killing intent flashed in its eyes. Stealing food from a tiger's mouth? Death! The soaring vermilion bird in the sky looked down on everything indifferently, without any movement, waiting for Yifeng's command. As long as Yifeng spoke, it would summon endless hot winds to melt this training ground into ashes. I remember he didn't have this terrifying divine beast before. Where did this white tiger come from? And this red giant bird, not like the previous phoenix, nor the blue ice crystal blue phoenix, why does it resemble the 4 symbols vermilion bird recorded in my great Xiaobeast encyclopedia? The mentors from the Dragon Gate Academy who were in charge of the scene did not say much about the actions of the mentors from the Tianbei Academy, showing no excessive reactions. They had long witnessed Yifeng's strength. Not to mention these mentors, even the various deputy deans who came, could only barely suppress Yifeng. The students were dumbfounded, looking at the huge Ruijin white tiger and the vermilion bird in the sky, full of surprise and curiosity, unable to help but speculate. Could it be that this abnormal divine-level pet has been enhanced again? Heavens, how abnormal is this? How can someone have so many divine-level spirit beasts? Brother, why don't you sell them wholesale? Even if I have to sell everything, I must buy one. Still so domineering, as always abnormal, as always strong, simply not like a human. The crowd marveled. At this moment, the freshmen only felt endless joy, howling like wolves, shouting loudly, their voices like a tide, filled with joy. Barking, provocation, even replacing the glory of our Dragon Gate Academy, bullying us Lonke without anyone. Weren't you just bragging about how awesome you were? Now why don't you even have the heart to resist? The young generation is actually letting the older generation make a move? The freshmen subconsciously looked at the vermilion bird in the sky, secretly relieved. Although the monstrous power of this giant divine bird was equally terrifying, as long as it wasn't the devouring dragon whale, it was fine. The 200-meter huge whale body still haunted their hearts, leaving a shadow. The 7 top scholars listened to the provocation of the Dragon Gate freshmen, their pale faces quickly replaced by shame, turning as red as pig liver. But looking at the dozen or so mentors from the Tianbei Academy blocking their path, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally feeling safe. The sense of death that lingered just now in his heart had not dissipated for a long time. Young friend, you are mistaken. We did not intend to attack you just now, only to protect the students of our Tianbei Academy. After all, your terrifying blow just now was hard for them to withstand. How can the students of my Tianbei Academy ignore their dignity? In today's battle, my Tianbei Academy lost. They lost to you, and they acknowledge it. Please spare them. The dozen or so mentors from the Tianbei Academy each had their own words, although they knew of Yifeng's special identity and the possibility of being recruited by their academy in the future. But that was not the case now. There were different factions, and preserving the academy's reputation was important, so they had to protect the interests of the Tianbei Academy. Although they had softened their stance, they still retained a hint of firmness. Yifeng narrowed his eyes at these words, a hint of coldness flashing in them. He had deliberately let Xiao Hu retain 5% of his strength in that last blow, not directly killing these people, so his actions were measured. Even if these 7 people took the blow head-on, at most they would be severely injured and on the brink of death. A year or so of recovery would suffice, definitely not life-threatening. He would treat them as they had treated the students of the Lonke Academy. Many of the new students from his Lonke Academy had suffered severe injuries, taken care of by the Berserker, and he would do the same, fighting back until they were defeated. Yifeng was about to say something when the voices of the older new students behind him suddenly became excited, roaring in anger. These old guys speak so nicely. Just now, when we were knocked off the stage by that idiot swinging a giant sword, I broke a few ribs. Did we ask our mentors from the Lonke Academy to intervene? We lost, couldn't beat them, but we will take them on ourselves. As new students, are the 7 top students of your Tianbei Academy more precious than us, or are they more pathetic, not even daring to take a hit? The Lonke Academy, represented by the top students from various provinces, stared fiercely at the mentors and senior instructors from the Tianbei Academy, questioning them. These people were more or less injured, with broken thighs, fractured ribs, burnt skin, backs slashed by swords, blood flowing. Yifeng suppressed the words he wanted to say, looking at the new students from the Lonke Academy and nodding secretly. They had spirit, and he liked it. He glanced at the mentors from the Lonke Academy, who seemed to deliberately provoke the new students' spirit, standing by and letting it happen. Their faces, more or less, showed a hint of admiration and satisfaction. The descendants of the younger academies should be like this, full of vigor, daring to love and hate. Injustice in the world? To hell with it. Not strong enough? Defeated by reality? So what? Hide like an undying phoenix. Even if the body dies, the spirit lives on. If there is injustice, speak up. Let the academy handle the rest. Long K is their backing. Yifeng's gaze turned to the other students from the Long K Academy, sophomores, juniors, all with the same emotions, united against the enemy. At this moment, Yifeng seemed to understand something. Everyone had a sense of unity, an external cohesion, and a sense of honor. Since the vice dean of the Long K Academy was going to pass on the legacy of the academy to him in half a year, and they had treated him this way, he had no reason to betray Long K. Yifeng fixed his gaze on the mentors from the Tianbei Academy, waiting for their response. If a single word displeased him, today would be a fierce battle. Well, even if he was satisfied, he would still have to fight. Regardless of your academic background or origins, Yifeng never cared about such things when it came to a fight. You have a background, so do I. The ice gods strike, who will kill whom? 10 days have passed, the cooldown period of the Halo of Destiny is over. Within a certain time frame, who will kill whom? Even if you are a god, I will show you my blade. Over a dozen mentors from the Tianbei Academy looked at the current situation and knew they were in the wrong. They must have thought that their 7 top students were more precious than the newcomers from the Long K Academy, but they couldn't say it out loud. One wrong word and they would be beaten. After all, this was someone else's territory, and since they had few people present today, they could only remain silent and acquiesce. Seeing that the mentors from the Tianbei Academy did not speak, Yifeng already understood. They must have thought this way but were afraid of getting beaten, so they couldn't say it out loud. There was no need to admit fault. It was just that they couldn't act rashly in front of a powerful force. If the situation were reversed and it was the Tianbei Academy's home ground, would they still act the same way? Of course, we are more precious than you. We are the top scholars of each province, while you are just mere second and third placers. The gap in status, the efforts in the past, these are what make us proud in front of you. Why do you think that after 18 years of hard work to achieve the top scholar position, we are not as honorable as you? Stop kidding. We admit defeat at his hands. We acknowledge that our skills are inferior, there's nothing more to say. But when we reach the respected level, we might not be weaker than him. Chen Yaowen, Situ Junwen, and Chen Longqing stood up directly, scanning the crowd without caring about the murderous looks directed at them. They didn't necessarily think that Yifeng was much stronger than them. It was just a difference in realm. The newcomers couldn't argue against this. Foolish. Seeing the scene, Yifeng stomped heavily forward, unleashing a soul pressure that overwhelmed the entire arena in an instant. Under the immense soul pressure, people found it hard to breathe, feeling as small as ants. In front of the three, Yifeng's figure suddenly grew infinitely larger, as if transforming into a towering god of 100 meters. And they could only kneel down in worship. You are right in saying that your efforts may surpass others. But now I will teach you a lesson, that weakness is a sin. My strength is great, so I will set the rules, I am the rule. I say you are weak, then you are weak. I say you are like dust, then you are like dust that can be easily wiped away. As for being in the same realm, just slightly larger ants. Yifeng's words were stern, his soul power like a tide, exuding endless pressure of soul force and mental power. Boom! The three felt it the most. Under this immense soul power, they were directly forced to kneel down, and the ground of the training ground cracked layer by layer. The immense soul pressure was like a tide, vast as the sea. It felt like the sensation of a river of 3,000 miles flowing into the sea, and a 5,000-foot mountain reaching the sky. You came to challenge our Long K Academy, wanting to provoke us, then all of you will stay here. Yifeng's gaze was sharp, his white robe fluttering without wind, resonating fiercely. Yifeng's words were on behalf of all the new students of Long K Academy. In the eyes of the freshmen at Long K, Yifeng's image was rapidly elevated. The fear and dread they had towards Yifeng turned into reverence and fervent support, each of them seeing Yifeng as their faith. They were weak, they admitted it. They said they didn't work as hard as others, but the fact was there, and they accepted it. But if you say that Long K is weak, that no one from Long's new generation stands out, that's not acceptable. They might be temporarily weak now, but Long K cannot be weak. With Yifeng alone, the glory of Long K remains. This year, with Yifeng among the freshmen, no academy, whether in Dacia or other countries, has anyone who can rival him. This is their confidence in Yifeng, as well as their fanatical belief in Yifeng. The mentors of the Dragon Gate Academy were extremely satisfied. In fact, they had just received a message from above, instructing them not to take action and let Yifeng handle everything. Now, the words spoken by Yifeng in this situation greatly satisfied all the high-level members of the Dragon Gate. Yifeng had only been at the Dragon Gate for a very short time, but with their sincere hearts, they finally evoked a sense of belonging in Yifeng. He had just referred to himself as a member of the Dragon Gate. 3 people were pressed to the ground by the terrifying soul pressure, as well as the other 4 top scholars. The belief and pride that had just been consolidated were completely obliterated under the immense and abnormal power of Yifeng, turning into nothingness. The faces of the few were filled with unwillingness, shame, and resentment, deeply hating in their hearts. Today, we are unwilling to accept this. When you go to the Dragon City, the shame of today will surely be repaid in blood. Dozens of mentors from the Tianbei Academy also suffered some effects under the terrifying soul pressure of Yifeng, their strength weakened by 20%. However, they were mentors from top academies after all. Even at the same level, they were much stronger than the crooked and cracked opponents that Yifeng had encountered before. Compared to the monsters of the Transcendent Realm, they were much stronger. After all, they were the backbone of the Dragon City and also the backbone of the academies and families. It seems that you are still not convinced. In that case, I will cripple you all before sending you back. Xiao Hu, earth-shattering roar. Xiao Shu, blazing inferno. Yifeng gave the command, and the Ruijin white tiger moved. With a fierce stomp of its hind legs, it created a 1-meter deep pit from its original position, turning into a stream of light and directly rushing out. The aura of Ruijin swept through, causing the ground to crack wherever it passed. Around them, countless heavy sand and dust were swept up, forming a golden tornado that directly attacked the 3 people. Under one claw, there would be injury and disability. The burning sky vermilion bird in the sky flapped its huge crimson wings, creating 2 flames tornadoes that indiscriminately attacked. The massive pillar of fire burned from the sky, devouring the air, emitting scorching heat, and creating black holes in the sky. You are pushing it too far. We have already admitted defeat. What more do you want? Do you know that the people you are leaving today are from the Tianbei Academy, from the Dragon City? As Yifeng made his move, the faces of the dozen mentors from the Tianbei Academy instantly darkened, roaring in unison, emphasizing the last 2 words Dragon City heavily, already openly threatening. The forces in the Dragon City were complex, with countless ancient powers like the Changqing family. Even though these mentors came from these powers, they were still a force to be reckoned with. The dozen of them once again used their abilities. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements emerged together. They transformed into a huge 5 elements shield, hanging from the sky, protecting the 7 top scholars. Boom! The shield collided with the white tiger's body, the powerful backlash and the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements causing it to retreat 100 meters. Its 5 claws deeply pierced into the ground, dragging out dozens of meters of cracks before barely stabilizing its figure. In the tiger's eyes, a moment of killing intent emerged. Its white gold fur seemed to be tinged with a blood-red hue, exuding endless killing intent. Yifeng had just asked it to hold back, but unexpectedly, it was jointly repelled by these old guys. What a disgrace. The mentalists, formation masters, and assassins worked together. The assassination technique turned into shadows, with thick fog enveloping the area. A 10-meter-wide dark curtain appeared, devouring the light and blocking half of the red tornado. The mental power turned into a spear of soul force, shattering the other half of the tornado. The formation master Junjing took out the formation cards in his hand and, using his finger as a knife, sketched various strange characters on the formation plate. With his own abilities, he activated them, causing a dazzling blue light to burst forth, transforming into a huge clock. Dang! The bell rang melodiously and lengthily, its sound waves turning into a killing force, like a tornado, attacking both Yifeng and another tornado in the sky. The Qingjin ancient clock formation. Boom! The sound waves clashed with the fiery tornado, colliding. The scorching heat and explosions collided, creating a deafening sound. Facing the incoming force of the sound waves, Yifeng's expression remained unchanged as he suddenly punched forward, unleashing a powerful force to counter the attack. The void shattered, and the sound waves dispersed. That bastard actually dared to attack directly. Let's go and teach him a lesson. The dean said that as long as they don't use their power to oppress others, we will just watch from the sidelines. Now that they have all attacked, if we still don't act, do they really think our status as respected teachers is just for show? The teachers who were suppressing the formation were all furious. Using their status and power to oppress others? They were not afraid. They all stood behind Yifeng, their auras rising fiercely. The freshmen from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years all stepped forward, guarding Yifeng, forming a shield behind him. Today, the situation had evolved into the students and teachers of Longke Academy uniting against the people from Tianbei Academy. There's no need for all of you to do this, I can handle it alone. Just mere respected teachers, nothing to be afraid of. Feeling the support of the people behind him, Yefeng's lips curled up. The feeling of having someone behind him was incredibly comforting, and his sense of honor and belonging grew stronger. Initially, he was just doing a task, but now he felt a slight fondness towards these people. The power of the sound waves just now, the power of the 5 elements, and the power of the formation, when combined and complemented each other, the resulting power was at least 10 times stronger, enough to counter the joint attack of Xiaohu and Xiaozhu. The 4 elements of the 5 elements broke Xiaohu's Ruijin, the sound wave formation and the shadow attack broke Xiaozhu's fire tornado. They are indeed top-notch teachers. The strength of these teachers, as well as the strength of the respected teachers from Longke Academy during the military training, is even stronger than I imagined. I must not underestimate them in the future. But well, it's not a big deal. Yefeng instantly saw through everything that had just happened and analyzed the reasons why their attacks would be nullified. Although they didn't use their full strength in that attack, they definitely used 70% of it. A first-tier respected teacher could deal with a dozen high-tier respected teachers and 3 respected formation masters, which was acceptable. Now, they either had to pay the price or die. The sound wave tornado that had just attacked him, wasn't that a declaration of war? He had long said that he would take on everyone alone. If he fought the younger ones first, the older ones would definitely step in. This was an unchanging law. Whether he fought early or late, he would fight. He didn't take action against these people earlier, and now that he did, it was like a crappy plot. Let's get serious now. Absolute control over flames, absolute deprivation of metal elements, absolute control over wood elements. First disable your 5 elements, transform ice elements into water, extinguish your shadows, and break your sound waves. A white fox appeared in Yefeng's arms, and above his head, 5 powerful auras descended fiercely. Screech! A huge fire phoenix bathed in the flames of the immortal phoenix, its whole body resembling a sea of fire. The purple-blue flames of the immortal bird and the red flames of the phoenix intertwined, making it even more majestic, with a respected teacher's aura sweeping the entire area, extremely terrifying. A majestic light unicorn descended from the sky, emitting an auspicious aura of light, reflecting a pure holy light. An ice crystal blue phoenix bathed in snow and wind, freezing the surrounding world. The massive tyrant fell to the ground, stirring up countless smoke and dust. Its size became even more enormous, looming like a small mountain in front of everyone, exuding unparalleled might. The most powerful and majestic of them all was the dragon of 10,000 devourings. Raising its noble dragon head high, its dragon eyes were filled with indifference, and its aura surpassed the other 4 beings present. Although also at the respected realm, it was stronger than the divine-grade Tian Sheng Qilin and the immortal phoenix by a bit. Lightning flickered on its dragon scales, turning everything it passed into a sea of thunder, and endless dark calamitous clouds formed with each flap of its dragon wings. Wind from the tiger, clouds from the dragon. On the field, the white tiger and the dragon of 10,000 devourings stood side by side. The phoenix, vermilion bird, and azure phoenix, the 3 great divine birds, were all present. The tyrant and the Qilin were unrivaled. The 7 great divine beasts, the 7 respected realms, exuded boundless monstrous power. The 7 divine beasts, how can this kid be so abnormal? Where did he find so many divine beasts? It means that from just now until now, he has been holding back, not using his full strength. Now that these 5 great divine beasts have returned, we are in danger. Seeing this scene, the arrogance of the teachers from the Tianbei Academy diminished by 7 points, and fear crept in. They're back? I've been waiting for you for half a month, and finally broke through, not too late. After dealing with these little Carlamus, I will take you to the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, show off and fly with you. Yi Feng felt extremely close to the returning demon pets. It was true, he kind of missed them during this half-month of absence. Originally, when the people of the Dragon Gate Academy heard Yi Feng's intention to fight alone and be a lone hero, they were a bit worried and prepared to persuade him. But the next moment, when they saw these 5 terrifying pets return, the words that were about to come out of their mouths were swallowed back down. They glanced at each other, consciously took 10 steps back, and watched from afar, their eyes burning with envy. Indeed, this beast is still that abnormal beast, as invincible and dominant as ever. The 2 pets before might have been new, not using their full power. Now that the previous 5 freaks have returned, these bastards are definitely finished. As expected by the people of the Dragon Gate, the Tianbei Academy side was somewhat desperate. This time, unlike the previous vermilion bird of the burning sky and the white tiger of Ruijin, the dozen or so teachers from the Tianbei Academy still had a way to resist and block their attacks. But now, with these 5 massive divine beasts appearing, each one at the respected realm, their auras even more terrifying, how could they fight back? Flying in the sky, running on the ground, they were simply unstoppable. Even the 3 sovereign realm experts had somewhat unsightly expressions. The 7 top scholars, upon seeing these 5 massive divine beasts, were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, with 2 of them being SSS-level beastmasters. Those several SS-level beastmasters were already scared to the point of crawling on the ground when they saw the vermilion bird of the burning sky and the white tiger of Ruijin. Now, seeing these 5 even more terrifying demon pets, especially the dragon of 10,000 devourings and the immortal phoenix, they were so scared that they peed themselves. Ignoring the obstruction of the beastmasters, they ran back to their beastmaster space on their own, trembling with fear, covering their faces with their claws, bottoms up, trembling continuously. What kind of situation was this? They were just ordinary beastmasters, facing ancestors. The teachers of the Tianbei Academy knew that the situation was not good. Just as they were about to open their mouths to threaten and make Yifeng wary, Yifeng took the lead. Tyrant, slow down time. Dragon of 10,000 devourings, rain down thunder. Shilin, let them all be kicked by light, remember, no killing. As for disabilities or whatever, it's up to you. Focus on these old guys and that damn berserker. The power of the palm position, absolute control over the elements, fire, wood, water, metal, space, light elements, all stripped away. Yifeng gave the order, then turned his gaze to the dozen or so teachers from the Tianbei Academy. With a command from Yifeng, Xiao Guang moved first, his speed far surpassing what the naked eye could capture. Countless points of light in the void transformed into hoof-shaped lights. Without giving them any time to react, numerous Kirin lights had already stepped on the 7 top scholars. Back and forth, foot after foot, face, head, abdomen, chest, back, ribs, collarbones, thighs, knees, the third leg. A particular focus was given to the 3 who had just spoken. Even more attention was paid to the fierce warrior Chen Yaowen. Don't like being mocked? Enjoy being heavy-handed with the new students of the Dragon Quell Academy? Then let me crush your bones, see how tough your mouth is, and how much of a beating your body can take. Ah, 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 ah. Shrill cries rang out from the mouths of the 7, sharp and full of pain. Ah, 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 ah. Chen Yaowen let out a pig-like scream, piercing and lingering in the air, not dissipating for a long time. It's not for nothing that he's called a fierce warrior. He shouts louder than anyone else. In just a few seconds, there was not a single part of his body that was unharmed, his face swollen like a pig's head, bones shattered, limbs paralyzed. The dozen or so mentors from the Tianbei Academy suddenly reacted. Beating their own students in front of them was going too far. Instantly, their faces turned red, roaring, Yifeng, how dare you? Have we been too lenient, making you think the Tianbei Academy is easy to bully? Old folks, why shout? Your good days are over, making you feel like you don't need a beating. In response to the threats from the crowd, Yifeng just smirked, 7 strange lights flashing in his hand, and he suddenly squeezed. An invisible force enveloped all the mentors, depriving them of any power related to these 7 elements. The dozen or so people looked horrified, and the elemental mages found that their powers had disappeared. The powers of the assassins and the 3 sovereign realm experts were also suppressed by 30%. The eyes of Tian Xianba shot out a beam of light, illuminating the area and enveloping the dozen or so people within. Their speed slowed down by more than 10 times, as if they were stuck in quicksand, unable to move, only able to take a beating in place. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? This is the power of divine beasts, so powerful that it fills one with despair. The dozen or so people were on the verge of despair, their faces full of hopelessness, unable to fight back. The situation had turned too quickly. Just a moment ago, they could resist or even fight to a draw, but now they could only take a beating. In the sky, Xiao Lei made a move. A massive dragon body descended, endless thunderstorms pouring down from the sky, striking towards the dozen or so people. Boom! Boom boom! The thick thunderbolts continued to fall, striking the people, high-pressure thunder explosions constantly erupting on them. Bang! Bang bang bang! The thunderous sound reverberated, exploding on their bodies. Ah! Ah ah! Ah ah ah! Cries of pain rang out, synchronized with the 7 top scholars on the other side, in a rhythmic manner, one calling out after the other, in agony. However, the other 7 were already on the brink of death, beaten beyond recognition, their voices incredibly weak. Chen Yaowen's body was almost torn apart. Even if he was rescued later, he would probably be crippled. Xiao Hua, add some fire. Xiao Chang, freeze them into ice blocks. Yifeng was not satisfied with this. Sovereign realm and honored realm individuals were supposed to be more resilient than realm individuals. Even though he had restrained himself a bit, couldn't they still shout vigorously? Look at how loudly they're screaming. Xiao Wo and Xiao Qiang received Yifeng's command, both flapping their wings, turning ice and snow into ice, turning remnants of clouds into flames, and descending alongside Xiao Lei. The dozen or so people couldn't move, their strength and realm suppressed. They were like fish on Yifeng's chopping board, allowing themselves to be slaughtered, only able to passively take a beating. One hot, one cold. The flames burned their bodies, leaving large burns and ulcers on the skin surface, where the fresh blood evaporated due to the high temperature, unable to flow out. The freezing passed, freezing the burns on their bodies. But before the new wounds could heal, new injuries were added, causing the skin to crack open like ice breaking. Blood vessels froze, fresh blood flowed horizontally, and large frostbite appeared on the skin. The internal organs suffered from the poison of fire, the skin suffered from the frostbite of ice, and all over the body, there were continuous lightning strikes, fierce explosions, and countless light hooves trampling on them. In an instant, 4 forces were at play simultaneously. Over a dozen mentors from the Tianbei Academy had been beaten to unconsciousness on the ground. What majesty of the Jun realm! What mighty power of the Zun realm! In front of Yifeng, they could only lie on the ground like dead dogs. The breath of the dozen or so people continued to weaken, their life force flickering like a dying fire in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yifeng watched without much movement, his words calm. If I am unhappy, then the Dragon Palace is unhappy. If I am angry, then the Dragon Palace is angry. You all, atone for your sins. With 7 spirit beasts behind him, he ruled over the world. The dozen or so people, hearing what Yifeng said, had long lost the strength to say anything, lying there like dying dogs, completely battered and broken. He's a freak, truly a freak. The exchange competition of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, what a joke, who the hell can beat him? In half a month, at the exchange competition of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, let the overseas schools see the might of our Dragon Palace. They are going to compete, while Yifeng is intensifying their military training. No, he's ramping it up to hell mode. The members of the Dragon Palace standing behind Yifeng looked at the brutal scene on the field, utterly speechless. While marveling at Yifeng's strength, they also looked forward to the upcoming exchange competition at the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. The name of the Dragon Palace Academy was destined to resound throughout the Great Xia and the Blue Star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the three-tailed Emperor Fox in his arms, absorbing a large amount of envy, awe, fear, and fanaticism from others, gaining 200,000 evolution points, breaking through 2 realms, and reaching the 3rd Order Zun realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission released by the system, obtaining a random Devil Fruit X1, 50,000 mission points, and 1 spin of the wheel. The realm of the three-tailed Emperor Fox in Yifeng's arms easily broke through, and the system's rewards arrived as promised. What about the people from the Tianbei Academy on the field? The group of new students were still in a state of unconsciousness, not waking up. Not to mention the 7 top scholars from the Tianbei Academy, none of them were unscathed. Regardless of gender, Yifeng didn't care about them at all. If you did something wrong, you had to take a beating, and each one of them passed out. Although they were not disabled or dead, the 3 who had provoked earlier were almost disabled. Chen Yawen, in particular, received special attention from Yifeng and was already disabled, on the brink of death. The dozen or so mentors from the Tianbei Academy, the 3 Zun realm powerhouses, and even the 3 elders from the Dragon Hunting Demon Association were all beaten by Yifeng like dead dogs, lying lifeless on the ground. Their life force was no longer visible, and whether they were alive or dead, Yifeng was not sure. A little frost, a little sorrow, a bird without enough strength won't turn back. Weak. Boring. Yifeng shook his head, spitting out the numbers lightly, feeling a sense of boredom. He instructed Xiao Zhu and Xiao Wu to tone down their combat power a bit, as these people could barely hold their own against the 2. Now with 5 more divine beasts, they also toned down their power, but this time, there was the abnormal slow ability of Tian Xin Baxia. With the unparalleled speed of the heavenly Saint Qilin, along with the combined attacks of Little Thunder, Little Fire, and Little Green, they couldn't handle it. Remember, he still had 3 spirit beasts that he hadn't released yet. For him, the Zun realm, even these top mentors from prestigious academies, if he were serious, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. In your realm, there may be a bit of trouble, but it's just a little bit. As for the Imperial realm, I have never tried it. After all, those 2 respected ninjas did not unleash their true strength that day, and he did not see the truly extraordinary aspects of being a respected ninja. He could return to the land of cherry blossoms another day to give it a try. There was also a flame demon country waiting for him to control under Mount Fuji. With a thought, he gathered all his spirit beasts into the Beast God Ring and the Sea God Ring, then turned around to leave. When the people from the Dragon Gate Academy saw this scene, they didn't hesitate at all and quickly made way for him. Under everyone's gaze, Yifeng stepped into the void and disappeared. This made everyone feel a bit embarrassed, They made way for you, and you just went straight to the teleportation array. As for what would happen next, how the people from the Northern Sky Academy would retaliate, he didn't care. He believed that the Dragon Gate Academy would handle everything. Just now, he received a message from the Dean, saying there was no need to continue torturing them and to spare their lives. The Dragon Gate Academy could use the actions of these people today to extort a large number of secret realm spots from the Northern Sky Academy, and then let Yefeng go in and reap the benefits. With the Dean's words, Yefeng could be even more certain that with the support of the Dragon Gate Academy, he had no taboos. Back at his residence, Yefeng took out the hurricane fruit for the devouring dragon, the diamond fruit for the ice crystal blue phoenix, and the acceleration fruit for the tyrant under heaven, allowing them to break through and evolve. Ding! Congratulations to the host spirit beast devouring dragon for devouring the hurricane fruit, breaking through the bloodline constraints, and reaching the divine plus level. Devouring dragon plus hurricane fruit evolution. Divine plus level devouring dragon emperor, unlocking the power of the dragon emperor, facing any enemy, regardless of realm, will have a 50% bloodline suppression of strength, unlocking the innate dragon skill, heavenly wrath, hurricane plus thunder tribulation. Little Thunder's bloodline once again transformed towards the ancestral dragon, his scales sharper and more orderly, his body appearing more elongated. Breaking through from the previous 100 meters to 150 meters, the constant aura of dragon power he emitted was stronger than any of Yefeng's spirit beasts. Even when Little White was in its complete form, it couldn't compare to him. Among all of Yefeng's spirit beasts, only Little Whale was larger in size. With Little Thunder devouring the hurricane fruit, he gained another way to level up, by devouring phoenix elements and similar entities. Although the innate skill he unlocked was not as terrifying as Little Woods or Little Whales, having a 50% strength suppression against any monster was quite abnormal. Even if you were a beast god at your peak, facing Little Thunder would only give you half your strength. If Little Thunder's abilities were applied on the battlefield, in a same-level comparison, it would be absolutely lethal. After Little Thunder devoured the fruit, Yefeng didn't hesitate at all and directly shared the abilities of the hurricane fruit, easily causing hurricanes, tornadoes, typhoons, and storms. At this moment, he was in the revered realm, and with the application of the hurricane fruit's abilities, combined with the earthquake fruit's earthquakes, the skyquake and seaquake, he could easily wipe out a city with the power of natural disasters. He was a natural disaster. This fruit ability is truly extreme. With two major disaster-level fruit abilities in hand, no one knows how sneaky I, the beast tamer, can be. Not only am I strong as a beast tamer, but I am also strong myself, and I have a martial soul to protect me, making me even stronger. He. A sly smile flickered across Yefeng's face, as he loved killing, setting fires, robbing, and being sinister. Ding! Congratulations to the host spirit beast tyrant under heaven for devouring the acceleration fruit, evolving the bloodline, unlocking new abilities, accelerating others, accelerating oneself, stripping any speed enhancements, accelerating spellcasting speed, accelerating killing speed. Tyrant under heaven plus acceleration fruit evolution. Divine plus level, time Xuanwu. Unlocking the innate skill, Sands of Time, accelerating the flow of spacetime, erasing the opponent's lifespan, the sand drifts like smoke, reversing 10 seconds of time within a space, time increases with the advancement of realms. Tian Xianba's body did not grow, but his aura changed, gaining a hint of mysterious temporal essence. On the turtle shell, there were engraved mysterious dark golden patterns, resembling ancient seals, exuding an ancient and mystical aura. Following the breakthrough under Tian Xianba, the control over time power not only included deceleration but also acceleration. This acceleration was not just about increasing speed in general but also the speed of any skill, which greatly pleased Yifeng. Not to mention, depriving others of life and being able to reverse 10 seconds of time within a space. The higher the breakthrough in realms, the longer the effect of this time manipulation. Just imagine, someone just brewed a killing move, but with time reversal, it was nullified directly. By then, the opponent would be utterly confused. Isn't there a saying in fantasy novels about reversing time by thousands of years? If Xianwu were to become a god later, would he also be able to achieve this, reversing time by thousands of years? Yifeng was extremely excited just thinking about it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the pet Ice Crystal Azure Phoenix successfully devouring the Diamond Fruit, potential breakthrough to God plus level. Ice Crystal Azure Phoenix plus Diamond Fruit evolution. Ice Crystal Prison Phoenix. Unlocking the innate skill, Heavenly Ice Prison, Eternal World Seal, creating a Heavenly Ice Prison world. The size of the domain can grow infinitely, capable of eternal sealing. The domain size increases with the advancement of realms. Unlocking a new upgrade method, Devouring Diamonds for evolution. The surface of the Ice Crystal Azure Phoenix's body gained a layer of transparent crystals, shining like diamonds, protecting its body. Its defense skyrocketed. At this moment, the ice crystal azure phoenix was already the ice and snow emperor among divine birds, exuding a special icy temperament. The system displayed 3 divine pet panels in a row, and Yifeng observed them one by one, his smile never fading. They all reached the God Plus level, each one more abnormal than the last. Eternal Sealing, Time Reversal, 50% Realm Suppression, who could survive this? 3 days apart, a whole new perspective. Half a month without seeing the monster, plus this evolution with the devil fruit, it has become much stronger. This kind of upgrade speed is what should be expected. Will it be far from becoming a king, an emperor, or even a god in the future? Yifeng looked at the 3 system panels in front of him, overwhelmed by the various information and skills of the pets. At this point, with his current realm and abilities, he was still in the first year of college. He planned to appeal to the mansion lord tomorrow and skip a grade directly. Most of the knowledge to be learned in the second and third year was about the application of professional skills, weaknesses, major secret realms, or the classification and weaknesses of monster species. Of course, the main focus was on enhancing his own realm strength to achieve better results in the year-end ranking battle. Yifeng's own strength was already sufficient, prepared to skip a grade, just needing to earn enough credits. As for those professions, monster species weaknesses, and skills, he didn't care at all. No matter how strong your monster is, can it match my divine pet's strength? With the divine beast in play, regardless of the monster, those who should die will die, those who should be controlled will be controlled, and those who should submit will submit. Mastering power, the might of the beast god, the suppression of 50% of Little A's combat power, various buffs stacking. Do you think I'm joking with you? And what about those professions? Now, he shared the abilities of the fruits, immunity to elemental abilities, and the abilities of various pets, which was equivalent to having several professions, such as the 5 elements elemental mage, psychic mind master, assassin, spatial array master, and so on. Tonzi, open that random devil fruit, let me see what it is. As for the lottery, let's save it for later when I gather enough for a 10 consecutive draw. By the way, you also used the shadow fruit and sweet fruit before, right? Yifeng suddenly remembered something, recalling the task rewards, and his hand gained 2 more fruits. He had been immersed in the library before, never taking them out to use. Now he could have 2 more pet beasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood fruit. This fruit is the blood count's blood-sucking fruit, capable of manipulating others' blood or transforming into blood, presenting an immortal state. Isn't this very compatible with the blood palm position that Little Whale swallowed before? It's a pity that the blood palm position was swallowed by Little Whale. But if this fruit can be given to Little Whale to swallow, combined with his blood palm position, it might become extremely terrifying. Or maybe I'll keep it for now, see if there's a suitable monster to swallow it, maybe it can transform into a fierce beast. Yifeng kept a thought and temporarily stored it in the system inventory, not using it immediately. He summoned a very small and thin dwarf skeleton from the beast god ring. It was pitch black, the bones of some kind of monster after death, only half of Yifeng's height. Inside the skull, a faint ghostly fire flickered, dim and bright, as if it could extinguish at any moment. It looked warily at Yifeng, its bones trembling, clattering against each other. It was just a skeleton with extremely low potential and realm, able to clearly feel the terrifying soul pressure and forbidden aura emanating from Yifeng. In its flickering, eerie green pupils, Yifeng's whole body exuded an endless deep aura, rushing from the ground to the sky, filling all directions. Like the ruler of the underworld, the lord of hell, incredibly terrifying, constantly emitting a soul pressure that could crush it. That's why it was so afraid. Its ghostly eyes could see through a hint of concealment and falsehood. The eyes of this little thing are quite peculiar, it seems to be able to perceive the soul pressure on my body. It's not as simple as I imagined. Yifeng looked down at the trembling black skeleton frame, stroking his smooth chin. Seeing its distressed appearance, he couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Little one, you don't need to be so afraid, I don't have much malice towards you. Do you have dreams? With dreams, you can become an immortal sovereign, are you moved? Yifeng continued his words and directly took out the shadow fruit, tossing it lightly in his hand. The little guy, upon seeing this fruit, felt a deadly attraction towards it, naturally drawn to it entirely. It even seemed to understand Yifeng's words, nodding heavily. Crack! With too much force, its head actually broke off from the spine and fell to the ground. Rolling in a circle on the ground, it landed beside Yifeng's leg, a pair of green flames flickering, its eerie green pupils staring directly at Yifeng. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's face darkened, and he directly threw out the shadow fruit. The headless skeleton frame didn't even care about its broken head, quickly reaching out its bony hand, grabbing the shadow fruit larger than its head, and hurriedly ran over to Yifeng's side. Squatting down, it picked up the head, crack, and reattached it to the spine, opening its bony mouth and taking a bite. Whoosh! The power of the evolution fruit erupted on its body, flashing a dark ghostly light. Skeleton frame plus shadow fruit evolution. SSS plus level, undead marquee skeleton. The pitch-black skeleton frame underwent changes, gradually solidifying and becoming more slender. It was draped in a pitch-black robe, its skeleton hardened, changing from dark to pure black. A faint blue flame flickered in the skeleton's eyes, emitting a strange and eerie deathly aura, as cold as the underworld. In the palms of the two skeletons, shadows of pitch-black darkness flickered, even more eerie, as it had no shadow of its own. Image for reference only. Unlock skill, Shadow Mage, create shadow clones, ignore any damage, like demons helping Moria defend and attack enemies. Unlock skill, Shadow Control, control others' shadows to kill their masters, no boundary restrictions, provided they are not detected. Devour shadows, breakthrough evolution. Not bad, even though it's only the first level, there are ways to elevate your realm in the future. Control others' shadows, kill their masters, create invincible shadow clones to withstand damage. After breaking through to a higher realm later on, you can also absorb shadows into yourself, greatly enhancing your combat power, trimming others' shadows. This devil fruit ability is truly abnormal. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Now he was no longer affected by professions like assassins, and he gained abilities similar to assassins. With a thought, he stored it in the beast god ring. Another general was added to the army of beast pets. But this was not what he was most looking forward to. Now was the time to truly get down to business. He summoned a pure white snow dolphin from the sea god ring, with a face revealing a mischievous, cunning smile like a bad uncle who steals children. Taking out a pink fruit, he broke off a small piece, tossed it into the water tank, and coaxed gently. Little one, do you have any dreams? Do you want to break free from this dolphin's shackles and become stronger? The snow-white river dolphin did not refuse Yifeng. It swallowed it in one gulp, and its body began to evolve like an undead skeleton. Yifeng's gaze became even more expectant. He wanted to see if the mermaid could hatch like this. What Yifeng did not notice was that on the sofa, the lazy little white fox sensed the sweet scent of the fruit on Yifeng's hand and looked towards the snow-white river dolphin in the fish tank. A hint of anthropomorphic jealousy flashed in its gem-like azure eyes. Pouting its fox mouth, the delicate fox nose wrinkled in jealousy. It squeaked in dissatisfaction, expressing its displeasure. Ha, little white? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who forgets friends for beauty or changes their mind easily. I just want to see if I can evolve into a mermaid. Don't worry, you are still very important. Hearing the commotion from Little White on the sofa, Yifeng quickly picked it up, nestled it in his arms, and gently stroked its furry fox head, rubbing its fur. Listening to Yifeng's coaxing, Little White felt better. It stopped squeaking and obediently snuggled in Yifeng's arms, finding a comfortable position and staring at the glowing sphere in the fish tank. In its heart, it had different thoughts and a sense of crisis. Since hatching, Yifeng had always held the number one position in her heart. The specific emotion was unclear, but she did not want Yifeng to be taken away by other fox spirits. Yifeng had over a dozen powerful beast pets, but they were all rough types. Look at what they were. That black skeleton? A big tree? A 200-meter whale? A cicada? She couldn't feel any threat from these creatures. But this snow dolphin was different. Not only was it the same gender as her, but the creature it devoured had the same ability as her fruit power, capable of charming and petrifying others. In other words, her ability was no longer unique. However, she had one ability that this fox spirit did not possess. That was the ability to transform into 3 forms, including a human form identical to a real person. What if she took advantage of Yifeng while he slept and used her charm to overpower him? Little White's heart inexplicably harbored such a dangerous thought. Yifeng was unaware of what Little White was thinking, eagerly watching the changes in the glowing sphere. Snow Dolphin plus Sweet Fruit Evolution. SSS plus Grade Heavenly Enchanting Snow Dolphin. First Order Disciple Realm, Devouring Others, Her, It, Any Desire for Evolution. Unlock Skills, Desire Petrification, Desire Stone Arrow. The light gradually dimmed. Yifeng collected the snow dolphin into the sea god ring and placed it in the sea. However, what he expected did not appear. The snow dolphin was still a snow dolphin, but its body became more slender, reaching a meter. Pure white like snow, smooth as ice, exuding an inexplicable luster, constantly emitting a captivating power. Although the evolution was successful, and it had abilities, why couldn't Yifeng be happy? Black lines covered his forehead, 100,000 crows flew over his head, and 10,000 grass mud horses galloped in his heart. Where was the mermaid he expected? Even if you don't have to completely transform into a mermaid, having a mermaid lower body would be fine. But why are you still a dolphin? Moreover, everyone else just needs to consume sweet fruit to evolve. How come Little White can evolve by devouring any emotion, specifically targeting this desire emotion? It's really difficult. Yifeng didn't understand, scratching his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for the pet Tianmei snow dolphin successfully devouring the huge desire of her beast, gaining plus 100,000 evolution points, breaking through the first order warrior realm, unlocking the skill, Siren's voice, seductive voice, petrification. The voice of the system sounded in his mind. How did this pet break through out of nowhere? Where did it absorb such a huge desire power from? Why didn't he know? Yifeng looked left and right in his sea god ring, fixing his gaze on a 200-meter-long dragon whale at the bottom of the sea. He then looked up at the sky, where the ice crystal prison phoenix soared, his eyes filled with astonishment and contemplation. Could it be that Shaoqing and Shaojing are in heat? That's troublesome. These two are so huge, and they are divine beasts. It's not easy to find equivalent divine beast bloodlines. Moreover, these two seem to be females. Yifeng still hadn't realized the source of this immense desire power, mistakenly thinking it was his two pets, Shaoqing and Shaojing. Right, I remember that the human fruit can transform any pet into a human, right? Just give it to the little dolphin to use, right? I'm a genius. Yifeng suddenly slapped his head, took out the human fruit, threw a small piece to the dolphin, and let it swallow it. Without any hesitation, the dolphin, completely loyal to Yifeng, obediently took a bite, and its body changed once again. The upper body began to elongate, its skin gradually changing to be more human-like. A large and plump chest protruded, covered by two snow masses at the top. With a jade back and golden hair cascading over the shoulders, droplets of water fell naturally, sliding over the upper body's skin and flowing into the plump mass, leaving no trace. Her facial features were sharp, with a delicate nose and cherry lips, like exquisite porcelain, fair and delicate. The slight curve of her lips revealed a hint of softness and kindness. The lower body of the dolphin transformed into a mermaid's body, half of it still white, but its exceptional beauty couldn't be concealed, exuding a unique charm. This beauty, this ethereal presence, this loveliness. Tianmei Snow Dolphin plus Human Fruit Evolution. Divine plus level, Tianmei Mermaid unlocking the ultimate skill, Tianmei Enchanting Song, can seduce and control enemies beyond two major realms, or permanently petrify. With the addition of the human fruit, the Tianmei Mermaid finally transformed into the appearance Yifeng had hoped for. At first glance, even his eyes widened involuntarily. He looked again and again, openly, and without guilt. It was mainly because that large mass was too eye-catching, following the law of universal attraction. Large things have an inherent allure. He was just admiring his pet, not doing anything else. Okay, another single entity with absolute charm, coupled with Little White's absolute control, meaning as long as both are in the respected realm, they can charm strong individuals in the Imperial Realm. Wouldn't it be wonderful to capture those two Imperial Realm experts in Sakura Country and turn them into my puppets? Yifeng thought very cunningly, planning to support his own faction in Sakura Country. After finishing the visit to the Magic City Supernatural Academy, he would head there immediately. With the addition of the Skeleton Marquis and the Heavenly Enchantress Mermaid, within half a month, Yifeng spent half of his time studying knowledge related to the Blue Star's history of external invasions in the library. Occasionally, he took on missions to hunt and kill monsters, accumulating 150,000 mission points, and in the meantime, he helped the little skeleton and little piglet level up, both reaching the first-tier realm. As for the other half of his time, he taught the Heavenly Enchantress Mermaid the human language, and even taught various pet beasts the human language. The only regrettable thing was that Yifeng found out that only pet beasts that could transform into human forms or had human-like forms could speak human language. Surprisingly, the Heavenly Enchantress Mermaid was the only one capable of it. Her words were sweet and charming, dripping with allure, making one want to protect her dearly. Several times, Yifeng found it hard to control himself. However, through the example of the Heavenly Enchantress Mermaid combining with the human fruit, Yifeng seemed to have discovered a different path. If he had enough human fruits, could he feed them to his pet beasts to turn them into beast girls? He couldn't help but wonder if it was just a coincidence that his randomly chosen pet beasts were like this. He didn't dare to try another human fruit. What if they couldn't turn back? What he needed was the massive physical bodies and powerful combat capabilities of his pet beasts, not more members for his harem. At least not for now. As for the future, he would deal with it later. In the past half-month, Little White felt an increasing sense of crisis, firming up her thoughts. Whenever she stayed in Yifeng's arms, her fox eyes would roll around, seemingly fixed on something. During this time, Yifeng's actions at the Dragon Palace Academy spread far and wide. Scaring the freshmen, bullying the sophomores, starting with his own people. Punching the freshmen from the north, kicking the top 7 scholars, beating up the mythical beasts, then fighting others. Many deeds made Yifeng's name resound like never before. His reputation even surpassed the top 10 talents of the senior class. Today happened to be the day to participate in the freshman exchange competition at the Magic City Supernatural Academy, and only Yifeng was sent from their Dragon Palace Academy, because having him alone was enough. However, there were thousands of people seeing him off. Looking around, freshmen, sophomores, and juniors were all there, along with many mentors, some familiar and some not. Yifeng smiled in response, stepped into the transmission array without making a fuss, and followed Liu Bei to the luxurious Magic City. He wanted to see what this freshman exchange competition was all about. He wondered if he would meet some familiar faces, like those freshmen who were severely injured by him and Little Sakura that day. If he did, it would be exciting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the growth mission. By beating other overseas geniuses in the freshman exchange competition, you can obtain 3 random devil fruits or chaos fruit fragments, 50%, 50,000 mission points, and a random June-level professional weapon. The system issued a mission, this time not about getting first place but about beating other overseas geniuses. At this point, Yifeng felt happy and couldn't help but feel a hint of pity towards these overseas geniuses. I didn't intend to beat you guys up, it's just that my benefactor system issued such a task, and I had no choice. So, when the time comes to beat you up, I don't feel any guilt at all. System. Even without the system's task, the host wouldn't feel guilty, the system won't take the blame for this. Unfortunately, the tickets for the new student exchange competition have been sold out long ago. Those people from the Magic City Academy actually sold them all. Some were bought by Little Sakura, and some were bought by Beautiful Nation, the rest were bought by Tianqing and Tianbei, the 2 major academies. The Magic City Academy kept some for themselves, our Dragon Gate Academy got very few, otherwise we wouldn't be able to see on site how Yifeng, this perverted guy, bullies the prodigies from other countries. After Yifeng left, the new students on the field looked towards the direction of the teleportation array, lost in thought for a long time, sighed lightly, full of regret. What's the big deal? We can just have the students from our Dragon Gate Academy who go there livestream it in real time, right? We can also see the outcome. And do we even need to think about it? It's definitely Yifeng alone bloodily bullying everyone, it's just that the methods of bullying are different. Like how he bullies you and me, bullies the students from Tianbei Academy, it's all just different ways of bullying, right? I have to say, bullying people is also an art. The other top students and runners-up discussed one after another, talking about when they were bullied, the fear gradually disappeared from their faces, accepting it. When talking about bullying others, they were full of schadenfreude. The incident of Yifeng slaughtering the prodigy instructors from Tianbei Academy half a month ago had already become a hot topic among the new students and instructors of the Dragon Gate Academy during their post-dinner chats. After such an incident, Tianbei Academy should be furious. Strangely, within half a month, there was not only no news from there, but also no indication of any retaliation coming back. However, everyone felt that something was off, as if it was the calm before the storm. Tianbei Academy, at a round table meeting, the indoor lights were bright and dazzling. 10 people sat around, men and women, old and young. Each person's realm was all at the Emperor realm level. This was the overt foundation of the highest academy in Longdu. Just the number of Emperor realm experts alone was 2 or 3 more than the Dragon Gate Academy. Our people from Tianbei can be injured, lacking in skills, there's nothing much to say about that, but even if we have to steal, we must steal him back, even if we have to tie him up in a sack, we must bring him to our Tianbei Academy. Such talent can only receive the greatest resources, nurturing, and beast control promotion at our Tianbei Academy. At the top of the round table, a middle-aged woman in blue attire with light makeup spoke out, her words full of determination towards Yifeng. In the future, he will definitely be the pillar of our great Xia, a hero and talent of our great Xia, showing outstanding talent even during the Qing dynasty. Now with 7 SSS Great Spirit Beasts, the Demon Emperor's physique, he is the chosen one of this generation. Although our Tianbei Academy already has a land king and a human king, the Tian King from Tianqing can be compared to 2 kings, and the mysterious king from the Magic City Academy is not inferior either. But with Yifeng joining us, the foundation of our Tianbei will definitely surpass others, taking the lead in the battle of the Tian Kings on Blue Star. 2 middle-aged men beside the woman in blue attire analyzed the current situation of the 3 major academies in the future battle of destiny, showing even more appreciation for Yifeng. The rest of the people nodded in agreement, all eager to snatch Yifeng over, using any means necessary. They would have ways to make Yifeng return to them. This roundtable meeting lasted for half an hour discussing Yifeng, and when the few people at the top of the roundtable dispersed, the light inside the room gradually dimmed. On the field, only 3 figures remained in the Emperor realm, an elderly man, a young boy, and a beautiful woman, all leaders of ancient families in Dragon City. Their eyes flickered as they exchanged glances, their lips curling in a strange smile. Under the dimming light, their eyes were hidden, revealing only cunning and a hint of ferocity. Before, you beat up the newcomers and instructors of the Tianbei Academy, and they didn't react. We exchanged that for 30 keys to the elemental realms that appeared from the abyss. Liu Bei stood beside Yifeng, handing him a pouch of keys. After arriving in Dragon City, use these keys to teleport to the realms. But be extremely cautious when heading to Dragon City, the waters there run deep, and the powers are complex. Be on your guard. You need to watch out for the brats from Tianqing and Tianbei, they might forcefully drag you into the academy. I know their ways too well. As they were still in transit, Liu Bei's tone was serious as he looked at Yifeng. If I'm not mistaken, old man, you must have been involved in such shady dealings at Dragon Gate as well, Yifeng sneered, seeing through the schemes of the major academies. The stronger the academy, the more direct their methods, resorting to all sorts of deceit. Yifeng accepted a large bundle of keys, tossing them into the Beast God Ring. These keys were condensed with the power of the realms, each capable of pinpoint teleportation. Once within Dragon City's range, the keys could transport them into the realms. Although Dragon Gate also recruits, our methods are not as despicable as those two major academies. In the past century, the competition among the four major academies has intensified, hinting at the elimination of one to divide its resources. Although Yifeng saw through Dragon Gate's past actions, Liu Bei dismissed it, slyly smiling and hinting at a secret. Yifeng continued to regard Liu Bei with disdain. Not resort to such lowly tactics? Wasn't he tricked by this old bastard Liu Bei to come here? Fortunately, being at Dragon Gate felt somewhat acceptable. After half an hour of teleportation, they finally arrived at the designated location, the boundary of the Magic City, where they were to be teleported to the reception of the Supernatural Academy. Other high-ranking members of Dragon Gate had arrived a few days earlier, along with new students from various prestigious schools abroad and their accompanying senior instructors. This valuable piece of land exuded luxury at every moment. Even the reception area was resplendent, with a high dome adorned with exquisite murals and dazzling decorations that dazzled the eyes. Crystal chandeliers hung in the air, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Soft wool carpets covered the floor, intricately patterned and colorful, blending Eastern and Western styles. In the spacious reception area, there were 10 teleportation arrays, including the one where Yifeng and Liu Bei had just arrived. Beautiful young receptionists led students from all over the world to record their personal information, using advanced instruments to test their potential, professions, and personal details. In the hall, blonde Westerners, dark-skinned people from the flying continent, and fair-skinned Europeans, along with many overseas instructors, brought their talented youths to participate. Looking around, the strength of these foreign students was comparable to the top talents of Dragon Gate or even the 7 top-ranked individuals who had challenged Tianbei Academy back then. As for their potential, they were all SSS level, with a few rare SS levels, and S and A levels were hardly seen. Each person's realm is predominantly at the intermediate level, which is the level of the 4th to 6th stages. Even those at lower levels are just some small country prodigies from countries with not very strong national power, barely reaching the intermediate high level of martial realm. It seems that the 7 top scholars who came to Tianbei Academy that day may not be the strongest of their generation. There are still hidden prodigies among them. Tianqing Academy is probably similar, always keeping a low profile. This place is the home ground of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Who knows what kind of extraordinary talents they will have here. The strength of everyone's realm is actually clear. On the side, Liu Bei, seeing so many prodigies, a hint of excitement flashed across his stern old face, looking forward to this year's freshman exchange competition. Mainly because their Dragon Gate Academy has Yifeng, this abnormal existence, the first place is as good as secured as long as nothing unexpected happens. On the other hand, Yifeng was somewhat disinterested. Participating in this freshman exchange competition was just pure bullying, wasn't it? The freshmen, the sophomores, the juniors, none of them are his opponents. Now he has set his sights on the so-called 4 great heavenly sovereigns of the 3 major academies, wanting to see what kind of strength those 4 individuals who are honored as sovereigns possess. Kid, I'll take you safely here. I'm going to find some old folks from a few other academies and some overseas old folks to catch up. Within the Magic City Academy, you are absolutely safe. No need to worry about anyone trying to assassinate you. Even if the little cherry blossoms recognize you, they wouldn't dare to make a move here, unless they want to be beaten by my people of Dixia. Comforted by Liu Bei, Yifeng patted Yifeng's shoulder and pointed towards the reception area ahead, indicating that he should go and register, record some information. The next moment, the teleportation array behind him disappeared, leaving Yifeng alone. This old guy is as unreliable as ever. I trust this old guy, even pigs would fly. Yifeng shook his head, sighed helplessly. Looking around in all directions, he noticed that prodigies from various countries overseas were also sizing each other up, assessing each other's realms and strengths. Everyone wants to secure a top position in this year's freshman exchange competition, so it's wise to first gauge the strength of the opponents. Yifeng walked straight towards the center of the reception hall, led by the receptionist designated by the Magic City Academy, to a grand and luxurious domed hall. With its 4 pillars and 8 columns, carved beams and painted rafters, it was truly a masterpiece. In 5 different directions of the hall, there were huge crystal orbs made of precious metals, capable of testing professional information, potential information, and recording data. Young master, this is the testing hall, please choose a team to join the queue. When the time comes, place your hand on the crystal, your professional information will be recorded and reported, thus qualifying you for the competition. The specific event arrangements will be communicated through the formation's voice transmission, pinpointing your location first and notifying you to participate. The young woman who brought Yifeng here smiled politely at him and then quietly left, showing no curiosity or attachment to anything in the hall. Yifeng nodded, thanked her, and as he watched her swift departure, he squinted his eyes, sensing something amiss. This woman's straightforwardness was a bit unusual. Even with professional training and etiquette, it was impossible not to be curious about the professional information, identities, and appearances of the many prodigies in the hall. Unless, they already knew. If that were the case, then this freshman exchange competition still harbored a potential threat unknown to others. Yifeng kept a close eye on things and decided to inform Liu Bei later, so he could adapt accordingly. On the field, the assassin, a profession like a killer, no longer had the unexpected assassination effect on himself. With the White Dragon battle robe on him, he had many life-saving cards. Now, let's take a look at the situation here. In the 5 directions of the Great Hall, long queues had formed. The invited overseas talents could randomly choose by placing their hands on the huge crystal light ball, which would reveal information and potential related to their profession. In the 5 places of the Great Hall, there were occasional bursts of emerald light, sometimes turning into fluorescence and golden light. Above the 5 large light balls, a light screen would appear. Above, all the professional information was recorded, even hidden professions could be revealed. Age 19, Egypt, a bit dragon, SSS level, profession, shadow assassin. Above the light screen, a faint dark breath quietly dispersed, sending shivers down one's spine. Age 18, North America, Thomas, SSS level, profession, thunder and fire dual ability user. Above the light screen, the sound of thunder and the burning of fire manifested simultaneously, echoing continuously in the hall. Age 18, Western Europe, David, SSS level, profession, Divine Covenant Master. Above the light screen, a pure white holy light scattered, falling on the hearts of the talents, making them feel a unique power soothing their restless minds. Age 19, Eagle Country, Tommy, SSS level, profession, Control Type Mental Psychic. Above the light screen, a power of illusion quietly emanated, causing spatial fluctuations, scenes changing continuously, as if being taken to another place. This illusion flashed through everyone's minds for an instant, then quickly disappeared. Inside the hall, all the talents were not only focused on the information and professional visions displayed on their crystal balls but also on the visions above others' crystal balls. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you shall not be defeated in 100 battles. Anticipating others' hidden cards in advance would be of great benefit in the upcoming battles. Even Yifeng curiously watched the scene, wondering what profession would manifest its visions. My inherent profession is a beast tamer, but the abilities carried by my spirit beasts actually cover a wide range of professions. Will the crystal ball show visions like shadow assassin, mental psychic, 5 elements elemental mage, spatial array mage, and ability user? Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel excited. As for exposing his own cards? Ridiculous. If he could be detected by this broken crystal, could that still be called a hidden card? He was just manifesting his professional visions, not summoning all his dozen spirit beasts. Besides, even if they knew, so what? They would still end up getting beaten, as that's how the system's tasks were designed, right? At this moment, the hall was truly spectacular. Professional visions were fully manifested, predominantly SSS level, with a few SS levels, but SSS level beast tamers were rare. SSS level mind swordsman had 1,000 flying swords appearing on the crystal ball. SSS level wood and earth dual elemental mages manifested a small forest on the crystal ball. SSS level concealed ninja showed a dark mist on the crystal ball, concealing a pair of eyes. In the White Elephant country, an SSS-level Tianfan manifested 3,000 Buddha lights on the crystal, and the sound of Buddhism echoed in the hall. The levels of various visions varied, with some strong and some weak, like Western Europe, Beautiful Country, and White Elephant Country, where the talents' visions were manifested from the crystal ball to the hall. Some weaker ones only manifested within the crystal ball for their own viewing, making it difficult for others to see. Yifeng, standing in line, the overseas talents, after recording information about themselves and others, did not leave immediately but lingered on the side of the Great Hall. They stared intently at the professional information and visions displayed on others' crystal balls, making notes. Apart from the overseas prodigies, there were also many prodigies from the Great Xia, most of them coming from the Tianqing and Moto Supernatural Academies, but there were not many from the Tianbei Academy. Yifeng was somewhat surprised by this but chose not to dwell on it. As the line of people gradually shortened, he could see that it was almost his turn. The number of people in the line kept decreasing, and finally, it was his turn in Yifeng's line. Yifeng reached out his hand and placed it on the crystal ball in front of him, with a radius of half a meter. A cold sensation passed through his palm and arm, circled around, and returned to the crystal ball. A light spot emitted from the crystal ball, displaying specific information about Yifeng above it. Great Xia, Yifeng, bone age 18, profession? Level Beast Tamer. Ha! Yifeng looked at the aura displayed on the crystal ball and was instantly dumbfounded. What does this mean? How come his profession is represented by 3 question marks? A beast tamer of 3 question mark level? Could it be that this crystal ball cannot measure his potential level? It seemed plausible since most of his pet beasts were at the God Plus level. Even the one with the lowest potential among them had talents at the SSS Plus level, higher than the human-defined 3S level. How could this crystal ball make a judgment then? As the potential of his pet beasts increased, his potential level as a beast tamer naturally rose as well. With a variety of abilities from his pet beasts causing confusion, it resulted in 3 question marks appearing directly when determining his profession. On both sides of the hall, the overseas prodigies and the Great Xia prodigies who were continuously probing others' professional information were also dumbfounded when they saw the information displayed on Yifeng's crystal ball. They widened their eyes, rubbed them, as if they couldn't believe it. How can someone's profession be represented by question marks? And the beast tamer potential is also a question mark. It shouldn't be. Even if you are weak, there should be a limit, reaching E level. Even if you are strong, there should be an upper limit, reaching SSS level. How come it can't even be determined? Is it too weak? Or too strong? Above the heads of the people observing in the hall, several big question marks appeared, indicating their confusion. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying beam of light burst out from the crystal ball, shooting straight through the dome of the hall. The other 4 crystal balls sensed the anomaly in this crystal ball and each displayed a beam of light, rushing towards the dome. The convergence of the 5 beams of light manifested a complete vision, filling the entire hall. In that scene, Yifeng stood with his hands in his pockets, suspended in midair. Behind him, there were 10 vague chaotic figures, frozen above the hall. The aura emanating from them was incredibly terrifying. Faint roars of different beasts could be heard, as if the beastly might had materialized and surged towards the hall like a tide. Wave after wave, as if the majestic might of the heavens, seemed endless. Boom! The hearts of the people in the hall felt as if they were struck by a powerful force. Under the continuous beastly roars, they were pushed back several steps, their faces pale, their blood and energy churning within. Although it was just an image, it made them truly feel an endless sense of danger and terror. Even though it was just a vision of a profession, it could manifest in the entire hall, causing the 5 crystal balls to resonate, more terrifying than the visions of their own professions. The commotion is a bit too much. I don't even know which 10 pet beasts they are specifically, only a vague chaotic figure was given. How can anyone distinguish them? It seems that Little Thunder, Little Fire, Little Whale, their levels are too high, and this crystal ball cannot capture their aura, so it can only roughly outline this image. Yifeng stood in front of the crystal ball, nodding silently, his face expressionless. Just when Yifeng thought that this vision had reached its limit, the 10 huge chaotic figures in the hall suddenly erupted with different eerie power fluctuations. A crimson flame erupted from the chaotic figure, causing the temperature on the field to rise instantly, and strange flames burned in the void. An icy breath emanated from the chaotic behemoth, akin to the winter snow of the 12th month, chilling like the abyssal ice. Frost formed on the floor of the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all the proud individuals present. The aura exuded by the 10 chaotic behemoths above was terrifying, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Confronted with this pressure, everyone quickly activated their professional abilities to resist the icy hot breath, dispelling the inexplicable fear in their hearts. Although the man in front of the anomaly seemed unremarkable, The stone beast behind him was truly terrifying to the extreme. What kind of anomaly is this? Are these 10 chaotic behemoths all his pets? Why is it so terrifying? Isn't this supposed to be a professional anomaly? Why are 10 chaotic pets manifested? This kid is not weak at all. Clearly, he is so strong that even the equipment can't measure him. Many proud individuals looked up at the anomaly in the sky, then fixed their gazes on the figure of Yi Feng in the image, their eyes filled with deep fear. Regardless of their realms, strengths, or talents, they all secretly regarded Yi Feng as their greatest enemy. Now, in just a few breaths, 2 chaotic behemoths had already manifested the powers of ice and fire. How are dual-element mages and dual-ability wielders supposed to survive? What about the remaining 8 chaotic behemoths? Are there 8 different abilities as well? If that's the case, they might as well surrender without a fight. How can this be so abnormal? They came from overseas to the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities for an exchange competition just to see their peers from various countries, not to deal with invincible freaks. Hopefully, it's not as they fear, otherwise, this year's freshman exchange competition will truly be impossible to continue. In the hearts of many proud individuals, there was a 1% hope that it wasn't true. Damn, it won't manifest all the abilities of a pet, right? Revealing 1 fire and 1 ice is enough, there's no need to reveal so many. Although I'm not afraid, this crystal ball records all the information of the overseas freshmen. Where will it be transmitted, and to whom? Is it really going to be transmitted to the organizers of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities? Yi Feng sensed that something was amiss, withdrew his hand, and pondered. When he came to his senses, he found that all the young proud individuals on the field, whether from the Great Xia Empire or overseas countries, were staring at him intently, almost engraving the word fear on their faces. Do I have something on my face? They're all looking at me like this just because of a little commotion? Yi Feng shrugged helplessly, ignoring everyone's fearful glances. A light ring appeared on his left wristband, displaying specific information about his participation in the freshman exchange competition, including the date of the competition, the battle positions, rules, precautions, and more. Yi Feng disregarded the fearful glances of everyone and didn't care about what they thought. If it's a one-on-one battle, he'll take them all on. If it's a group battle, he'll take on all of them alone. If it's a competition to hunt monsters for points, he'll beat them all, steal their points, hunt the monsters himself, and then beat them again before the competition ends. It's very simple, no need to overthink it. Before leaving, Yi Feng looked meaningfully at one of the proud individuals, giving him a sunny smile that was very warm, exuding a big brother next door vibe. Although Yi Feng was extremely handsome and had a very pleasing appearance, in the eyes of many overseas proud individuals and even those from the Great Xia Empire, his smile seemed like that of a demon or the smile of the king of hell. Out of the blue, Chi shivered. Go back and report to the mentor that Yi Feng is the formidable opponent in the Megwood exchange competition for new students. Go back and report to the elders that Yi Feng is the strong adversary in the exchange competition for new students in the Baishang country, and I might even be at risk of being defeated by him. Go back and report to the priest that Yi Feng is likely to be the absolute major opponent in the exchange competition for new students in Western Europe. Without using the divine contract, we are probably no match for him. After Yi Feng left, all the overseas new students immediately sent messages to the guardians who had escorted them, their hearts pounding with fear and anxiety. At this moment, in the floating glass viewing room of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, about 100 strong individuals had gathered. Among them were the deputy deans and deans of the 4 highest institutions in Daxia, as well as elders and deans from many top institutions overseas. From the cherry blossoms came Osaka University and Kyoto University, from Western Europe the Patra Temple, from the Eagle Country the Cambridge Academy, from the Beautiful Country the Harvard Academy, from the Baishang Country the Tianfan Academy, from the Maozi Country the Moscow University, from the Stick Country the Goryeo University. These were all well-known universities on Blue Star, ranking high in comprehensive strength. Apart from Tokyo University from the cherry blossoms, 2 of the 3 major institutions had arrived. The top institutions of the Beautiful Country also had 3, but only 1 had come. The mysterious power of the Patra Temple in Western Europe had also sent a few people, eager to see what kind of geniuses the 4 major institutions of Daxia had recruited in recent years. After all, the comprehensive strength and hidden heritage of Daxia were second only to the Beautiful Country, and their true strength and combat power even surpassed those of the Western European countries. The viewing room was constructed entirely of glass from all directions, allowing a view of the entire Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities from above, even enabling the observation of any ongoing matches. The atmosphere in the viewing room seemed somewhat delicate. Many deans from the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities and deans from the Beautiful Country, the Eagle Country, and the Baixiang Country were chatting and negotiating, with some deans being foreigners rather than from Daxia. The deans of the Tianqing, Tianbei, and Longke institutions gathered together, chatting and laughing. Elder-level figures from various countries and powerful individuals from different realms formed various small groups, appearing harmonious on the surface but secretly harboring desires to attack and undermine each other. Lao Lu, your Long K really has great ability to actually bring that kid into your influence. Who's to say a future heavenly sovereign won't emerge? A white-bearded elder from the Tianqing Academy looked at Liu Bei and couldn't help but sigh. Wasn't this the old man who had chased Yifeng from Longdu to Jiangqing City that day, wanting to take him away? Even when he later learned that Yifeng had died in the mouths of the 5 great sovereign beasts, he was furious and had him killed. It's really a pity, being fooled by an old turtle like you, sigh. A middle-aged man also sighed softly. Wasn't this the strong man who had ridden the dragon falcon with the old man that day? He, it's all fate. Some things are destined to be fate. Liu Bei heard what the two said and shook his head mysteriously, making both of them subconsciously clench their fists, wanting to hit him in the face. What if this little cherry blossom discovers Yi Feng's identity? Shall we join forces to forcibly keep them all here and not let them go back? The sword-bearing elder mentioned this out of the blue, his voice very low, only audible to the many deans of the 3 major institutions. They glanced at each other, a hint of sharpness and killing intent flashing in their eyes. With old grudges already existing, now that they had come to their territory, it was a good opportunity to find a reason to kill them all. By then, sending Yifeng to the cherry blossoms, giving a reason that someone from Daxia had gone missing at the cherry blossoms and needed troops to stay and investigate, then launching a full-scale attack would also be a good idea. It's not impossible. Anyway, Sakura doesn't have good intentions towards us. Many assassins in the Holy See are ninjas by profession. Even a fool can tell that they have definitely joined the ranks of hunting down my great Xia's arrogant plan. Liu Bei nodded secretly and transmitted his voice through the formation to the deans of the 3 major academies and the powerful figures of the June realm. If something goes wrong, strike immediately. Reporting to the mentor, this Yifeng is a formidable opponent in my beautiful country's freshman exchange competition. Reporting to the elder, this Yifeng is a strong opponent in my White Elephant country's freshman exchange competition. I might even be humiliated by him. Reporting to the priest, this Yifeng is likely to be the absolute formidable opponent in my Western Europe's freshman exchange competition. Without using divine contracts, we are probably no match for him. While everyone was chatting, the camps of Beautiful Country, White Elephant Country, Sakura Country, and other overseas countries all received messages from their incoming freshmen. They all mentioned the same person, Yifeng. Who is this Yifeng? Why does Tommy fear him so much? Is Yifeng really that strong to make Thomas say such things about being bloodily tortured? May I ask which country's military Yifeng belongs to? Please answer my question. After receiving messages from the younger generation, the elders of many overseas academies and forces were shocked. They looked at each other, scanning the entire venue, realizing that all participants from overseas forces were inquiring. So, if it's not these countries, there's only one possibility. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone fixed their gaze on the deans of the 4 major academies of Great Xia. He's also a beast tamer? Bagua Road, we must find a way to get rid of him. The stronger Great Xia becomes, the more disadvantageous it is for my Great Sakura. Shiba, such a prodigy should belong to our country. Why not persuade him to change his nationality? The leaders of the Korean and Sakura countries, as well as many other overseas countries, had different thoughts upon hearing this news. They didn't want to see Great Xia rise. In recent years, Great Xia has become strong enough. If it surpasses Beautiful Country in strength, it will become the hegemon of the Blue Star. Yifeng? What's going on? Why is he causing so much fear among the prodigies? What has he done? Could it be that he beat everyone up before the competition even started? But that doesn't make sense. If he beat them up, they wouldn't be saying such things. They would have come back crying to their mothers instead of expressing fear. Liu Bei felt the gaze of many powerful figures on him, his face slightly unnatural. To divert attention, he slyly looked at the middle-aged man with a square face and the old man with a sword beside him. Indeed, as expected, the powerful figures turned their attention to the people from Tianqing and Tianbei, the 2 major academies. Damn, this old guy is as shameless as ever, shameless. Being stared at by so many people, the two remained composed, but in their hearts, they cursed Liu Bei 100,000 times and insulted his ancestors. Reporting to the dean, we are powerless against Yifeng. If we face this freak, we can only admit defeat to avoid a beating. Sorry, mentor, when fighting against other countries, we will definitely go all out to kill. Reporting to the dean, I didn't believe the story about Yifeng beating the 7 top students of Tianbei Academy before. But today, seeing Yifeng's potential, I believe it. Whenever we encounter a competition where Yifeng is present, even if we face him, we will flee rather than fight, to save our lives and avoid being disabled. Please forgive us, Dean. At this moment, voices also came from the deans of Tianqing and Tianbei. This made Liu Bei embarrassed. Looking around the venue, he found no one to shift the blame to, so he could only smile awkwardly. Indeed, he is the prodigy of our Dragon's Crest Academy. As soon as the words fell, various needle-like gazes immediately pierced through Liu Bei and the group of deans from the Dragon's Crest Academy. Next, they would probably face continuous questioning and inquiries from the crowd. The deans of the Dragon's Crest Academy secretly cursed Yifeng in their hearts. What did this little bastard do? How did he make everyone wary and become the target of everyone? It might be a direct one-man show at the beginning. Yes, despite the curses, they still held endless confidence in Yifeng, believing that he would win. Yifeng was unaware that his unintentional actions had put Liu Bei in a very awkward situation. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was currently in the lounge of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, lying in a bathtub, eating fruit, listening to music, enjoying the vibrations of a massager, and checking the rules for the upcoming freshman exchange competition. On the first day, there would be a free-for-all battle on 10 designated platforms, randomly mixing an outstanding freshman for a melee. In the end, the last 5 standing on the platforms would win the final victory, earning 10 points each. On the second day, there would be one-on-one qualifying matches where individuals could challenge each other, with each person limited to 5 matches. Winners could accumulate an additional 10 points per victory. The third day would feature the highly challenging SSS-level Dead Spirit Land, filled with eerie death energy and countless corpses. Points would be awarded based on the number of corpses hunted. The points ranged from 15 to 6 for the top 10 participants. During the competition, except for fatal injuries, there were no restrictions on causing harm, disability, or incapacitation. In fact, as long as both parties agreed to a life and death contract, they could fight to the death, potentially killing their opponent. It felt good to have the option to kill the opponent. Initially, Yifeng only wanted to beat someone up, but now he was thinking of killing Sakura and the Korean guy. Even if they disagree, I can force them to sign a life and death contract and then kill them, right? If that doesn't work, we still have the presence of Xiao Bai and Xiao Tun, right? Both will play a significant role in this freshman exchange competition. As for the journey to the Dead Spirit Land on the third day, it's tailor-made for little skeletons. Yifeng's face was filled with endless anticipation. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the start of the afternoon arena battles. Apart from these, the location of the arena and the assigned personnel were unknown. However, Yifeng didn't care, he would be informed in due time. He decided to enjoy the hospitality of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities reception room, with food, drinks, massages, and the option to pay for high-quality special services. During this period, Liu Bei and the other high-ranking members of the Dragon's Crest Academy seemed to have disappeared without a trace, leaving no news or messages. Yifeng thought they were off enjoying themselves in the Magic City. In reality, Liu Bei and the others were busy answering numerous questions from overseas mentor deans, keeping them occupied. Time flew by, and after enjoying a morning of massages and baths, Yifeng finally received information about the first day of the competition. In the vast training grounds of the Magic City Academy of Supernatural Abilities, various terrains and environments were simulated, similar to the Dragon's Crest Academy, with 10 large circular arenas on each training ground. The terrains within the arenas were random, ranging from being in the middle of an ocean to a forest valley, a swamp with scattered trees, rocky mountains, and various other landscapes. Everything was randomly assigned, creating great uncertainty for everyone's professions. For instance, if a fire-based supernatural being was assigned to an ocean terrain, they would be in trouble, as not only would they have nowhere to stand, but the water would also counter their flames. Around the top 10 training grounds, there were over 100 huge screens floating in midair, broadcasting real-time exciting scenes from the training grounds for the audience sitting around the perimeter to watch. Yifeng was assigned to the 7th arena, which simulated an ancient swamp forest. The halo on his wrist flickered with green light, and Yifeng's body mysteriously teleported to the top of the 7th arena, randomly distributed to a certain location in the swamp forest within the 7th arena. The other overseas elite students were also the same. Now, all the elites on each arena were ready, having been teleported, totaling about 1,000 people. Each arena had around 100 people, and in the end, only 5 people would remain on each arena, while the rest would be eliminated together. Of course, the eliminated ones were not directly eliminated but could return to the arena for the second round of the competition through a resurrection match. However, their points would be halved, putting them at a significant disadvantage for the subsequent matches. The elimination process was simple: either defeat the opponent until they surrendered, voluntarily leaving the arena, or be detected by the halo on their wrist for any absolute life-threatening danger. If so, they would be judged and teleported away using spatial arrays. Around the training grounds of the magic capital Supernatural Academy, the overseas newcomers accompanying them all looked up at the 100 screens floating in mid-air, their gazes constantly shifting. They were looking for their own elites, chattering and discussing who might win this year's newcomer exchange competition. I heard that the elites from the Plum Country possess powerful mental strength that can subdue others without fighting. The elites from Western Europe are equally impressive. I heard they can contract with the six-winged seraphim, making them explosively strong. Stop praising the elites from other countries all the time. Our great Xia is definitely not inferior. Where are the 4 major academies weak? Moreover, our magic capital Supernatural Academy has hidden a seeded player this year, ready to shine in this newcomer exchange competition. There were discussions below, with the overseas newcomers chattering away, and the young people from Great Xia couldn't understand. But upon hearing that the people from Great Xia were boosting others' prestige at the expense of their own, some immediately retorted. In the exchange competition, not only were the newcomers watching, but in the sky above the arena, the hidden glass viewing rooms in the space were also watching everything happening below. Every sovereign realm expert hoped that the juniors they brought could achieve excellent results in this competition. Yifeng, oh Yifeng, it's only the first round, don't hold back, beat them to death. As long as you don't kill them all, as long as you beat a few, my Dragon's Crest Academy, no, my Great Xia, can cover for you. Liu Bei stood near the glass, his old face full of anticipation and cunning, staring intently at the 7th arena, constantly searching for Yifeng's real-time whereabouts. Oh, another ancient forest, the one from the Dragon's Crest Academy wasn't burned before. Should I just set it on fire now and burn this ancient forest down? I wonder if they've ever had their butts burned by fire. Yifeng lazily leaned against a large tree, looking up at the sky, with a carefree expression, muttering to himself. Everyone was definitely going to get into a fight. It just depended on whether they cooperated or not. For those who cooperated, they would only get beaten once. For those who didn't cooperate, they would be beaten until seriously injured and crying for their mothers. From the beast god ring, he released Xiao Mu. At the 7th arena, where Yifeng was, a towering ancient tree rose from the ground, its sturdy trunk engraved with golden ancient characters, exuding a mysterious aura. Countless branches spread out on both sides, reaching 100 meters high, forming a huge canopy that covered the sunlight in the sky, revealing darkness. The faint green breath of life turned into flickering green lights, lingering around the world tree of the heavenly rift. A massive branch transported Leaf Wind to the top of the cracked sky world tree, allowing him to overlook the surrounding 100 meters of space. Just right, he could see the scenes of all 10 arenas. This enormous tree was so conspicuous that the participants from the other 9 arenas all turned their gaze towards the 7th arena, blinking in confusion and disbelief, filled with doubt. Is this swamp ancient forest on the 7th arena too realistic? Where did this giant ancient tree come from? Could it be some kind of divine tree? No, who is that person on the tree, and how can they stand so high? Or is this the spell of a newcomer from overseas who excels in the power of wood elements, or is a wood elemental supernatural being? But isn't this ability too abnormal? 100-meter giant tree, are they trying to reach the heavens? The overseas newcomers and the Great Xia newcomers who were about to start fighting all stopped when they saw the scene on the 7th arena. Whose ability is this? To be able to summon such a terrifying giant tree, even with my contract with the gods, I can barely summon a 30-meter devil tree. On the 7th arena, there happened to be a divine contract master from Western Europe. Seeing the sudden appearance of the giant tree, his face was filled with fear and dread. If this tree had real combat power, then they would all be finished. Damn, whose twisted ability is this? How come I've never heard of such a terrifying person in this year's newcomer exchange competition? Damn, with that giant tree there, we can only hope it doesn't have real combat power, and then let the Celestials eliminate these enemies who are stronger than my great Sakura country. The Tenjiao from Sakura and Goryo countries, upon seeing the ancient tree, couldn't hide their envy and jealousy. How could they not envy such a twisted ability? It's infuriating. Jealousy changes a person's appearance. Ha! Why are there so many people here? That old guy is also here. Old man, what are you looking at? I'm right here. Leaf Wind stood at the highest point of the cracked sky world tree's canopy, waving to Liu Bei in a glass room in front of him, feeling somewhat surprised. He had originally planned to overlook the entire field, make some plans, consider whether to set everything on fire and burn everyone to death, knowing they would be teleported out due to the near-death protection. But suddenly, he saw a huge conference viewing space hidden right in front of him, with a group of powerful elders from the Dragon's Gate Academy inside. Facing Leaf Wind in this position were Liu Bei and other deans from the Dragon's Gate Academy. Seeing Leaf Wind, Liu Bei smirked, not expecting Leaf Wind to find them here. And Leaf Wind had directly summoned an ancient tree and stood at the highest point, truly beyond the measure of an ordinary person's mind. Reluctantly, Liu Bei nodded towards Leaf Wind. Inside the glass viewing room, the expressions of the other powerful elders were quite a sight. They had not expected such a twisted newcomer this year, summoning a 100-meter giant tree at will, seemingly with a tangible presence. It contained a terrifying aura of a wood-type monster. Wasn't this a wood-type monster? The powerful elders immediately realized that this was Leaf Wind, the newcomer that all of them from overseas feared. They immediately turned their gaze to the huge demon tree beneath Leaf Wind, their pupils dilating in unison, recognizing it as a sovereign-level wood demon. If that was the case, then the newcomers they brought had no chance of comparison. What's the point of fighting? A sovereign against a master? A difference of two major realms? It's like letting a newly learned basketball player with pet chickens challenge a professional basketball player who is 2 meters 3 tall. Can you win? Birds and humans are not even the same species on the level of combat power. Why does this kid look familiar? Seems familiar, where have I seen this before? From the side of the cherry blossoms, the deans of the two prestigious academies gazed at Yifeng, feeling doubtful. They had a sense of familiarity, but the more they thought about it, the more it didn't make sense. Clearly, this was their first time in Daxia, so they couldn't have seen Yifeng before. Yifeng just greeted Liu Bei and didn't bother with any unnecessary chatter. As for the powerful experts in the glass viewing room, he simply ignored them. Overlooking the entire venue, he shouted with all his might, "No need for unnecessary fighting or hiding, all that is useless. I alone can handle all of you. Everyone, come out and take your beating, spare yourselves from further suffering." Yifeng's physical body had reached the revered realm. His combat strength was akin to a berserker. His voice was earth-shattering, exuding a domineering aura. The sound reverberated throughout the thousands of square meters of the 7th arena and even reached the simulated arenas of the other 9 directions. That voice, that appearance, it's that lunatic. In the Grand Hall, the terrifying presence of the 10-headed chaotic behemoth. How unlucky we are to be matched with this lunatic on the same platform. Forgot to check the almanac before leaving. How did we end up on the same platform as this lunatic? The overseas freshman recognized the voice, looked up at Yifeng's figure on the giant tree in the sky, and wailed endlessly. Their faces were filled with despair and hopelessness. But when they heard Yifeng's words, they were deeply hurt. What did he mean by coming out to get beaten? Were they that despicable? Instantly, they were furious. Death before dishonor. With so many of them, even if he searched and beat them one by one, he might not find them all. As long as they hid sneakily on this platform, only 4 people would remain. Hide, as long as we hide where he can't find us. Then he'll be powerless against us, and we can advance and even slap his face. Speaking so arrogantly, acting so superior, looking down on everyone, thinking a mere tree is so great. The overseas prodigies who were competing against each other a moment ago, now, under the intimidation of Yifeng, set aside their differences and peacefully found places to hide. The powerful experts in the glass viewing room nodded in approval of this idea. In such a situation, hiding was indeed the best choice. The freshmen might not have the keen insight to sense the revered aura emanating from the wooden demon, but they could perceive it. Hiding and making it to the final round's top 5 was definitely a great choice. It's hard to advise stubborn ghosts. I kindly told you to come out and take a beating. To avoid more suffering, why resist? Indeed, it's hard to be a good person. There are not many great people like me. Since you refuse a single beating, you'll have to endure repeated ones. Yifeng stood at the highest point of the tree canopy, shook his head, and sighed softly. With a slight movement of his fingers, a faint green light emanated as he gave the command. Boom! The entire 7th arena trembled as a massive commotion erupted, shaking the earth. The world of wood controlled by Xiaomu connected all the trees in the swampy ancient forest, turning them into Yifeng's eyes and ears at that moment. Each tree was his surveillance point, allowing him to pinpoint exactly where everyone was. Hide? Evade? Where could they hide that he wouldn't know? Unless they jumped off the platform. But surrendering so easily was out of the question. Wooden barrier, celestial wood world. Endless wooden bindings, falling, hitting, whipping, lashing. Yifeng's voice was like a whisper of a demon, echoing through the arena. At the edge of the 7th arena, all the branches of the swamp ancient trees kept growing horizontally, connected by a royal command, intertwining with each other, truly forming a huge wooden arena. This was to prevent the arrogant geniuses from escaping the arena. Not only that, many of the geniuses had just found hiding spots, some hiding in the trees, some concealed within the tree bark and trunk. Even the earth and wood dual system experts, elemental mages, were hidden underground. Formation masters set up concealment formations, hiding in some corner, following the principle that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Xiao, relying on her ninja profession, concealed herself at the top of the tree trunk. Just when they thought their hiding spots were perfect, all the swampwood in the entire 7th arena seemed to come to life. The branches of the fixed pillars of the trees grew endlessly like human arms, twisting and turning. From the ground, hundreds of thick roots emerged out of nowhere, binding the genius's feet, swinging from the earth into the air, slamming heavily into the ground repeatedly, back and forth. Bang! 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 In a rhythmic manner, fiercely slamming to the left of the earth, then to the right, back and forth, ruthlessly slamming. Not only that, hundreds of thick vines sprouted from the swamp ancient trees, lashing out at the concealed individuals, the intensity varying from person to person. Slap! 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 One after another, skin splitting open. Throughout the ancient forest, on the 7th arena, cries rang out from all directions, converging like the piercing screams of slaughtered pigs, terrifying and chilling. Ah! Ah ah! Ah ah ah! None of the geniuses on the 7th arena could escape the whipping and slamming of all the vine bindings in the wooden realm, enduring a brutal beating. At this moment, there was not a single intact spot on their bodies, with hot red marks emitting steam, and even blood flowing. The areas that were slammed were especially swollen and painful. Occasionally they could hear the sound of their bones breaking. Among the 10 arenas, each arena had 10 referees guarding the order, each one at the respected realm. The region where Yifeng was naturally had them too. As Yifeng unleashed the forest power of the smallwood to beat everyone, the 10 referees appeared beside Yifeng, 5 men and 5 women. They opened their mouths to say something, but were silenced by a glare from Yifeng. An invisible soul pressure descended heavily on them like a mountain. The aura of respect manifested, and behind them, there were faintly visible 9 chaotic and blurry figures roaring to the sky, exuding 9 different beastly auras. I haven't killed anyone, and I haven't broken any rules, referees, it's better not to meddle. After all, you don't want to be beaten on this arena, do you? Yifeng grinned at the 10 individuals, harmless, but the threatening words in his speech were not concealed at all. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from Yifeng, along with the 9 chaotic and blurry figures behind him and the continuous resurgence of the 100-meter giant tree beside him, the 10 individuals hesitated for a moment, then turned and disappeared, continuing to conceal themselves in mid-air. Originally, they felt that something was amiss on the field and wanted to maintain order. Now it seemed that they couldn't maintain this order at all. Let him do as he pleases, it had nothing to do with them, as long as they weren't the ones getting beaten. After all, he hadn't killed anyone. Seeing the 10 individuals leave, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. However, the faces of the powerful individuals in the glass observation room became even more grim. Several deans of the Magic City Academy were astonished to see their own referee being so useless, their faces turning unusually dark. Yes, those few little cherry blossoms, beat them to death, beat them until their mothers don't recognize them, whip them in the face. And those few little sticks, always stealing our blue star culture, saying everything belongs to them, even this whip belongs to them, whip them on their third leg, whip away their little playthings. And those who always lick the boots of their Manga overlords, beat them to death, smack their faces with a wooden mallet, stab their buttocks with wooden spikes, and give them a good thrashing. Yifeng stood at the top of the Sky Rupture World Tree, shouting more and more vigorously, directing fiercely towards several directions of the 7th arena. Wherever his fingers pointed, the number of vines, wooden stakes, thorns, and tree roots in the marshy ancient forest would increase dramatically. The sensation of the earth's tremors would also become stronger, the sounds of screams incessant, echoing through the clouds. Ah! Damn it! Ah! Shiba, you demon! Baga, we didn't provoke you, why are you beating us? The crowd howled like wolves, feeling as if there were some strange things inside them, destroying everything in their path. Hey, guess what? They couldn't resist. Not satisfied, is it? Listening to the cries of the crowd, Yifeng shrugged indifferently, as nonchalant as ever. Even the spectators on the sidelines couldn't help clenching their fists upon hearing such words from his handsome face. Inside the glass viewing room, the faces of many powerful overseas monarchs turned pale, devoid of any smiles. The atmosphere inside the room was deathly silent. Among them, the most affected were Little Sakura, Goryo, and Fei Lu Bin. I told you, come out early by yourselves to avoid getting beaten. But you didn't listen. I have a big soft spot, if you have a good relationship with my Dasha, I'll help you out later. The Sky Rupture World Tree has a certain healing ability. It can absorb the life force of other trees through the greenwood's breath, turning it into a certain healing power to help them reattach their broken legs. The injuries would be gone by then, but the scene of being beaten up would not be forgotten. But there was a way, after all, it was the system's instruction, right? Okay, it's his own scheming. Yifeng stood on the Sky Rupture World Tree, lost in thought. He could offend all these people, but not Daxia, as they represented various countries behind them. Today, this new student exchange competition was actually a friendly exchange between Daxia and many overseas countries, aimed at fostering relationships. You should have listened to me earlier. I said come out early to avoid getting beaten. Now look, not only are you going to be beaten up but also thrown high in the air. I have one good thing. I never hit women. I like to beat up men. But I don't differentiate between men and women. There's a saying, you can kill but not humiliate. Next time I insult you, keep your voices down. It's not good to disturb others. Yifeng grinned, looking down at his handiwork below, very satisfied. Listen, is this speaking like a human? So brutal, inhumane, relentlessly beating for a while. Half an hour later, Yifeng felt it was almost enough. He tied everyone to the small wooden trunk and activated the mode of throwing everyone high. Another round of wolf howls, screams echoing to the sky. Yifeng was having a blast, with the voice of the system ringing in his mind. Ding, host task progress January 10th completed, but the host's methods are somewhat too brutal, not quite like a task as the system described. The system said to beat, not to bloodily torture. Tonesy, if you don't explain clearly, it's your fault. What's the difference between beating and torturing? Aren't they both just getting hit? It's just the amount and intensity of the hits that differ. You need to explain clearly. It's all your fault, system. Upon hearing what the system said, Yifeng shifted all the blame onto the system. His face was filled with colors of regret, sorrow, pain, guilt, sadness, and self-blame. In the process of throwing them high, Yifeng looked at more than 20 people, their injuries the most severe, faces beaten into pig heads, missing front teeth. These were the special care recipients of Yifeng, Little Sakura, Little Stick, and those prodigies from countries opposing Daxia. Their thoughts were quite similar, hostile towards Daxia, hostile towards themselves, getting beaten meal after meal, taking hits, not in vain. The height at which the 20-odd prodigies were thrown was uniform, spinning in all directions, 360 degrees. Extremely terrifying, extremely fast. They had fainted, eyes rolled back white. Well, with faces beaten into pig heads, eyes swollen into a single line, it was hard to tell if they had rolled back white or not, foaming at the mouth mixed with blood. As for the others, Yifeng used the power of wood chi to help them recover from their injuries. What is this power? Why do I only feel that my injuries don't hurt anymore? The bloodstains on my skin have disappeared, and even the broken bones seem unharmed. You have a feeling. I have the same feeling. Many of the thrown prodigies noticed something unusual on their bodies, shouting out during the process of being thrown, but there wasn't much joy on their faces. After today's events, they had lost face. While their physical injuries had healed, who would heal the wounds in their hearts? Yifeng felt it was almost enough, losing interest. The battles on the other 9 platforms had not even begun. All the prodigies kept their eyes on their own platforms, watching their comrades being beaten and thrown high. Yifeng felt that if he didn't end it on his side, the competition would drag on until tomorrow. To avoid delaying tomorrow's schedule, he decided to show some mercy and let them go. Snap! With a light snap of his fingers, the endless vines on Xiaomu's body retracted. As everyone was thrown, without the support of the vines, they all turned into a distant light, disappearing into the air. Like scattering flowers, they flew irregularly towards the areas outside the 10 training grounds. Faintly, from a distance, came more than a dozen different angry roars simultaneously. I definitely won't come back again. Next time, I won't even come back if I die. To stay alive, stay away from beasts. The end of the 7th platform was extremely absurd, with Yifeng single-handedly bloodily defeating everyone, being the only one to achieve the final victory, not even leaving room for 2nd, 3rd, or 4th place. On the side, more than 10 discreet gazes scanned over Yifeng's body at the top of the 7th platform where the world tree cracked open, hidden beneath loose gray robes, their faces unseen. Daxia's prodigies possessed 10 great beast companions. Originally wanted to deal with the Magic Capital Academy of Supernatural Powers, kill the hidden Demon Emperor body, but unexpectedly got an unexpected gain. His beast taming talent is definitely not inferior to the Demon Emperor body. This huge demon beast released first should be his life companion beast, also the strongest. The remaining 9, at most S-Rank, or SS-Rank, a few handsome realm, a few venerable realm, then lure them into the slaughterhouse to kill. The voices of the great robed figures were hoarse, communicating with each other. Each of them turned the dark gold finger guard on their ring finger. A mysterious force flashed and disappeared from the golden halo on Yifeng's left wrist, altering the trajectory of spatial teleportation. After completing all this, the dozen or so gray-robed figures turned their gaze to the other major arenas, waiting for the top contestants from the other arenas to win, so they could also make some moves and send them to other slaughterhouses. The place specially designed to slaughter the elite contestants from various countries. Hey, don't tell me they flew quite far one by one. Yifeng placed his hand on his forehead, looked into the distance, and marveled. The elite contestants had already flown out of his sight, nowhere to be seen. These 10 simulated arena spaces were compressed by numerous powerful experts from various magical academies, creating an extremely vast area. What are you looking at? Why don't you come to my arena and play with me? Or, referee, can you merge these 10 major arenas into one, so everyone can come to my 7th arena and have fun together? I am the most hospitable person. When friends come from afar, first break their bones and crush their skulls. Oh, no, I misspoke. I meant to become my bosom buddy. Yifeng saw the overseas elite contestants from other arenas and the elite contestants from Dacia looking at him, smiled brightly at everyone, looking very charming. Not only that, he also looked at the 10 referees hidden in the air, hoping that the other referees would consider this matter. Joining the arenas together would make it more lively for everyone to play together. Damn it, I'll play with you. Damn it, I'll be your bosom buddy. Isn't this bastard's intention clear enough? He just wants to beat us up. The elite contestants on the other 9 arenas listened to Yifeng's words, their mouths twitched, fists clenched, cursing Yifeng's ancestors in their hearts. If they could beat Yifeng, they would have agreed and rushed over to beat him up mercilessly. Hearing Yifeng's invitation was like making a deal with the devil, getting help from the god of death, who would dare to go up. Avoiding him like the plague, they immediately turned away and continued to focus on the battles on their own arenas. The 10 referees hidden in the shadows shuddered inexplicably as they listened to Yifeng's words. Yifeng's smile was extremely cunning, and as people from Dacia, they could easily see through his true colors. They were all sly foxes of 1,000 years, no need to play any tricks. After all, the people of Dacia enjoy tricking others, something they often did themselves. The 10 referees ignored what Yifeng said, treating his words as if they were nothing. At the same time, with a wave of their hands, the screen above the 7th arena displayed the words Victor Yifeng. As for those who were eliminated together, they were just eliminated. They could wait for the resurrection match later. Boring, why not consider it? Seeing no response from anyone, Yifeng sighed lightly, his thoughts moved, and he retrieved the small wooden object. The light bracelet on his left wrist flickered with spatial light, teleporting Yifeng out of the arena in an unknown direction. Without Yifeng's interference, the demonic presence, the suspended hearts of the audience finally relaxed, turning their attention to the other 9 major arenas, ready to watch carefully. What was going on with the 7th arena where Yifeng was? They hadn't even started fighting, and they all disappeared. It was one thing to hide, but they were easily found by others. The entire area was their opponent's domain, being beaten up helplessly, then thrown out, ending in a very dramatic way. Yifeng had a great time playing, but the audience had no experience at all, feeling nervous, their hearts pounding, and their eyes twitching. After all, each blow hit their bodies hard. They felt a twinge in their kidneys, clenched their buttocks, and their third leg went weak. Of course, a small portion of the audience came from the Dragon Crest Academy, and they were thoroughly enjoying the show. Finally, these bastards are getting a taste of Yifeng's brutal methods. We were treated like this before, and now they are too. It's satisfying, brings balance to the mind. I have a feeling that Yifeng might have left traces of setting fire to this ancient forest. After all, his eyes just now and his expression were exactly the same as that day. But it doesn't matter, it's not us being tortured, it's them. In the upcoming matches, we just need to watch him torture people. The audience from the Dragon Crest Academy laughed, picked up their phones, and live-streamed the event. Above, the faces of many powerful experts in the glass viewing room softened slightly. If they hadn't noticed that the injuries on the prodigy who was blasted away seemed to have been healed by some sorcery, they would have already clashed with the Dragon Crest Academy in this meeting room, leading to a great battle of experts. How could they lose face like this? Being beaten until they couldn't recognize their own mothers. Inside the entire viewing room, the faces of the powerful experts were all extremely dark, except for Liu Bei, who had a smile on his face. This was the result he wanted. Delightful. So damn delightful. Beat the hell out of him. Wait, it seems like someone tampered with the spatial transmission location. There's an issue with the teleportation node. Don't tell me I'll be teleported to some strange place again? Countless spatial light points flew around Yifeng, densely packed like electric currents, some flowing backward, some forward, making the teleportation points look chaotic. But I have to go see what's going on. Who meddled with it? I have a lot of trump cards up my sleeve, hee hee. Yifeng smirked coldly, with a mischievous idea in mind, feeling that the direction of this teleportation array was definitely not a good place. There seemed to be an invisible large net behind him, harvesting and capturing something. Endless light flickered, the space inside the teleportation array fluctuated, the surrounding spatial light points calmed down, as if they were about to reach their destination. A smile appeared on Yifeng's face. Under the flickering light, he looked even more sinister. Whoosh! A burst of light kept flashing, the space stabilized, and Yifeng's body passed through a certain space, landing safely, his feet touching the ground. Hee hee, another newcomer? How many is this? The 13th one? 9 from Dacia, 3 from the Mosey Kingdom, 1 from the Eagle Kingdom. Who knows which country this one is from? In the blood-colored space, a dozen big men with grim smiles on their faces, holding butcher knives, quietly awaited the arrival of the next unlucky person. Behind them, a dozen corpses lay horizontally, each one with eyes gouged out, even their faces peeled off, blood flowing everywhere, extremely gruesome. Is this the place? As soon as Yifeng arrived in this space, a strong smell of blood hit him, lingering at the tip of his nose, making him nauseous. Even the bloody smell from the many monster corpses he had killed before didn't compare to this foul stench. It was like a gathering of countless stale blood, mixed with the fermentation of rotten fish and shrimp. The blood-colored space was not large, only a few hundred meters in size, with darkness all around, the edges filled with blackness, only a conspicuous blood pool in the center, bubbling with blood bubbles. In the middle of the blood pool stood a statue of a faceless man in a blood robe, absorbing endless blood energy, which then flowed back into the blood pool as clear water. At the edge of the blood pool, a dozen bald brutes were already sneering at him, their gazes like those of wolves eyeing a lamb to be slaughtered, which irritated Yifeng greatly. Ha! It's actually a little pretty boy. I've always detested pretty boys the most. My ex-girlfriend was taken away by a pretty boy. I'm going to peel this kid's face off, make 100 masks out of it, extract his bones, and make a necromantic artifact. Hiss, this kid's cultivation is actually at the sovereign realm, a supreme demon. Beside them, Scarface, a bald brute, turned fierce the moment he saw Yifeng, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty intent. Kid, if you cooperate with us and tell us what you know about the secrets of the academy, then kneel down and call me dad a few times. You might get fewer beatings and suffer less punishment. Of course, you can also have some backbone and become one of the tough ones among us. The other bald brutes pointed to the white skeletons at the edge of the blood pool, their faces mocking and playful, never once taking Yifeng seriously. I'm curious, why would a bunch of sovereign realm trash like you dare to bark here? I won't ask you where this is, or what you're planning to do, because I know even if I ask now, you won't answer. Yifeng remained indifferent to the bald brute's mockery, his expression calm as he glanced at the blood pool behind them, where there were hundreds of skeletons and some celestial bones whose flesh kept turning into blood. Witnessing this scene, a chill crept into Yifeng's heart. The men's cultivation levels were not high, all at the 9th rank sovereign realm. But today, they were definitely going to die here. Heck, this little guy sure talks big. Arrogant brats like you who think they're invincible at the same realm have died in piles, their bones stacked up over there. Do you think you can still summon beasts in this space? Listening to Yifeng's words, the bald brutes, although initially surprised by his calm demeanor, quickly turned to sneers. They didn't regard his strength highly. So what if he's at the 3rd rank sovereign realm? Killing him will only excite the higher-ups even more. They had slaughtered a top-notch prodigy of the Great Xia Empire with their own hands. The higher-ups would surely reward them handsomely. The reason they dared to be so fearless was that this blood-colored space had special restrictions on beast tamers. All beasts couldn't be summoned from this space, it was unique and blocked the existence of spaces similar to those of beast tamers. Restrictions on beast tamers? It seems all those who died here were summoners, beast tamers, and the like. Yifeng understood this in his heart, slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, softly uttering a word. Suppress! Boom! In an instant, an endless aura of souls surged towards the bald brutes like a tide. At that moment, Yifeng held nothing back. His soul was already much stronger than others, and now it surged like an avalanche, unstoppable. Behind him, 3 demonic souls manifested. The undying phoenix, the ice crystal purgatory, and the burning vermilion bird. The appearance of the 3, their pressure, their might, their divine-level combat power was not concealed in the slightest, bathed in flames, carrying ice and snow, vivid and lifelike, as if real. Kneel! Yifeng spoke again, the endless soul pressure intensified once more, the momentum as if the heavens were collapsing, heavily pressing down on the dozen bald brutes. The 3 demonic souls behind him all howled towards the sky, intertwined with flames and ice, turning into divine soul frost, divine soul flames, using soul power as a means of attack. striking towards the men. The bald brutes' faces changed, the fierceness on their faces instantly turned pale, feeling as if they were being roasted by endless flames, stimulated by ice, endless stinging, resisting desperately. But human strength will eventually reach its limit. How could they compare to Yifeng? Bang! 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 In the end, unable to resist the pressure of the soul and the incomprehensible soul pressure, they all knelt down in a row. How is this possible? How could this kid have such terrifying soul pressure? Wasn't the beast restricted? Why can this kid still use it? The Lord couldn't have deceived us. Several bald men were puzzled, their expressions changing from fierce and mocking to terror. They never expected Yifeng to have such means. I ask, you answer. I'm not satisfied, you die. I'm satisfied, you can be relieved. Yifeng stepped forward, his voice cold, devoid of any emotion. With a wave of his hand, the ice crystal blue phoenix behind him proudly exhaled ice breath towards the empty space beside it, turning into small, sharp ice needles that covered the ground within a 10-meter radius. In mid-air, there was also a suspended area of 10-meter ice needles. The implication was clear, the two areas of ice needles would converge, turning you into a hedgehog or crushing you into a pulp. Dealing with ruthless people requires a different approach. Fight fire with fire, combat evil with evil. Kid, do you think you can scare us like this? Do you think we are easily frightened? When we entered this line of work, we had long ceased to care about life and death. We are a group of desperados. Are we still afraid of death? I regret not killing you. I never expected Great Xia to produce such a genius. Scarface bald man glared fiercely at Yifeng, his eyes full of ferocity and resentment, looking like a demon, eager to devour Yifeng's flesh. Good, you have guts, I like that. I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth. The following may be a bit bloody. Yifeng nodded, still expressionless. Behind him, another 10-meter giant tree demon soul appeared, its thick vines binding the bald men, draining all their strength regardless of their profession. With a brutal tug of the terrifying force, rip! Their limbs flew into the sky, blood splattering wildly in the air, spraying onto the faces of the kneeling crowd, drop by drop. Ah! A rough, heart-wrenching cry of pain echoed throughout the bloody space. The body of a man without limbs floated in the air, his limbs still spurting blood continuously, a large amount of fresh blood splattering. The man's face grew even paler, devoid of color. The intense pain caused his consciousness to momentarily fade, fainting. Yifeng remained expressionless, the men on the scene still not reacting, staring blankly at the scar-faced man in the air. Silence. The scene was as quiet as death. Don't worry, fainting to avoid what's to come? It's not that easy. Yifeng looked at the bald man who had fainted in midair, allowing the World Tree Marshal's soul to give him some life force, stabilizing his life force so he wouldn't die in the short term. Moreover, the body's pain and consciousness tearing could be felt in real time. Stay awake at all times, so as not to faint again from the intense pain. Ah! When the man woke up, he let out a painful roar, his face contorted in agony, struggling to even say a harsh word. Even looking at Yifeng took immense effort, enduring the pain inflicted on his body. You wanted to break my bones before, now I'll break yours first and see how it feels. After losing a lot of blood, it's necessary to chill it to slow down blood flow. Yifeng's words still devoid of any emotion, his voice echoing in the bloody space, as cold as ice and snow in December, sending shivers down the others' spines. Ruthless. Merciless. The words flashed through the minds of the bald men, and at this moment, their gazes towards Yifeng held a hint of fear. In the face of death, who can truly claim not to fear it? Even if it's death, a quick snap and it's all over. But this bastard actually has a way to revive the dying, subjecting them to endless agony, living in a state worse than death. And then there's the upcoming ice needle bed, just the thought of it sends shivers down the spine. It's hard to imagine that these are the methods of a young person. No, I'll talk. Yes, I'll say anything. Please, just give me a quick death, I beg you for a quick death. The scar-faced man's teeth were shattered from the pain, and amidst the muffled words, there was a hint of pleading. You want to talk, but I don't want to listen. Yifeng did not agree, using this as a warning to others, just watching indifferently as the man was taken to face the ice needle judgment. In an instant, the ice needles fell from above and below, piercing through countless times, pressing heavily on both sides. A heart-wrenching, piercing scream echoed, endless blood flowing out, along with some flesh, organs. It was bloody and cruel to the extreme. But compared to the blood pool, where eye sockets and facial skin were removed from the corpses, Yifeng felt that his actions were somewhat merciful, letting them die too quickly. Watching all this calmly, Yifeng turned around and looked at the remaining bald men kneeling on the ground. The men who were once fearless now began to plead for mercy even before Yifeng said anything. Big brother, we were wrong. We were blinded by greed and dared to try to kill you, but it's not entirely our fault. Those bastards altered the trajectory of the spatial teleportation array, sending you here. We were just following orders, not the masterminds. Big brother, ask whatever you want, I'll tell you everything, just please spare us. I have an elderly mother of 80 to support, a 13-year-old daughter to care for, and a 50-year-old wife waiting for me to send money. The scar-faced men were in tears and snot, trembling uncontrollably. This time, they were truly terrified. Yi Feng's methods were too bloody. This space was completely sealed off, apart from the spatial teleportation array, cutting off all information, making it impossible for any news to get out. Otherwise, they would have called for reinforcements long ago. Why kneel before Yi Feng here? Oh, you have a family too? That's none of my concern, I don't have one. How about this, shall I help you send them all to the underworld to reunite with you, a family reunion? The Buddha says, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. I'll kill all of you first, then put down the knife, will I become a Buddha? Yi Feng looked down, mockingly watching the bald men begging for mercy, not believing a word from these executioners. Even so, did these Xia Tianjiu who were killed by them not have families? They deserved to die. We thought we were already beasts, but didn't expect this kid to be even more ruthless and heartless. Is he even speaking human language? Kill his whole family as companions? The resentment in their hearts grew, but they dared not show it. Behind Yi Feng, there was a pure white figure, a nine-tailed emperor fox martial soul. Suddenly, a seductive force, an absolute sense of control, overwhelmed them. The closest bald man to Yi Feng's eyes lost focus, devoid of light. Absolute control, mental seduction. Followed by the power of the soul, stripping away their mental memories. This was the ingenious combination of martial soul and beast ability. In fantasy terms, it's called soul searching. Let's call this ability soul search for now. Yi Feng grabbed the bald man's head, lifting it up directly. A surge of soul power continuously pierced into the man's brain, extracting all the memories he possessed. Many big men belong to the blood department of the heterodox court, specifically tasked with receiving orders from above, squatting at the blood altar to hunt and kill the prodigies of countries like Daxia and Xiong. However, the prodigies of Sakura, Plum, and Goryo are not on the kill list. Taking advantage of the exchange competition of the Magic City's Supernatural Academy, with the aim of hunting down all prodigies, they tampered with the teleportation wristbands of each person, sending them to slaughterhouses all over, one by one. If they encounter unruly monsters that they can't handle, like Yi Feng, they need the guide to send them to the gallows, where there are more special restraining methods. Different professions have different abilities to restrict the blood space, such as this space restricting beast tamer, while other spaces restrict other professions. They cut off their faces, make human skin masks, infiltrate various forces of Daxia, and gather more intelligence. They cut off their eyes, making a key for a certain blood ritual, requiring the collection of 99,999 pairs of SSS-level prodigies' eyes. As for what this blood god is, it is unknown, a secret not for these small fry to know. The specific effects of the blood and bones in the blood altar are also unknown. They only know to continuously infuse prodigy blood. This is all the information Yi Feng obtained through soul searching. I already know what I want to know, you are useless now. Yi Feng's pupils were deep, devoid of any light, appearing even darker in this bloody dark space. With a sudden forceful move, the strength of the transcendent body and three different soul forces converged in his hand. His palm seemed to transform into a dragon claw, covered in scales. Bang! Boom! With a muffled explosion, the man's head turned into a mist under the immense force. The headless body lost support and fell to the ground. Yi Feng's hand was covered in blood. With a flame, it was all burned to ashes, his clothes still unstained with blood. Most professions, except for berserkers, basically do not cultivate their bodies. So, no matter how strong their abilities are, how bizarre their powers are, as long as they are not protected and enhanced on themselves, their bodies are no different from ordinary people. Killing them is as easy as pie. Devil! He's a devil. How can there be such brutal killing methods? He's a devil. Several bald big men, seeing Yi Feng directly crush a companion's head, were scared out of their wits, their faces even paler, bodies trembling. One by one, they started begging for mercy. But Yi Feng didn't want to hear their nonsense, continuing to use this mental control, unfailingly, questioning them one by one. After each person was soul-searched, Yi Feng would crush their heads, turning them into blood mist. These scenes constantly stimulated the remaining bald big men's minds. With each step Yi Feng took, each bald big man he killed, it was as insignificant as crushing an ant. But in the eyes of the bald big men, it was the footsteps of death, the countdown of the death knell. Every step he took forward, one companion was killed, one head exploded. They had no way to resist, only able to watch, waiting for death to come. The last few bald big men were dizzy from watching, then forcibly awakened by Yifeng, continuing to watch, getting dizzy again, repeating this cycle. Finally, after a round of soul-searching, everyone was dealt with 17 headless bodies lying on the ground. Yifeng also got the answers he wanted, his gaze even darker, devoid of light. The third level is the official net closing stage, where 5 slaughterhouses have been pre-arranged, and 1 gallows, right? Well, then, one by one, all killed. Keeping these tumors is of no use. Maybe through soul-searching, we can find out where the headquarters of the heterodox court is. Yifeng's killing intent had already solidified in his heart. At this moment, the system in his mind also issued a task. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the growth mission. Eliminate the members of the heretical court who have infiltrated this side's exchange competition, find the mastermind, and you can obtain 3 random devil fruits, or chaos fruit, 50% fragments, or a random fruit awakening card. Oh, I didn't expect a mission to be issued here, and the reward is the remaining 50% of chaos fruit fragments? This really excites me. And that random devil fruit awakening card, I'm excited about that too. You know how to make things interesting, Tongsu. Yifeng was delighted to hear Tongsu's sudden task, never expecting to complete one task only to be presented with another. He had thought participating in the freshman exchange competition was the main task, but now it seemed that eradicating this heretical court was the real main task. However, upon completing both tasks, he would be able to obtain a complete Chaos Devil Fruit. Tongsu had previously boasted about how good the Chaos Devil Fruit was, and now Yifeng was eager to see what the first random Chaos Devil Fruit would be. If it turned out to be the Heavenly Human Fruit, that would be interesting. Of course, if it wasn't, it wouldn't be a big deal, as Yifeng wasn't desperate to that extent. Enhancing his own strength was the most important thing. Neglecting early development and engaging in love affairs would be seeking death, wouldn't it? Of course, adding some romantic elements along the way to spice up this dull and perverted development life was also acceptable. After all, sometimes, you never know if this sudden romance is something you sought out yourself or something imposed upon you. Originally, Little Whale could devour all evolution, but these bloodthirsty things disgust me. Forget it, let's just wipe them out. And what's with this bullshit statue? It's really ugly. Yifeng glanced at the central bone blood pool and the faceless statue in the middle of the blood pool, unable to help but comment. Communicating with the 2 martial souls behind him, the undying phoenix and the burning vermilion bird, they spewed out endless flames of the phoenix and the vermilion bird. The 2 intertwined, transforming into a vast sea of flames, directly covering the entire bone blood pool. The scorching heat burned out black holes in the space, and wherever the flames passed, all blood plasma evaporated without a trace. The surrounding bone structures, under the scorching of the flames, turned into ashes, finally returning to dust. It could be considered Yifeng's way of giving them a funeral. The raging sea of flames engulfed everything. It burned everything it touched to ashes, including the faceless statue in the middle, which was incinerated into nothingness. However, before disappearing, a red light inside it was gradually reviving, causing spatial tremors, as if an extremely formidable power was awakening. As the aura descended, the red light surged. Another one of these ridiculous plots? This idiot is definitely going to come out and make some threats again, saying all sorts of nonsense. I don't have the patience to listen. Yifeng noticed something amiss here, his face showing impatience. It was always the same shitty plot, couldn't there be some originality? Behind him, another dragon whale martial soul appeared. Making the little whale open its mouth, it swallowed it directly. All the memory power in that bloodlight was completely digested by the little whale, transmitted to Yifeng's consciousness, shared with Yifeng. Brat, destroy my faith body, I will definitely come back. In the bloodlight, an unwilling roar echoed in the blood-colored space, lingering and not dissipating. Yifeng paid no attention to it, instead checking the memories contained in the bloodlight, and upon checking, he was delighted. He had originally wondered who this man was. He wielded the power of blood, extremely familiar with it. At a glance, hey, isn't this the blood beast god, an old acquaintance? The blood beast god killed in the blood-colored secret realm before was the consciousness transformed before death, possessing the position and power of a beast god. However, as a high-ranking beast god, the blood beast god is even more special than the ice beast god, existing as one entity with 2 lives. Even if one life dies, there is still another. What's even more incredible is that this life, from non-existence to reaching the position of a beast god, once again wields the power of position and the position of a beast god. However, he fell once again. His residual soul, the original body, is currently lurking somewhere in the heretical court, revered as one of the 3 major deities, absorbing countless blood followers to do his bidding. The other 2 major deities, of unknown origin, are on par with him, also having followers in the heretical court, known as the Dark God and the Fallen God, with their followers belonging to the Dark and Fallen factions, mainly spread across Western Europe and the Mei Kingdom. The Blood faction is in Disya, but the specific headquarters are not remembered in this red light. So you're an old acquaintance. Hey, it just so happens that I have the existence of the blood fruit in my hands. It was a pity that the control of blood was taken by Little Whale before, and now, isn't he offering me another control of blood? This blood beast god is really a good person, giving me 2 powers to wield. Isn't this an experience pack? Yi Feng's mouth was filled with a smile, almost reaching his ears. Knowing that it was this damn blood beast god, Yi Feng was very much looking forward to seeing what expression he would have when he found out that his other residual soul was severed by himself. Although he has control over blood, my ability with the blood fruit is equally absolute, and its judgment level is even higher. Yi Feng's mouth became even more playful, eager to meet the blood beast god. Behind him, there was an additional King Cicada martial soul. With a thought, he used the spatial ability of the King Cicada to create a fixed-point teleportation gate ahead. Little Cicada, this special spatial power belongs to one type of spatial power, and you can definitely absorb it. Then, you can construct the same field with the same power. Yi Feng ordered Little Cicada to devour this unexpected joy. Has the blood beast god sent me a great gift that can restrict the methods of other professions? By then, I will master all the methods that can restrict many professions, setting up more than a dozen special spaces in one go, prohibiting all professions, making them mere mortals, with only me having power. In the realm of mortals, all are mortals except me. The Void King Cicada received Yi Feng's command and began to devour the blood-colored space around him. Waves of power merged into the martial soul, helping him elevate his breath. The only regret was that it was not the original Little Cicada devouring it, otherwise, it might have directly evolved. As the Void King Cicada martial soul devoured the surroundings, his body became more solid, seemingly approaching corporeal form. Ding, hosts demonic soul Space King Cicada successfully devoured the blood-colored space, analyzing the power of the blood-colored space, mastering Forbidden Beast Space. With the mastery of the special spatial domain, Yi Feng was satisfied. Stepping through the spatial gate ahead, he left this blood space. After the power of this blood-colored space was devoured by the Void King Cicada martial soul, the space was left in darkness, devoid of specific entities. Apart from a dozen headless corpses floating in the space, there was nothing else. After their deaths, their bones would only decay in this space where no one could find them. What's going on? The spatial connection of one slaughterhouse space has been severed. Moreover, the coordinates of that space seem to have been completely erased, disappearing completely. The blood god sent a thought, intending to descend with divine power, but was erased by an unknown force. Could it be that the giants of Great Xia have sensed our presence and directly used thunderous means to erase the coordinates of the slaughterhouse or other slaughter spaces? Just moments ago, a dozen or so men in gray robes hidden among the crowd were watching the battles of the arrogant geniuses on the stage. They were about to change the teleportation location of the victorious geniuses when they received a message from the blood god's envoy, instructing them to retreat first. Regardless, the envoy has given the order, we must retreat first. The first round was just a minor disturbance, it's normal for the teleportation to be detected. But for the land of the dead in the third round, we have made extensive preparations and will not fail. It's extremely well concealed. Even if the giants of Great Xia notice, they won't be able to forcefully break into that space. By the time they figure out a way to enter, all the geniuses will have been slaughtered by us, and we will have fled. The group of men in gray robes were indifferent to the failure of the plan. Twisting the dark gold ring on their ring finger, a spatial light flashed, and their bodies mysteriously disappeared among the audience, just as mysteriously as they had appeared. On the stage, apart from the 7th arena, the results of the battles on the other 9 arenas had already been determined. Without Yi Feng's interference, everything proceeded smoothly and orderly, quite a spectacle. What the geniuses didn't know was that Yi Feng had indirectly saved them once. The top 5 winners of the 1st to 4th arenas were mostly from Western Europe, the Mei Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, and even the White Elephant Kingdom. The 5th and 6th arenas consisted of individuals from the other 3 major high institutions of Great Xia. The overall strength of the 8th and 9th arenas was weaker, with the top 5 from various overseas countries. The 10th arena was the most special, with only 2 winners, both from the Magic City Academy. One of them was also a beast tamer named Yao Jun, who had 9 powerful pets. Moreover, he was an extremely rare dragon-type beast tamer, displaying 3 SS grade 7th order elemental dragons of fire, earth, and wood on the stage. The other person, named Wu Yanran, was a beautiful girl, but her profession was somewhat unique, a gunner? It seemed like such a profession existed, yet it seemed uncertain to the others. While others fought using elemental powers and abilities, she truly wielded a gun. With a small bag around her waist containing a spatial fold, you never knew what she could pull out of it. From a Glock to an AK-47, and finally bringing out a sniper rifle, aiming at the head of an overseas genius, the red sight continuously swayed on his forehead, almost scaring the overseas genius to wet himself. Below the transcendent realm, individuals of any profession did not have the ability to withstand such military equipment. Above the transcendent realm, after their abilities were greatly enhanced, they could use their abilities or professional skills to counter bullets. Flames extinguished cannons, lightning struck tanks. However, this so-called gunner seemed to be upgradable as well. What if she brought out even heavier bullets? One shot fired, and a whole city block turned into nothingness. Little Sakura deeply understood this. After all, they had experienced it, the little boy, the chubby one. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. But the problem was, all the new students were only at the transcendent realm. This led to an invincible gunfight from 100 meters away when facing her. Within 100 meters, the gun was fast, accurate, and invincible. Shots left holes all over the body. The audience couldn't help but mock this bizarre profession. Many overseas geniuses, especially those on the stage, felt it the most. Have you ever experienced the feeling of being targeted by a sniper's infrared sight? Faced with absolute firepower suppression, the continuous sound of the AK-47? Did they feel it? If it weren't for the teleportation array on their wrists autonomously detecting danger and teleporting them out in advance, they would probably have had many more bullet holes in their bodies by now. Previously, apart from Yi Feng's sadistic performance on the 7th arena, the most exciting part was on the 10th arena. At this moment, Yi Feng returned to the resting area of the Magic City Supernatural Academy and shared the recent events he encountered with Liu Bei through a phone message. Of course, he didn't fully disclose what he would encounter in the third match. He believed he could handle it alone. If he had informed earlier and the match was cancelled, where would he slay those Blood Division members and complete the mission? Here, Yi Feng had a little selfish motive. By the way, in the third match, he eliminated the little Sakura and little Stick, which was quite strange as they were not on the list of targets of the Blood Division, targeting many geniuses. It was hard to believe they were not involved. Upon learning of this, Liu Bei was immediately furious and repeatedly warned Yi Feng not to leave the Magic City Supernatural Academy and arranged for high-level personnel from the Dragon Palace Academy to protect him personally. Not knowing where to go, there was no news day and night. When the Magic City Supernatural Academy learned of this, they secretly removed all the light bracelets from everyone's hands and reconfigured a new one without alerting anyone. They strengthened the security forces for the Guardian Exchange competition, added a prohibition transmission array, and after ensuring everything was in order, the competition proceeded as usual the next day. Today's arena was different from yesterday, a normal circular grand arena, also 10-sided, providing real-time battles for many geniuses. At the same time, it saved time. Each match was equipped with 3 referees to determine the winner. The audience from yesterday remained, and the hundreds of real-time broadcast screens in the air turned into a huge 10-sided screen, allowing people in the back to see the fighting scenes clearly. In the air, the powerful figures of the Junjing were still in the glass viewing room, but compared to yesterday, their faces were a bit gloomy. Someone dared to plan to hunt down their geniuses, which was despicable. Fortunately, nothing happened yesterday, only Yi Feng was abducted. They were secretly delighted about this. As long as it wasn't their people who were abducted, it was fine. If someone from Daxia died, it was none of their business. As soon as there was any movement on the field, they would intervene directly to prevent any accidents from happening again. At the start of the match, Yi Feng stepped onto the first arena, scanning the waiting area on the side, selecting his opponent. Wherever Yi Feng's gaze fell, the top geniuses from the Tianbei Academy and the other top scholars all lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with Yi Feng to prevent being chosen by this jinx. The top scholars from the Tianqing Academy did the same, and although the overseas geniuses were unwilling, they were equally intimidated by Yi Feng's terrifying, powerful, and sadistic strength, looking away to the sides. They hoped not to be chosen by this sadist. But this was a compulsory selection. Those called had to step onto the arena, otherwise, they would be considered surrendering. Why is no one paying attention to me? Am I that scary? Just preparing to beat you all up, right? I didn't encounter any escape on the 7th arena. I should meet one here. Even if I don't meet one here, I will definitely meet one in the third match. After all, the system's task is to beat you all up. He. Yi Feng didn't care about this and spared everyone, focusing directly on the people from the Sakura and Goryeo countries. The murderous intent and hatred in their eyes couldn't escape Yi Feng's notice. Yi Feng knew they wanted him dead. The stronger his talent and potential, the more disadvantageous it was for the two countries. Both Daxia and the two countries were trying their best to put each other in a difficult situation, so let's start now. Being stared at by Yifeng like this, many geniuses from the two countries felt uneasy, thinking they were extremely unlucky. With a plan in mind, even if Yifeng called for them, they could just avoid the battle and admit defeat. Admitting defeat was like being humiliated and beaten up by Yifeng on the field. The power gap was too vast, they would be defeated if they went out. Yifeng naturally understood these people's thoughts. There were ways to deal with them. If you don't come up, I'll use the power of Little White or Little Pig to charm and control you to come up. Are you afraid of death? Not willing to sign a life and death contract? Then I'll control you to sign it, and when the time comes to step onto the arena, it will be a fight to the death. This is the real slaughterhouse, where the two countries' geniuses are put to the gallows. Wait, I'll fight you. You're a beast tamer, and so am I. In the testing hall, I could feel the power of your pets, and I heard that you are a demon emperor body. Likewise, I am a demon emperor body. You have dragon-type beasts, and I also have dragon-type ones. In terms of the potential of demon beasts, it may not be weaker than yours. Since we are both demon emperor bodies, let's compete. Just as Yifeng was about to forcefully control the geniuses of the Sakura and Goryeo countries, Yao Jun stepped forward, unafraid of Yifeng's aggressive gaze. With a plain face, dressed in white, Yao Jun stood calmly. Yifeng was puzzled, looking at Yao Jun, not understanding why this fool was challenging him. He was about to kill little Sakura. Did this kid really want to be killed by him? What's been bothering you lately? You want to die that badly? Yifeng unconsciously blurted out his thoughts, quickly realizing it was wrong. Without signing a life and death contract, he couldn't kill anyone. He had just sentenced the overseas geniuses of little Sakura and Goryeo to death, and subconsciously sentenced Yao Jun to death as well. I certainly don't want to die. As long as we don't sign a life and death contract, isn't that fine? I want to prove that the Demon Emperor body of the Magic Capital Academy of Supernatural Abilities is stronger than the Dragon Gate Academy. Hearing Yifeng's threatening words, Yao Jun smirked. This bastard in front of him was indeed not a good person. Who would openly say they want to kill the other party? But his gaze was unusually firm. He was one of the chosen ones secretly recruited from Daya by the Magic Dynamic Academy of Supernatural Abilities this year. Each chosen one had their own pride. When he learned that Yifeng was also a Demon Emperor body, he was instantly ignited. Coupled with the recent rumors about Yifeng circulating on the internet, while he was secretly trained and had no reputation, unknown to anyone even when walking on the street, he felt ordinary and insignificant. Imagine, as young geniuses, proud and powerful, who would be willing to be inferior? Now, he just wanted to compete with Yifeng. Oh no, why did Yao Jun choose to confront this freak? He simply can't win. The gap in realm, and the difference in pets, is like a sky trench. Even as a Demon Emperor body, the divine beasts he controls have significant differences. With his fallen angel and six-winged angel cards, he simply can't beat that freak. Did he forget what we told him in advance? In the glass viewing room in the air, several deans and high-ranking officials of the Magic Capital Academy of Supernatural Abilities were in an uproar. Yesterday, they were already busy dealing with the information provided by Yifeng, neglecting Yao Jun's presence, never expecting Yao Jun to make such a move. Yao Jun didn't know how strong Yifeng was, but they did. After all, Yifeng's reputation had spread from the Dragon Capital to the 4 major academies, and his identity was one they had to protect specially. In terms of preciousness, importance, and even above Yao Jun. You are a Demon Emperor body? Listening to Yao Jun's words, Yifeng raised an eyebrow, his expression even more peculiar, thinking to himself, is this the real Demon Emperor body? Alright, let's see how strong this Demon Emperor's physique is. Little Sakura and Little Stick will be placed in the 3rd round to fight, let them live another day. He knew very well that he didn't have any special physique, nor was he a Demon Emperor. The reason he had so many spirit beasts was simply because he was cheating. Yao Jun stepped onto the first platform without giving Yifeng a chance to refuse, looked at the 3 referees on the first platform, nodded at them, indicating that they could begin. Before the match, there was no signing of a life and death agreement, which meant that they couldn't kill each other. He took the initiative on this point, not wanting to be killed by Yifeng due to any accidents. He had never underestimated Yifeng's strength, he even valued it greatly. The videos circulating online? He believed in them. Because he was a Demon Emperor, he could control tens of thousands of low-level sea beasts with just a thought, but it would consume a lot of energy and blood, even requiring half a year to recover. Although he didn't know how Yifeng managed to do this without any backlash, he believed in it. As for killing the Beast Kings, he didn't believe it. The Demon Emperor's physique granted the ability to control beasts, not invincibility. No one understood the Demon Emperor's physique better than him, and it was highly likely that Yifeng's invincibility was just self-promotion. Yao Jun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, no longer holding back. On the platform, 7 muffled dragon roars resounded simultaneously. Roar! 7 colored lights flew out from the spirit beast space behind him. 7 different colored dragons soared above Yao Jun's head. Each dragon represented a different element: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and wind. 7 elemental dragons, 7 SS grade 7th order sacred dragons, each over 20 meters long. The gold dragon shone brightly, the fire dragon burned with flames, the water dragon controlled the element of water, the wood dragon exuded a healing aura. The earth dragon was as heavy as the earth, the wind dragon moved without a trace, the ice dragon brought icy breath turning into snow. 7 sacred dragons, 7 different natures, 7 different dragon auras, dominating the field. Yao Jun deliberately glanced at Yifeng, wanting to see his reaction. However, he was disappointed. Yifeng's expression was extremely calm, as if these dragon beasts in front of him were no different from ordinary spirit beasts, and that was the truth. Where are your spirit beasts? Summon them, that thunder dragon, that phoenix. Let me witness the youngest dragon phoenix dual element spirit master in Daxia. Let me see if my 7 dragons are stronger or your dragon phoenix is stronger. Yao Jun stared at Yifeng intently. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. The 7 elemental dragons behind Yao Jun raised their heads high, their pupils filled with pride in their bloodline, looking down on Yifeng, not taking him seriously at all. This attitude was common among all dragon clans, or rather, anyone with the word dragon in their bloodline had this arrogant demeanor. Little Lei had this demeanor, and these 7 elemental dragons had it too. However, Little Lei was indeed a dragon, with a more terrifying bloodline, far beyond the comparison of these mixed-blood elemental dragons. These mixed-blood longworms are also called dragons? Demon Emperor's physique? They don't look that impressive. I thought this physique was extraordinary, but if this is all it is, it's better to abandon this physique. Yifeng shook his head, greatly disappointed. His lips moved slightly, as you wish. With a thought, he was ready to release Little Lei and let these mixed-blood longworms see what a true ancestor was like. Demon Emperor's physique against Demon Emperor's physique? But can Yao Jun win against this freak? His 7 sacred dragons are indeed powerful, but their size is far inferior to that giant tree, and this freak also has other spirit beasts, like that thunder dragon. The audience watching from below couldn't help but get excited at the scene unfolding before them. The showdown between the 2 demon emperors, whose demon emperor's physique was stronger. At first glance, it was undoubtedly Leaf Wind. But from another perspective? Still Leaf Wind. They firmly believed in this. Everyone had seen the online videos. The thunder dragon from before was nearly 50 meters in size, but compared to these 7 elemental dragons, it was like the difference between a child and an adult. Now, let's see if these 7 children can defeat this adult. Roar! Suddenly, the sky darkened. Countless calamity clouds covered the sky halfway. Boom! Rumble! One after another muffled thunder sounded, hidden within the dark calamity clouds. A huge thunder dragon, entirely purple and golden, soared through the mist, its massive wings flapping, blowing away all the calamitous thunder with a terrifying aura. Unknowingly, a wind started to rise in the world, with thunder and wind dancing together. The massive dragon hidden in the calamity clouds revealed its ferocious appearance. The purple-gold dragon's body reached 150 meters, even larger than all 7 elemental dragons combined. Its majestic dragon head, the cold light gleaming on its imposing dragon horns. The dragon's whiskers fluttered, its winding body exuding a supreme aura, powerful claws, orderly scales, and its dragon tail swaying freely in the air, releasing a dragon emperor's aura like the collapse of the sky. Woo! With the dragon emperor's aura and might, along with the pure bloodline of the dragon race, how could the elemental dragons still maintain their proud demeanor? Pressed down by this terrifying dragon emperor's aura, they prostrated themselves on the ground, whimpering in submission. The 20-meter dragon's body trembled, and the elemental power on its body was extinguished as if fire met a surging sea. The strong from the weak, the winner was clear. How can a mixed-blood dragon compare to a pure-blood dragon emperor? Ants challenging a tree, laughable and self-deceiving. Leaf Wind shook his head. The outcome was within his expectations, his expression unchanged. On the other hand, Yao Jun was completely lost, his soul gone. The 100-meter dragon still floated in the sky. The endless terror of the thunder dragon's might swept through like a hurricane. The aura of that realm was completely unmasked. At this moment, the Tianjios from the other 9 arenas were just preparing for battle. When they felt this terrifying demonic aura, they immediately stopped, their hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Even if they tried to firm up their beliefs, to stop the fear in their bodies, they still couldn't help but feel scared, their bodies shivering. Damn, this thunder dragon is so huge. And it's in the realm? What's the point of fighting then? They might be in the realm, letting themselves and others fight against higher-level opponents. They were indeed Tianjios, but Leaf Wind, this freak, was even more of a freak than them. How big is a 100 meters dragon? In the Western European countries, the most talented titled Tianjun, the titan summoned by the Divine Covenant Master, only had such a huge size, just over 100 meters. But where did Leaf Wind's realm reach? His summoned beast had reached a whopping 150 meters? Summoned beasts could continuously evolve by breaking through bloodlines, advancing with realm breakthroughs, so wouldn't the next realm break through 200 meters? In Western European mythology, apart from the legendary Golden Titan with a 200-meter giant body, there were no other creatures of such enormous size. How could they not be shocked? His realm is in the realm, he is the Lord. This bastard, is he really the same age as us, not faking his age? How could he be from the new generation? Controlling Thunder Dragon's existence, that day in the Great Hall, there was also a flame. Wasn't that also an SSS level realm? This bastard has 8 such pet beasts? I'm not fighting anymore, I'm going home to find my mom. On the 9-square arena, the prodigies felt endless despair, devoid of any will to fight. As long as Yifeng didn't summon the Thunder Dragon, they believed they still had a chance. But now that the Thunder Dragon appeared, not even 10,000 of them combined could match Yifeng alone. Forget about the third round of the Secret Realm journey, they would be lucky not to be treated as mere minions by Yifeng. Furthermore, under the terrifying aura of the Dragon Emperor, all the mythical beasts summoned by the beast tamers, summoners, and contract masters on the arena, whether monsters or spirits, prostrated themselves trembling on the ground. Are you the sovereign? Yao Jun snapped back to reality, his face devoid of any fighting spirit, only confusion and fear remaining. Beside him, the 7 elemental dragons, never before seen in such a state, lowered their heads and even prostrated themselves, acknowledging the purple golden dragon emperor in the sky as their master. They appeared as humble servants. What was even more distressing for him was that his proudest mythical beast, under his control as the demon emperor, couldn't be restrained at this moment. Among the 7 elemental dragons, there were signs of betrayal, as if they would follow Yifeng's command rather than his own. The demon emperor's physique, the chosen one's constitution? In front of others, he couldn't even control his own mythical beast and had to run away with someone else. It felt like following your childhood sweetheart all the way to marriage, only to have them run away with the neighbor suddenly after the wedding, more uncomfortable than eating shit. A hint of self-mockery and sarcasm flashed across Yao Jun's face, realizing that his actions just now must have appeared as a clown in Yifeng's eyes. My realm? Didn't your school's dean tell you? I don't believe those old guys didn't see through my realm. I wonder, he should have told you, and they should have told you. Didn't those sovereigns inform you of my true realm? Yifeng blinked innocently, pointing to a certain place in the sky where a glass viewing room was hidden, housing a group of sovereigns. This statement was not only directed at Yao Jun but also at the prodigies on the 9-square arena. The many prodigies on the arena blinked, including Yao Jun, looking more confused, raising their heads to look where Yifeng pointed, yet finding nothing. Well, that's strange. Maybe your mentors have abandoned you, not wanting to bother with you. I don't think your strength is worth mentioning, so they can't be bothered to guide you. Yifeng thought about this without any restraint. The prodigies clenched their fists and gritted their teeth upon hearing Yifeng's provocative words. Yifeng's words were still so sharp, so despicable. In fact, the sovereigns wanted to pass on this information to their juniors, but they were stopped by the people from the Magic City Supernatural Academy, claiming it would violate the rules, so they had no chance to pass it on. This led to the fact that the newcomers of the same realm never saw through Yifeng's true realm from start to finish, thinking he was just at the same level. Who would have thought, at the sovereign level? The strength at the same level was on the 18th underground floor, while the sovereign level's strength was in the atmosphere, a disparity in power that made it impossible to fight. Do you have any special cards to play? If not, you can take a beating and then leave. Yifeng, looking at Yao Jun directly opposite him, was starting to lose patience. He thought Yao Jun was much stronger, boasting a big name as the Demon Emperor, making him believe he possessed 10 SSS-grade mythical beasts as he had bragged. Now, seeing only 7 SS-grade mixed-blood centipedes, he was truly disappointed. It was like preparing to do something good with your pants down, only to find out it's that time of the month. Facing the aggressive Yifeng, Yao Jun was momentarily speechless, his face turning red. He really wanted to summon his only 2 SSS-level angels and fallen demons, but he was afraid of being deceived by Yifeng, that bastard. He realized that in front of Yifeng's perversion, things like the Demon Emperor's body were meaningless. He even doubted whether Yifeng's Demon Emperor's body was stronger than his own. The Demon Emperor's body of the gods? Otherwise, how could he have the ability to make his 7 elemental dragons cower like servants, to the point where he couldn't even feel his connection with them for several moments? Forget it, I can just take a beating and leave. Yifeng realized that the guy in front of him was just showing off. But he had met his match. With a snap of his fingers, a force of empty shock spread around Yao Jun, causing a tremendous shock sensation in his limbs, chest, and body from all directions. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! A series of bloody explosions rang out simultaneously, and Yao Jun felt as if his limbs and chest had been heavily hammered. His chest caved in, his limbs bones slightly fractured, and he flew off the arena like a kite with a broken string. He lost consciousness, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out spitting blood foam. With this appearance, he should be able to recover after half a year of rest. Everything comes with a price, right? You can't just show off and expect to walk away unscathed. That's not how it works. It's like going to a brothel and trying to leave after freeloading, only to have your legs broken by the innkeeper. It's the same principle. So, Yifeng broke his legs. Boring. Yifeng shook his head, no longer interested in this so-called one-on-one battle. He just wanted to get to tomorrow quickly, beat up all the arrogant geniuses, and then kill them. He would cleanse the people of the heretical court, complete the mission, and obtain a complete chaos-level demon fruit. Feeling Yifeng's gaze on them again, all the geniuses, whether from the Great Xiao or overseas, shivered in unison, feeling an endless threat. Under that gaze, they felt like they had been stripped naked and thrown into a vicious wolf den, shivering uncontrollably. Yifeng knew that his strength was exposed, and no one would dare to fight him, so he provocatively asked, "Why don't you all attack me together?" Actually, this thunder dragon is just a paper tiger, very weak. It looks a bit bigger, but it's just a little bigger, not very useful. It's all just for show, scary little tricks. Yifeng pointed to the small thunder on the ground, indicating that he should tone down his thunderous and draconic aura, so as not to scare the children. Following Yifeng's command, the thunder dragon felt a bit wronged. He was just asked to make a grand entrance to show off, and now he was being told to tone down his demonic aura? The problem was, that was just how he looked. He couldn't change his species, could he? Otherwise, should he regress back to a goldfish to show you? Can't scare you to death. But there was no choice, he was just a pet under Yifeng's command. He could only serve as a mount for Yifeng. Unless one day he also transformed and became a dragon maiden, then she could ride on Yifeng's back. Riding together, a double entendre. The thunder dragon complied, tentatively toning down his demonic aura, but it still remained terrifying as ever. When the overseas geniuses heard what Yifeng said, they all had the same expression on their faces, looking at Yifeng as if he were an idiot. Their expressions seemed to say, "Are you taking us for fools? Do you think we'll believe your nonsense? Fabrication. Keep fabricating. If we fall for it, we'll commit suicide immediately. Well, there's no other way, let's just kill 4 little cherry blossoms to liven things up." In Yifeng's arms, a fluffy 3-tailed emperor fox appeared, exuding an invisible enchanting force that fell upon a young man named Xiao. He coincidentally looked at the 3-tailed emperor fox in his arms. Yifeng pointed at the man, "Fight me." The man nodded awkwardly. In front of everyone's eyes, amidst their astonishment, he stepped onto the first platform like a hero marching to his death and declared firmly, "Let's sign a life and death contract." The crowd erupted in shock and noise. Is Xiao out of his mind? Not only does he go up to be beaten, but he also signs a life and death contract. How many lives does he have to dare fight like this? Isn't this just delivering oneself to death? Could it be that this kid has been so beaten down that he wants to die and be reborn early, trying to be a hero but failing? Everyone was puzzled, including the other young Xiao members. At this moment, the most shocked was the monarch of the Sakura kingdom watching from the glass viewing room above. If not for so many monarchs watching him, he would have rushed down already. The looks from the Sakura side towards the few people were grim. Long K, Tianqing, Tianbei, and 20 monarch powerhouses from the Magic Academy all consciously moved closer to the young Sakura powerhouses. If anyone dared to make a sound, they would take them down immediately. When dealing with Xiao, they presented a united front. "See, you heard it too," he said it himself. "I didn't force him. I didn't put him in a difficult position either." Yifeng pointed to the distant Xiao, looked down at the crowd, indicating his innocence. Yifeng retracted Xiao Lei into the beast space, and there was nothing more to do with the beasts. This time was for his beasts to show off, and he should show off too, killing a few Xiao members to satisfy himself. A demon-slaying sword appeared in his right hand. With a slight bend in his legs, a terrifying force stepped out from the ground, leaving 2 dents. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng had already killed in front of Xiao, his sword flashing. With a clang, the head of Xiao separated from his body as the sword fell. The demon-slaying sword now bore traces of blood, dripping down to the tip and splattering on the platform. Killing a mid-level commander with one swift stroke, he was decisive, without any hesitation. Next, After all this, Yifeng looked towards the arena below, the demon-slaying sword in his hand still dripping blood and gleaming coldly. Little White in his arms peeked out its furry head, fixing its gaze on another young prodigy from the Sakura Kingdom, emitting an invisible enchanting force, completely controlling him. A young man from Sakura stood up on his own, fearlessly stepping onto the first platform to face Yifeng. His voice was as resolute as the deceased before, sign a life and death contract, no retreat. Is the Sakura Kingdom going crazy? Still daring to go up? The body isn't even cold yet, what kind of spirit is this, a death wish? As the second person entered the stage, not only the audience outside but also the various prodigies in the preparation area were puzzled, staring strangely at the man on the platform, shaking their heads in disbelief. They could already foresee the inevitable outcome. Death was certain. A drop of blood oozed from both of them, falling on the contract in front of them. The next moment, Yifeng moved again, his speed incredibly fast, the sword flashing and falling once more. Where the sword passed, heads rolled. Another headless body appeared on the first platform, blood gushing. Defeating one, killing two, now there are two more to call, or rather, two more to kill. Let's finish off these Sakura students from Osaka University first. Yifeng targeted the remaining two individuals. A total of 4 students from Osaka University came, 2 of them were already killed by Yifeng, and the remaining 2 should also be sent on their way together. Using the same method, the same moves, the second charm, both of them climbed onto the arena with fearless courage, shouted to sign the life and death contract, and after that, they were beheaded by Yifeng one after another. 4 headless bodies lay flat in front, incredibly neat, with blood still flowing continuously. On the 4 headless corpses, a trace of astonishment was frozen on their faces. Before their death, they didn't know how they stepped onto the arena, how they said such nonsense, and how they died so inexplicably. At the last moment before death, consciousness was restored. But at that moment, they only felt the world spinning around them. In their field of vision, they saw a headless body that looked very familiar. Oh, isn't that their own body? Realizing this, consciousness disappeared, and they died directly. After killing the 4 people, Yifeng jumped off the arena, indifferent, walked out of the arena as if nothing had happened, under the gaze of all the overseas talents and the audience. As for what others thought afterwards, it didn't matter, he didn't care. He was here just to complete the tasks released by the system. After finishing things here, he would head to Longdu. After all, he still had plenty of secret realm keys in his hands, which he could use to upgrade his pets. There were countless demon beasts to kill in the secret realm, and he could earn a lot of points. As for the matter of leveling up, he had already discussed it with Lu Bai. At that time, he only needed to defeat any 10 students from the 2nd and 3rd years in the ranking formation after 5 months, and complete a certain number of demon hunting tasks, earn enough credits. These tasks could be received from the demon hunting associations in various provinces and cities of Dacia, jointly issued by them and the Dragon Gate Academy. Have these little cherry blossoms lost their minds? The 4 little cherry blossoms from Osaka University came to challenge Yifeng and were beheaded by him. I can only say, he really did a good job, cut them off so neatly, satisfying. The audience from Dacia howled one after another, not hiding their satisfaction. Comparing what Yifeng did to these 4 little cherry blossoms and what he did to Yao Jun just now, it turned out he had held back a lot just now. So should we thank him? The spectators from the Magic Capital Academy looked at the 4 headless bodies on the first arena and thought of the demon lord who had just been carried away unconscious, suddenly realizing that Yifeng was not bad. The female artilleryman looked at Yifeng's departing figure, full of excitement. That big dragon, my cannon definitely can't move, but my nuclear bomb can. And the missiles in my little bag should also cause some damage. Inside the glass viewing room, the 3 strong men from Osaka University had their teeth shattered, their fingernails embedded in the flesh of their palms, memorizing Yifeng's appearance. Their gaze was like that of a ferocious beast. When they returned, they must secretly assassinate Yifeng. Not only him, but all the talents of Dacia must die to avenge today's blood feud. But could they really return safely to Sakura? This matter will be revealed in the next chapter. Iron who can't be wrapped in a package. The remaining talents from Kyoto University felt a wave of relief Yifeng didn't kill them. Fortunately, this plague finally left after accumulating 5 victories, and now, the arena was truly handed over to them. All the talents felt this way. Without Yifeng's interference, the arena battles became exciting once again. Various professional abilities exploded, various pets, various spell formations appeared one after another, dazzling and magnificent. The power of the Buddha light, the appearance of ancient monsters from Western Europe, the shadow assassins of Egypt, and the dark element mage shrouded in shadows. However, for the audience, they felt somewhat disinterested. Having just witnessed the terrifying thunder dragon of Yifeng, Everything else now seemed mediocre. After a bizarre one-on-one qualifying battle that lasted all morning, the curtain finally fell. The spectators no longer cared about who won on the other platforms or how many points they accumulated. What good were points when Yifeng was around? Was there anyone stronger than Yifeng? It was a foregone conclusion that Yifeng was the only candidate to win the newcomer exchange competition this year. After disappearing for a whole night, Liu Bei returned and sought out Yifeng in the rest area. I have investigated what you mentioned, and the demon capital has been sealed off by my great Xia forces. Not even a bird can escape, Liu Bei said, pausing for a moment and giving Yifeng a meaningful look. He wanted to know how Yifeng had escaped without a scratch. When he looked into the matter, he found that the place known as the slaughterhouse was extremely complex, with the ability to restrict beast tamers from summoning their beasts. This meant that even someone as formidable as Yifeng, with 10 terrifying divine beasts, would be unable to summon them. Yet Yifeng returned unscathed, as if nothing had happened. The cards Yifeng held were truly extraordinary. Liu Bei thought of asking Yifeng for some, to see if he could share a bit. This old man Liu Bei was shameless in his thoughts. 7 Imperial Realm experts from the demon capital are guarding the borders, and secretly, several other powerhouses from our great Xia are hidden, mobilizing the Imperial Realm experts from the military districts. The space is deadlocked, making it impossible for teleportation arrays to be tampered with. You can compete with complete peace of mind. Your safety, the safety of all the prodigies of Great Xia, and the safety of other overseas prodigies are all guaranteed. The people of the Holy See will have nowhere to escape. We will search every inch of space, capture them, and interrogate them rigorously. Liu Bei assured Yifeng of the safety of everyone, full of confidence in the forces deployed this time. Yifeng, still immersed in the massage bathtub, absent-mindedly eating fruit from a platter, nodded nonchalantly, thinking about something else. Can't you take this seriously? These are people from the Holy See who have slain countless prodigies. If it weren't for your abnormality, you might have died there too. When the time comes, my Dragon Gate will definitely engage in a full-scale war with the Holy See, and it will be a fight to the death. Liu Bei was infuriated by Yifeng's lazy appearance. Hearing Liu Bei say that the Dragon Gate would fight the Holy See to the death for him, Yifeng's attention was piqued, feeling a warmth in his heart. He tentatively asked what he had in mind. Old man, what if all the overseas prodigies participating in the competition accidentally die in the Dead Spirit Land? What would happen then? After all, that place is an SS-level death zone. If accidents happen and some people die, it should be normal. Yifeng carefully observed Liu Bei's subtle expressions, considering the feasibility of this outcome. If Liu Bei said it was okay, then it must be okay, and he would create some illusions of accidental deaths. You must not do this. Not to mention that some countries have long-standing friendly relations with Great Xia. Even if those are not so friendly, if you kill them, and the numbers add up, blame will surely fall on Great Xia. At this moment, Great Xia is not prepared to have all the countries as enemies, let alone having to hide for a while. Liu Bei exploded upon hearing Yifeng's words. Yifeng understood the meaning of these words at once, clearly grasping the thoughts in Yifeng's heart. This little brat was going crazy, completely out of his mind, actually wanting to kill all the overseas geniuses? Was he obsessed with the idea of killing after annihilating 100,000 troops in Zayawawa country, now wanting to kill more? This bold idea must be ruthlessly suppressed, at least not now. Do we need to hide for a while longer before going to war with all the Blue Star countries? Is Xia hiding so deeply, so cunningly? Yifeng clearly caught the slip of the tongue from Liu Bei just now, his eyes showing contemplation, his expression subtly changing. It seems that the previous immortals have probably recovered. Moreover, Xia definitely has more than just those immortals, possibly even more powerful beings. Earlier, Liu Bei mentioned several generations of Blue Star leaders. This indicates that the previous Blue Star was unified, and these generations of unifiers are likely people of Xia. Otherwise, why would overseas countries fear Xia so much? Even though I have searched through all the historical books in the Dragon Palace library, I have only found some clues that prove the glorious past of Xia. Yifeng had his own considerations, while Liu Bei continued to persuade Yifeng to abandon such thoughts. One old, one young, one earnestly advising, the other listening without any thoughts. Yifeng was pondering about the third round of the Land of Death, unable to kill them all, so he had to stick to the original plan and fight them all. Ah, what a pity. However, Xiaoyinghua and the Little Stick are definitely going to die, as well as the Mei country. By then, through soul searching, we'll see if they know about this matter. If they know, then kill fiercely. If they don't know, then kill gently. In any case, death is the only outcome. The night passed quietly. Liu Bei returned to the viewing room where the strong were, while Yifeng went to participate in the SS-level deathmatch of the third round. In the end, the number of participants had decreased, with only 100 people left. including the 50 who re-entered in the resurrection round, and the 50 from the second round. The vast mystery, the strength of the people not being strong enough, entering such a level of death, Yifeng couldn't understand what the organizers of the Magic City Supernatural Academy were thinking. From Yifeng's perspective, the difficulty of conquering the beasts and various dangers in this death ground was at least at the level of the Shui realm. For those at the Shui realm level, with SSS talent, after encountering powerful death beasts inside, they'd probably only had the chance to escape. Of course, the wristband would automatically teleport them out when they encountered danger, which was a bit troublesome for Yifeng. However, it wasn't difficult to break it. In the end, it was all about spatial formations, which he wasn't familiar with, but he was familiar with space. By then, let Xiaochan handle it. On the circular arena, 100 people were ready, with hundreds of light screens above their heads, broadcasting everything happening in the mystery in real time. Of course, if they encountered a special blood-colored space like the slaughterhouse that day, it would be automatically blocked. The blood-colored world formed its own space, different from the outside world, so Yifeng was ready to make good use of this point to take down the enemies. I won't say anything unnecessary, you all know the rules. When in danger, the wristband will automatically teleport you out. Encounter a Shui Realm Death Beast, kill it fiercely. Low-level Shui Realm Death Beasts are not difficult for you to kill. For mid to high-level ones, just run. But if you come across a Lord-level Death Beast, run directly. If you encounter a Sovereign-level Death Beast, run directly. Over a dozen referees on the field spoke in unison. The first sentence about running when encountering a Lord-level Death Beast was for the geniuses to hear. The second sentence about running when encountering a Sovereign-level Death Beast was for Yifeng to hear, with different targets in mind. Yifeng's realm is the realm of respect. When encountering opponents of the same realm, he could single-handedly slay them all without breaking a sweat. If you can't win, you can voluntarily crush the halo on your wrist to be teleported out. There is real-time broadcasting in the secret realm. Your safety will be observed by the outside world, but there are some special forbidden areas that block the signal and power of formations, so be extremely cautious. Points are secondary, life is paramount. The dozen or so referees reiterated their instructions. The young talents nodded, their faces devoid of any fighting spirit, only showing resignation and despair. On the first day, they engaged in a friendly match with the newcomers, full of confidence and youthful vigor, all aiming for the top spot. However, on that afternoon, Yifeng emerged out of nowhere with his monstrous strength, leaving them in awe and feeling helpless, only striving for rankings below the first place. On the second day, witnessing Yifeng's terrifying power and his consecutive defeats of the prodigies, they felt utter despair. Today, their only mission was to return safely. If not for the fear of losing face, they wouldn't even want to participate, not wanting to face Yifeng whose terror had deeply rooted in them. The head referees waved their hands, enveloping them in holy light, and from under the feet of the prodigies, endless light bloomed, transporting all 100 individuals to the SS-level Dead Spirit secret ground. Overseas viewers fell silent, like withered radishes, looking up with a sense of despair at the light screen above, wondering, will our prodigies return safely? Competing against that monster, can anyone survive? On the Great Xia side, especially among the new student audience of the Dragon's Gate Academy, enthusiasm was high, filled with excitement as if injected with adrenaline. They recorded every match these past few days, broadcasting them in real time. The entire Dragon's Gate Academy was already in a frenzy, cheering for Yifeng. The Dead Spirit secret ground was a desolate graveyard. The ground was covered with decaying leaves and mud, emitting a damp and musty smell. It felt like stepping on broken bones, creaking underfoot. The air was filled with a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. A cold wind blew, carrying the stench of the graveyard in deathly aura, sending shivers down the spine. In the corners of the graveyard, dilapidated tombstones leaned, scattered white bones lying around, hollow eye sockets seemingly gazing at something, numbering in the thousands. In the center of the graveyard, 3 ancient bronze steels exuded a buried aura that began to stir as the group arrived. The prodigies frowned upon entering this desolate place. Wasn't this supposed to be a secret realm? How could it look like a graveyard? Instinctively, they took a few steps back. The teleportation was random, but they all arrived together, huddling closer to each other, feeling uncertain. They were supposed to hunt dead beasts, so why were they suddenly in the heart of this dead spirit place, a graveyard? Isn't this a bit absurd? They skipped the monster hunting and leveling up stages and went straight to facing the final boss, but they hadn't leveled up. It was like a level 1 character without gear facing in-game minions, getting one shot and dying. The overseas prodigies were in a panic, never encountering such an unlucky situation. What do we do? This is the center of the dead spirit place, the most dangerous spot. We haven't even killed any dead beasts and were sent to such a perilous place. This bracelet automatically detects danger. When we are in mortal peril, it will protect us and teleport us out. The outside world is broadcasting in real time. If you just entered and immediately ran out, how will others see you? Reputation is crucial. The prodigies began a heated discussion, hesitating whether to withdraw directly. You're foolish. With that freak around, he possesses the thunder dragon of the respected realm, a thunder type that counters undead type creatures like skeletons. If a thunderstorm strikes, a large area will perish. Let him act as a distraction in the front. We can take the opportunity to run towards the edge, where the danger level will be much lower. Then we can scatter towards the edge and hunt down the dying beasts there to earn points, right? The 10 prodigies from the Stick Nation exchanged glances, all looking at Yifeng, considering using him as a shield to attract firepower in the front while they retreat, essentially selling out Yifeng. After all, Yifeng was so powerful, what harm would it do for him to take some hits in the front? Even if he dies, it's none of their concern, as long as they survive. The group lowered their voices significantly, but it didn't escape Yifeng's ears. This proposal was immediately agreed upon by the leading countries like Sakura Nation, Beautiful Nation, and Philippine. The prodigies glanced at each other, forming a ruthless unspoken agreement to sell out Yifeng for a chance at survival. The remaining prodigies from the Great Xia Empire hesitated. Although they didn't like Yifeng, his extraordinary strength would undoubtedly benefit the future of Great Xia. Selling out Yifeng would mean betraying a teammate, something they found despicable. Internal friction was normal at times, but externally, they were unprecedentedly united. With this realization, they decided not to sell out but to advance and retreat together. The prodigies from several countries friendly with Great Xia also hesitated, not making an immediate decision. Yifeng listened to everyone's words without missing a single one, inwardly sneering repeatedly. Use himself as a shield? They really dared to think that. Well, let them think that way, they would soon regret it. Have we arrived directly at the center of the dead spirits' land? The direction of that teleportation array is random, it shouldn't have been tampered with. These bastards are really unlucky to be teleported directly to the center. These 1,000 white bones are constantly reviving, each one is at the respected realm level. Under those 3 main tombstones, there are at least 3 skeletons above the high-level respected realm. I don't even need to act, they are doomed. Yifeng roughly surveyed the scene of this central graveyard, forming a plan in his mind, a perfect opportunity for his little skeleton to level up. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the white-boned skeletons lying horizontally on the ground moved slightly, their eyes showing a hint of eerie blue flames. As the tremors intensified, a huge crack opened in the ground. From the crevice, numerous white-boned skeletons' arms reached out, like demon tentacles, trying to grab something. One after another, white-boned skeletons crawled out from the underground tomb, their eyes hollow and lifeless, yet seemingly sensing the presence of living beings. Their teeth were incomplete, but they could still emit a piercing howl. A stench emanated from their bodies, unbearable to anyone. It was a mixture of decay, mold, and death, suffocating. Over 2,000 high-level respected realm rotten skeletons. Over 2,000 mid-level respected realm underground ghosts, the eyeless devouring ghosts. The ghosts and skeletons stood upright, swaying unsteadily, targeting Yifeng and his companions. Sensing the presence of life in the group, they instinctively wanted to tear their bodies apart, extract their organs, and devour them. In their eyes, Yifeng and his companions were the long-awaited delicacies, a feast they had been starving for decades. Roar! 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 The ghosts and skeletons let out excited growls as they slowly approached, their pace not fast. After sleeping underground for so long, their awakening left them somewhat disoriented. In the land of the dead, under the faint moonlight in the sky, shadows fell behind the numerous skeletons and evil spirits. Evil spirits, skeletons, and shadows are essentially dead creatures of a certain life form, not entirely deceased. Just like little skeletons, so having shadows makes it easier. Yifeng calmly gazed at the many skeletons and evil spirits. Although their realm was higher, all in the Shui realm, while the little skeletons were only in the Jiang realm. But these were all dead creatures, belonging to the category of demonic beasts. Let any pet beast come out, control them with the power of mastery, then let the little skeletons cut off their shadows one by one, control their shadows, thus controlling these skeletons and evil spirits. Wouldn't that be good? In this land of the dead, he was the Lord of the Dead, the catastrophe of the undead. Run! Thousands of Shui realm beings, we can't resist them at all. The flesh of these evil spirits, after experiencing corruption, is extremely tough. Even supernatural powers like flames can hardly harm them. Unless it's a holy priest, using the power of purification to remove the death aura and curse from their bodies. Seeing the revival of the ghosts and skeletons, many outstanding overseas talents looked at the few holy priests in the team, immediately shouting loudly, retreating several steps in shock. They thought that the revival of these white bones would not be so fast, but they had just prepared to sell Yifeng, and now they had directly revived. The speed was outrageously fast. The faces of several female holy priests were equally pale, full of fear in their eyes, their bodies trembling. Their realm is higher than ours. It takes about 10 minutes to eliminate the aura of death and decay from a ghoul or a decaying skeleton. But with these thousands of them, we simply can't handle it. Well, there's no other way. Stick to the original plan, run. Let that freak lead the way. Anyway, he's in the Zune realm, able to resist for a while. While he still notices us, let's run. Led by the outstanding talents of the Stick Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Beautiful Nation, and Fey Green Guest, they all glanced at each other and immediately ran wildly behind them, exerting all their strength. The Formation Master set up a teleportation array, the Wind Element Mage enhanced the speed, and the Speed-type ability users pushed it to the extreme. In just a few seconds, more than 20 people had run away from the group of hundreds. The remaining people from the Great Xia dynasty, although somewhat panicked, legs trembling, chose to trust Yifeng. Of course, if someone's escape triggered panic, it would lead to even greater panic. A large number of people in the team also fled behind. Faced with fear, choosing to run away is understandable. In addition to the people in the team and the three major academies of the Great Xia dynasty, there were also some countries friendly to the Great Xia, such as the Bear Nation. Surprisingly, the White Elephant Nation, which usually had conflicts with the Great Xia, actually stayed behind, with 3 Tianfan experts. Shao Chan, set up a spatial cutting teleportation, bring them back. Xiao Lei, wield the power of the beast god, control them all. Remember not to electrocute them, if they get chopped to death, we'll lose our underlings. Little skeleton, trim all the shadows and incorporate them into the shadow army. Yifeng muttered softly, his mind moved, and a huge Space King cicada appeared in the sky, its transparent wings shining under the false moonlight, exuding a holy aura. The surrounding space trembled like water ripples. The spatial nodes around changed, and the people who had just escaped felt as if everything around them had solidified, like sinking into a swamp, unable to move. Stepping forward, they mysteriously found themselves back behind Yifeng and the others. Everyone was shocked. Roar! A huge thunder dragon appeared in the sky, the invisible power of the beast god emanating, wielding the power of control like the heavens. Just standing tall under the sky, whether they were skeletons or evil spirits, all of them were completely suppressed by a mysterious force, freezing in place with a hint of change in their hollow eyes. Their gazes towards Yifeng were unexpectedly filled with human-like fear and respect. A pitch-black skeleton emerged mysteriously from Yifeng's shadow, holding a pair of black scissors in its right hand. Its ghostly figure moved like a phantom, weaving through the groups of ghosts and skeletons, silent but for the continuous sound of scissors cutting. Click, click, click. The shadows of the skeletons and evil spirits vanished completely. The fearful expressions on their ghostly and skeletal faces transformed into dullness and stiffness. Shortly after, all the skeletons and evil spirits were incorporated into the shadow army of the undead skeleton Marquis, obedient to Yifeng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having the undead skeleton Marquis trim 5,000 shadows, devouring a large amount of shadow power, gaining plus 100,000 evolution points, breaking through to the handsome realm, reaching the first level of handsomeness. Unlocking skill, shadow stuffing, can fill someone else's shadow into another person's shadow, aiding in their breakthrough in strength. The realm of the little skeleton broke through accordingly, making things much easier. Yifeng waved his hand, indicating that Xiao Lei could leave now, as this was not Xiao Lei's main stage for showing off. It was a common rule that when a new pet arrived, they would be given a chance to show off in a new instance, settling old and new accounts together. Yifeng turned his gaze towards the people who had just tried to escape, his face filled with endless mockery and amusement. Running? Why stop running now? Keep running! Yifeng took a step forward, and the small skeleton behind him followed suit. Surprisingly, the thousands of evil spirits and skeletons behind him also took a step forward simultaneously, their movements eerily synchronized. What's going on? Weren't these skeleton armies just trying to assassinate us? Why are they not moving now? And their appearance is similar to that black skeleton. Could it be controlled by that black skeleton? How many unknown beast taming skills does he have? The level of this black skeleton is even SSS? Many outstanding individuals from the Great Xia dynasty were greatly shocked to see this scene, their hearts pounding rapidly. The sudden turn of events caught them off guard. They had just made up their minds to join forces with Yifeng, only to find out that Yifeng, that bastard, actually had a trump card to control these skeleton armies. Wasn't this guy a freak? It was an accident. It was definitely an accident. We were just too scared. Fear is human nature, so we had no intention of abandoning everyone when we ran away. Let's talk things out. Yes, yes, if we had known you had such means, we wouldn't have run, and we won't run again in the future. Please believe us, Yifeng. The outstanding individuals from the Cherry Blossom Country, the Stick Country, and the Beautiful Country, who were sent back by Yifeng, looked extremely embarrassed. However, forced by the situation on the field, they could only bow their heads repeatedly, admit their mistakes, and try to justify themselves, as they didn't want to be beaten up by Yifeng. Although they said so on the surface, the tremors in their hearts were no less than anyone else's. When they saw Yifeng effortlessly controlling the skeleton army behind him, they felt like it was all a dream. Everything seemed so unreal. Who could control even undead skeletons? Shouldn't there be a limit to being abnormal? Shouldn't there be a limit to being invincible? How could all the impossible and absurd things happen to Yifeng, turning decay into magic? Afraid? Surprised? Running away? Human nature, I understand it naturally. But no matter how you sugarcoat it, you can't escape a beating because I just don't like you guys. Yifeng completely ignored the nonsense of the crowd, just smiled, extended his right hand, and lightly waved 2 fingers forward. Behind him, a large army of 5,000 skeletons rushed towards Yifeng from behind, roaring and extending their fangs and claws, directly attacking the crowd. Yifeng deliberately restrained the full power of all the skeleton army, suppressing their realm to the level of high-ranking generals. In this way, when their skeleton claws and decaying hands struck the bodies of the proud warriors, it would not cause fatal injuries, and the hand rings would not be detected as lethal danger, preventing them from being teleported out and escaping. Furthermore, all the surrounding spaces had been reinforced by Xiaochan. The people now were unable to move, only able to stand in place, even moving a bit was difficult, only able to watch helplessly as thousands of ghosts rushed towards them. What's going on? Why can't we move? Damn, it's the doing of this bastard. You should know, I am a proud warrior of the Beautiful Country. If you touch me, do you want to provoke a war between the 2 countries? Quickly release us. The Beautiful Country is different from the Sakura Country. Our country's power is stronger. We are the world's hegemon. The proud warriors of the Beautiful Country, seeing themselves and others being immobilized, couldn't help but panic. Seeing the crowd of ghosts behind Yifeng, along with thousands of skeletons rushing towards them, their fear intensified, their legs trembling, faces pale, lips trembling, almost scared to urinate, subconsciously uttering threatening words, hoping to make Yifeng wary and stop his actions. Provoking a war between 2 countries, do you think you lot are qualified? Even if I kill 10,000 of you, your Beautiful Country wouldn't dare to directly attack Daxia. Can't you see this, you idiot? Do you think a mere soldier can influence 2 countries? Fool! Yifeng ignored these threats, shook his head indifferently, his face filled with disdain, his eyes full of mockery as he looked at the few who had just spoken as if they were idiots. At this moment, the army of skeletons had already reached the people, their decaying hands and bone claws striking at the people. The hands, dripping with pus and blood, full of foul stench, fiercely slapped the faces of the proud warriors of the Beautiful Country, left and right punches landing. Slap, slap, slap. Each slap drew blood, knocking out the teeth of the people. Those young faces had been turned into pig heads. The sharp ghost claws, filled with pus, dirt, aimed at the abdomen and lower bodies of the proud warriors of Goryo and Sakura, attacking mercilessly, making those already fragile beings unable to even lift their heads. Eggs were broken all over the ground. Ah! Ah! Shrill screams, crisp slaps, intertwined, creating a poignant symphony. If given a baton, Yifeng would be the conductor of this realm of death. More skeletons and ghosts rushed forward, kicking with great force, punching fiercely. Each time, they could control the force perfectly, inflicting maximum physical and psychological damage without causing death. They were definitely left maimed. Not bad, these underground ghosts with decaying blood on their hands, inflicting psychological damage on them. Each skeleton's hard bone structure, pounding on their bodies, punching fiercely, causing physical damage. Such an interesting scene, it must be recorded. Yifeng interestingly took out his phone from his pocket, devilishly starting to record. And in this phone, there were also spatial images imprinted from the day he wreaked havoc in Sakura. He knew that the moment he released Xiaochan just now, his identity was definitely exposed. These Junjing Sakura would definitely come after him, but wasn't there still Liu Bei and the others to deal with them? Anyway, this is their home ground waiting for others. They dare not really do anything to themselves unless they want to die. When the time comes, in front of them, he will release this scene, up close and personal, playing for excitement, playing for heartbeats. The extremely brutal and bloody scene on the field, seen by the 3 major academies of Daxia and the numerous proud talents who had just not escaped, made them feel very fortunate. But they couldn't help but shiver together, their faces pale. They felt that not running away just now was the most wise decision they had ever made in their lives, without a doubt. After these proud talents from the Sakura and Korean countries came out of the secret realm, they would either die or be disabled, let alone Yifeng would not let them live. Every detail of what happened on the field was broadcast live without missing a beat. Outside the viewing platform, there was dead silence, not a sound could be heard, everyone's mouths were wide open, big enough to fit a whole goose egg. Whether it was Yifeng's momentary control of thousands of skeletons or this extremely brutal scene, despite their psychological preparation, they were still shocked. Is this guy even human? Killing without blinking an eye, torturing people to death, this is truly insane. Inside the glass viewing room, many strong men from Osaka University and Kyoto University had their faces changed at the same time, instantly becoming angry, their aura rising, showing signs of preparing to take action. Staring at Yifeng on the screen, their eyes were full of killing intent. From that Space King cicada, they truly recognized Yifeng's identity. Wasn't he the masked Garfield cat who caused chaos in the Sakura country that day? Killing 100,000 Sakura troops alone, and even setting Mount Fuji on fire. As for what the outsiders thought, Yifeng didn't care at all. He slightly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The light emitted by the fake moon was no longer as bright as before, but had changed into a blood-red color. The 6 light points formed a hexagram, faintly showing signs of descent. Is it coming? Hexagram, slaughterhouse of the 5 elements, one side of the gallows. First, send away the irrelevant people, then when we kill all of them, we can blame the blood people of these people. With a thought, Yifeng sent a certain number of skeletons to attack the Dasha people who were not affected. Hundreds of sovereign realm skeletons suddenly turned around and stared at them intently. Each sovereign realm aura fully recovered, without holding back their combat power, full of killing intent and overwhelming fierceness. Damn! Everyone was dumbfounded. Weren't they on the right team? Why did Yifeng still have to deal with them? Big brother, don't get bloodthirsty. We are innocent. Of course, they didn't know Yifeng's thoughts, which were to protect them from the slaughterhouse and gallows, preparing to let the blood people fight against the people of Sakura, Korea, and the beautiful country. You said you wouldn't kill the Sakura and Korean people, right? I'll kill them, along with you all. Yifeng just calmly watched everything on the field, his gaze fixed on the blood-red hexagram in the sky. Swish swish swish. The light wrist detected a life-threatening crisis and autonomously sent the Dasha talents and other overseas talents who were on the right team out, leaving only Yifeng and dozens of doomed people. Did they misunderstand? He didn't care. His infamous reputation didn't bother him either, as long as he was himself. Evil, to the point where people turned pale at the mention of it and trembled at the sound of it. Ruthless, to the point where people were afraid to see it and knelt down in fear. Holy, to the point where people considered him a god and worshipped him. Killing, to the point where people's hearts trembled and their intentions were overwhelming. The halo on his wrist flashed, and all the Dasha talents and the talents on the right team were sent out of the dead spirit land, back to the arena, with bewildered expressions still lingering on their faces. This plot development is wrong. According to their estimation, they had joined forces with Yifeng, and in the dead spirit land, Yifeng would show off and fly with them. Why does he want to deal with us? Aren't we helping him? Does he really not care at all, even attacking his own people? I don't know, did we really make the wrong choice? He is a lonely wolf, a demon in the human world, showing no mercy at all? All the proud geniuses who were transported out were dumbfounded. Each of them looked bewildered, raising their heads helplessly, like lost lambs, gazing at the light screens in the sky, looking at Yifeng inside the light screens, and scenes in the 4 spirit lands. How is this different from being betrayed? The appearance of these dozens of people made the surrounding audience feel sorry for them. Some even wanted to curse and criticize Yifeng. No! Look at the secret realm, there is a hexagram appearing on the fake moon, and it's blood-colored. Those 6 points of light are getting closer. Isn't that the blood moon hexagram from the heretical court? A sophomore student from the Dragon's Gate Academy suddenly stood up, pointing at one of the light screens, shouting loudly. Everyone heard the sound and looked over. Swish, swish, swish. Incredibly neat, including the powerful June realm experts inside the glass viewing room. They were equally astonished and furious at what Yifeng had done. With the appearance of the hexagram, the heretical court making a move meant that some of the proud geniuses would be killed. Yifeng has been staring at the scenes in the sky, focusing on this blood moon hexagram. Could it be that he had already noticed this abnormal presence? So he had the proud geniuses and those who sided with them transported out first to avoid any threats? The spectators were not fools. From Yifeng's recent actions, it was not difficult to deduce this. Of course, most people were still confused. Yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, why would he use all his strength to deal with the proud geniuses and hold back his power to attack those fleeing? This kid knew that when faced with a life-threatening crisis, he could teleport himself out. He perfectly used this point to safely transport everyone out. But he left the cherry blossom stick beautiful country behind. Did this kid already know that there were people from the heretical court mixed in there, so he wanted to use the heretical court as a reason to kill all the cherry blossom stick beautiful country people? But how will he deal with the heretical court? Liu Bei and the deans of the 3 major academies of the Great Xia were all astute individuals and quickly analyzed this. Other June realm experts also thought of this aspect, squinting their eyes, with a pensive look, staring fixedly at the scene on the light screen. At this moment, only the June realm experts from the countries where the trapped proud geniuses were looked extremely unpleasant, their faces so dark they could drip water. They knew exactly what was going on. Unexpectedly, they had lost their advantage and were now harming themselves. Each of them prayed in their hearts, hoping that the people from the heretical court would quickly kill Yifeng to avoid more trouble, and then return the proud geniuses. 5 slaughterhouses, 1 gallows, each containing a special space. The blood-colored space will isolate the outside light screens, forming a special area on its own. So if I kill all of them here, no one will know, and I can blame the deaths on the heretical court. Unless they admit in front of everyone that they have ties to the heretical court, otherwise, people will only believe me. If they do admit, even though I killed the people, the reputation of these several countries will be completely ruined, and they will never escape from the Great Xia. Whether it's conspiracy or strategy, how could these useless people be opponents of my cunning and sly tactics? Yifeng grinned, still as sunny and handsome as ever. In the sky, the 6 points of light on the blood moon were getting closer, already shrouding half of the sky, revealing a bloody light in the dark space. Come back, give them some hope, and then give them endless despair. Whether it's torture or killing, the ultimate goal is to destroy their hearts. Yifeng waved his hand, and the group of killers headed towards Sakura Country, Bat Country, and the beautiful country, causing all the skeletons to retreat. On the other hand, these arrogant individuals had lost their humanity long ago. Covered in blood and flesh, except for barely hanging on to life, each of them had been turned into vegetative beings. Whoosh! The 5 red dots within the hexagram expanded infinitely, and 5 blood pools descended onto the battlefield, located in the east, south, west, north, and suspended in midair. Inside each blood pool space, there were dozens of blood-robed figures, their faces indiscernible, their presence unfelt, incredibly eerie. However, without exception, the bloody aura emanating from each of them was overwhelmingly strong. The final point of the hexagram transformed into a massive cross, standing 10 meters high and 5 meters long, positioned in the center and connected to the bone blood pool in the sky. Within the space of the gallows, there were only 3 blood-robed figures, but they exuded a familiar aura of Yifeng, seemingly the aura of the blood beast god. Their strength, without exception, all reached the sovereign realm. The entire land of death was shrouded in a crimson hue, and the outside world's light screens could not reveal what was happening inside the mysterious realm. The people of the heretical court descended together, their faces filled with boundless madness. They had already set up a trap here, waiting for the arrogant individuals to fall into it. Now was the time for the hunt. Every time they thought of this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little ghosts, tremble, fear, the Grim Reaper has come to harvest your lives. Your eyes, your skin, all belong to Lord Blood God, offering everything to my blood sect is your greatest glory. Ha, where are the little ghosts? Where are the people? Why are there only these 20-odd piles of rubbish? What kind of joke is this? Soon, the laughter of the blood sect members abruptly stopped, staring blankly at the lone figure and over 20 piles of mud left on the field, rubbing their eyes. Upon closer inspection, they could barely make out a semblance of humanity. Covered in broken bones from head to toe, they lay on the ground like mud. If it weren't for the professional aura they emitted, which had been recorded in advance, they wouldn't even be able to tell that these people were their allies. Over 100 blood-robed men suddenly turned their gaze towards Yifeng, realizing the massive demonic and skeletal figures behind him exuding the aura of 1,000 sovereign realm experts. Seeing the huge sovereign realm great sovereign behind Yifeng, they involuntarily swallowed hard, their scalps tingling. After all, out of these 100 people, only half were in the sovereign realm, with 11 being in the venerable realm. Dealing with nearly 5,000 sovereign realm demons and skeletons was a bit beyond their capabilities. You're the one who defeated these people, right? I didn't expect that you still possess an SSS-level death skeleton master, capable of controlling these dead skeletons and demons. Hunting you alone is enough to match the 100 arrogant individuals of Xia. At the edge of the gallows, 3 sovereign realm powerhouses stepped forward, causing the space to tremble like water ripples, buzzing and shaking. In an instant, they appeared in front of Yifeng, extending a blood-colored hand towards his face, not intending to waste time talking and aiming to capture Yifeng in one fell swoop. The strength of a beast tamer lies in taming beasts, not in their own abilities. The individual strength of a beast tamer is very weak, their combat prowess is negligible. As long as the beast tamer is taken down, their beasts are no longer a concern.